As the student with the worst talent in the whole school, I somehow ended up attracting the attention of the SSS level military girl school flower to form a contract with me. This is because in this world, when a woman reaches the age of 18, she will awaken her own spirit, not only possessing the incredibly sharp demon sword Muramasa, but also the ancient giant sword that splits the heavens, while men will awaken their spirit-taming talents. After forming a contract, the woman will transform into a powerful military girl for battle. However, I, who awakened the F-level talent, was publicly proposed to break up by Lu Ruyan. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that I actually awakened 3 S-level talents. As long as I make a contract with the S-level spirit, I can activate these 3 talents at the same time. But when I revealed the truth, no one believed me, and even wanted to drive me away. At this moment, an extremely charming figure quietly appeared. "Darling, you haven't been taken away by other women after all. Sister is here to pick you up." The lazy mature woman's voice was filled with extreme desire. With the arrival of the charming figure, the originally clear blue sky was mysteriously covered by dark clouds. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing everyone to look around in alarm. The appearance of Su Yue made everyone feel a suffocating sensation. The legendary SSS grade spirit, ranked first on both the Jiangqing Rouge list and the Wind and Cloud list. I heard that Sister Su has not formed a contract since awakening, still looking for a suitable spirit master. Do I still have a chance? Dream on, you bunch of ignorant fools. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the crowd. A confident young man approached, seemingly eager to strike up a conversation with Su Yue. It's Chu Tianqua, the only A-level talent holder in this generation. If it's him, he might really win the favor of Senior Su. His talent is the eruption of spiritual power, with reserves 5 times that of an ordinary person. Chu Tianqua smirked at the mention. Senior Su can only be looking for me. If not me, could it be that waste, Liu Bei? For a moment, all the young men cast admiring glances at Chu Tianqua. Chu Tian's broad eyes flickered between Su Yue and Lu Ruyan, feeling a burst of excitement in his heart. Lu Ruyan is the only S-level spirit of Sanglin, with both looks and strength that are impeccable. I thought my bonded partner could only be her, but now there is Su Yue, a 3S-level goddess, a bonded partner that countless spirit masters dream of but cannot obtain. If I could bond with her, my future would be limitless. As Chu Tianqua's crazy imagination ran wild, a handsome figure suddenly appeared beside him. For some reason, the moment I saw Su Yue for the first time, I felt a strong sense of familiarity. Just as I was about to approach, Chu Tianqua bumped into me harshly. You useless waste, do you really think Senior Su is here to see you? A grade F student like you is not even worthy? I was about to retort, but Chu Tianqua had already taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Su Yue. Senior Su, the cold voice is like the freezing wind of the 9th day, and at this moment, there is no trace of tenderness on Su Yue's face, but she suddenly saw a black sickle shadow emerge from her full chest, and at the same time, a terrifying aura burst out. With a muffled sound, Chu Tianqua spurted blood and flew backward like a broken kite, being swept out for more than 10 meters before barely landing on the ground. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Even Chu Tianqua, who was of A level, was disdainful. Who exactly is Su Yue looking for? Could it be Liu Bei? What shocked everyone was that Su Yue actually publicly held onto my arm, completely ignoring the softness in front of her chest being squeezed. Her face turned red and she murmured, "Darling, let's make a pact. I'm so excited to be watched by so many people." I looked at Su Yue in astonishment. Is it really the spring dream from last night? Yes, last night I just couldn't resist and had a preview with you. After making the pact, Sister will continue to guide you through that dream. Do not wait for me to react. Su Yue took the lead and plunged into my arms, snatching my fingers and biting hard with her cute fangs. A drop of fresh blood appeared. Su Yue seemed to see a delicious delicacy, eagerly opened her warm little mouth and deeply held it. So sweet and delicious spiritual power. Give me more. It's a blood contract. Su Shuejia actually made a blood contract with Liu Bei. The blood contract is the most faithful symbol of a soldier. Once the contract is made, you cannot regret it for the rest of your life. Su Yue really has her eyes on a waist. The blood contract is also in vain. Liu Bei is doomed. Once the contract is completed, he will immediately be sucked dry. To make a contract with life but not to enjoy it. At this moment, everyone stared fixedly at the scene of me and Su Yue forming a bond. Lu Ruyan's face showed no mercy, not caring at all about Liu Bei's life or death. Chu Tianqua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "A woman I can't even get. And you, a useless person, dare to covet her, simply overestimating your abilities." Just when everyone thought I would die a horrible death, a deafening roar accompanied by a brilliant rainbow light erupted from my body. The rainbow light was extremely dazzling, much more intense than when Lu Ruyan awakened. The light soared into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds above the Sunlin, and reflected on the awakening platform, revealing a row of golden words, Liu Bei, awakening SSS level talent, 10,000 times spiritual power. How is this possible? The crowd's astonishment had not yet ended when another astonishing rainbow light burst from my body. Golden words appeared on the awakening platform, Liu Bei, awakening SSS level talent. Insightful eye, oh my god. Even Sanglin's teacher couldn't help but shout, 3 S-level talents, 2 top-level talents. Sanglin's teacher was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently, and the nearly 100-year-old headmaster was in tears. Another dazzling rainbow light appeared on the awakening stage, Liu Bei, awakening SSS level talent War Fury. The old principal rolled his eyes, got excited and fainted directly. Teacher Sanglin was too busy to celebrate, quickly helped and pinched the person's acupoint. This, 3. The old principal's white eyes rolled over, directly excited to fainting. Song Lin's teachers could not care about celebrating, rushed to assist the pinch. The boys on the playground had mixed feelings. Envy? Jealous? Admiration? I don't know. They only knew that Liu Bei was glowing all over at the moment, practically indistinguishable from a giant of light. The girls were more practical. They changed their faces and winked wildly at Liu Bei. Brother Bei, I admit that I spoke a little louder just now. I'll tie my ponytail to coax you. Okay, my sister will be able to do more. Liu Bei, I'm not your lover for the rest of my life. I'm traditional enough to be small. Sister, I am delicate and gifted. My battle record is verifiable, so please feel free to do as you please. Master. This group of girls were well aware that they were not as good as Su Yue in terms of posture and strength. But life is always about experimentation. What good spirit master wouldn't want to contract a few more spirits, just in case it looks at me? Among the girls, Lin Shui was the only one whose jaw dropped in disbelief at what was happening in front of her. Things were shifting too fast for her to accept. Impossible. How could this punk Liu Bei have SSS rank talent? Could what he just said to me be true? If he's really a triple S talent, wouldn't I be giving away my best bonding partner to someone else? Faking it? He must have just faked it. He deliberately lied to me in order to make me dump him so that I could go and tie the knot with Su Yue. Yes, that must be it. They just said last night. At this moment, Lin Shui felt like she had been betrayed in a big way. Intense jealousy caused her chest to heave violently, and immediately afterward, the snowflake goddess sword manifested. Liu Bei, you actually lied to me with an F-rank talent. You have to give me an explanation today, or we're not done. You have to give me an explanation today, or we're not done. Chapter 3, Bloodthirsty Underworld Scythe vs. Snowflake Goddess Sword. The Snowflake Goddess Sword exuded a gust of cold air, and Lin Shui said in annoyance, Liu Bei, you shameless scum, luring me to break up with you and turning around to find another woman to tie the knot with. What? Didn't you Lin Shui take the initiative to dump Liu Bei? How come Liu Bei is still a scumbag? The men and women on the playground were all eating out of the palm of their hands. Some of the girls had a quick mind and could see that Lin Shui's face was all over the place because she was jealous. In order to curry favor with Liu Bei, some girls directly transformed into yin-yang masters. Big sister, weren't you the one who said you weren't in the same world as Brother North anymore? How come you flip your face faster than a book? Yeah, you came to milk the baby when it died, and you only realized your regret when people awakened their SSS grade talent? If you want to regret it, straighten up your attitude. How do you talk to my brother? Go up to the side of the line. Eat ugly. Liu Bei didn't want to ignore Lin Shui at all. He was secretly glad that a woman as snobbish and psychologically twisted as this one. It was a good thing that he didn't make a pact with her, or else his future life would really be unimaginable. It must be known that the Sentinel and the Hyuga are to be in touch with each other, and even more so in the midst of battle. They are to be entrusted with their lives and deaths. Befriending this kind of person, I'm afraid it's not too long for my life. Seeing that Liu Bei clearly did not want to give himself an explanation, Lin Shui's heart became more and more ashamed. She was the schoolgirl of Sanglin Academy and had awakened the only S-class weapon spirit. Once upon a time, Liu Bei was obedient to her. Where would he dare to let her suffer so much? Taking advantage of Liu Bei's defenselessness, Lin Shui let out a furious cry. You go to hell. Lifting his hand, he swung out countless channels of frosty cold sword chi, aiming straight for Liu Bei's heart and stomach vitals. The S-class weapon spirit's all-out strike was overbearing and fierce, and the killing move had arrived in the blink of an eye. Give face. The icy and incomparable imperial voice sounded, but Su Yue had a head of silver hair flowing, and she dominantly protected in front of Liu Bei. At her chest, the large, black, bloodthirsty spectral scythe reappeared. Buzz! The sickle blade hissed piercingly as it sliced through the air, and a bloody light blossomed at first. A bizarre scene ensued. Wherever the blood light passed, the roiling sword light went up in smoke. The oppression from the SSS ranked artifact spirit was terrifying to the extreme, and the trembling of war from the soul instantly made Lin Shue's scalp numb. Kalala! In her unbelievable gaze, the snowflake goddess sword unexpectedly turned into bits of starlight and completely collapsed. Put! Lin Shue spat out blood and flew backwards, dragging out a long blood-stained gully in the snow behind her. At this moment, her artifact spirit was collapsing and she was seriously injured, so she could be described as being in a sorry state. The corners of Su You's lips rose as she put away her bloodthirsty spectral scythe. When she turned her head to face Liu Bei, the icy dominance on her face turned into a young girl's shyness. She once again picked up Liu Bei's arm deeply embedded in her full chest. Honey, people are hungry. Rice. Liu Bei drew the corners of his mouth. It was hard to imagine that the petulant young girl in front of him and the murderous imperial sister from the party were actually the same person. He began to release his spiritual energy, and Su Yue couldn't help but hold his arms deeper, devouring them greedily. There was already an uproar above the playground. Hey, did you guys see that? Instantaneous seconds. The whole encounter lasted 5 seconds? It seems like Lin Shui is gone as soon as school sister Su raises her hand. The bloodthirsty spectral scythe is terrifying as hell. Is this the difference between an SSS ranked artifact spirit and an S rank? Am I the only one who thinks Liu Bei is scary? How much spiritual energy must be consumed by school sister Su's battle just now? Look at him. You guys. It seems like he's fine. Asterisk. It is true that only monsters can harness monsters. Not envious. I really billion points not envious. Woo. In the snow, Lin Shui barely got up, her mouth still unforgiving. You guys, wait for me. Liu Bei frowned slightly. As you said, we're not in the same world anymore, so you do well. Empty guarding the treasure mountain without realizing it. Obviously it's your own rat's eye, and you want to bite back. TSK, this kind of woman is horrible. Unlike me, who will only be heartbroken for my brother. Incidentally, my husband was never an F-rated, but he just didn't slow down after being squeezed too dry by me last night. Su Yue smiled playfully. Lin Shui only felt her eyes go black. PFF. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. In full view of everyone. She was actually forcibly urging the artifact spirit and still wanted to manifest the snowflake goddess sword again. Stop. The two teachers from San Lin Academy decisively appeared and blocked in front of Lin Shui and said, the academy rules state that any student is only allowed to openly spar and not fight to the death. Lin Shui, you've already violated the rules. Do you still want to make the same mistake again? Lin Shui's eyes showed thick unwillingness. I hate it so much. Liu Bei, I will never let you go. Considering that Lin Shui was, after all, a precious S-ranked artifact spirit, the academy teacher ultimately chose to put the matter to rest. After comforting Liu Bei with a few words, he sent someone to send Lin Shui to the infirmary. Liu Bei and Su Yue were just about to leave when they were called by one of the female teachers. Please stay, both students. The teacher would like to discuss something else with you. The person who spoke was named Fong Chang, the most outstanding tactics teacher at Song Lin Academy, in charge of the academy's resource allocation, and possessing no small amount of power of speech. Liu Bei, according to the rules of the Academy Union, all 3 S-grade Imperial Spiritists and Soldier Maidens have the right to reselect their schools, and the original Academy has no right to interfere. However, I can personally guarantee that as long as you are willing to stay, Songlin will use 20% of the entire Academy's resources to vigorously train you. Fong Qing turned her head and looked at Su Yue again. Oh, and this Su student, if you're willing to join Songlin, I'll make sure that you can enjoy the same treatment as Liu Bei. Ask him, I'll go wherever he goes. 20% of an academy's resources. Anyone else who heard that would be incomparably moved. But Su Yue's gaze was fixed on Liu Bei from the beginning to the end. And she didn't care about any seniority or resources. Liu Bei also had a bashful look on his face. Obviously 20% of the resources did not meet his expectations. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly came a few loud roars of the gas in front of the college. Only a few luxury sports cars were seen driving into Song Lin one after another. A burly man pushed his way out of the car and laughed brightly. Ha ha ha, Fong Cheng, which academy can't afford to pay on your terms? Little brother Liu, as long as you come, I, Flame Academy, am willing to pay double. An elegant man in a suit pushed up his glasses and said seriously, my Star Academy is ranked 4th in Jiang City. I can guarantee you 2 the most favorable resources in the name of the Academy's senior advisor. Just with you second-rate academies you dare to rob our Heavenly Pole's son-in-law? No matter how much they offer, Tianji offers 3 times as much. The teachers of Tianji Academy were the most generous. After all, Tianji is the top stream college in Jiangcheng, and Su You's mother's family, so the teacher's bottom line is extraordinarily full. I, Acacia Academy, can't contribute too many resources, only 30%, but well, A woman with a demonic appearance came up to Liu Bei and casually snapped her fingers. And behind her the limousine came out 3 wonderful girls. Little handsome, these are the very best soldier girls that I have personally trained. As long as you want, they can make you horny every day. Oh. This. Liu Bei's old face reddened. He guessed that he would be fought over by all the major academies. But he didn't expect this kind of robbing tactic. Seeing this, Su Yue puffed up her cheeks and gently twisted his arm. At this moment, the playground was once again boiling, and everyone was guessing what kind of choice Liu Bei would actually make. Too ruthless, so many super academies, directly taking doubled resources to smash people, envy me to death. The heavenly pole, the stars, and the blazing flame, this is a place that regular people can't even get into by squeezing their heads, and to take the initiative to throw an olive branch. I guess Liu Bei will definitely choose the heavenly pole. Am I the only one who wants to go to Hopsing? Those 3 soldier girls are too much fun. Work hard. I have a feeling that Thai teacher can take it too. However, Liu Bei's next maneuver directly made these people's jaws drop. Thank you for the invitation. Teachers, school sister Yue and I would like to experience some more. We'll make our choice when the league exams are over. Liu Bei just watered down and refused all of the academy's invitations, only leaving the crowd present with an incomparably dashing back. Song Lin Academy once again exploded. Asterisk. Laughing up at the sky and going out the door. My generation is not a puffy person. Liu Bei pure man. Unexpectedly pushed all the colleges. That's so ruthless. I bet he wants to get a ranking in the league exams, and by then he'll only be worth more. This confidence, it's crazy enough. That's what the bag is all about. It's so pie. Liu Bei is simply my idol. I wish I could catch a glimpse of him and Su Senpai at the pre-exam trial, so I could see how monsters are harnessed. Is it a fight you boys want to see? I'm too embarrassed to poke you. Chapter 4, is he killing demonic beasts or chopping vegetables? On the way home, Liu Bei was walking and calculating how he could improve his and Su Yue's strength before the alliance exam. The stronger his strength, the more certain he would be to shine in the exams and thus take more cultivation resources. The human condition is cold and the world is cold. After experiencing today's incident, Liu Bei was bent on becoming stronger. Only then would he be able to stand firm in the chaotic world where demonic beasts were rampant. Fighting demonic beasts was more than simply awakening a good talent. Ordinary sentinels often require large amounts of psychic potions in battle. Hyuga needs to be pampered and maintained after battle. And the care solution used for maintenance isn't cheap. Gurus also need specific props when they break through realms, which is another big expense. So for newcomers, the resources for cultivation in the early stages are quite important. Joining the academy for early access to resources is certainly a good option. But there is another explicit rule of the league though. If a person does not use any resources prior to the examination and achieves excellent results in the examination, such a person will be able to serve as a student in the management of the college and thus enjoy more generous resources. This was the reason why Liu Bei refused all the academy's solicitations. Honey, what are you thinking? Su Yue asked with a happy face, wrapping her arms around Liu Bei. I was thinking about where we should try out. It's better to improve our combat experience more before the exam. As soon as she heard that she was going to fight, Su Yue's eyes instantly lit up. Brush experience place I know. Zhangcheng north of the dark jungle is the most suitable for newcomers. I've gone to step on the spot several times. Just did not have a deed before. Never had the opportunity. There are a lot of low-ranked demonic beasts there, but the academy group will also go there to try out. So maybe we'll bump into them. Well, how are the demonic beasts going to be divided after the crash? Liu Bei was more attached to this. Su Yue smiled wryly. Look at the strength of the clock. Anyway, the demonic beasts and not labeled you can feed me as long as you can. Sister package you kill 4 sides. Feed you? Doesn't seem that hard. Liu Bei secretly increased his spiritual energy delivery. I have a big appetite. Oh, although you're very powerful. But, why are you suddenly sending so much spiritual energy? It's so hot. Su Yue pouted and slapped Liu Bei. Liu Bei smiled confidently, probably figuring out Su Yue's speed of devouring spiritual energy. It seems that the backlash effect of the murderous weapon spirit is not that scary. Unbeknownst to him, it was all because he had the SSS talent 10,000-fold psychic energy. If Su Yue was a crazy juicing girl, then Liu Bei was the even more terrifying ocean infinity. The two complement each other and are a tight fit. Oh no! Liu Bei's capital is even more exaggerated. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Liu Bei didn't want to give away his experience. He immediately pulled Su Yue straight to the danger zone in the northern part of Jiangcheng. Su Yue smiled shyly, sticking to Liu Bei like a birdie, but in her heart, she was thinking of a bloody and incomparable picture. From the time of her awakening until now, except for teaching some ungrateful people a lesson, she had never fought a demonic beast before. The thought of fighting side by side with the master, transformed into the blade in his hand, slicing through the skin and flesh of a demonic beast. It's really exciting to think about it. North of River City, the dark jungle. The trees in this place were numerous and unusually tall, and the forest was always dark and inhabited by many low-rank demonic beasts. Roar! Ow! The demonic beasts hissed and roared non-stop, setting off a gust of solemn and gloomy wind in the jungle, which made one's heart skip a beat just by listening to it. A 5-member squad from Star Academy was currently gathered tightly together, confronting a group of first-ranked electric wolf demons. Electric wolves are cunning and treacherous. Their intelligence is not inferior to humans, and they are best at team fighting. The strength of several electric wolves after they got together was often no less than that of second-order demonic beasts, so newcomers would rarely choose the electric wolf trial. The reason why this squad was desperate was because they wanted to quickly brush up some experience and pick up some demonic beast crystals along the way, but they didn't expect the electric wolves to be far more difficult to deal with than what they had learned in their textbooks. Ow dash! The electric wolf hissed long and hard. Its sharp teeth and mouth flashed with burning electric light, and its greedy eyes couldn't help but survey the group of 5 in front of it. For humans, demonic beast crystal cores had a notable value. For demonic beasts, Imperial Spirit Masters and Soldier Girls were also excellent supplements. In the 5-member squad, the leader is a boy named Lee Xin, who has the B-rank talent giant strength and holds a mountain opening axe. How Z. Prepare your wind spirit arrow to suppress the electric wolf's long-range electricity shot. Jiang Ming, heal your seriously injured teammates first, and the rest of you will assault the wolves head-on with me. We must find a chance to rush out, or sooner or later we will be exhausted by this group. Who? A gust of wind suddenly interrupted Lee Xion's command. The people were checking the rear with wide eyes, fearing that another electric wolf would come to support them. However, there was a speedy figure in the jungle, wielding a large pitch-black scythe, and just rushing straight into the electric wolves regardless. Asterisk 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 asterisk, which academy is this? Don't you want to die? Rushing in like that will surely be torn apart by the electric wolves. Immediately someone in the crowd exploded. TSK, should be inexperienced newbie? Everyone move as planned, I'll try to get him out. Before Lee Xion's words fell, wherever the pitch-black scythe passed, blood light exploded everywhere. Blood light mixed with wisps of dark mist. All of a sudden, the scene in front of me was like the transit of the Grim Reaper. A miserable wail came out from the black mist one after another. Ow, oh, all the electric wolves were as if they were being chopped up, and without waiting to make any reaction, they were killed by the bursts of bloodlight in a single blow. What? The group of 5 was jaw-droppingly shocked. They had been pestering the electric wolf pack for more than an hour, and they hadn't even been able to kill a single one, or even do much damage to the electric wolves. But that lifeless madman just killed them all so gently? 12 electric wolves. Not one left. Bloodied wolf corpses all over the ground. What was even more surprising was that the man was still a bit disgruntled after harvesting 12 demonic beast crystal cores in one go. The experience is still too little, and the purity of the crystal cores is a bit worse. TSK, it's true that the return rate of first-rank demonic beasts is too low, and the electric wolf packs are also given for nothing. It's so arrogant. This is nothing short of naked Versailles. The electric wolf pack that could force 5 B-rank or above Imperial Spirit Masters, 3 B-rank and 2 C-rank Bing Yang into a desperate situation had fallen into that person's mouth and turned out to be given for nothing. What's their team? A Gotham nightmare? What's even more infuriating is that he didn't think the stuff that popped out was good enough. When the crowd came back to their senses, the black mist had already dissipated. Boss, is that guy hung up? I suspect he's the Academy's tactics teacher playing on his behalf. Killing electric wolves is like chopping up a melon. Scythe. It's a scythe. If I'm not mistaken, that seems to be the bloodthirsty spectral scythe. That perverted legend from Tianji Academy. Su Yue. Impossible. Su Yue hasn't even found a bonding partner in a year since her awakening. There's no one who can harness her to fight, and that spiritual energy consumption of hers won't last even if she's crazy high on pills. Wait, we've been spending more than an hour with the electric wolf, and it seems like we haven't gotten anything. Forget it, it's good to pick up a life. Just now that situation. If someone really harnessed Su Yue to fight, who would dare to grab the loot? When Lee Xin said this, the 4 people around him simultaneously fell into silence. Until now they are still difficult to imagine exactly who can manipulate Su Yue fight. Deep in the dark, dense forest. At the moment, Liu Bei was carrying a giant scythe and looking around 4 experience packs. Honey, could you just, move your hand down a little bit? Su Yue's voice came from over her shoulder, and Liu Bei took a look at his hand. Only the sickle form of Su Yue emerged as a humanoid silhouette, and the place where Liu Bei had put his hand was precisely her delicate white thighs. Liu Bei coughed dryly and hurriedly moved his men around, which knows Su Yue is more sensitive. Pouted. Little bad guy. Why are you still touching people's feet? Wow. Liu Bei's old face blushed. Sister, I really didn't mean it. While the two were talking, a loud roar suddenly came out from the dark jungle. Ow! The roar shook the jungle, exuding a powerful aura of a second-stage demonic beast, startling the nearby Imperial Spirit Masters with their hearts and guts. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. And in the end, they all chose to retreat with a very tacit understanding. The reason is simple: you can't beat it, no matter how much you think about it. For newcomers, teaming up to brush up on first-rank demonic beasts was already taking a full risk. An electric wolf pack of the first rank could wipe out their regiment, let alone the second rank. The only thing you can do is run away before you even meet second-order experience packs. Kill them quickly, don't let anyone take them away. A slightly excited female voice stood out in the silence. Everyone around them wondered if they had heard wrong. Whose soldier mother is this? Pitiful. Is it too long to live? She's actually worried about second-rank demonic beasts being robbed. How dare she say that? Just when everyone was wondering who the hell was so ignorant, Liu Bei has already held the bloodthirsty ghostly scythe in his hand, and stood opposite the second-order demonic beast with a bland face. Liu Bei has already held the bloodthirsty ghostly scythe in his hand, and stood opposite the second-order demonic beast with a bland face. Chapter 5. 2 Slashes. Slaying a second-order demonic beast. Deeper and deeper into the jungle, the light became more and more obscure. A cloudy wind rustled the leaves, and the wind carried a heavy, pungent odor of blood. At Liu Bei's feet were the corpses of first-order demonic beasts. None of these corpses had been disemboweled, with wisps of hot air still rising from the wounds, and the gore in the wind came from their gurgling blood. The weird thing was that these demonic beasts were not killed by Liu Bei, nor were they decapitated by other Imperial Spirit Masters. It was because their demonic beast crystal cores were still left in the corpses. Judging from the extremely regular wounds, they had all been killed by a single blow from a higher-ranked demonic beast. The route of these corpses is also very strange, as if they were deliberately laid all the way. And the deeper into the jungle the more corpses there are. Liu Bei can conclude that there are people. Oh, there are demonic beasts fishing. And this fishing guy is currently hovering 10 meters across from him. It was a giant praying mantis with a dark green body that was the size of a sedan. 6-door slab-sized wings were vibrating silently at a high frequency, and a pair of lantern-like horrifying compound eyes emanated a bloodthirsty and ferocious light. The raspy, unpleasant insects sounded like the creak of an old wooden door, and a wave of hot air erupted from its jagged mouth. Second-ranked demonic beast, flying mantis, possessing an incomparably sharp scythe as a weapon, and the hardest shell armor of the insect-type demonic beasts. Within the same level of the soldier girl is very difficult to last 3 rounds under the scythe. Basically as a light on the face was cut directly into 2 halves. What was even more terrifying was that this flying mantis already knew how to actively trap humans. These demonic beast corpses in front of him were obviously done by it on purpose, in order to attract Imperial Spirit Masters to come so that they could become a meal for it to eat. However, to its surprise, after all the bait it had laid, how did it attract a single prey? The prey's aura was still weak, as if it was similar to those first-ranked demonic beasts, and it didn't look like it was very complimentary. Flying mantis's spirit is not much, and Liu Bei has already fought with the face, but still want to be patient and catch a few more big fish. After all, Liu Bei is an appetizer in his eyes, and there is no difference between killing early and killing late. However, this weak novice soul sage in front of him was actually taking demonic beast crystal cores in front of it, one slice at a time with a silky smooth action, eating bait furiously in front of the fishing guy. That's taking it way too far out of the equation. Ow, roar! The flying mantis let out an angry roar. Easy, easy, it's your turn. Liu Bei happened to finish taking the crystal cores on his side, and waved the bloodthirsty spectral scythe between his raised hands. The blood light erupted and did not slash at the flying mantis, but instead hit the surrounding trees straight on. Immediately afterward, all of these hundreds of years old trees groaned with breakage. Boom! The ancient wood trembled. In a split second, a vacuum appeared where the blood light crossed, and 7 or 8 giant trees surrounded by 2 people suddenly collapsed, forming a dense and impenetrable network of giant trees, which ruthlessly smashed towards the flying mantis. The poor flying mantis had just taken up a hunting stance when it was blasted into the dust from midair by the giant trees closing in. At this moment, the flying mantis's already small amount of spiritual intelligence was completely smashed and confused. Who's the prey, anyway? Me? Didn't he come for the bodies? No, it's not right. He came at me. In the next second, the flying mantis, who was accustomed to using scythes, saw what a real scythe meant. Ha, honey, I can't wait to slaughter this little thing. All that could be heard was a girlish cheer of excitement to the max. Swish, gorgeous blood light flashed, and the flying mantis body and head were separated. the last vestiges of its sanity reacted to only one concept: monsters. This newcomer and his soldier girl are all monsters. 2 slashes. Killing a second-order demonic beast. In reality, Liu Bei's first slash did not miss. He had deliberately cut down the ancient trees around him in order to prevent the winged fellow from escaping. But I seem to be too cautious? See me carrying a scythe over. Actually do not know to run. Su Yue also laughed and spat. This thing is not as bloodthirsty and ferocious as the textbooks say, and it's also hard to kill. Ferocious and delicious to humans. If you dare to watch the fun when you see us, why don't you just call yourself the flying silly roe deer? Liu Bei touched his nose. Senior sister, is there a possibility that you are too fierce rather than it being too weak? Fierce? How could I be? I killed it with just the right amount of force, clicking and slicing right through the head. Guaranteed painless. Little Lulu, am I not gentle? Su Yue's phantom blinked her big watery eyes and pampered Liu Bei. What else could Liu Bei say? One could only use her to dismantle the flying mantis while her mouth promised. Gentle. Just too gentle. The two had gained a lot from this battle. Not only had he harvested a large pile of first-order crystal cores, he had also harvested a second-order crystal core. In addition to the crystal cores, the 6 wings of the flying mantis, and the 2 sharp sides were also very precious raw materials. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the jungle, countless pairs of eyes were staring deathly at the smoke and dust that filled the sky, as well as the giant tree that collapsed with a loud bang. Someone just rushed in, didn't they? Yeah, it looks like a guy with a scythe. That's a second-order demonic beast. Not to mention single combat, even 3 or 4 small teams may not be able to beat it. According to me, this kid is 80% lifeless. Wait, you guys, look, he doesn't seem to be dead. There was a steep gasp from the crowd, only to see that deep in the jungle, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and as the giant trees fell, the view of the forest became much wider. A handsome figure holding a scythe was calmly dismembering a second-rank flying mantis. What? This is impossible. How can a first-rank newcomer beat a second-rank demonic beast? That seems to be a second-rank flying mantis. A terrifying demonic beast that combines offense and defense. How on earth did he do that? Bloodthirsty spectral scythe. That person is? Sanglin Academy's SSS ranked Imperial Spiritist. Liu Bei. His soldier mother is the legend of Tianji. Su Yue. A second-ranked demonic beast crystal core? It's really enviable. While the group of people were shocked and lamented, they simultaneously cast envious, longing gazes in the direction where Liu Bei was, because second-order crystal cores were simply too precious. Generally speaking, first-order crystal cores could only be used to make the most common high-roll maintenance fluid. Second-order crystal cores were different. Not only could they be used to make more advanced maintenance liquids and potions, they could also be used to refine or directly exchange for strengthening gems. It is important to know that after the awakening of the soldieress, there will be 3 basic attributes, which are attack power, attack speed and durability. And these 3 stats are also known as the 3 dimensions of the soldieress. These 3 stats are also known as the 3 dimensions of the Hyrule. The basic attributes vary from person to person, purely based on talent, and can only be improved by a breakthrough in the rank of the soldier girl, so the speed of improvement is very slow. The enhancement gems, on the other hand, can directly enhance the basic attributes of the Hyrule in the shortest possible time. How does this not make the crowd red? What's more, what Liu Bei harvested is not only a second-order crystal core, but also the first-order crystal cores on the ground. For a while, all the squad members invariably started exchanging glances. They all seemed to be hesitant to take a chance on this wave of fat. Deep in the jungle, Liu Bei noticed those complicated eyes around him. To everyone's surprise, he still had that same cloudy look, and there was no hurry in his demeanor, just slowly and leisurely dismantling the useful parts of the mantis body. This flying mantis is our prey. We attacked it long before you did, so the trophy rightfully belongs to us. The jarring words steeply broke the silence, only to see a group of 5 people appear in front of Liu Bei and Su Yue. They wore the signature red attire of Blaze Academy, and the person who spoke was a burly boy with a hammer in his hand named Liang Chao, and the entire squad was vaguely led by him. Liang Chao's words were still polite, but his tone was full of threats, and his eyes towards Liu Bei were also unkind. However, Liu Bei actually didn't even raise his head and directly removed the last mantis wing in front of several people. Pack it up with the previous ones to take with you. Ignorance. Abject ignorance. This arrogant attitude undoubtedly made Liang Chao and the others uncomfortable. Looks like you don't want to let go? Not allowed. What? Liu Bei's clean answer was like a crisp slap directly pasted on Liang Chao's face. In the next second, a cold smile spread on the corner of Liang Chao's mouth as he picked up his hammer and stepped forward. The rest of the few people have also set up their positions to surround Liu Bei. Chapter 6. Spiritual Energy Overflow? What do you mean by spiritual energy overflow? Dang! Liu Bei put his huge scythe on the ground and looked out of the crowd with cold eyes. The battle intent in his eyes was high. Together! The few people from Blaze Academy obviously did not expect Liu Bei to be so rigid. Didn't he just finish killing a second-order demonic beast? Still using a murderous weapon spirit like Su Yue? All without needing to resupply to keep fighting? A few people looked at each other, have clenched the hands of Bing Yang. For a time no one dared to go forward. What are you afraid of? We've come all this way. Can we still let them go? Liang Chao broke the deadlock with a low gulp, and then quickly analyzed the battle situation and said, even if he is powerful, he can only be strong now. We don't know what SSS talent he has, but Su Yue is known as a murderous weapon spirit, and although it's powerful, the backlash against Imperial Spirit Masters is also terrifying to the extreme. If the Soul Sage doesn't have blue, even the most powerful soldier maiden is useless. Not to mention that they just finished killing the second-ranked demonic beasts, so now is the right time to do it. Encouraged by Liang Chao's encouragement, an immediate chorus of approval came from the crowd. Boss is right. Together, we can definitely take them both. Yeah, don't give him time to catch his breath. And watch out for this kid drinking psychic potions to get his blue back. So what if he has SSS talent? I don't believe that his talent can be supplied for Su Yue to consume. How can there be such a coincidence under the sky? Do it! Liang Chao burst out, waving the huge hammer in his hand to take the lead in attacking towards Liu Bei. Liu Bei didn't rush to counterattack. He quickly sized up a few people, and a few faintly undetectable golden auras flashed in his eyes. The eye of insight. Identify the soldier's maiden at a glance. However, in the blink of an eye, the full information of the Hyrule in the hands of the 5 men surfaced before Liu Bei's eyes. Zhao Wuyan, S-Class Soldier Lady Flaming Hammer. Attack power 80/100. Attack speed, 0, slow attack speed. Durability, 82 out of 100. Characteristics, Scorching Breath. Heavy Hammer Sparks. Evaluation, putting aside the looks. This hammer lady is definitely a good choice for sinewy people. The disadvantage is that the force is too heavy and the inertia is too strong, so it is easy to be targeted. The corners of Liu Bei's mouth rose slightly. So there is an S-ranked soldier girl. No wonder this group of people dared to find trouble with me. Aside from Liang Chao's hammer nymphette, everyone else's soldier nymphettes were basically B and C ranked, with long range and melee fighters, as well as one playing a support role. It could be said to be featureless, and the only person Liu Bei needed to pay attention to was Liang Chao. Phew! The flame hammer arrived in an instant, carrying a wave of scorching heat and smashing straight down towards the top of Liu Bei's head. After Liu Bei understood the characteristics of the opponent, he did not use his scythe to catch it hard, but moved his feet lightly the moment he saw the path of the hammer. Hammer winds, sparks, and heat waves, without exception, all smashed empty, and even Liang Chao's entire body missed perfectly from Liu Bei's side. Liang Chao was incredulous. How did he see through his attack? He seemed to move just a small step to the left, and my full force blow swung wide. Unwilling to do so, Liang Chao twisted his waist and swung his hammer quickly. This time he attacked from Liu Bei's flank with a sweeping force. The flames burned violently in the air with a hula sound, and the hammer attacked in a fan shape this time, with an extremely wide range, blocking almost all of Liu Bei's escape routes. Now I'll see how you can escape. A cold smile spread across the corners of Liang Chao's mouth. However, as he turned around with the hammer, Liu Bei actually disappeared out of thin air in his field of vision. In mid-air, Liu Bei held his scythe horizontally and performed an ape and monkey jumping stick, dodging perfectly again. The remaining 4 people saw that their boss's 2 rounds of attacks fell short, and they all urged the Bing Yang in their hands to chop and slash. And there were even 3 feathered arrows transformed into spiritual energy that shot towards Liu Bei. It had to be said that these people worked together quite well, and had obviously gone through quite a bit of training and polishing. If it were anyone else they might really have to get into a bitter fight. But Liu Bei had long ago used his eye of insight to see through the flaws of a few soldier girls. Greenfield Wind Bao. B rank. Very fast but not accurate enough. Green Steel Sword. C rank. Mediocre and lackluster. Spiritual Energy Bead. Grade B. Can restore a small amount of spiritual energy to the surrounding Imperial Spiritists, with a 15-minute cooldown for each restoration. Dang. Bang. Ding. Ding. The shadows of the sickle in Liu Bei's hand were saved, written in a dashing manner. In a flash, all of everyone's attacks were neutralized. What? How is this possible? Our airtight attack has been. He seems to be able to see through our attack path. No. Shouldn't he have exhausted his spiritual energy? How come he can still fight so well? The 4 people's faces changed drastically at the same time, and they all looked at Liang Chao, who was leading the way. At this moment, Liang Chao was also confused. Logically speaking, Liu Bei's spiritual energy reserves would never have lasted until now even if they were large. But he just dodged, and blocked one by one. A set of actions flowing. That's it. He must be pretending to be relaxed in order to confuse our judgment. Good boy. How dare you fool the laborer. Almost fell for his trick. At this moment, Liang Chao suddenly realized, although inwardly high on Liu Bei, mouth is loudly urged, everyone quickly on. This kid has not returned fire, indicating that he must be out of blue. Another round of attacks. We will certainly be able to take. Boing! It's so hot. So hot. Little Lulu, why are you suddenly so hard? Quickly lead me into battle. This spiritual energy. I'm not going to be able to take it anymore. A sudden exuberant calling interrupted Liang Chao's words. However, seeing the bloodthirsty underworld scythe trembling slightly in Liu Bei's hands, a faint layer of overflowing colorful streams of light unexpectedly erupted on top of the blade. That is, the supply of psychic energy was too ample, enough to overflow the Hyuga's manifestation. Burst energy. What was even more terrifying was that because Liu Bei's spiritual energy was too much, the overflowing spiritual energy directly transformed into a monstrous underworld black mist, enveloping Liang Chao and the others in its entirety. A strong fear instantly spread throughout the 5 people's bodies. What kind of monster is this? Spiritual energy overflowing. He actually managed to make Su Yue explode her energy. His gift can't really be related to psychic energy, can it? Boss, didn't you say he ran out of gas a long time ago? Now what? Now everyone, including Liang Chao, was shocked beyond words. Seeing that there was no way back, Liang Chao simply crossed his heart and swung his hammer to smash over again. Go! Fight him! The others also picked up their weapons and launched another round of furious attacks towards Liu Bei. Dance to your heart's content, schoolmarm. Yes, master. In the next second, Liu Bei's side swept, and the roiling netherworld black mist solidified out of thin air into an illusory scythe that was 6 feet wide. Wherever the shadow of the blade passed, the sharp cold air cut off all the grass and trees in the surroundings. Liang Chao's several people's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly used the Bing Niang in their hands to defend themselves to the death. But the moment the blade's shadow touched the soldier maidens, all of them let out a mournful wail at the same time, after which they were knocked back to their human form. And the artifact spirit also collapsed with a bang in an instant. The 10 people simultaneously spat out blood and flew backwards, falling to the ground and grimacing in pain. Judging from the neat cuts in the surrounding grass and trees, Liu Bei had obviously stayed his hand, or else these people were afraid that they would have been cut directly in half just like the grass and trees. Those who were still hesitating in the outer circle were all terrified when they saw the scene, and were secretly glad that they were really too resourceful just now, and didn't foolishly go and grab Liu Bei's loot. At the same time, they also lamented in their hearts, Liang Chao, who are you messing with but Liu Bei and Su Yue? Is that someone who can be reasoned with? Liu Bei raised his head and scanned the surroundings, and everyone bowed their heads very silently at this moment. For a moment there was actually no one who dared to look at him again. Liu Bei revealed a smile of satisfaction. It seems that this wave of killing chickens to warn monkeys has a good effect. With the people from the Flame Academy as a forewarning, it is expected that the others will be honest, or else we don't know how many people will have to miss them along the way. Liu Bei's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to be heard by everyone present. It wasn't until then that it really dawned on the crowd. So Liu Bei didn't put Liang Chao and the others in his eyes at all. He doesn't even have to fight slowly. He can kill a 5-man squad in a single move. So, he did all this for us? Ooh, it's obvious that he could have just faked it, and he deliberately pulled a wave to take care of my self-esteem. He's so nice. Crunch. Liu Bei stepped on the broken grass and trees step by step toward the fallen 5 people. Liu Bei stepped on the broken grass and trees step by step toward the fallen 5 people. Chapter 7, Misunderstandings. If you say so? Liu Bei stood in front of the 5 people who had fallen to the ground, and with a sweep of his scythe, a gust of cold wind with a bloody aura immediately scared the 5 people to the core. Come on, tell me, how did this flying mantis become your prey? The 5 looked at each other in disbelief, as if they had never thought that Liu Bei would ask such a question. Liang Chao hesitated for a moment and spoke with difficulty. We did come across the second-order mantis demon before and even shot a psychic energy arrow at it, but the strength of second-order demonic beasts is far beyond our imagination. So we can only give up. After Liang Chao finished speaking, the 5 people's pale faces gained a bit more blood color out of nowhere. It wasn't that he was recovering from his injuries, but it was just too much for his face to say his own little scheme in front of so many people. Liu Bei couldn't help but sniff and think of an awesome blown-to-death Kakuto, who had only thrown a single shot of his shuriken at Juma and went around bragging that he'd fought Hatsunio. Shame on you, Liu student. This flying mantis is your trophy. What happened just now was all a misunderstanding. We won't bother you with the trial. Liang Chao barely managed to squeeze out a smile and gave a wink to the other members. And a few Imperial Spirit Masters and Soldier Maidens assisted each other and were about to leave. Stop, did I tell you to leave? Liu Bei's icy words sounded from behind him, and Liang Chao's body stagnated, as if struck by lightning. You, what do you want? Let me tell you, this is a novice trial site on the outskirts of Zhengcheng. You can't do anything to us. Not waiting for Liang Chao to finish his sentence, only to hear when a crunch. Liu Bei turned the scythe with his backhand and smashed him hard in the back with the back of the blade. Cough cough. Liang Chao was heavily smashed to the ground, coughing violently in his mouth as he turned his head to glare viciously at Liu Bei. There is a college union's Dao protector teacher right here in the neighborhood. Liu Bei, don't mess around. What? You say it's a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding? How in the world can you say it's a misunderstanding when you can't rob someone? Liu Bei's words once again turned cold. The scythe in his hand pulled a domineering knife flower. The blade barbed, aiming directly at Liang Chao's neck. Ah! Everyone let out a gasp at the same time. They know that as long as Liu Bei gently so hook, the next second, Liang Chao will be the end of the body head. No one would doubt the sharpness of Su Youwei's transformed scythe, not to mention Liang Chao. Even the flying mantis covered in hard armor was a knife to the death. It was not until then that Liang Chao deeply realized his recklessness. A large amount of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and he busily apologized. Liu Bei, I'm sorry, this matter is our fault. I'll apologize to you on behalf of our squad. Please be generous and let us go. Well, the attitude is much better than just now, but still not sincere enough. Liu Bei nodded slightly, his face slightly kind. It's not impossible to release you guys. It's just that I lost a lot of spiritual energy when I fought with you just now, and I'm afraid that the effect of the next trial will be greatly reduced. How does this account? How does it work? This, Liang Chao's face showed a difficult color, and the matter is now a little cute. All understand that Liu Bei is trying to blackmail people. He actually had the nerve to say that he had lost too much spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was the same as the Tama waterfall. Until now the bloodthirsty underworld scythe was still emitting a faint stream of light. In other words, from the party until now, Su Youwei had been in a state of bursting energy. What's even more exasperating is that because Su Youwei has never fought such a rich battle before, she even lets out a painful and joyful wooing from time to time. Who in the entire Jiangqing city didn't know that Su Youwei was the #1 ranked beauty on the Rouge list? When he thought of Liu Bei's gorgeous little life, Liang Chao turned back and glanced at his own big and bold Zhao Wuyan again. Pitch black, not to mention staring at himself with a grudge. Hey, it's really a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. The situation is stronger than the people. Liang Chao spoke up with some meatiness. Our squad's harvest isn't much either, but we're willing to take out 5 first-order crystal cores to compensate you for your loss. Liu Bei didn't make a sound, and I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he knocked Liang Chao's head again with the sickle between his raised hands. There was a muffled thud and the pain made Liang Chao's eyes red. You want to rob my harvest in the first place? You can't do it, but you also tried to attack me several times, and you want to pat your asses and leave without apologizing, and now you're even setting a price? Liu Bei said as he grabbed the pocket containing the crystal cores from Liang Chao. Opening it up, there were more than 20 crystal cores inside. You're not going to take it all, are you? What do you mean rob? This is what you paid me for. The others, will you hand them over yourselves, or will I do it myself? Liu Bei was pleasant, but the words coming out of his mouth were like the cold winds of the 9th month, scaring a few people into shivering. He tried to steal everyone's loot for an entire day. We just wanted to rob him of a crystal core, but we haven't done it yet. How can he be like this? A somewhat short and chubby soldier girl immediately let out a scream like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Ah, Liu Bei, we've apologized to you. What more do you want? Besides, how can you lay your hands on a girl and rob her? Are you even a human being? Hot chicken, shrimp head guy. Liu Bei sniffed and frowned slightly. Where did a foul odor come from? Without waiting for him to make a move, Su Youwei had already changed from her scythe form back to human form, only to see her stride over to the little tank and fling her hand in a vicious slap. Splat! After a crunching sound, the small tank was sent flying straight out 20 meters away, crashing heavily into a broken tree stump. My little Lulu, I do not want to scold. Where the tank? Go out. Do not know to stand upright when beaten? I don't care if you're male or female. Hurry up and hand over all the crystal cores. If you slow down, you'll end up like that little tank. Su Youwei's voice is cool and nice, but in the ears of the crowd, it is like a ghost bell that urges people to die. Seeing that a slap went down, the entire face of the soldier's wife who had just insulted Liu Bei was turned into a pig's head. How could they dare to have any opinion? Soon, Su Youwei had more than 50 first-order crystal cores neatly placed in front of her. Liu Bei was secretly staggered. once again seeing that even in her human form, Su Yue possessed a full sense of oppression. However, in the next second, Su Yue came to Liu Bei with her red cheeks holding a large pile of crystal cores and said daintily, "Hubby, this is all what people just earned, yo. People are willing to save up with you. I'll buy you whatever you want when you've saved up enough." What about you? Nothing to buy? It's enough that I have you." Su Yue hugged Liu Bei's arm and sniffed deeply. This sweet and tantalizing scent of spiritual energy. If anything, the battle just now had inflicted 100 points of damage on Liang Chao and the others. Then the current scene caused 10,000 points of direct bludgeoning damage to the entire Imperial Spiritist. There were some people who wanted to see the fun again, but what's the point of watching now? Fighting cannot fight even if Liu Bei, this kid actually let Su Yue incarnation sexy kitten openly show love. Let's go. The body is a little uncomfortable. What bad luck. I didn't read the solar calendar when I went out today. I just want to watch the fights and get some real-world experience. What's the point of giving labor a rom-com? At this moment, everyone did not notice that Liang Chao's face unexpectedly flashed a touch of smugness. Liu Bei, you blatantly robbed your classmates. Do you think that the Academy Union's Dao protectors are all just eating their food? Liang Chao changed his expression to one of righteousness, and as soon as he spoke, a scorching gale blew steeply in the other direction of the jungle. However, he saw a blazing fire wrapped around a tower-like figure that suddenly appeared between Liu Bei and Liang Chao. When this person first appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. The college union's protector. It seems to be Mr. Mo Taizhan from Blaze Academy. Mo Taizhan, an A-ranked Imperial Spiritist. The Bing Yang is an S-ranked Red Flame Fist Glove. I heard that his fighting strength is very impressive. I didn't expect that he would be the protector of the newcomers in this class. This is a good show. I wonder how he'll deal with Liu Bei and Liang Chao. Why? Liang Chao is also from Blaze Academy. In my opinion, Mo Taizhan will definitely favor his own people. Chapter 8. The Great Harvest. Mo Taizhan exuded a powerful aura up and down his body, and Liu Bei conservatively estimated that this person was at least a third-order royal spirit master. As for the specific realm, then he did not know. Liu Bei's eye of insight could see the soldier lady's reality, but not the imperial spiritist. After Mo Taizhan appeared, the smug look on Liang Chao's face became heavier. It was clear that this protector teacher should have been the one he called. As expected, Liang Chao's eyes rolled and he immediately pointed at Liu Bei and yelled, "Liu Bei, in broad daylight, our group of 5 helped you hunt the second-order flying mantis. I didn't expect you to turn your back on us, even if you don't share our loot. You even snatched away the harvest we were supposed to have. You simply don't put the protector teacher in your eyes." When these words came out, many people around spat up Liang Chao's mouth too ugly. Wipe. This dude is really thick-skinned. Obviously he didn't rob Liu Bei by robbing something, but he still has the nerve to hit back. TSK, at least you're a top student of Blaze Academy, but you're actually suing the teacher when you can't beat him like an XXS. AI. Liu Bei is going to be miserable. Mo Taizhan is the tactics teacher of Blaze Academy. Even if Liu Bei's talent is as good as it is, there's no way he can be the teacher's opponent. However, facing Mo Taizhan, who was clearly stronger than himself, Liu Bei still acted in his own way and was not submissive. He put away all the crystal core bags and without even saying hello, he turned around and was about to leave with Su Yue. However, before leaving, Su Yue turned back into the bloodthirsty spectral scythe. Liu Bei once again pulled a handsome knife flower, and the back of the knife was once again impartial, hitting Liang Chao's head squarely. Dang! Asterisk. Liu Bei, don't go too far. In front of the protector teacher you still don't return our loot. Pop! With a crunching sound, Liang Chao's head was once again struck violently, but this time, the one who beat him was not Liu Bei, but the backer he had found himself, Mo Taizhan. Cousin uncle, how do you? Shut up, you idiot, didn't I tell you not to call me cousin uncle outside, but to call me Mr. Mo. Oh, Mr. Mo. After Mo Taizhan sternly corrected him, he stepped in front of Liu Bei and arrogantly arched his hand. Little brother Liu, we meet again. Liu Bei knew Mo Taizhan. Just this morning, after he awakened his SSS talent, he was thrown an olive branch by a group of representatives sent by the Academy to recruit him with all their might. One of the representatives of the Blaze Academy faction was none other than Mo Taizhan. Liu Bei didn't have much of an impression of his looks, but the man's skin was distinctive. It was so dark that it looked like a blacksmith who had been working on the iron for years, coupled with a figure that was several times more robust than Liang Chao's. He could be recognized at a glance in a crowd of people. Can I help you? Liu Bei inquired blandly. Mo Taizhan waved his big hand. Ha ha, nothing important. This time it was my Flame Academy that did the wrong thing. I apologize to you on behalf of these few unenlightened students. It's in the past, and I have no intention of holding them accountable. Liu Bei smiled easily, as if he and Mo Taizhan were friends who had known each other for a long time. As for the matter of him robbing Liang Chao and the others of their crystal cores, both of them were very tacitly not to mention it. In a flash, Liang Chao and the few of them involved, as well as all the surrounding people who were watching, were shocked to the point of jaw-dropping. Is this still the Mo Taizhan I remember? Wasn't it said that this person is the most protective of his calves and has always been biased towards the students of their Flame Academy? I've also heard that Teacher Mo's personality and temper are both very hot, and the last time he had a conflict with a teacher from another academy, he froze and used a pair of iron fists to beat the other party until he was hospitalized. Did you guys notice that? He just called Liu Bei little brother. Not to mention us newbies. How many people in the entire Jiangqing city can let him call them brother? This Liu Bei wouldn't have any hidden identity, right? The identity of the Dao Protector teacher is highly respected. To have the Dao Protector teacher treat him like this, TSK, he must have a background. Mo Taizhan and Liu Bei made a few more polite remarks, and he didn't mention the matter of those crystal cores from the beginning to the end. This couldn't help but make Liu Bei look at him highly. Whatever the reason, this Mo Taizhan at least didn't defend himself. In fact, Liu Bei had prepared for both early on. If the other party was nice and negotiable, then he would take the crystal core and leave quietly. If the other party wanted to bully the small with the big, then he wouldn't mind competing with the other party before taking the crystal cores with him. In short, what was already in his pocket, Liu Bei would never spit out. Little brother Liu, any new ideas about your future school choice? After talking for so long, Mo Taizhan finally became unable to calm down and directly asked what was in his heart. I'm sorry, Mr. Mo, I don't have any plans for the time being. I still want to wait until after the league exams are over. That's right. Mo Taizhan's tone was as usual, as if he had expected Liu Bei to respond in such a way. With a bashful smile, he unclipped a heavy pocket from his body and handed it to Liu Bei. This bag of crystal cores isn't much. It's a kind of compensation I'm giving to you and Sue on their behalf. The Academy Union will open the resource mall in the next few days, so you guys should be able to use it if you want to buy cultivation resources. Oh yes, this only represents a small personal gesture on my part, and has nothing to do with the Academy's resources. It wasn't until Mo Taizhan said this that Liu Bei took the bag. Roughly weighing it, he estimated that there could be more than 50 first-order crystal cores. Mr. Mo is so polite. I've forgiven Liang Chao and the others. There's really no need for this. Mo Taizhan sniffed and drew the corners of his mouth. There is no need to be like this. When you collect crystal cores you are not soft at all nah. Looking at Liu Bei's departing back carrying the bloodthirsty spectral scythe, Mo Taizhan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This Liu Bei, at such a young age, he is so smooth and prudent in handling things. It's really watertight. Cousin uncle, we've already compensated him with more than 50 crystal cores. Why do you still need to give him crystal cores? We don't owe him anything. Liang Chao angrily questioned Mo Taizhan and was greeted with another big angry bout. What do you know? The soldieress he's riding is the SSS rank Su Yue. Didn't you see Su Yue's fighting strength just now? That wasn't even the strength of a first-ranked Hyrule. There's also that Liu Bei. How many SSS class Royal Spirit Masters can there be in the whole of Jiangqing? If we can bring him into our Flame Academy, not to mention 50 crystal cores, what's 500 or 5,000? Mo Taizhan gave an output, but Liang Chao still couldn't understand it. SSS talent is indeed precious, but the price it takes to grow is also much more than normal people. Isn't it recorded in the books that several SSS-type talent Imperial Spiritist Hyuga ended up obliterating the public? That's because those people don't know how to be humble and don't understand that it's easy to be too strong. Liu Bei understand? Cousin uncle, you are not seeing how arrogant he was just now. Slap. Another slap. Mo Taizhan looked like he hated iron and steel. I taught you those things really to the dogs. Do you realize that I watched everything that happened to you guys just now? Including Liu Bei single-handedly going against that flying mantis at the very beginning. What's even more frightening is that Liu Bei knew of my existence from the beginning to the end. And he's teaching you guys a lesson not only because he wants to make an example of you, but he's also doing it to me. It wasn't until this moment that Liang Chao realized how terrifying Liu Bei truly was. Thinking back to the party, he slowly disposed of the flying mantis corpse, as if deliberately waiting for someone to come to his door. There was also the unperturbed manner in which he faced the five of them, the carelessness with which he fought, and every now and then he swept a glance in the direction of his surroundings. Oh yes, and what he said to himself, now that I think about it, was clearly asking for the protector teacher's opinion as well. Hiss! A horrible coolness instantly attacked the whole body. The next few days, I am afraid that Liang Chao will have nightmares about Liu Bei. On the other hand, Liu Bei finally brought Su Yue back home. There was no one else in the house, just the two of them alone. The air grew pink. The two of them smiled at each other and nestled into the bed very silently. Su Yue let out a delicate laugh. And Liu Bei couldn't wait. They were busy with their hands at the same time. Pour all the crystals from today's harvest onto the bed. 1, 2, 3, 152 first-order crystal cores, 1 second-order crystal core, and the scythe and wings of a flying mantis. Great! In a few days, we can go to the resource mall to make a big purchase. And before the exams, our strength can definitely be raised by a large margin. Su Yue waved her hands excitedly, and when she was in love, she didn't forget to use her delicate and moist lips to gently print on Liu Bei's cheeks. Su Yue waved her hands excitedly, and when she was in love, she didn't forget to use her delicate and moist lips to gently print on Liu Bei's cheeks. Chapter 9. I see him like a third grader. For 4 days in a row, Liu Bei and Su Yue tried out during the day and rested at night, almost brushing up on the low-risk areas around River City. Unlike the other newcomers, their main hunting target was second-ranked demonic beasts, and first-ranked demonic beasts were nothing more than incidental hands, so everyone could see Liu Bei carrying a scythe around on the first day. After the second day, the places where Liu Bei frequented were all deep in the dense forests where people were rare. Many people thought that Liu Bei had harvested enough and that was why he didn't bother going to the trial. But in reality Liu Bei was more diligent than any of them. In order to encircle the second-ranked demonic beasts, he had to put in more hard work every day. Sometimes he and Su Yue also cooperated with those spiritually enlightened demonic beasts to fish, pretending to be rookies who mistakenly entered the beasts' nests. When the demonic beast receives the takeaway, Liu Bei then wields the scythe to turn the demonic beast into a takeaway. Su Yue's favorite part is this part. She seemed to enjoy pretending to be an innocent and pitiful little sheep, arousing the greed of her opponents before revealing her crazy nature, allowing them to be slowly abused by her in infinite fear. Liu Bei didn't understand this, but respected it, because Su Yue did the same thing every day when she slept. She always liked to let Liu Bei tie her hands and then tie her feet. We've just moved in together. I have to be frugal. It'll last a long time. Today is the day the college union opens its resource mall. Early in the morning, all the newcomers gathered at the entrance of the mall, waiting for the mall to open. Liu Bei and Su Yue were among them, and there were quite a few people around who threw curious gazes at the two of them, and many of the boys even looked envious when they looked at Liu Bei. Hey guys, look, isn't that Liu Bei and Su Yue? I've heard that he single-handedly killed a second-order flying mantis. How is that possible? You believe this kind of rumor? That's a second-ranked demonic beast, a novice reaper, seconds when it shows its head. Hey, Chu Tianhua and Lin Shui are here too. I heard they've gotten quite a bit of loot as well. Come on, who doesn't know that Chu Tianhua's grandfather is one of the patriarchs of Sanglin Academy, and his resources are guaranteed to come from his family. As the saying goes, rotten eyes look at a human base, and a rookie looks at a human machine. Recognizing that others are good has always been a hurdle that many people can't get over. So Liu Bei has never wanted to prove himself to anyone. All he knew was that he was on the right path and was getting stronger step by step. And that was enough. But the gap between man and man is sometimes bigger than even the gap with a pig. Facing the crowd's comments, Chu Tianhua instantly red-warmed. Bull ********. All of Raoul's loot was killed by a single demonic beast. Whoever dares to beep again, Raoul will rip his mouth off. As for certain people, then I don't know. They don't throw their weight either way on the bright side. Who knows if there's anyone behind them? Chu Tianhua glanced meaningfully at Liu Bei. SSS talent is both a good thing and a burden. The growth rate is slow and the realm improvement is even more difficult. Such a person actually does not actively try out. Whoever follows him is probably going to have bad luck. Before they came, all of them had stowed their crystal cores in a special storage device. The crystal core bin. The crystal core bin is equivalent to the size of an ordinary cell phone, making it easy to store and carry. Therefore, no one can tell how much family money each other has. Chu Tianhua deduced from the information he had gotten in the past 2 days that Liu Bei must be shy in his pocket. On his own, he brought with him more than 400 crystal cores given by his grandfather, preparing to make a big purchase to strengthen a wave of his own strength. A few days ago, Su Yue humiliated him in public and beat him until he vomited blood. And when it was all said and done, it was all Liu Bei's fault. Now that such a good opportunity was right in front of him, he wanted Su Yue to understand that choosing Liu Bei was the worst decision she had ever made. Procuring resources also don't look at how much capital you have. Like you poor. Chu Tianhua just made a then gesture, and Liu Bei immediately looked at him with an extremely pitiful gaze. What does he pity me for? He's poor. In the next second, a cold and austere aura instantly enveloped Chu Tianxiao, only to see a silver-haired snowy Su Yue, standing dominantly in front of him, her crimson eyes full of killing intent. Like what? The three simple words froze the words Chu Tianque wanted to say and held them back. The scene of being blasted to the point of spitting blood by Su You's blow once again surfaced in front of his eyes. Speak, what do you look like, Liu Bei? Once the cold and merciless imperial voice came out, Chu Tianque was actually scared to the point that his legs trembled. He swallowed several times in quick succession, and with difficulty changed his words. I see him like a third-grade student. Asterisk. That's a wimp? Holy, this is the shocking power of a triple SSS Hyuga. Ha, I'm so envious of Liu Bei. I want a wife like that too. The entrance to the mall was in an uproar. Chu Tianque's face turned red and his fists were clenched in death. But he knew deep down that now was not the time to make a move with Liu Bei. He would wait until he had enough strength to crush the other party, and then stomp Liu Bei into the dust in front of everyone. All the academies. During the alliance exam. Surprisingly, even though Chu Tianque was so shocked by Su Yue, Lin Shui beside him did not say anything the entire time. It was logical that the two of them were now bonded. It wasn't like Lin Shui's character, was it? As Liu Bei wondered, he silently opened his eye of insight. Immediately, an imperceptible golden aura flashed under his eyes. I see. No wonder her face looks so ugly. So her injuries have worsened. After Liu Bei figured out the situation, the mall also officially opened its doors. In a flash, all the newcomers fishtailed into the room, snatching up the resources they wanted. Before the alliance exam, according to the regulations, all newcomers could only obtain cultivation resources from the resource mall. A limited number of resources are available, in principle on a first-come, first-served basis, but if there are multiple people grabbing the same resource, then the highest bidder wins. Everything in a world where strength is king is based on fists. Whoever has more economy in hand means whoever shows more strength in the trial stage. In this way, the college union wanted to stimulate a sense of competition in the newcomers and make them realize the brutality of war earlier. The mall is divided into 4 sections: life, battle, guru exclusive, and Hyuga reinforcement. The first 2 zones mainly sell high-roll repair potions and maintenance liquids, as well as some sentinel strengthening potions. These resources are relatively low-level, inexpensive, and will meet the needs of most newcomers. The latter 2 zones are much more scarce resources. The counter only held a few high-roll enhancement gems and a few advanced enhancement potions. None of these were props that could directly enhance the strength of the Imperial Spirit Masters and Soldier Maidens in a short period of time. And the corresponding prices were also ridiculously high, with any one of them costing hundreds of crystal cores. Ordinary newcomers would be lucky to have 30 to 50 crystal cores, and it would be difficult to buy an item even with the Academy's financial support. That's why hardly anyone comes to these 2 zones. The young lady in charge of reception at the counter also had a leisurely face, having long been accustomed to the scene of newcomers not being able to afford strengthening props. However, today Liu Bei and Su Yue are going to break this situation. The two of them had a very clear goal in mind, running straight for the only attack speed gem with gusto. It was a white lower grade attack gemstone that could increase the attack speed of a soldier girl by a small amount, with a price tag of 100 crystal cores or 1 second order crystal core. There was also a small line of text appended below. If you have the appropriate second order crystal cores and demonic beast resources, you can also commission the creation of gemstones. Hello, we want this. Su Yue pointed at the counter and said. The salesgirl was astonished. She had been in the business for many years and it was the first time she had run into someone who came to buy a strengthened gemstone. Classmate, this attack speed gemstone costs 100 first order crystal cores. Are you sure? Sure, Su Yue said while about to take out money. At the same time, an ill-timed voice rang out. I'll take this gem. I'll offer 120 crystal cores. Chapter 10. Attack Speed Gem. Su Yue's willow brows frowned lightly at her words. Looking back, the person bidding was none other than Chu Tianque. He only saw that there was still some scorn in his gaze, but he still had the guts to come closer and slapped the crystal core bin towards the counter. 120 crystal cores. This attack speed gem. I'll take it. This statement immediately attracted many people's attention. Look guys, Chu Tianque and Liu Bei are buying things in the Bingyang reinforcement area. They seem to be arguing. Both of them want that attack speed gem. More than 100 crystals. I cannot even think about it. Su Yue is a bloodthirsty spectral scythe, which is a heavy weapon, and it makes sense to buy attack speed gems. But Chu Tianque's Bingyang is Lin Shui, and sword-type weapons don't lack attack speed, do they? Why? It's not like enemies meeting each other, obviously on purpose. Seeing Chu Tianxiao's intention to stir up trouble, Su Yue once again opened her aura, and the bloodthirsty underworld scythe instantly materialized. With this kind of person who remembered the past, she had always been a ruthless person. Chu Tianque pupil shock. Back 2 steps anxious. This is the Union College Mall. I'm with you reasonable competition. According to the rules of the highest bidder, Su Yue, you do not mess ah. Rules? Su Yue sneered, and in the blink of an eye, she was about to push off the scythe shadow. Rules are nothing in my eyes. Boom! An ethereal black mist erupted, and an ear-piercing alarm immediately sounded in the mold. Drip drip drip. Wait a minute. To everyone's surprise, Liu Bei stopped Su Yue. He only saw him gently pressing Su Yue's jade hand and whispering a few instructions in her ear. In the next second, Su Yue smiled nicely towards him. I know. I'll listen to you. After saying that, Su Yue hummed a cheerful little song, turned around and went to the living area. Phew! Everyone let out a long breath at the same time. Chu Tianqua is even more frightened. Liu Bei, you really should take care of your soldier mother. Not moving to go crazy. The further he spoke, the lower his voice became. Afraid of being heard by Su Yue, Liu Bei didn't have the time to pay attention to him, and his gaze remained fixed on that attack speed gem. After a moment's deliberation, he opened the bidding again. I'll offer 150 crystal cores. Wow! 150! Liu Bei can do it. It seems like the attack speed gem is really important to him, and he's aiming for it. Hard to say, Chu Tianqua if he really barred. With him this time there is a good show. As expected, Chu Tianqua didn't hesitate for half a second and raised the price again. I'll bid 180. The lady at the counter was a bit surprised. Although there was only one attack speed gemstone, the bidding price of 180 was really a bit exaggerated. Classmates, remind you, anything sold in our Alliance Mall is non-refundable. 180 is not a small amount. You can think about it. Without waiting for her to finish, Liu Bei gritted his teeth and said, 200 crystal cores. I'll take this attack speed gem. 250. I'm 250. Chu Tianqua yelled loudly, snapping the crystal core. Bin bang bang. Put. Ha ha. It wasn't until a number of people around him burst out laughing that he realized he had said the wrong thing out of excitement. Ahem. I'll offer 206. Liu Bei, if you have the guts to follow through. At this moment, Liu Bei was in a state of hesitation. 260 crystal cores was already a rather terrifying number for many people. This resource, if used elsewhere, could also improve the combat power of the Hyung, and there was absolutely no need to fight with a rich kid like Chu Tianguak. However, at this moment, Liu Bei was still frowning tightly, as if he was torn between the gains and losses. Humph, if you don't have any money, get lost. I don't have time to spend with you here. The more entangled Liu Bei's expression was, the more Chu Tianqua's heart was refreshed. For him, it was worth spending any amount of money to be able to punch Liu Bei in the face in public. Anyway, there are enough crystals left to buy what you need. Unexpectedly, Liu Bei unexpectedly raised the price again after a moment of silence. 300 crystal cores. I offer 300. What? This time, even Chu Tianxiao was a bit unsettled. He really doubted that Liu Bei, this kid, was crazy. 300 crystals for the lower attack speed gem. Hiss, could it be that this gem is of great use to him? He had the intention to give the gem away and simply pit Liu Bei against him. But on second thought, there seemed to be a better way to embarrass Liu Bei. 300 crystal cores? How dare you say that? You poor bastard. Come on, you show the 300 crystal cores first. Chu Tianguak has put Liu Bei on the spot. If Liu Bei couldn't get these crystal cores, it would be defined as vicious bidding. When that happens, not only will you not get the attack speed gem, but you will be penalized by the Academy League. He didn't know that Liu Bei directly opened the crystal core warehouse in front of the crowd and poured out 300 crystal cores in a brain. Boy, did he ever. I also thought he was blowing awesome. I didn't expect him to be so broad. Does he really have any backing? We didn't see much of him during the trial. It's not possible that he went to a different place than us, right? The people are talking and guessing. Chu Tianqua eyes wide open. Never thought that Liu Bei actually came for real. Damn. I was the one who hardened steel Liu Bei just now. If I withdraw from the bidding at this point, I'll definitely be laughed at by everyone. But I still have to buy useful things with my crystal cores. Anyway, the one who suffers now is Liu Bei. Just as Chu Tianqua's face clouded over, Liu Bei flatly uttered two words. Rubbish. What did you say? Chu Tianqua's face flushed red. Asterisk 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 off. I don't ink with poorer than that. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you saying has no money? Laborers take money to smash you to death. Snort. If the first few sentences could only enrage Chu Tianqua, then Liu Bei's last snort was the last straw that drove him mad. I'll give you 400. Damn it. I'll fight you to the end today. Wow. The white crystal cores spilled over the counter. Chu Tianqua poked all of them. He didn't believe that Liu Bei still had stock. Pretenders. Compared to soldiers, I can't beat you. Compared to money, who the hell are you? I don't want it. 4 words. Liu Bei's 4 words in a light manner were like 4 sharp steel knives, all of which were stuck in Chu Tianqua's heart. Knife strike. Wait, what do you mean? You don't want it. What do you mean? You've conceded, haven't you? Chu Tianqua seemed to not expect Liu Bei to be able to give up so easily, and he wanted to taunt a few more times. In the next second, the counter lady had already handed him that lower grade attack speed gem. The transaction is complete. Congratulations to this student for completing the bidding. Chu Tianqua, who was holding the jewel, wasn't as cool as he thought he would be. He wanted to see Liu Bei furious, wanted to see him pounding his chest helplessly, but how could the other man be so calm? Calm enough to make his hair stand on end. Liu Bei, I don't know if you've heard the saying, don't let your enemy get what he wants. Chu Tianqua still wanted to force himself to add drama, but he didn't expect Liu Bei's next words to nearly make him vomit blood on the spot. Missy, I have a second-rank flying mantis crystal core here, with 6 mantis wings and a pair of scythes. It won't be a problem to create a mid-rank attack speed gem, right? Liu Bei pulled out a green second-order crystal core in front of the crowd, and as soon as this core appeared, the entire room was instantly silent. The young lady at the counter, on the other hand, was beaming with joy and nodded her head uncontrollably. Yes, 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 not only can you build it, but you won't be charged any fees. Chapter 11 We read all classmates. The reason the counter lady is so happy is because she's a functional soldier girl with the ability to do exactly that. Gem building. Soldier girls like this usually can't go to the battlefield and can't make a contract. They can only do some building work in the back and slowly increase their experience. Second-order crystal cores were quite rare in the circle of newcomers, and it was rare for her to receive commission quests to create gemstones after all these years. Now Liu Bei was striking out with a piece. How could she not be happy about this? You will wait a moment. The gem will be built in half an hour. After the young lady finished speaking, she took the second-order crystal cores and materials and went to the building room. Unconsciously, her address to Liu Bei had changed to you. One second-order crystal core was enough to say too much. If it was provided by the forces behind it, it was enough to show the powerful background of the teenager in front of him and the high degree of importance the academy attached to him. If he had gotten it from hunting demonic beasts on his own, then his strength was simply unimaginable. I'm not mistaken. Second-rank crystal cores he really killed a second-rank demonic beast? I saw it with my own eyes. The flying mantis, the size of a small car. He wiped out his neck with a single slash. I was at the scene. I also heard Su Yue say kill it quickly. Don't let anyone take it away. Hiss. Everyone present simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Even those who had previously doubted Liu Bei's strength didn't dare to speak again. The reasoning was simple. If this second-order demonic beast was really killed by Liu Bei, then how could this person be offended by these ordinary royal soul masters of theirs? Even if Liu Bei didn't care, the bloodthirsty spectral scythe in his hand was no joke. I can only say that Su Yue is too powerful. A few times out of the hand will leave an indelible psychological shadow to many people. However, it was such a terrifying existence that was deeply feared by all. At this moment was in the living area, holding a small basket like a newlywed young woman, doing purchases according to Liu Bei's orders. I'll take all of these repair potions. Classmate, there must be more than 100 of these in total, requiring more than 200 crystal cores. Are you sure you want them all? Su Yue nodded her head with certainty. Well, my husband will come over to pay later. Ha? Your husband? The young lady in charge of the living quarters was a bit surprised. That's the most handsome one over there. He's in the enhancement area buying me gems. Come right over. Ha? Now the young lady was even more surprised. She had been working at the mall for 3 years, and it was the first time she had heard of a newcomer sentinel buying enhancement gems for a soldieress. It's not that I can't afford to give it up, but no one can afford to give it up like this. Su Yue waved towards Liu Bei. Little Lulu, this way. And then the counter lady met the most boorish newcomer ever. Liu Bei opened the crystal core warehouse and took out more than 200 crystal cores, paying the bill in seconds. The people around them couldn't figure out Liu Bei's operation. Su Yue is an SSS class soldier girl. Her strength is ridiculously high. She needs so many repair potions? What do you know? That's called loving your girlfriend. Learn from him. Wow. What a deeply affectionate man who wants to be bonded. Some of the soldiers' maids looked at Liu Bei with a florid look on their faces and envied the beautiful love between the two. Their imperial spiritist, on the other hand, was lying innocently, inexplicably being shown up by Liu Bei. In the crowd, the only one who showed panic was Lin Shui, and her already pale face was missing a touch of blood color. She quickly walked next to Chu Tianqua, only to see that the other party was holding a lower grade attack speed gemstone and making an effort to sell it to the person beside her. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted 400 crystal cores, scaring everyone into tactical backwardness and waving their hands. I can't afford it. 300? 200? 100? Can't I just sell it off? The only thing that answered Chu Tianqua was a silence and ridicule. The reasoning was simple, he had gotten where he was now entirely by his own doing, finding fault with Liu Bei, only to end up with Liu Bei swinging for the fences. Furthermore, resources are scarce in the early stages, and everyone is spending them on necessities, so how can they afford to buy the icing on the cake of gems? You took all the crystal cores and bought this? Lin Shue's voice trembled. It was hard to imagine that she had actually made a pact with such a stupid person. Chu Tianhua can only smile bitterly in the face of the questioning. I really cannot stand to see Liu Bei pretending to be more than Shuer. I also want to give you a breath of air. He did not end up competing against me. Lin Shuai was so angry that she shook him off and rushed to the living area with all the crystal cores on her body. I'm going to buy the repair potion. I'm sorry, classmate. All the repair potion parties were. Oh, that female classmate wrapped up. You can ask her if you especially need it. The counter lady pointed at Su Yue, who was being mushy with Liu Bei. Lin Shuai held back her anger and came to the two of them, directly tapping out 50 crystal cores. Repair potions 2 crystals apiece. I'll take them at the original price, 25. Su Yue rolled her eyes greatly and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder you're bonded with that Chu Tianhua. You two are really well matched. What do you mean by that? Lin Shuai felt insulted. What do you mean? I don't like the look of you. You want to buy it? I don't want to sell it. You! Lin Shuai was furious and questioned loudly. The other people who bought the repair potion rushed to heal the Bing Yang's injuries. And you weren't injured. So why are you tuning so much for no reason? Can I take precautions before it happens? Su Yue smiled delicately. To be honest, little Lulu is really great. I am sore from him every day, so it's better to be prepared. You, cough cough. Lin Shuai was so angry that she couldn't stop coughing. Chu Tianhua saw this and hurriedly picked up the gemstone and asked the clerk. I want to return this gemstone. Half price is fine. I'm sorry, class. Mall rules do not allow for refunds or exchanges. You need to be responsible for your decision. Chu Tianhua at this moment intestines are to repent green. He really regret why he is so calm. Actually fell into Liu Bei, this villain's pawn. Liu Bei, you're despicable and shameless, tricking me into spending all my crystal cores, and now you're robbing me of what I want. I'll never let you go. First, it was you who took the initiative to bid against me for the attack speed gem, and second, what to buy is purely voluntary. Did I force you to go against me? And how do you want to not leave me alone? Liu Bei's voice seemed like a bucket of icy water in the cold winter months, instantly making Chu Tianhua's blood ice cold. Yes. People did not take the initiative to provoke the whole process. Not to mention coercion. Blame can only be blamed on their own head. What's even more desperate is that neither he nor Lin Shuai is now a match for Su Yue and Liu Bei. Chu Tianhua looked around. Most of the people who had bought the repair potion had already used it up, and right now the only person who still had a large amount of stock in his hands was Liu Bei. This repair potion was a necessity for Lin Shuai. She had been beaten by Su Yue a few days ago until her artifact spirit collapsed, and in the past few days, she had been decimating demonic beasts with herself. I'm afraid if we don't fix it, we'll have trouble even taking the league exams. Liu Bei, name your price. I'll take it. Chu Tianhua chose to bow his head. Liu Bei smiled bashfully. That's right, we are all classmates. What, don't let your enemy get what he wants? That's really hurtful. You, what do you mean? A hint of surprise flashed through Chu Tianhua's eyes. These potions weren't worth much money. I'll give them to you for nothing. But these are all procured by the schoolmistress herself. How about this? 20 crystals apiece. How many do you want? What? Liu Bei, you're crazy? Why don't you go grab it? You don't want it, I can take it back and water the flowers. I'd like to buy it at all. Do I have that much money? Chu Tianhua was really anxious this time, but Liu Bei still had that cloudy look. The attack speed gem in your hand is worth 100 crystal cores. I won't bully you. I'll give you the top 5 potions, and you can ask for the rest from the adults at home. You. Chu Tianhua hated it so much that he wanted to claw at the wall, his chest rising and falling like a broken bellows. Ha ha ha, wonderful, just wonderful. A praise suddenly rang out in the middle of the crowd, and in the next second, only a hale and hearty figure suddenly appeared beside Chu Tianhua. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting scion. Little one, I'll take all your repair potions. Chapter 12, 3 arrows in 1. Not a drop of water leaks out. What a speed! A hint of surprise flashed in Liu Bei's eyes. He hadn't even noticed when this old man had come in. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air next to Chu Tianhua. Ha ha, the younger generation is fearful. I didn't expect that I, Son Lin, would be able to cultivate such an outstanding talent, and old me is rejoicing as I look on. The old man's voice is as loud as a bell. His head full of white hair is like a steel needle upside down. Although his face is somewhat aged, a pair of eyes is extraordinarily godly. He looked Liu Bei up and down and then looked at Su Yue, his love for talent overflowing. Grandpa, Chu Tianhua opened his mouth to complain, but was interrupted by the old man reaching out his hand. There's no need to say more. Grandpa has seen it all in his eyes. In a chaotic world where those who can do it are the best, you're not losing out on these hundreds of crystal cores. The old man said and took the attack speed gem, and took out another crystal core bin from himself and gave it to Liu Bei as well. Count it, and if it's okay give me the repair potion. Liu Bei took over the crystal core warehouse is not ambiguous. Directly handed to Su Yue blandly said, count it right and then give them the stuff. This statement immediately caused a gasp of surprise from the surrounding area. This, Chu Tianhua's grandfather, Chu War, the founding patriarch of the Tsanglin Academy, has actually come in person. Can there still be a difference in what Elder Chu gave? Liu Bei actually let Su Yue count it in public. Too much of a loss of face, right? I've heard that Elder Chu's connections aren't just in Tsanglin. It's the Academy Union that also has a place. Liu Bei isn't afraid of offending Elder Chu? Why? Can't you see that Chu Lao cherishes talent? If it were anyone else, I'm afraid Chu Lao wouldn't even bother to show up. Su Yue doesn't care what the others say. The task Liu Bei gave her she must complete seriously. After carefully counting, she let out a soft eep and said, there are a total of 3,000 crystal cores here. And the old man gave an extra 500. Chu Zhan sniffed and looked at Liu Bei with a smirk, as if he wanted to see how this rather thoughtful scion would react. 500 crystal cores is an astronomical amount for any newcomer. Not only Chu Zhan, other people are also very curious about how Liu Bei is going to deal with this extra huge amount of money. Elder Chu cares for the newcomers and has sent us resources. Liu Bei will first thank Elder Chu for the group. Just when the crowd had not yet reacted, Liu Bei unexpectedly grabbed a handful of crystal cores directly and raised them out. Crackle! The crystal cores were spilled all over the place, and soon someone cheered thank you Liu Bei. Ah no, thank you Chu Lao, and then bent down to pick them up. There were too many monks and too few meat, and the picking up developed into a robbery, and before long the mall was smoking. My, you've grabbed several. Nonsense, I only picked up 3. Impossible just now Liu Bei clearly raised out a big handful. Damn, you kids are still hiding in your pants pockets, aren't you? The scene was very chaotic for a while, and Liu Bei took the opportunity to put away the crystal core warehouse and looked at Chu War with the same smile. Elder Chu's gift. I believe our newcomers of this session are all grateful. While saying that, Liu Bei actually stepped on a few of them with his feet in front of Chu Zhan, and bent down to pick them up without the slightest bit of disdain. This scene saw Chu Zhan's old face twitching, opening his mouth for half a day before he said 3 good, in one breath. Well, a great talent. Chu Zhan had countless scenarios in his heart, but he had never expected Liu Bei to do this. In the face of huge gifts, Liu Bei's ultimate choice is simply to take or not to take. Do not pick up. It shows that this son is not much vigor. Nothing more than some caution. The talent is good, in the future will be difficult to achieve anything, but if he accepted it, in front of so many people, it would be equivalent to accepting Song Lin Academy's gift in advance. In the future, even if Liu Bei chooses a school, even if he doesn't choose Song Lin, he must still give Chu Zhan a statement. Of course, Liu Bei could also directly divide the 500 crystal cores among all the people present, so that he could sell a favor, which was not a bad way to handle the situation. But what Chu War never expected was that this kid would raise the crystal core, and it looks like you've grabbed a big handful of it, but the moment you raise it out your hand shakes violently. No more than 100 were actually raised, and the rest were pocketed. Onlookers may not see anything, but how old is his vision? If it wasn't for the fact that a pre-First Order Royal Soul Master couldn't learn the technique, and Liu Bei didn't have the slightest murderous aura when he shook his hand, he would even have to wonder if this was some sort of ancient martial arts technique that he had never heard of before. Good boy, taking the benefits without carrying the old man's restrictions, and selling everyone a good deal to confuse the law. So 1 arrow, 3 kills, not a drop of water. If you cannot return to my Tsanglin. Chu War's eyes narrowed as he looked at Liu Bei with great meaning. Talented enough and with such a state of mind. The old man appreciates you. But you must understand that the wind will destroy the wood show in the forest. Young people should know the heights of heaven and earth. Do not be too rigid and easy to break. In a few days it will be the alliance examination. I'm looking forward to your performance. After saying that, Chu War brought Chu Tianhua and also Lin Shui to leave the alliance supermarket. Lao Deng is trying to target me. It seems like we have to hurry up and execute the next step of the plan, so that my schoolmate and I can go to another level of strength. Liu Bei stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, taking Su Yue around the coaxing crowds and returning to the soldier lady reinforcement area. After tossing it around for a while, the attack speed gem is done. The young lady who had created the gemstone was flushed and had obviously sold a lot of effort, holding an emerald green gemstone in a silk cloth and handing it to Liu Bei. Class, here's the medium grade attack speed gem you asked for. The build went well. The young lady looked at Su Yue again, her gaze full of envy. This student, your boyfriend treats you well, and has strength. You know, he's still the first of the newcomers to commission the creation of a gemstone, or a mid-grade gemstone. AI. How nice it would be if I had such a handsome imperial spirit master to bond with me as well. There will be. Su Yue smiled lightly towards her. Her gentle encouragement was very different from her icy attitude towards other outsiders. This couldn't help but give Liu Bei a hint of curiosity. But the first order of business is to gem her first. A soldier girl at the beginning of the first level can set 1 gem, and the number of gems set will increase as you advance in the realm. The higher the grade of the gem, the better the effect of the inlay. Of course, if the gemstone grade exceeds the Hyrule realm by too much, there will also be a situation where the Hyrule is overloaded instead of being boosted. The inlay process is very simple. Liu Bei placed the gemstone on Su Yue's chest, and with a gentle press, the gemstone was transformed into a green light and integrated into Su Yue's body. Immediately after, Su Yue let out a comfortable wooing. I feel that the body is a little lighter. Liu Bei opened his eye of insight to check Su Yue's attributes. Su Yue, SSS class soldier girl, bloodthirsty ghost scythe. Attack power, 90/100. Attack speed, 0, slow attack speed. Set medium attack speed gem plus 20. Current attack speed is 20, slow. Durability, 92 out of 100. Characteristics, underworld mist. Berserk bloodlust. Negative effect, devouring psychic energy at an abnormally high rate. Evaluation, the merciless god of death on the battlefield. Harvesting life like grass, provided you can carry her whale and bull drink. Note, this soldier girl cannot manipulate the desire to devour psychic energy. Dancing with death. Are you ready? Liu Bei nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the attack speed column. A medium-grade gemstone boosted 20 points of speed. It seems like it's still relatively easy to boost attributes in the early stages. Su Yue folded her arms and asked curiously, then won't we get a few more gems? My attack speed will be pulled full? No. Liu Bei shook his head. This is just the early stage. If you want to improve later, the difficulty will increase exponentially. It's not as simple as simply piling up. So it is. Su Yue nodded and looked at Liu Bei with a hint of admiration. Little Lulu knows a lot. Isn't this the basis of a mandatory college course? Strange. Little Lulu. Why are you blushing? I'm just praising you. You're not thinking about it, are you? How come? Liu Bei hurriedly moved his eyes away and closed his eye of insight. Speaking of which, it wasn't the first time he checked Su Yue's attributes. Playing from the first time he found an odd bug. As long as the eye of insight is always turned on to look at the soldieress, it creates a see-through effect. It's really a clear view of the soldier's wife. If not for that, Liu Bei wouldn't have seen through Lin Xue's injuries when she was at the entrance of the mall and needed a large amount of recovery potions. Ahem. This piece does seem a bit unforgiving to Chu Ti and Guac. Liu Bei boasts that he is a gentleman, so he just sings a song in his heart. Green Grassland. Chapter 13. Who goes further? Senior sister. Count how many crystal cores we have now and continue shopping later. Su Yue seriously calculated again. Let's see together with what we have left on hand, it's a total of 3,000 crystal cores. Liu Bei nodded. The number was about what he expected. 2,500 for the Green Meadow Pit, 500 for the Laudanum Stash, and a little more for myself. Oh, and there were also 100 cores given out to family members on site. 3,000 pieces. Definitely qualifies as a fat wave. Originally, Liu Bei wanted to wait for another day before he could proceed with the next step of his plan, but now it seemed that it could be brought forward. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he pulled Su Yue back into the living area. The so-called living area sells more than just the potions and maintenance liquids and such things that the imperial spiritist and soldieresses have to use on a daily basis. Clothing, food, housing, transportation, food, drink and entertainment is also everything. Can be said that only you cannot think of? No, it cannot sell. Considering that the young boys and girls are adults and most of them choose to cohabitate as couples after the fellowship, the mall even has birth control supplies. It's on a shelf right next to the checkout counter and is very easy to reach. Su Yue stared for half a day. Strawberry flavor, apple flavor, grape. Well, I'll take all of these. Classmate, are you sure you need that much? The checkout girl blushed slightly. I did not expect that the newcomers are actually so bold. Just cohabitation to love hard. The boys around us are going to die. Versailles has to have a limit, alright. Good man. Liu Bei, you really don't want to give the brothers a chance, do you? Plus sexy little wildcat, bold and spontaneous, took the initiative to buy him birth control supplies. What kind of divine girlfriend is this? His soldier's wife was also a legendary goddess schoolgirl with terrifying strength, able to single-handedly kill second-order demonic beasts with him. Even the wealth he is first, holding 3,000 crystal cores. Even Chu wore dare to pit in the face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Be like Liu Bei ah. The girls around them were all blushing as well, though many of them had already tried it and others were curious about it. But how can we talk about this kind of thing in the open? Oh my god. She just blatantly bought it? Wow. They're growing fast. Liu Bei raised his eyebrows, having seen this phenomenon for a long time. Pretend to be pure, behind the scenes to play flowers, in front of people a small ponytail tied. Who asked is to have talked about too. You are still a bit worse than him. After Su Yue finished buying birth control supplies, she came to Liu Bei with a big carry. Liu Bei, on the other hand, was choosing a wine on this end. What was surprising was that he actually took out more than 1,000 crystal cores and went on a buying spree of various fine wines. These wines are not only of high-grade quality and excellent taste, but many of them also come with special effects that can make people's spirits happy, restore their vitality, and even enhance their physical fitness in a short period of time. That's not enough. It has to be better. Liu Bei smacked his lips for a moment and set his sights on a more upscale wine. The wine was golden in color, and the fragrance could be smelled from a distance, called bottle-penetrating fragrance, and the efficacy of the wine was written on the label, suitable for second-order royal soul masters to warm up their physique. It could be said to be the only superb wine in the room, and the price was a second-order crystal core. For all newcomers, this can no longer be described as a luxury. After all, who if there is a second-order crystal core certainly want to take to get strength and gemstones or buy more strategic materials? Buy this kind of wine to enjoy that is not purely more money to burn? I'll take this bottle. Liu Bei directly pulled out a second-order crystal core. The move instantly shocked the room. What? Is he crazy? Even if he's rich, he can't spend money like this. Second-order crystal cores, just to buy a bottle of wine? You guys, look at the efficacy of that wine. It's for nourishment for second-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters. Is he buying it as a gift? I can't say. I don't believe he doesn't have a backer behind him. Why would he need to fight on his own with such a great talent? Hey, shouldn't you guys be surprised why he still has a second-order crystal core? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone straightened their glasses, yet what surprised them even more was yet to come. Liu Bei asked the liquor seller to wait for a while, and actually pulled out 2 more second-order crystal cores one after another. 3 bottles, I'm all in. Now even the young lady at the counter was not calm. She was so happy that she couldn't close her legs, but she still didn't forget to remind Liu Bei that, classmate, this wine doesn't increase battle power. It's okay, I just wanted to taste it, Liu Bei said lightly, but the lady selling wine heard her heartbeat faster. Ever since her first day on the job, not many people had come to buy wine, let alone fine wines. What's the commission for selling this? This in front of me must be the rich second generation of which family? The family is too thick, and handsome, such a handsome man. Want to talk? I'll wrap it all up for you then ha. The lady has changed her name to you as she is rich and bossy everywhere. After sweeping the liquor cabinet, Liu Bei spent a large sum of money to round up all of the Imperial Spiritus strengthening potions. This potion, as the name suggests, can strengthen the Sentinel's essence in a short period of time. Not only does it increase strength, but it also covers the skin with a layer of hard-flowing light as warm as jade, providing a certain defensive effect. But the human desire to explore is limitless. Some of the brainy ones also use the potion for flirting, and it's said to be very effective. And those who do are very happy with their soldier mothers. The downside was that low-rank potions didn't last very long, and although continuous use didn't put much of a load on the body, absorption required the consumption of a lot of spiritual energy. This has caused many alchemy veterans to sigh in dismay when they run out of one. By this moment, everyone almost understood what Liu Bei was going to do. The young ladies at the counter were in the prime of their 20s, all adults, blushing and smiling at each other, secretly sighing. Young people nowadays can really have fun. Fine wines to flirt with, plus potions to help. The two of them are also talented and so well matched. This happy picture is simply not too beautiful. Only after Liu Bei and Su Yue left did a burst of sighs come from the crowd. TSK, I didn't realize he was a plaything. It's a shame about such a good talent and soldier girl. What's the pity? If I had that kind of capital I would have played even more. That's Sister Su. Liu Bei is the one who can love people. Damn wow. Why is the gap in life so big? I can't tell reality from magic anymore. To the east of Song Lin Academy, inside a luxurious mansion, as twilight fell, Chua and Chu Tianhua sat face to face. Grandpa, we don't even need to give Liu Bei crystal cores today. Does the power of our Chu family need to concede with him? The old man had a grave face and first used a potion to heal Lin Shue's injuries, waiting until Lin Shue had recovered a bit before he spoke to Chu Tianhua in a serious manner. Grandpa did all this today to make you realize the truth that when you go out, you have to stand upright when you get beaten. If Grandpa helped you today, what will you do in the future if you face something like this again? Chu Tianhua wasn't brainless. and after thinking seriously, he replied, he will still seek help from Grandpa. That's just it. Grandpa's feathers can protect you for a moment but not for a lifetime. Spoiling will only break the eagle's wings and make you weak. Only experience can make you fly higher. Do you understand? Aha. Chu Tianqua nodded heavily. This lesson is enough for you to grow up. You are gifted with an A. You have 50 times the psychic energy that normal people can't reach. Grandpa will find a way to further radicalize your gift. Re-energizing shares traits will put some burden on your bodies, but it's all for the sake of revitalizing the family. After Chu Zhan said that, he handed the two of them a special potion. From today onwards, you will drink a top-grade reinforcing potion every day, and before the alliance examination, your strength will definitely be able to increase by a large margin. After the potion went down, Chu Tianqua only felt hot and dry, and there was a hint of scarlet in his gaze. He clenched his fists and said with some exuberance, Grandpa, I feel like my body is full of power. I can fight 10 first-rank demonic beasts. Ha ha ha, this is just the beginning. Chua stroked his florid goatee and continued, talent can only determine a person's starting point, but how far one can go depends on many acquired factors. There's still a gap between 10 first order and 1 second order, but it won't be long before you'll go farther than Liu Bei. And it's questionable whether or not he can move on to the next level. My Chu family stuff is good to take, but it's also hot. Speaking of this, a hint of sinister cruelty flashed through Chu War's godly old eyes. The moon and stars were thin, and the jungle was clear and breezy. Liu Bei and Su You's footsteps were light and fast, and they had already broken away from the low-level risk zone and arrived at the chaotic zone further away from Jiangchang. The two of them were carrying a full load of wine, and a rundown mountain village was in front of them. According to the map markings, this place was not only infested with a large number of second-rank demonic beasts, but also a third-rank beast king. How far he could go in the future Liu Bei didn't know, but he was already less interested in second-rank demonic beasts now. He wants to do a bigger job with Su Yue. Chapter 14. This kid is really shady. Under the moonlight, two enchanting figures walk side by side. Sister, it's enough to have you, isn't it? Do I have to dress like this? Liu Bei, who was wearing a plus-size maid's outfit, was uncomfortable, especially that strange garter stocking. Why did this thing always pinch into the flesh? For the first time in his life, he felt that it was quite difficult to be a woman. Su Yue hid her mouth and smiled, her doting gaze wantonly surveying him. Didn't you say so? That third-ranked ape demon loves to drink and is fond of women, and especially likes to plunder human soldier girls. You have such a strong spiritual energy breath on you, and you look good dressed as a little girl, so you won't mesmerize the ape demon to death? TSK. This cushion is quite realistic, and it feels good to touch. Hey, the more I look at it, the more I like it, and I want to bully you hard. The more Su Yue said, the more she went overboard, stretching out her delicate tongue to lick Liu Bei's ear. Liu Bei was jolted. In the next second, the tall maid wrapped her arms around the slender-waisted but incredibly voluptuous bunny girl. The two eyes grew hotter and hotter, their mouths pressed against their ears, murmuring, there is a tail behind us. Su Yue whispered. Liu Bei raised his eyebrows. You found out too? Nonsense. You think I'm really immodest? Su Yue said while licking Liu Bei's ear again. Well, it's confirmed. She is immodest. Stop it for a moment. These three are good. They shouldn't be newcomers. Hiss. Wait. At 8 o'clock, there's another group of people. Also 3. Liu Bei's keen insight caused Su You's eyes to light up. Or you boys have sharp ears. And lick? You smell good. Little Lulu. The two of them symbolically puttered around for a while, and as they walked, Su Yue came back to Liu Bei's ear. It's confirmed. It's 6 guys, 2 groups. It doesn't feel like a gang. Well, if they are happy to follow, just follow. What we are doing is not something unseemly. More people are more lively, Liu Bei said and led Su Yue to go forward. The mountain village path rustles sound. Their footprints have been spread to the depths of the chaos. Hundreds of meters behind them, both groups were simultaneously in the midst of self-doubt. If we go further, we'll be completely out of Jiangcheng's control. What do these two little things want? The person who spoke was a Tao Protector teacher of the Academy Union, from the Heavenly Extreme Academy. I'm not sure. I just know they bought a lot of good wine and strengthening potions during the day. Gee, this young man nowadays. I'm getting so confused. Women's clothing, drinking, open air, and getting high? Art Sanglin's Liu Bei wasn't originally like this. Bull ********. Our Tianji Su Yue isn't like that either. While the protector teacher's side was flinging pots and pans, on the other end, the 3 masked, night-clothed men were staring in disbelief. Boss, Elder Chu instructed us to teach this kid a lesson, but he's not following the rules. What's going on here? Whatever. If he really wants to do something immodest, We'll just swoop in and beat him up. Guaranteed to leave him with a hidden disease. The little brother's eyes jumped and he gave a thumbs up in admiration. Still, boss, you're ruthless. But he went to the chaotic zone. There seems to be a third-order demonic beast there, right? Upon hearing this, the black-clothed man's boss was silent for a moment. What are you afraid of? Does he dare to mess with a third-order demonic beast at the beginning of the first order? The task Chua gave us must be accomplished. Let's go. Follow them. The two groups of people quietly followed from two directions. And in front, Liu Bei and Su Yue suddenly stopped. Squeak. Ah! In the dilapidated mountain village, you can vaguely see the shadow of some hazy trees. An ape demon chirping to cut through the night. Slightly shrill. It's almost here. Liu Bei grinned broadly and squatted down. Not caring that her skirt was open to reveal the high wire sticking out of her sweaty hair, he was seen pulling out the fine wine and unscrewing the cap, spilling some of it and then simply throwing it in the middle of the barren path. All of a sudden the fresh aroma of the drink was overflowing, especially those bottles of translucent bottle incense. After opening them, the mellow fragrance drifted 10 miles downwind, quickly attracting excited ape demons to chirp. Ooh hoo 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 hoo. Ah woo. In the middle of the mountain village, a few athletic black shadows swung on branches and dead vines. And a few more black shadows jumped and ran on the ground, rapidly approaching towards Liu Bei's side. It's ape demons. There are a lot of them. Coming. Liu Bei and Su Yue exchanged glances and pressed their figures back slightly. Immediately afterward, a loud roar suddenly came out from the depths of the mountain village. Roar. The roar was enough to shake the mountains and forests, and even the dilapidated village shook with it. This time the two groups of people following Liu Bei were completely nonplussed. Nonsense. This is nonsense. Why don't you play here instead of anywhere else? Don't you know that Ape Demon is addicted to wine? And you spilled it. Why do I get the feeling these two little things are doing this on purpose? After the Tsan Lin Academy's Tao Protector teacher finished speaking, the three teachers looked at each other in dismay, while seeing panic in each other's eyes. Third-ranked Ape Demon. How dare the two of them? Even the three of us together might not be able to handle it. I heard that the Ape Demon has already developed a spirit, and is running amok in the chaotic zone, plundering the passing soldiers and women, who are all ravaged to death in its hands. Upon hearing this, the soldier girl in the hands of the teacher of Tenji Academy immediately appeared as a silhouette. There's no time to hesitate. We have to hurry to save them. Su Yue is an SSS class soldier girl, a good seedling for our Tenji, and that Liu Bei can't have any failures. Go! The three figures moved quickly, and at the other end, the masked man in black was once again in a dilemma. Boss, this kid went crazy and messed with the ape demon. Should we go? Up my ass. A third-rank ape demon. Ripping apart Imperial Spirit Masters is like tearing up paper. Let's see what happens. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat. Then, Chu Lao's mission. Do you think this brat still has a life to live? Elder Chu just asked us to teach him a lesson. Humph. Now it looks like we're going to overshoot the mark. Boss, there seems to be someone coming over there. It seems to be the Alliance's protector teacher. After one black-robed man reminded, another black-robed man's eyes instantly widened. No. Boss, Liu Bei and that little girl have come over as well. What? Several people were shocked, but they saw that Liu Bei and Su Yue were rapidly counterattacking in the direction they were in. The two of them had obviously been planning this for a long time as they ran and tore off their maid and bunny girl costumes and spilled wine along the way. And behind them was a huge cloud of smoke. The smoke and dust were full of ape demon cries, and one crazy ape demon drooled, its eyes full of greed, and ran wildly towards the side playing with its life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this kid up to? He found us already? Not good. There are quite a few second rank in this group of ape demons. Run! The man in black tried to escape, and the protector teacher wanted to come to the rescue. How can Liu Bei tell which is the good guy and which is the bad guy? He only knew that he had offended Chu Laodeng during the day today, but whenever someone followed him recently, it was most likely Chu Laodeng's black hand. Wow! In mid-air, two sets of women's clothing were thrown directly into the black-clothed man's arms. What the hell is this again? Women's clothes? Liu Bei laughed. It's hard to follow you all night. I'll give you a souvenir. Su Yue raised her jade hand. Buy you guys some more wine. After delivering the gift, the two of them immediately released a stream of black mist from the underworld and disappeared in a flash. The protector teacher and the man in black crashed into one place. 6 people clueless about the tree's clueless fruit. And in front of them were hordes of nearly rampaging ape demons. Wine is in the air. Women's clothes are in hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is so shady. Chapter 15. Third Order Demon Beast, Ape Demon King. The 3 protective teachers, the 3 black-robed men with bad intentions, were wrapped up in a swarm of ape demons for a moment. Profanity was flying and smoke was flying. Splendid fluctuations of spiritual energy couldn't help but erupt. The ape demon was furtive. And soon the sexy women's clothing was ripped to shreds. And after ripping the women's clothing they started ripping the imperial spiritist. Damn. These monkeys are vicious. Cover your crotch. Why are there still female monkeys? Wow. The male monkey is even fiercer. Holding the soldier's wife in one hand and covering his pointy ass with the other. Wipe. This horse what matter ah. Come to. But let these two little things to eat. How to explain to Chua? On the black-clothed man's side, he was only concerned about preserving himself, while the protective teachers were all worried. Not good. This group of ape demons is already so ferocious. That third-rank ape demon king doesn't know how terrifying it must be. First, retreat while fighting. Think of a way to get out. Must be fast. Any slower and they'll both be dead. The ape demon hissing is too noisy. Su Yue tilted her head and asked, Little Lulu, what are they shouting? So loud? Liu Bei grinned. I should be saying that the ape demon swarm is wrapped up in them, so that the two of us don't get distracted. They're so nice. The appearance of several people had been outside Liu Bei's plan. According to the original plan that he and Su Yue had formulated, he should have used a small amount of wine to lure out a large number of low-ranked ape demons first, and then hunt the ape demons after decapitating them. But plans can't change fast enough. After a few days of trial and contact, Liu Bei and Su Yue had long been in quite a tacit understanding. But with a glance, the two decided to make good use of the outside help behind them. Roar! There was another roar that resounded through the mountains and forests, followed by thud, thud. Heavy footsteps sounded one after another, and a large black shadow ran quickly from the crumbling mountain village. Third-order ape demon king appeared. As the strongest demonic beast in this chaotic zone, it had not only opened its spirit, but also carried the innate beast king oppression. As soon as they moved, all the low-ranked demonic beasts in a 100-mile radius all scattered and fled. A little slower, and you're dead. Not to mention them, the number of Hyuga and Imperial Spirit Masters who had died at the hands of this ape demon king could not be counted on one hand. For this reason, the garrison has also deployed 2 squads to encircle and annihilate. But the ape demon is too cunning, and its spirit is far above that of the electric wolf. Once they encountered a strong enemy, ape demon minions would immediately report back, and the ape demon king would use human thinking to send out a few groups of ape demons to be the suspects, while it itself would run away with a large force. When the strongest enemy retreated, it came back to wreak havoc and continued to take human beings as rations. The scariest thing was that it already had a human sense of aesthetics, and it especially liked to ravage soldier girls, and several of them were played with until they fell apart. It was found in a gruesome state of death by the roving sentinel. Liu Bei also stumbled upon this big guy during the trial a few days ago. If he were an outsider, he would definitely be the first to frantically flee for his life, run back to report to his teacher, and never set foot in this area afterward. Liu Bei is different. Run? Sorry, there was no escape in his and Su Yue's dictionary, only experience packs and rich materials. When they encountered low-level demonic beasts, they directly slaughtered them, and when they encountered powerful ones, they went back to make plans and came back to slaughter them. Ape demon likes wine, they both buy fine wine. Ape demon king likes young girls. Liu Bei are able to male impersonation. These days, you get what you pay for, and the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Anyone who knew what they were planning would think that these two were absolutely crazy. Crazy. Need to capitalize. Liu Bei and Su Yue have this capital. The ape demon was getting closer and closer, and the pungent scarlet wind was laced with a putrid odor. However, he saw a 3-meter-tall black shadow with a huge silver back, a pair of large palms on the ground, and a bulging spine like a small mountain. After seeing Liu Bei and Su Yue, it slowed down and carefully surveyed the two. Strangely enough, until now, Su Yue hadn't turned into her scythe form. Both she and Liu Bei were calm and seemed to be waiting for something. Who? That ape devil first carefully smelled the fragrance of the wine, showing a face of intoxication, and then stared at the huge eyes the size of a fist, looking at Su Yue and Liu Bei straight. At this moment, Su Yue was standing in front of Liu Bei's side, just 2 steps away from him. The stand may seem random, but it's actually quite elaborate. As long as the ape demon goes crazy, Liu Bei can hold Su Yue's waist at the first time, and Su Yue transforms into a long soldier. She can also quickly engage in the battle. A bizarre scene occurs. The ape demon's gaze gradually became greedy, and he actually spat out human words. Beautiful, beautiful, woman, come. Liu Bei's eyes trembled. This ape demon's spiritual intelligence was actually so high that it could already speak simple human words. Immediately afterward, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Su Yue's mouth. Once again, she assumed a sheep-like, soft posture, quietly waiting for her prey to take the bait and then frantically abusing. You, step aside. Su Yue was confused. She, She was actually peeled aside by the ape demon's huge palm. Didn't speak with you? Ugly. Su Yue. This little tantrum was about to have a seizure right away. It was the first time in her entire life that she had been called ugly by someone. Oh, by a demonic beast. No. Then this ape devil looking straight at it. Could it be? No way. No way? Liu Bei's body was covered in goosebumps as he watched Ape Demon's large palm getting closer and closer. He suddenly realized that although he had lost his women's clothing, his face still had the makeup that Su Yue had put on himself before he left the house. So, you, flat out. I like it. Bean's voice carried a foul odor. An ape demon went up to grab Liu Bei. You want to use me as Fiji North? You still like mediocre tall lolitas, don't you? Bad taste. Deserve to be killed. A biting killing intent abruptly erupted from Liu Bei's body. In the next second, Su Yue's body flashed with a dark light and transformed into a huge bloodthirsty spectral scythe. Ha! The ape demon's eyes trembled. Never expecting that these two humans with very weak realm breaths would be able to sprout the will to resist when facing themselves. As the king of beasts, Ape Demon usually faced all who bowed down. The only thing left in the eyes of the captured low-ranked Imperial Spiritist and Soldier Maiden after seeing it was despair. Occasionally, the Imperial Spirit Masters who tried to leave the Hyuga as a shield in exchange for their own chance of escaping with their lives ended up being captured by it and split up on the spot. You guys, dare? Swish! The only thing that answered the Ape Demon King was the black and sharp scythe. The bloodlight flickered and the killing intent was chilling. The Ape Demon King was still in shock and couldn't react. But what was there to fear from the attack of a mere first-order Imperial Spirit Master? It subconsciously raised its huge palm to block. Third-ranked demonic beasts. The strength of their flesh was far beyond what a first-ranked soul-saving master could imagine. However, chop! The bone and flesh were separated so quickly that the cutting sound seemed extraordinarily crisp, only to see one of the Ape Demon King's giant palms directly cut off by the scythe, soaring out a trail of blood after flying backwards. Immediately afterward, its arm was exposed with white bones and blood flowing. The Ape Demon King's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the wound. The immense pain and anger caused it to instantly go berserk and roar violently towards Liu Bei. This roar was far more terrifying than before by several times. And in a flash, the earth shook, the trees were destroyed, and even the distant dilapidated mountain village followed the violent tremor. Look at Liu Bei again. He just lightly dusted off the dust on his clothes, after which he skillfully swung his scythe around, pointing at Ape Demon in a domineering and distant manner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can spit two human characters really think they are a thing? Today, you have to die here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can spit two human characters really think they are a thing? Today, you have to die here. Chapter 16. The only martial art under the sun is fast. The Ape Demon King's angry roar instantly reached the Ape Demon Group's side. For a moment, both warring parties froze at the same time. The Ape Demon wondered. His own great king never seemed to be so furious. Wasn't there just a little spirit master running past? He doesn't look very powerful. In the past, when the great king fought with the Imperial Spirit Masters, those that emitted a powerful aura would have to be several before they dared to come and surround them. As for those who emitted a first-order aura, even if they were second-order, as long as they couldn't run away, they would end up as the playthings of the great king. It's been a wicked day. The Ape Demon's thoughts might not be so fluent, but it was easy to tell from the odd expressions on their faces that this was basically what they were thinking. A few black-clothed men looked in the direction where the Ape Demon was, and their eyes first showed scorn, which immediately transformed into a strong color of joy. These two little brats angered the Ape Demon King. They're dead. Quickly think of a way to get out. Go back to find Chu Lao to collect the reward. Let's not let the fire burn us. With a command, the leader of the men in black once again started fighting with the Ape Demon Group. The Tao Protector teacher who wanted to support Liu Bei was screaming in agony. What on earth have these two little ancestors done? Why don't they just run for their lives and provoke the Ape Demon? The two of them are at most in the middle of the first stage, and that Ape Demon King is at least in the early third stage, with so many realms separating them. Not to mention the two of them, even we may not be able to get any benefits. Don't say anything, quickly disperse the Ape Demon Group. Of the three Tao protecting teachers, the one in the lead was in the middle of the third stage, and the other two were in the late second stage. Rather, they didn't have the slightest intention of hardening their hearts against the Ape Demon King. If they can bring Liu Bei and Su Yue back in one piece tonight, they'll be lucky. It must be known that the realms of the Imperial Spirit Master, the Soldier Lady and also the demonic beasts were the same. All of them were from the first to the fifth rank, and each realm was further divided into the first, middle and late stages and the consummation. Generally speaking, fighting across stages was as difficult as climbing up to heaven, and the gap between each stage seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Challenging demonic beasts beyond their rank was even more tantamount to suicidal behavior. Because everything in the world has its own laws and regulations. Demonic beasts, although the innate lack of spiritual intelligence, but the physical body compared to human beings is more powerful. A demonic beast like the ape demon king that had developed spiritual intelligence could even rely on its physical body to fight several imperial spirit masters of the same realm at the same time. It can also appear that it's crushing the other team. But Liu Bei was clearly an exception. With just one strike, the ape demon's huge palm with thick skin and flesh was neatly severed. After the ape demon king roared, he quickly used his left single palm to lean on the ground, and then leapt up sideways. The hairs on his huge pair of paws were as hard as steel needles, and he kicked Liu Bei fiercely sideways. This kick stirred the wind and was unimaginably fast. There was a clanging sound of metal clashing, but Liu Bei was seen blocking with his scythe in hand, and the bottom of the scythe was directly inserted into the earth by 3 inches. The scythe in Liu Bei's body flashed with broken golden aura at the same time, and Liu Bei took advantage of the situation to take 5 steps backward and stand firmly. Terrifyingly, he didn't give the ape demon king any time to catch his breath, his figure advancing instead of retreating. In a flash, the ghostly black mist spread rapidly, and Liu Bei seemed like a life-threatening god of death from hell. The ape demon king's pupils shook dramatically. How could a first-ranked imperial spiritist have such a bottom line of not being afraid of death? Does he want to hunt me? Bang bang bang. As the king of the demonic beasts in a 100-mile radius, how could the ape demon king tolerate himself being provoked by a mere first-ranked imperial spirit master? It fought to beat its chest with one hand and stomped its legs hard on the ground. The ground then collapsed, and the ape demon king jumped up high, vowing to whack Liu Bei into mush. Good. A few moments of the beast king's might, not dying under my scythe in vain. Liu Bei bellowed, his battle spirit equally high, and after fighting to leap up. At this moment, the bright moonlight was like a blood moon under the bloody light of the scythe blade. As the two sides were about to collide, the ape demon king's eyes were dead set on the sickle blade. There's something odd about that scythe. The ape demon king's spiritual intelligence far exceeded that of the electric wolf, and it had a ferocious aura, but it didn't intend to be brutal. Earlier, he had been unprepared, and only then did he allow Liu Bei to strike a sneak attack and break his palm. Now that it was fighting again, it was huge in size, but it was not slow at all. Just dodge Liu Bei's scythe. One blow, just one blow, it would smash this tiny human to pieces. Both sides were getting closer and closer, and the ape demon king was aiming to win, only to see it rotate its body in midair, dodging through the range of Liu Bei's scythe blade, after which it swung its fist violently and poured it towards the top of Liu Bei's head. If this blow hits, Liu Bei's head will certainly be torn apart. A scythe whistled and a bizarre scene occurred. The originally powerful scythe was reversed by Liu Bei's backhand after chopping the air, and with an extremely tricky angle, he took the lead in chopping at the ape demon king's legs. Chomp! The next second, there was another splash of blood. The ape demon king's legs were slashed with a bloody scar, but they were not directly cut off like last time. Liu Bei cannot help but sigh after landing. Third-order demonic beasts. Flesh is really strong enough, as long as there is some defense, and then want to break its arms and legs. Difficult. The ape demon king let out another pained growl, but it also realized the upper limit of Liu Bei's damage. Under its full defense, Liu Bei was unable to deal a devastating blow to him. Moreover, during the party's exchange, it had also discovered that Liu Bei was secretly drinking something. It was a human sentinel's strengthening potion, and Saratobi had a deep impression of it when he fought with sentinels in the past. The human, who was originally low in chi, was able to maneuver around it for a few moments after drinking the potion. However, human potions have a fatal drawback, that is, the medicine is short-lived and tends to lose its effect after a few encounters. During the exchange of hands just now, the ape demon king realized that there was always golden light shattering on Liu Bei and the scythe, and when the golden light completely dissipated, Liu Bei would pull out the potion from his pocket and quickly drink it. Cunning, human. The ape demon king once again spat out human words and directly exploded up to tangle with Liu Bei. The scythe swings wildly, and the apes and devils dance about. The huge fist and palm were on fire, and it was actually able to shake the sharpness of the scythe, bursting into a series of sparks. The recoil continued to come from the scythe's grip. Liu Bei's tiger's mouth was numb, and he kept supporting himself with potions, and instead of declining, he grew more and more courageous. Within a short period of time, the ape demon king and Liu Bei unexpectedly had no less than 100 encounters. However, when Liu Bei pulled out his pockets again, they were already empty. Looking at the ape demon king again, he still retained the power to fight. Cruelty appeared in the ape demon king's eyes. The time to harvest his prey had come. At the right moment, it pounded its chest twice, and its small mountainous form ran wildly. What was even more terrifying was that it completely disregarded the pain this time, and even the arm with the broken palm slammed viciously towards Liu Bei at the same time. In the next second, Time seemed to stand still, and Liu Bei's life and death were already within a thought. At the critical moment, he calmly ripped open his shirt, and in the lining of his shirt, a bottle of potion glistened in the moonlight. Liu Bei's clothes were hung with potions, no less than hundreds of them. The pupils of the 8 Demon King shrunk violently, and its speed increased instead of decreasing. It must kill Liu Bei, otherwise it will be consumed again. It had no confidence that it would make it out of this battlefield alive. Gulp, 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 gulp. Liu Bei drank 2 tubes of potion before swinging his giant sickle to harden against the 8 Demon King. Seconds later, the two sides staggered. Liu Bei's scythe flung out, and a string of blazing blood beads fell as low as they could go. The 8 Demon King wanted to fight again, but suddenly he noticed a coldness at his neck. Weakness. Put. Not waiting for it to finish, a scarlet line of blood instantly surfaced. Immediately afterward, hot blood gushed out, and the 8 Demon King stared incredulously, his huge head rolling down in response. With its spiritual intelligence, it could only think that Liu Bei had played a wave of underhandedness, pretending that there was no potion to lure it into launching a life-fighting attack. But why did the speed of the scythe become so fast in a flash? In the short exchange, Liu Bei's scythe swung dozens of times in succession against its neck, and every time, it was incredibly precise, fast out of the stump, heavily slashing at the same place. On the huge head, the 8 Demon King's eyes rapidly dimmed. Cunning, scary, powerful. That was the last thought that flashed through its head. Winning, Su Yue let out a cry, and after transforming into her human form, the black mist on her body gradually dissipated, revealing a dark green gemstone at her chest. Lower attack speed gem. It was under its augmentation that the attack speed of the bloodthirsty spectral scythe could be a notch faster in an instant. The only martial art in the world is fast. Liu Bei hadn't exerted his full strength from the very beginning, deliberately hiding his clumsiness in order to confuse the 8 Demon King's judgment. Only when the 8 Demon King adapted to his attack speed, expecting him to have no potions to replenish and intending to fight for his life, did Liu Bei then reveal his bottom card. I thought I was going to have to use that mid-grade attack speed gem, but I didn't realize that this gorilla isn't cutthroat either. Su Yue sighed and her scythe blade flashed, dissecting out a lake blue third-order crystal core. Gouge out its eyes too. That's precious too. Okay, little Lulu. When I go back I'm going to take a good bath. I'm sweating all over. My body is sticky. That's fine, but we have a few things left to take care of. Liu Bei's gaze was far away, fixed on the 6 people who were still surrounded by the 8 Demon Group. Liu Bei's gaze was far away, fixed on the 6 people who were still surrounded by the 8 Demon Group. Chapter 17. Rob. The battle between Liu Bei and the 8 Demon King lasted no more than 10 or so minutes from start to finish. The huge 8 Demon's corpse was left where it was, with only its eyes being gouged out by Su Yue. These eyes are magical and very, very magical. And when they were first dug out they were still a little bloody and slimy. When it was clutched in Su Yue's hand, it immediately crystallized and turned into a pair of dark red gems. It's really a treasure. Little Lulu, let's go through the ancient books together. Why don't I see this point of knowledge? Liu Bei recalled the scene when Su Yue was reading the book and suddenly blushed. Sister, you didn't read properly either. Your hands are not honest and your feet are not honest. Every now and then you rub against my legs. I'm not trying to cultivate a relationship with you. Su Yue smiled and took Liu Bei's arm. Go go go. The battle over there seems to be ending. We have to hurry up. Don't let Chu Louding's people run away. The moon and stars are thin. And the 8 Demon hisses. On the black-clothed man's side, he was eager to get away and escape, while the protector teacher was eager to save the others. Both sides exerted their best efforts, and soon, the siege of the 8 Demon Group became too much for them. Some of the 8 demons began to work out, screaming quite loudly and actually running backwards while fighting. The encirclement looked to be torn open. Su Yue and Liu Bei hid in a tree, standing high enough to see the battle clearly. Those 3 are the Academy Union's Dao Protector teachers. I have an impression that the one in blue is our teacher from Tianji. Well, the one to his left is Tsanglin's. These 3 are all Protector teachers. They should be here to help us. The 2 of them exchanged glances and immediately turned their attention to the 3 masked men in black. Then these 3 are quasi the black hands sent by Chu Louding. Covering up. It looks like they are thieves. Su Yue took Liu Bei's hand. Come on, little Lulu. Let's go teach them a lesson. Senior sister. There's still the Dao Protector teacher next to us. We'll definitely be limited in our strikes. What then? Do we let the 3 assholes go? Liu Bei smiled and took out the 8 demon's eyes, the 2 dark red beads, from Su Yue's arms. We don't have to do it ourselves. Let's see me put on a show for you to get away with. Ha? There's such a good thing? Su Yue had a curious look on her face, only to see Liu Bei pouring a trace of spiritual energy into the 8 demon's eyes. Immediately afterward, a loud roar almost identical to that of the 8 Demon King erupted out. Hoo hoo hoo. Ho! The roar shook the mountains and forests, and the ape demon group immediately stopped attacking upon hearing it. Their ears pricked up as if to confirm the command in the roar of the king. Roar! Liu Bei urged out another huge roar. In the next second, all the ape demons simultaneously had scarlet eyes and showed their teeth. Their original fatigue swept away. I don't know which ape demon sounded the horn of charge. The ape demon group once again attacked like a tidal wave. Only this time the target of attack was only the black-clothed trio. The protector teacher's side is automatically ignored. The black-clad leader's eyelids fluttered wildly. What's the situation? These monkeys are almost broken up. Why are they suddenly acting like they're on drugs? Damn. They seem to be targeting only us. Watch out. These pickpocket clothes, and pants, and rob the old man. The three of them mobilized their Bing Yang to keep counterattacking. But the ape demon group suddenly became very ferocious and fought in a much more flexible manner than just now. If just now they were just attacking in a haphazard manner, now they have already learned the art of fighting. Sounding out the east, surrounding the west, flanking the flank, outflanking the back. It's as if someone is directing them with precision. Boss, these monkeys seem to be intentionally robbing us. My crystal core bin has been snatched. I'm out of my crystals bin too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys are still good. I let them strip my pants and rip them. I suspect that those two little cubs have already been killed, and the ape demon king is personally directing the battle. Or else how did this group suddenly grow a brain? Makes sense. Boss, let's retreat. If we don't leave now, we'll lose our pants. It's inhuman to rob everything. The three black-clothed men all had bitter faces, their clothes having long been scratched and torn by the ape demon. But the ape demon clearly hadn't had his fun yet. They even began to snatch the hyuga from the hands of several people. Wave after wave of frantic attacks. The man in black looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. The protector teacher glanced at them and finally decided to go to the ape demon king first. Even if Liu Bei and Su Yue were in mortal danger, even if they had to risk their lives, they were unwilling to give up any shred of hope. After all, those two were both SSS ranked with rare talents, and losing either of them would be a great pity for the entire Academy Union, and even the Eastern War Zone. However, when the three protector teachers arrived at the crumbling mountain village, the sight in front of them stunned the trio into speechlessness for a long time. The Bing Yang, who had already transformed back into her human form, looked at the corpse of the ape demon king, who had fallen into a pool of blood, and her heart and mind shook violently. These two little things, killed the ape demon king? Impossible. This ape demon king is at least a pre-third order, not to mention fighting two first order. Even dozens of them would be no problem. Look around you guys. The ape demon king can shatter boulders and break trees with a single punch. How can Liu Bei and Su Yue carry it off? Could it be that someone high up is out there? The three of them looked at each other, preferring to believe that Liu Bei had a high-ranking person behind him, rather than believing that there was really someone in the world who could open up. Look guys, there are quite a few empty bottles of strengthening potions on this ground. Could it be that Liu Bei and the others have worn down the ape demon king by drinking the medicine? How is that possible? Potion absorption requires the consumption of spiritual energy. A first-rank Imperial Spirit Master would be lucky to drink 2 or 3. How much spiritual energy does that Liu Bei have to drink dozens of them? You think this is a small drink? Besides, the ape demon king's death from the time he appeared to the time he died was only 20 minutes. This is not grinding to death. It's clearly being decapitated. A small thing of the first rank surely can't do it. In any case, the high person didn't show up, and we have no evidence. So let's suppress this matter for the time being, and wait to see Liu Bei's performance during the exams, and we'll be able to surmise 1 or 2 things. Aha! The three of them nodded their heads in silent agreement, their figures quickly fading into the darkness. The battle on the ape demon group's side also came to an end. The 3 black-robed men were almost indistinguishable from naked, and their hyungs were also showing their human forms due to the lack of spiritual energy supply. Under Liu Bei's instructions, the ape demon showed no mercy, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, all regarded as a good Samaritan who sends supplies. One word: grab, grab, grab. Sensei, grab it first. 20 minutes later, ape demon group really nothing to grab, and left a lot of blood on their bodies, which only let the 6 people lightba out of the slip away. Hoo. Squeak. The ape demons were full of harvest. Almost every hand carried some loot, and were now gathered under the tree. They tilted their faces and looked at Liu Bei with eyes full of obedience and respect, as if they were greeting their king. This scene made Su Yue look stunned and curiously said, "Little Lulu, how did you become the Monkey King? They seem to respect you." "Yes, because the ape demon's eye has the function of allowing low-ranked ape demons to recognize their masters. That's why these ape demons recognize me as their king, and I'm still able to transmit my will through the ape demon's eye. Do you think it's a good treasure?" Su Yue looked at the loot on the ground and smiled. Liu Bei put the ape demon eyes back in her arms, pulling her on the ground to share the spoils. The crowd of ape demons had already neatly arranged the loot. The 3 crystal core silos, after opening them, contained a total of 10 second-order crystal cores, 560 first-order crystals, and 1 third-order crystal core. There were a lot of recovery potions and stuff, and the rest was some clothes that had been torn by the ape demon. Among them was also a faintly scented women's camisole with a lot of cutouts that didn't look like proper underwear. Su Yue gave a bad smile, pinched up and then brought it to Liu Bei's eyes. Little Lulu, you're so horny. If you like it, I can give it to you to wear. Why rob another woman's? Liu Bei's old face turned red and hurriedly threw that dress to the side. This group of ape demons. I only let them rob things. I didn't let them play hooligans. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. Oh, you're their king now. Cough cough. School sister. Let's still hurry back. Chu Lao Deng now can be on both of us under the black hand. Alliance exams may still have what moths. It is imperative to enhance the strength. Liu Bei's righteous look made Su Yue laugh. Her bright autumn water eyes flashed with a sly meaning. Fine. I'll listen to you. But I need to take a good shower when I get home. Do you mind waiting for me for a while? Her bright autumn water eyes flashed with a sly meaning. Fine. I'll listen to you. But I need to take a good shower when I get home. Do you mind waiting for me for a while? Chapter 18. The sound of bath water can be eaten? Jiangchang was considered to be a relatively prosperous safe zone. And under the night, it was lit up with lights. Su Yue held a full of loot. Liu Bei carried 2 big pockets of snacks. The two returned to the hut, first lying on the bed to let off some steam. After that Liu Bei went to take a shower first. Boys, simple rinse. Shower gel to the bottom of a pore, casually rubbed on the bubble. And then a rinse, clean and fresh. Girls are much more complicated. Su Yue took a light pink dry hair cap, a pure white bath towel, a bath flower, a blow dryer, and a small hair card. Before entering the bathroom, she intentionally put the dry hair cap on the doorway, incidentally teasing Liu Bei. Little Lulu, not allowed to see, only allowed to listen to. Oh, fantasy is not impossible. Soon, the sound of gurgling water came from the bathroom. As the water misted and the waves flowed, Su Yue didn't know what song she was humming. It sounded like she was in a good mood. Although Liu Bei's back was turned to the glass door of the bathroom, his mind would still conjure up some wonderful bridge with a particularly simple plot and only 2 actors involved. That's right, it's a comedy set. I must have missed Old Gua and Grandmaster Chenner. In order to keep his mind from wandering, Liu Bei opened his nightly snack and ate furiously to divert his attention. Without realizing it, he had already eaten 3 bowls of rice. Yes, he was really hungry. After a few moments, 2 soft shadows were suddenly imprinted on the bathroom's plush glass door. Su Yue's seductive voice rang out from the bathroom. Baby, I didn't bring in my dryer cap. Can you hand it to me? Liu Bei, who was eating, was jolted and turned his head to see that the dry hair cap was indeed lying watery on the cabinet next to the bathroom. Schoolmate, then don't lie on the door. I can't open the door well if you do. Okay, then I'll Nestle open a crack and you reach in. The bathroom door opened and a light mist of fragrant hot water sprinkled on Liu Bei's face. He closed his eyes and handed over the towel. Su Yue smiled playfully and deliberately dodged it several times. How could Liu Bei not know this little thought of hers? After roughly judging the position, it pressed directly into her long, wet, silver hair. Wipe yourself off. Liu Bei turned his head and proceeded to dry his rice vigorously. 3 minutes later, Su Yue was loosely wrapped in a bath towel, the watery light floating on her exquisite curves. A few mischievous drops of water ran down her long hair to the tips of her hips, slid down her thighs, and finally swirled around her watery feet, turning them into a trail of tiny footprints on the ground. Hey, why did you eat my midnight snack too? Su Yue stood behind Liu Bei and couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha! Liu Bei realized at that moment that he had already wiped out all the late-night snacks, completely forgetting to leave Su Yue's share. I'm sorry, schoolteacher. I was so hungry earlier. I'll go get you another one. Wait, my feet are a little cold. Su Yue murmured, only to see that her pair of white and pink feet did not wear slippers, but stood barefoot in front of Liu Bei. I'll get your slippers. No need. As soon as the words fell, Su Yue stood on her tiptoes and boldly stepped on Liu Bei's feet, and the distance between the two people quickly narrowed. She took advantage of the situation again to encircle Liu Bei's neck and softly said, Gluttony, is it that the sound of the water when I take a bath is very appetizing? Ouch, I'm going to fall. Without waiting for Liu Bei to reply, Su Yue let out a cry, frightening Liu Bei to reach out and encircle her waist. A wetness came from his fingertips, warm and soft, and Liu Bei's face reddened again. Su Yue smiled triumphantly. Ha, so anxious to move your hands and feet? I'm going to get you a midnight snack. What do you want? psychic energy covered rice. Although Liu Bei was innocent, he was not stupid, and naturally understood that Su Yue was teasing him again. Immediately knocked on Su Yue's little head. If you don't say it, I'll buy barbecue. Okay, make it the very, very burnt kind. Oh, it's really convincing, this abrasive little goblin. Liu Bei carried Su Yue to the edge of the bed, and the moment he put her down, Su Yue's flat and smooth abdomen suddenly emitted a gurgling sound. It was Su Yue's turn to blush. She never thought she'd be so hungry that her stomach rumbled. Or at a time like this. Ahem. I'm going downstairs to get a barbecue. The very burnt kind. Oh, then you go and come back quickly. Su Yue's blushing appearance was exceptionally cute. Liu Bei couldn't help but look a few more times until she stretched out her snow-white arms and legs, and urged her indiscriminately. Liu Bei then went downstairs, and by the time he arrived home with the barbecue and the root beer in a hurry, Su Yue was asleep again like a well-behaved kitten, curled up on the inside of the bed. Obviously, the outside of the bed was reserved for Liu Bei. Liu Bei is a bit of a purist, but he doesn't set up that sleeping on the couch house of cards either. Solely lying on the other side, he closed his eyes and prepared for a good night's rest. There's still a day left before the Alliance exam. Tomorrow morning I'll find someone to create a gemstone. It's the only means to improve my strength right now. Chu Laoding's men must have thought that I was killed by the 8 Demon King, and at this moment, they are probably already going back to discuss their merits and receive their rewards. So I'm really curious about what Chu Laoding's expression will be when he sees me again. Alliance exams? I'm really looking forward to it. Liu Bei's mind was racing with thoughts when suddenly, a snow-white thigh pressed up from the side. Beside her came Su Yue's soft dreamy murmur. Little Lulu, so like you my spirit energy covered rice it. Really can't do anything about you. Liu Bei favored a smile, clutched Su Yue's small hand in the comforter. A surge of stirring spiritual energy slowly transported. In the eastern part of Jiangchang, there was a luxurious private mansion. 2 big words Chu Mansion were clearly written on the grand entrance. 3 ragged men ran into Chu War's study as if fleeing, but all of them had joyful looks on their faces. Reporting to Elder Chu, the mission has been completed. That kid and his soldier mother are already dead and buried. Oh, I only asked you to teach him a lesson. I didn't ask you to kill him. Chu Zhan raised his eyelids, his expression indifferent, as if he was not dissatisfied with this result either. Elder Chu, it was these 2 little brats who sought their own deaths. They went to provoke that 3rd-ranked 8 Demon King in the chaotic zone, and even angered it. What? 3rd-ranked 8 Demon King? Yes, it's that 3rd-order 8 Demon King. There's no mistaking it. A trace of scorn appeared on Chu War's old face as he coldly grunted. Young people don't know the heights of heaven and earth. That ape demon even has a headache from the garrison. It's really out of his depth. However, they are limited by their genius, and the experience needed to raise their realm far exceeds that of normal people, so it makes sense that they would be desperate on impulse. After a slight pause, Chu Zhan's words changed. Can anyone else find out about this matter? There are 3 protector teachers who also went alone, and like us, were besieged by ape demons. One person was about to speak in detail, but was interrupted by another person who spoke out in a hurry. Those 3 Dao protector teachers wanted to protect those 2 little cubs, and were trapped by the swarm of ape demons that we attracted, and in the end, they were too distracted to support them successfully. Well, you've done a good job. Stand down. I'll give you your reward in 3 days. Thank you, Elder Chu. The 3 of them exited Chu War's study. In the shadows of the corner, Chu Tianhua appeared. Grandpa, that Liu Bei is really dead? Well, when a 1st-ranked spirit soul master bumps into a 3rd-ranked demonic beast, even if he is extremely talented, he will only end up dead. Thinking about Yan Nantian in the Eastern War Zone back in the day, he was also a SSS top talent, and the Bing Yang with SSS attributes was invincible, finally setting a record of single-handedly defeating 5 2nd-ranked demonic beasts. Can that Liu Bei still be compared to Yan Nantian? Yan Nantian? Chu Tianhua's face revealed a yearning. Is he the current chief of the Eastern War Zone? That's right. Chu War nodded inside. It's a pity. Liu Bei is also a generation of talent, but he is unruly by nature, and may not be able to be used by my Tsang Lin in the future, and has offended our Chu family. He won't die in vain. I'll use his corpse as a stepping stone to win 1st place at the Alliance exam and earn a place for our Chu family in the Academy Alliance. Chu Tianhua clenched his fists, his heart and mind stirring. Chu War patted his shoulder and laughed. Good grandson. It's not in vain that Grandpa spent a huge amount of money to create a gemstone for you. With your late 1st stage realm, you'll surely be able to shine. But Grandpa, I and Shuer's realm are both potions catalyzed. Grandchildren are not afraid of root damage. Shuer is afraid of not being able to withstand too much gemstone setting. Those who accomplish great things don't bother with small details. You are the hope of our Chu family. How can you affect your resolve for a mere soldier's wife? She, as your soldier maiden, should also have this realization. Chu War said. Chu Tianqua complex color. The heart cannot be calm for a long time. Su Yue is full of energy, pulling Liu Bei to the Alliance Mall in a hurry. Near the exam, everyone should have bought almost. The mall does not have too much inventory, so basically there are not many customers. The two of them went straight to the Hyrule enhancement area and found the young lady who had created the gems for them earlier. Su Yue directly tapped out 3 crystal core bins. We both want to build gems. Su Yue directly tapped out 3 crystal core bins. We both want to build gems. Chapter 19. Showdown. I'm the landlord. The moment she heard that she had to create a gemstone, the young lady showed a difficult look. Her name was Chow Miao Miao. She was a second-ranked logistics soldieress, and apart from working at the Alliance Mall, she mainly served as a logistics forging. It was reasonable to say that she couldn't wait for someone to find her to create a gemstone, let alone Liu Bei who had been generous before. But looking at her state at the moment, it was clear that she was in some difficulty. That, 2 students. Let's. Now. Chow Miao Miao's tone was hesitant, and a manager next to her directly snatched the words. We're not accepting work on building gems from the public right now. All the relevant Hyrule maidens are wrapped up with a big client, and everyone is in a hurry to get the work done, so they don't have time to take small orders like yours. Su Yue's tone suddenly turned cold. This is not in line with the rules. Alliance Mall can only round up goods. The staff is not allowed to be monopolized. Don't you know? Humph. Little friend. Rules are made by people. To tell you the truth, you can't afford to mess with this big customer, and you can't afford the price he's asking. So hurry up and go home and wash up. The blackened scythe hummed, and the overbearing killing intent forced its way through. At Su Yue's proud chest, the bloodthirsty spectral scythe emerged in a flash. You, what do you want? You dare to make a move on the staff of the Alliance Mall? Let me tell you, little girl, I'm the management here. You, if you don't follow the rules, I can follow them even less. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Yue instantly smashed her opponent to the ground with her sickle blade bloodlight. Liu Bei watched coldly from the sidelines and did not make a sound. A dog-eyed fool like that deserves a taste of her own medicine. Chow Miao Miao was so scared that she lost her color and hurriedly advised. The 2 students have something to say. We are also doing our job by the orders of the higher-ups, and you will be punished by the union for having a big fight here. Call your steward out. Liu Bei showed Chow Miao Miao a clear path. 3 minutes later, a young woman with a slightly tired face ran all the way over. Chow Miao Miao carefully followed behind, giving Liu Bei and the others a wink, meaning to tell them not to be impulsive. Should I say no? This young lady is not bad. 2 students. I am the general manager of the Alliance Mall. Lian Chan, you can talk to me if you have anything to say. Don't make it difficult for our staff. We want to build some gems. After Liu Bei made his request, Lian Chan also looked embarrassed. Student, now that all the soldier girls are being used, we can't take any more orders. I hope you can understand. Su Yue grunted coldly and let go of the snob on the ground. The snobbish woman was dressed in a slightly sultry manner, and her heavy chest was adorned with a work badge. Sui Yen, the Forge team leader. She had just been smashed so lightly that her eyes had turned white, and now she was panting heavily, opening her mouth to complain to Lian Chan. The bloodthirsty spectral scythe let out another ear-piercing buzz, frightening her so much that she rolled and crawled, hurriedly running behind Lian Chan. Not daring to speak, Su Yue pointed at Chow Miao Miao. She can also create gemstones. I see that her craftsmanship is not bad, so let her pick it up or not. This, Miao Miao, she is only the early stage of the 2nd rank. The ability to build is not too stable. The big customers let her as a spare soldier mother to help build. Do you believe that when you say it yourself? Isn't it still that what's his name dog Dato who's bullying people? Trying to monopolize the market before the exams. Not allowing you to build gems for anyone. Liu Bei's words seemed like a sharp knife, directly cutting through Lian Chan's covering. To put it bluntly, they had taken money from the Dog Big household and promised people that before the exam, all the soldier maids would only help the Dog Big household to create gemstones. Anyway, there aren't many newcomers building gems in each session, and with only 1 day before the exam, it's not hard to fulfill this requirement, so why not make money? But who did not expect to kill Liu Bei halfway? So a biting gold. Come up here and you have to build gems. And that soldier lady of his is still strong as hell. Anyone else would have dared to send even Chan straight away, but these 2 might not be recognized by others, but she had heard of them like a thunderbolt. One was the Tianji Academy's last heavenly pride, the bloodthirsty spectral scythe that was known as the spirit of a murderous weapon, Su Yue. The other was the only SSS talented imperial spiritist in the current session, with a rumored 3 other SSS talents, and currently the subject of much attention in the entire Eastern Warzone, Liu Bei. These 2 are strong together, God knows what heights they can reach in the future? Lianchan was an old logistic, so he naturally knew that the old school forces couldn't be offended. But the upstarts weren't easy to bully. After struggling for a moment, she said bluntly, I can see that the two students are also people who understand. So I'll be blunt. That big customer offered 5 second-order crystal cores as raw materials. There's also 800 first-order crystal cores as a gratuity. So if you can exceed that price, I can make an exception and let the soldier maiden continue to take orders. 5 second-order crystals, 800 first-order crystals. Not to mention for a first-rank newcomer. It was an astronomical amount for many second-rank Imperial Spiritists who had already joined the Alliance's battle team. Lianchan's news is very good. She knows that Liu Bei and Su Yue have some inventory in their hands. But, the resources in their hands and that big customer compared to, forget it, there's no comparison in pressure. Liu Bei's ability to take out a second-order crystal core before should have been the limit, right? The corner of Lianchan's mouth rose slightly. She had already anticipated the scene where Liu Bei knew what to do. The strongest genius hasn't got his wings yet. After all, do you think this is enough? The gems created from this one crystal core are enough to add quite a bit of experience to you guys, right? Liu Bei flipped his hand and took out a lake blue crystal core. Unlike the emerald green of the second-order crystal cores, this lake blue was pure and clean, and there was a faint glittering stardust in it. What? Third-rank crystal core? You, where did you get that? You even have a third-order crystal core? Even if you're a key cultivation target of the academy or have a lineage behind you, it's impossible to give a third-order crystal core at this stage. Sui Yan's face flushed red. Even her breathing began to rush. She hated herself. Why did she treat Liu Bei and Su Yue so well just now? It's okay to take a beating, but the main thing is to offend the hidden rich. Wow. This third-order crystal core, if given to her to build, was enough to dislike her from mid-second order to late second order threshold. Splash of riches. Ah. Just pray that this pair of young lovers can adults do not remember the small man. Not to give meat to eat. Give her a mouthful of soup is also okay. Lianchan was also wide-eyed and bright, but she was at least the general manager of the mall, had eaten and seen, and was not as out of sorts as Sui Yan. Chow Miao Miao was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time, and she had a vague expectation in the back of her mind, but it was only an expectation. She knew that her realm was limited, and it would be normal for Liu Bei to ask for something if he didn't choose her. And she would never take the initiative to ask for anything. Su Yue was satisfied with the expressions of several people, and with a wave of her jade hand, more than 20 emerald green crystal cores were all poured out as if they didn't need money. Liu Bei, on the other hand, opened another crystal core bin and lit up nearly 1,000 first-order crystal cores. It's a showdown. No more pretending. We're both just dirtbags. Su Yue skimmed her lips. I still think that dog big household how rich. Here, you see we these enough wow? The counter was full of emerald green. Straight to turn Chow Miao Miao, Lianchan and Sui Yan's faces green. Enough, absolutely enough. The two students are really powerful. I didn't have a good attitude before. Please forgive me. Sui Yan nodded her head and kept apologizing, and deliberately held up her chest plate, which marked her as a mid-second stage forged soldier lady. Su Yue and Liu Bei have always looked down on this kind of person and pressed to ignore them. Lianchan's smile was obviously much kinder than just now, and he couldn't stop his eyes from glowing with a strange color as he looked at the third-order crystal cores. Both of you, we've taken your commission. Please follow me to the forging room, and I'll introduce you to the forged soldier maiden we have here. No need. After Liu Bei refused, his gaze directly locked onto Chow Miao Miao. I think this young lady is just fine. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, and she even helped us build a mid-grade attack speed gemstone before. I'm very satisfied. Don't you think so, senior sister? Su Yue nodded. Well, I also see this young lady as agreeable. So she's it. Lianchan was slightly surprised. Never thought that these two people looked quite sophisticated. How to make choices so childish. As clients, it is your freedom to choose who you want. But I must remind you that creating a gemstone is a very complex craft, with a high success rate and quality. Miao Miao is at the early stage of the second rank, not to mention whether or not she can have the ability to take on so many commissions from you guys. If she fails to build and wastes the materials, that would be a big loss for you guys. Lianchan said and then straightened her plump breasts, releasing her feminine charm while also putting her third-ranked forge artifact spirit's aura on display. But Liu Bei clearly wasn't buying it. From the beginning to the end, his gaze rested on Chow Miao Miao. Back when they first met and Liu Bei commissioned her to create the attack speed gemstone, he had opened his eye of insight to check her soldier lady's attributes. Chow Miao Miao, grade B Bing Yang Koi Furnace, attack power, 52/100, durability, 67/100, characteristics, sacrificial koi, verdict, her koi attribute is interesting, when the sacrifice level is full at the same time can build the best equipment. The success rate is 100%. Catch her at her own pace and she'll surprise you with something unexpected. Chapter 20. First Order Great Perfection. Lian Chan arranged a separate forging room for Chow Miao Miao. After briefly explaining some more precautions, he was ready to leave with envy in his eyes. Not only her, all the soldier maids who had learned that Chow Miao Miao had received a large order were envious. Those two are also big dogs? Wow! More than 20 second order crystal cores. And 1 third order. This is much more generous than the Chu family. Hey! I don't know what kind of luck that girl Chow Miao Miao had. She was actually looked upon by a big household. And her craftsmanship is not stable. Rich and capricious. People may not be afraid of failure. They just want to hear something loud. I'd like to see how many finished products Chow Miao Miao can get out. I have heard that this Liu Bei and the Chu family do not deal with each other. Our two business is not good. Why not give Chow Miao Miao? We do not have to offend people. Liu Bei has been a man for 2 lifetimes and knows that there can be a lot of ways under the same roof. As Lian Chan was leaving, he directly shoved over 100 or so first-order crystal cores. Classmate, what are you? I'm a relatively low-key person. I'm not too willing to be noticed. Also, Chow Miao Miao and I have some friendship. I don't want her to be targeted in the future, so I'll trouble you. As the saying goes, you don't get what you don't deserve. Since Liu Bei had made the request, Lian Chan had a reason to accept it. You don't worry. I promise not to let the people underneath talk nonsense. Miao Miao and my own sister. I won't let her be bullied. Really don't need me to send more manpower to help? Kind words are appreciated. I'll come to you if I need help. Liu Bei was kind enough to send Lian Chan out of the forging room, and this scene was seen by a few soldier girls, which undoubtedly added some face to Lian Chan. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? If you delay the work, everyone will have to be deducted from their wages. Also, no one is allowed to discuss today's matter again. Keep your mouth shut. Yes. As soon as Lian Chan's words fell, the soldier nymphs who had been murmuring just moments ago were suddenly silenced. Liu Bei grinned, secretly sighing that no matter which world he was in, the rich and the ones with hard fists would always be the masters. This was also the reason why he had raked in resources and tried desperately after his awakening. Inside the forging room, looking at the flowery and green crystal cores in front of her, Chow Miao Miao didn't know where to start for a moment. Truthfully, she'd never fought a battle so rich. Before forging, she told Liu Bei and Su Yue her true level. To tell you the truth, the reason why the mid-grade attack speed gem succeeded that day was because you had sufficient materials. Plus I had a good hand that day. There are enough materials today, but I'm not sure that all of them will work. In case I waste the second order crystal core, then, that's okay, just do as I command. Failure is on us. You won't be blamed. After Liu Bei spoke, Su Yue also cast an encouraging glance towards Chow Miao Miao. Well, then I'm starting. Chow Miao Miao activated her spiritual energy, and a 4-legged bronze furnace with a koi pattern slowly emerged from her developing chest. According to Liu Bei's request, she first refined a dozen first-order crystal cores. Broken sounds came out from time to time, and soon, the first wave of forging was finished, succeeded with 3 lower-grade gems and failed with all the rest. Liu Bei stared at her chest. Suddenly his eyes flashed, said the time is ripe and handed her a second-order crystal core. Chow Miao Miao only felt her heart beating faster, and the crystal core in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. You know, this was a second-order crystal core, which was enough to pay her a month's salary. It would be a shame to ruin it like that, not to mention Liu Bei and the others. Even she herself would feel pity. Well, then, I'll start. Don't worry, it will work. Liu Bei's tone was incomparably certain, while Su Yue looked at Chow Miao Miao with an expectant face. She had always had unconditional trust in what Liu Bei said. Half an hour later, hot air gushed out from the copper furnace, and a perfect top-grade attack speed gem was freshly baked. It's a done deal. Chow Miao Miao was so happy that she danced around. It worked. I've succeeded. I've forged a top-grade gem. Even better is yet to come. The corners of Liu Bei's mouth rose slightly as he handed over another pile of first-order crystal cores. After a few failed attempts, he did as he was told and passed over the second-order crystal core again. So on and so forth. Every time Chow Miao Miao failed to forge a few times, he would accurately pass over the high-grade crystal cores. Even when he took out the third-order crystal cores, he was incomparably certain and did not hesitate. Success! Liu Bei was a master of rhythm, and every time, he managed to control the chances of success to the finest degree, allowing Chow Miao Miao to continuously enjoy the joy of victory. Su Yue was also watching from the side, constantly giving her thumbs up and shouting, "Little Lulu is too strong. Fantastic! Another success! Quick, let's get her another wave." Si Gua Yi. In less than a morning, all the forging was complete. Liu Bei had used up almost all of his materials and accumulated a harvest of 10 gems. 3 of the top quality attack speed gems, 3 top quality endurance gems, 3 top quality power gems. There's also an extreme power gem. After doing so, Chow Miao Miao had obviously exhausted her spiritual energy. Her face was flushed and Duck sat on the ground panting uncontrollably. But on her face was an excitement that was hard to hide. Forging under the command of Liu Bei was a real treat. Liu Bei seemed to have the ability to foretell, knowing when she would fail, and gave her first order crystal cores to practice with. When it was 100% successful, then she would be given the second order crystal core. Even at certain junctures, Liu Bei would directly give her 2 second order crystal cores to impact the top grade gems. In this way, Chow Miao Miao completed 10 great successes, forging all of the previous medium grade gems into top grade. The top grade was then upgraded to an extreme grade, and her experience soared from early second stage to late second stage. Classmate, you are amazing. How do you know when I will reach that point? Chow Miao Miao's query was very sincere, but her blushing and panting state at the moment, paired with this question, made it seem a bit ambiguous. Liu Bei touched his nose. He couldn't tell his SSS talent. Nothing else, only the hand is familiar. The short answer was simply a muddle in Su Yaowei's opinion, but Chow Miao Miao was very serious and felt that Liu Bei was a real person. I envy you, classmate, for having such an awesome boyfriend. I hope you guys do well in your league exams. On the occasion of parting, Chow Miao Miao sends her sincere wishes to Su Yuwei. When Su Yuwei heard the word boyfriend, the coldness on her face instantly melted. She laughed and took Chow Miao Miao's hand, stuffing her with a few more crystal cores. He, you talk so well. You're a great person. Chow Miao Miao was unsure. Did I just say any keywords? By the way, both of you, there is something I must remind you of. The setting of gems has a certain limitation on the realm of the soldier girl. A pre-first order Hyrule can only be inlaid with 1 piece, rising to 2 in the middle stage, climbing to 5 in the late stage, and 10 in the perfect first order. You guys have created so many top-grade gems, but you can't force them to be set, or else Bing Niang's foundation will be severely damaged, and it might even kill her. According to Chow Miao Miao's guess, Liu Bei and Su Yuwei should be the most outstanding group of newcomers. The realm of a Hyuga was synchronized with the realm of an imperial spiritist, and Liu Bei's realm was most likely in the middle of the first rank. Before the exam, leaning on the trial to reach the middle of the first rank was the first criterion for judging geniuses. If Liu Bei was diligently killing demonic beasts these days, coupled with his exceptional talent, he might be able to reach the late first stage. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this. Liu Bei couldn't be an SSS ranked talent, because the heavens are fair. All SSS talented imperial spiritists face the same dilemma. The limitations of genius. The higher the talent, the harder it is to upgrade. It must be known that the breakthrough of each major realm of the Imperial Spirit Master required specific materials and the impact of spiritual energy, while within the minor realms, it was necessary to rely on the water to grind, and little by little to accumulate combat experience and sensibility. People with low talent are like low buckets that fill up easily, and the more gifted people are like tall buckets of water. It's not easy to fill them up, but as long as they keep breaking through, they will definitely achieve much more than the less gifted people. Classmate, what is your current realm? Chow Miao Miao asked tentatively, and in the next second, in front of her, Liu Bei strung 10 precious stones into a simple necklace and wore it on Su Yuwei's snow-white and slender pink neck. Then, that one gemstone actually all turned into spiritual light and merged into Su Yuwei's body. 1. First Order, Great Circle, Chapter 21, Alliance Exam, Beginning. Express. This year's college union examination has officially begun, and the Heavens Pride Winds and Clouds ranking has been opened simultaneously. It is reported that the reward of the current union examination will be more generous than any previous session. The outstanding students can be stationed in the college union, become a key training object. The first 10 people can directly become the tactical teacher's personal disciples and learn second-order martial arts. Shocked, Liu Bei, the royal soul master who awakened the SSS talent in Jiangqing City, is rumored to have already abandoned his right to take the exam before the test, and there are rumors that he died at the hands of a demonic beast in his eagerness to break through the realm. 5-star famous commentator MacArthur said that this kind of young people lack of collective honor, lack of social responsibility, self-destruction, meteoric rise sad but reasonable. This year's current favorites to win the title are Chu Tianqua of the Chu family, Li Hanshan of Star Academy, Zhao Li of Tinji Academy, and Liang Chao of Blaze Academy. Note, the official platform will not be opened in any form of betting. I hope that the general public and gambling and drugs do not share the same day. Refuse to be a leak. On the day that the union exam started, the news headlines of the Jiangcheng Express were immediately occupied by relevant information. All the news focuses on the favorites to win this year's championship, and a number of authorities have conducted professional analyses, identifying who are the dark horses, who are the geniuses, and who have plutocratic powers behind them, while Liu Bei, who was previously favored by many, was deemed to have died young and disappeared from the public eye. What is this? The person who wrote the newspaper died young. No, I'm going to get him. On the way to take the exam, Su Yue ripped the newspaper to shreds, gritting her teeth and about to take Liu Bei to smash the scene. She could put up with people calling her a murderous vessel spirit, and she could put up with people calling her what she was, a black widow, a dryad maker, but to say Liu Bei just doesn't work. I'll kill you with a sickle. Liu Bei smiled helplessly. Sister, why don't we take an exam first? The test center is right in front. It's not too late to push the newspaper after the test. Su Yue stroked her chin and thought for a moment, and it took a while before she recognized Liu Bei's statement. That's right. Come all the way here. Take the test first. This newspaper has to be gone anyway. At this moment, the periphery of the Alliance Examination Center was already crowded with people. As an annual event in Jiangcheng City, the Alliance exam was incomparably sacred in everyone's heart. Because it represented the future of Jiangcheng City, the level of combat power of the new generation, and the stability of the safe zone for the next few decades. The Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking was even the highest honor for countless young talents seeking to learn. Those who make the list have a bright future. The examination hall opened and all newcomers stepped into this sacred arena with excitement. In the audience, the seniors who had already graduated and joined the combat squad, as well as the young boys and girls who had not yet reached adulthood, and the relatives of the trainees who had taken the exam, were all immensely looking forward to the upcoming exam. There wasn't even a single empty seat in the entire audience of nearly 10,000 people. The podium was the clearest place to watch the arena, filled with the best tactics teachers from the major academies. The eyes of these men were polished, all waiting for the best of the newcomers to show themselves so that they could add new blood to their tactical squads. There are so many excellent seedlings this year. Tianji Academy, Sanglin Academy, and Star, Flame, will have to compete. I'm optimistic about that young master of the Chu family and want to take him under my tutelage. So don't you guys grab it from me. Hee. This hasn't even started the exam yet and you've already booked it. Then I'll take Jolly from Tianji. He's a speedstream. It's just right for him to enter the Min Dao with me. Star's Li Hanshan is still best suited to return to our star. Liang Chao majored in strength, suitable for me to enter the force path. I'll just wait for him to enter the top 10. Do none of you want Liu Bei? He and his soldier girl are SSS ranked. You are too backward in your news. There are rumors that Liu Bei is no more, saying that he was out of his depth and went to challenge the third-ranked Ape Demon King. AI. What a pity. A sigh of relief came from the crowd. However, the gazes of the crowd were measuring each other from time to time, and for Liu Bei, they all tacitly chose to keep their mouths shut, not knowing what they were thinking. In the crowd was a special female tactics teacher. This person was not accompanied by a royal spirit master. His gaze was clear and ghostly. His temperament was high and cold. He did not talk to others, and he did not seem to have much interest in the exam in front of him. When she heard that a genius had fallen, she only sighed softly and did not ask about it. League exams, officially. Without a too complicated declaration speech, the moderator spoke only 6 words. Fair, just and open. And then, in the middle of the arena, a huge transparent number shaker began to operate. Everyone in the room casts an attentive eye. The league exams are still as invigorating as every year. Wow. I'm looking forward to adulthood. I'll take a test like this after awakening. Several teenage girls who had not yet reached adulthood had strong desires on their faces. The corners of the mouth of a slightly older spectacled man next to him rose, and he immediately put on a know-it-all look and began to popularize the seedlings. You see, there are thousands of little balls in that shaker, and each ball represents a newcomer, usually in a group of 8, with each of the 8 going their own way. Whoever makes it to the end is the winner, and that's the first round of exams. Wow, you know a lot about this senior. Are you also the victor after the fight? Well, that's not important. Let's look at the first round of exams. Before Noel's words fell, 10 small balls converged in one place, and after the host read out the number, 10 people walked into a small arena. Isn't it a group of 8? How come it's 10 people? A young girl looked at Brother Knowles in disbelief, and although Brother Knowles was slapped in the face, he didn't blush half-heartedly. Instead, he stared at the number shaker with a deadpan expression and said in a deep voice, asterisk. Surprisingly, it's a rare group of 10, indicating that there are at least 5 geniuses in this year's exams. Seeing the questioning faces of the people around him, Brother Knowles regained his smug look. The rules of the Alliance exam are affected by the number of geniuses. When there are 5 or more geniuses in the current session, They will compete for the top 100 in a faster format, as the geniuses will be the first to end the first round of the exam. It's mesmerizing. Noel stopped speaking after that, and the crowd returned their attention to the arena. Soon, 100 or so teams of 10 entered the divided grounds. The soldier maidens activated their spiritual energy at the same time, and all of a sudden, the chests of nearly 1,000 young girls emitted a brilliant luster in unison, transforming into 1,000 forms of soldier maidens. It's spectacular. The imperial spiritist held the Hai and Yang in his hand and took a battle stance, which naturally included Su Yue and Liu Bei, who were in a hurry to destroy the newspaper office. But the 100 pace range of the arena uses the octagonal cage as a boundary, and Liu Bei is number 110, an auspicious number that he and Su Yue love. In the center of the field, the large, black bloodthirsty underworld scythe emitted a ghostly, eerie mist that buzzed continuously, shocking the minds of the other 9 people. Without a doubt, Liu Bei was already surrounded by 9 people. Those 9 people didn't even have any communication and didn't know each other, but they had heard about Liu Bei and Su Yue's fierce reputation. On the first day of the trial, one person terminated a 12-headed pack of electric wolves. On the same day, when all the bystanders were in a hurry to retreat, he alone swam against the current and single-handedly killed a second-order flying mantis, robbed by a squad that was not open to the world. The captain was said to be the seeded player of the Flame Academy, Liang Chao, who played the Flame Hammer. The result was that the 5-man squad was all put down, and Liu Bei committed a reverse robbery in front of the Flame Academy's Tao Protector teacher, and claimed that he was the victim. Alliance Supermarket came out boldly, forged a mid-grade attack speed gemstone, and teased Sangline's seeded player Chu Tianqua, finally forcing the Chu family's old family head Chu War to personally step in. There are even rumors that Liu Bei went to single-brush the third-order ape demon in the past 2 days and died young. But now, Liu Bei appeared alive in front of the crowd, and since he didn't die, the one who died was that third-stage ape demon? Looking at Liu Bei's state at the moment, not to mention being alive and well, his Bing Yang was even letting out exuberant oinks from time to time because of the overabundance of spiritual energy. How does that not surprise anyone? Jiancheng City, who do not know Su Yue, is a murderous weapon spirit, devouring spiritual energy like an abyss, but under the control of Liu Bei, actually satisfied into a happy little woman. Most of the people present had never seen Liu Bei's elegance when he fought, and the current scene was truly terrifying. Some people even labeled Liu Bei as a demon in their hearts. They exchanged glances, but in a split-second's effort, they subconsciously unfolded their formation and surrounded Liu Bei. One of them had an indignant look in his eyes and pointed at Liu Bei with his hammer. Liu Bei, we are really enemies. At the beginning of the trial, you robbed me of my resources because of the strength of your soldier mother. Today, I'm going to show you how much I've grown. Liu Bei casually scanned the circle. Who's talking? You. In but 6 days, have you forgotten me? Your archenemy? Hiss. Which one of you? Liu Bei didn't want to pretend to be Bowie. He really forgot, because he often took a large pile of loot during his trials. There were always ungrateful ones who wanted to make a wave of quick money, but invariably they ended up letting him rob them back. Robbed a little too many people to remember you. My name is Liang Chao. Oh, Liang Jichao. Your grandmother is an Edison? Chapter 22. If you're a genius, can you beat Liu Bei? It's Liu Bei. He's not dead. He's in the 7th group. It's number 110. Some people in the audience and on the podium immediately recognized Liu Bei's figure. One reason was because Liu Bei was too handsome, with a straight posture. Even when he stood surrounded by a group of people, he still stood out. Secondly, because the bloodthirsty spectral scythe was too eye-catching, with killing intent floating above the scythe, coupled with the iconic spectral eerie mist, the terrifying oppression from the SSS ranked weapon spirit. It made it hard not to notice Liu Bei's presence. Interestingly, the few tactics teachers on the podium were only slightly surprised and didn't lose their temper much, as if they already knew that Liu Bei was not dead at all. As for the earlier deliberate omission of Liu Bei, a few people looked at each other with a heartfelt cockney smile. Don't say anything. This kid. I want it. You guys, you're deliberately trying to confuse me with smoke and mirrors, aren't you? You even said Liu Bei is gone. Who believes you? Liu Bei seems to be in a group with Liang Chao from Blaze Academy. Wow. That Liang Chao is also considered a genius. I wonder who will have the last laugh. Double SSS combo versus AS combo. In my opinion, Liang Chao doesn't have much of a chance. Don't forget the limitations of genius. Liu Bei's realm may not be able to catch up with Liang Chao. The crowd stopped speaking, and one by one, they paid attention to the arena with bated breath. In the octagonal cage, Liang Chao gritted his teeth, determined to defeat Liu Bei and wipe out his former shame. Everyone, let's settle Liu Bei first and then we'll fight it out. Otherwise none of us have any hope of getting out. Liang Chao was not without brains, and he raised his arms and was soon met with a chorus of responses. Finish him. Right. Clean him up first, even if we can't advance. We'll have something to blow on when we go out later. The corner of Liang Chao's mouth spread a cold smile. Liu Bei, on that day, we were all at the early stage of the first rank, and you had some advantage by relying on Su Yue. Now I'm at the middle stage of the first rank, and you, I'm afraid, are still parked at the early stage. Humph. This is the sadness of a genius. Even if you inlay gems, you can only inlay one. Everyone follow me to launch a fast attack. Liu Bei's scythe is a heavy weapon with the slowest attack speed. Even with a gem he can't move it. Go! Liang Chao once again to the crowd encouragement. The strange thing is, all people are shouting cheerfully, really to the time to go out but no one dares to go forward. TCH, where's all the crap? Dang! Liu Bei's scythe crutched on the ground with a loud sound, and everyone including Liang Chao's heart trembled. If you're not on, I'm on. Liu Bei grinned. The battle spirit in his eyes was high, and at the same time, Su Yue's silhouette appeared on the scythe. Hurry up and pack them up. In a hurry to go to the Yang newspaper. What? You're obviously surrounded by us and you still dare to be so arrogant? Too much to look down on. Liu Bei and Su Yue. Even if your talents are high, you won't be able to get any benefits if we surround you with death. Liu Bei stopped talking nonsense and took the lead in flinging up his scythe, launching an attack towards the 9. This scene was a shocking sight to watch. This. Who is surrounding who? Come on everyone. Restrain him with speed. In a flash, the 9 people no longer dared to reserve their strength and attack Liu Bei with all their strength. However, the only thing that responded to them was a scythe remnant. When each person turned around, it was as if they saw Liu Bei slashing towards them with a scythe. The ghostly mist of the underworld follows as if death were demanding his life. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows quickly spread across the octagonal cage, and several people kept looking around, over their heads, to the side, behind them. Why is there Liu Bei everywhere? How can this be a fight? Isn't he slow? Heavy weapon. A scythe that big. He flings it like a bungee. Heavy weapons being slow is a concept recognized by all. Everyone grew up with It's clearly written in the textbook. Slow attack speed. Even hitting a gem can't do that, right? Liu Bei's speed had undoubtedly overturned the perceptions of the 9 people present. What terrorized them even more was that Liu Bei always dragged a dazzling green light from his scythe when he moved at high speed, and with a faint smile still on his face, the green light made him look even more like a ghost. Ghost. Asterisk. I wanna go home. He's so green he's making me panic. And he's smiling at us. He's not a pervert, is he? The 9 fell to the ground, sleeping peacefully. Liu Bei didn't want this either. The main reason was that the effect of the top grade attack speed gem was just too good. Su Yue, who was still a bit heavy in her hands, now felt good to the extreme. No matter how you swing it, you don't feel tired. And the grip is even more textured, like the wooden stick that every boy used to take advantage of when he was a kid. Hit everything. Bang 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 bang. In a muffled sound, the 9 men didn't even know how they lost. They just fell straight to the ground. It's good to be young and say you're going to sleep. Liang Chao was still fantasizing that his lower attack speed gem could steadily overpower Liu Bei by virtue of his realm advantage, so that Liu Bei could get a good feel of the chaotic cloak and hammer technique that he had recently learned. That's how it ends? So upset. Liang Chao fainted, and Liu Bei's division was the first to end the fight. The moment he raised his hand to report it, the umpire who was dividing the piece couldn't believe his eyes. No! The others are still there introducing themselves and discussing how to split up the gang. And you're done? If it were not for the fact that the league exams are always strict and do not tolerate any fraud, this referee would have to suspect that Liu Bei is not paid to hire people to play a fake game. Ref, can I go now? Yes, you can. And remember to come back this afternoon for the second round of exams. After the referee finished, he logged Liu Bei's battle record into the Wind and Cloud Heavenly Pride ranking. This big list was displayed in the form of a huge LED screen, located on a raised platform at the back of all the arenas. Look, there's a change in the Wind and Cloud ranking. Asterisk. It's only been 3 minutes, right? The Flash. Shady. Absolutely shady. Son, your mother's money back. The audience was in an uproar until the crowd saw 2 clear names, Liu Bei, Su Yue. It's them. Oddly enough. No. Is the SSS talent so terrifying? No. It's not that SSS is scary, but Liu Bei and Su Yue themselves are scary. On the podium, several of the tactics teachers narrowed their eyes and fell into contemplation at the same time. Did you guys see the fight just now? This kid actually used the underworld guile mist to engage in blindfolds. Everyone else was thinking about how to show off their style, but he was so good that he made himself so mysterious. If I'm not mistaken, then the green light should be a top grade attack speed gem, right? Top quality gems? Gentlemen, aren't you sponsoring in advance? When it was agreed to be a fair competition, Don't even play dirty. The tactics teachers no longer had the heart to watch the other matches and joined the fray for Liu Bei. He had forgotten that the final decision was actually in the hands of Liu Bei. And in another octagonal cage, Chu Tianque was confident as he wielded the snowflake goddess sword, his cool sword chi constantly attacking his opponent. After a fierce competition, it took him 30 minutes to finally emerge from the 10. Humph. I'll pull out the top spot in this first round of exams, with the gemstone boost given to me by Grandpa in my current realm. This feeling of power within my grasp is fantastic. The best time ever for a newcomer is also around 30 minutes. And I'm a deserving number 1. Chu Tianque raised his hand in a high profile and shouted, I won. He wanted to see the referee's surprised expression, to hear the shouts from the audience, to see the podium where the tactical teachers broke out into a brawl to grab him. But why did the referee look so calm? Still yawning. Why isn't anyone paying attention to me? I've worked so hard in silence for so long. I should be wowing everyone. Why? Referee, I only had 30 minutes. Well, go back and get ready. There's a second round this afternoon. Don't you, think it's strange? The referee didn't even bother with Chu Tianque and casually pointed at the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking. There are already 4 people lined up on it. 4th, Li Hanshan of Star Academy, with a time of 28 minutes. 3rd, the seldom listed Hohuan Academy, Ruan Jingtian, with a time of 25 minutes. 2nd, Tianji Zhaoli, in 23 minutes. 1st, Liu Bei, in 3 minutes. Far ahead. Young man, don't be discouraged, Al. There are too many geniuses in this session. And then geniuses. Who can't compare to that Liu Bei? You're also quite excellent. Come on. The referee's light sentence was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit Chu Tianque's pride. At the same time, a hidden place on the bleachers. Chu War's face is uncertain. Behind him, kneeling on one knee, 3 shivering people. At the same time, a hidden place on the bleachers. Chu War's face is uncertain. Behind him, kneeling on one knee, 3 shivering people. Chapter 23, Gakken Jushi. The blazing sun at noon shone like fire on the arena of the Alliance exam. The first round of exams was declared over, and all the winners competing in groups of 10 were automatically entered into the top 100. There were a total of 15 people listed on the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking, and Liu Bei and Su Yue, as the top of the list, had a 3-minute power over the group, as if it was a lofty mountain, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. As the saying goes, a few people are happy and a few people are sad. The winners were elated, eating and recuperating in preparation for the second round of exams in the afternoon. Most of the eliminated ones were disillusioned, looking at the dazzling names on the Heaven's Pride list, infinite longings rising in their hearts. Life should be like Liu Bei. Hidden corners of the bleachers. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. What's the use of raising you? Still claiming that Liu Bei is dead. Then who is the number 1 person on the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking? A ghost? Chua asked in a deep voice, and across from him respectfully knelt 3 people. It was the Black Hand that intended to teach Liu Bei a lesson, but was taught to be a human being by Liu Bei. Also the later Fruit Body people. The 3 of them looked at each other with bitter faces, unable to speak. Who would have thought that that kid and his soldier girl could escape under the hands of a 3rd-ranked ape demon king? Is this a human being? Elder Chu rest his anger. We can be sure that the 3 Tao protector teachers were besieged that day, and we heard the ape demon kings roar the entire time. Chu Zhan waved his hand to interrupt the man's defense. I've already received exact news. That 3rd-rank ape demon king is dead. The ape demon king is dead? Impossible. How could 2 little cubs of the 1st rank kill a demonic beast of the 3rd rank? It's still king rank. The 3 were so shocked that their jaws were about to drop to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the person speaking was Chu Zhan, they would have definitely thought that the other party was a madman. Nothing is impossible. A genius like Liu Bei and Su Yue. It's hard to guarantee that there will be some big forces to pull them together. It's just that I don't know which academy will be behind them. Chua stroked his goatee and glanced at the podium with a pair of old eyes. On the podium, the tactics teachers from each academy were still arguing about Liu Bei's belonging. These people all argued with each other, and a few times they even came close to making a move, and it was impossible to see who was showing signs of darkness. Among the 3 people kneeling, one of them, whose eyes were dripping, hurriedly compensated with a smile and said, Elder Chu, relax. That Liu Bei is limited by his genius. He's only at the middle of the 1st rank at best. Our young master is at the late stage. We'll definitely be able to hang him. Yes, yes, yes. The young master's heavenly talent will surely win the final championship of the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking. Yes, young master will be fine. The other 2 followed in agreement. Chu Zhan coldly snorted, disgusted by such flattering compliments. Alright, you guys return to the Chu family to each receive your punishment. The 3 of them didn't dare to have any doubts, and their figures quickly disappeared. Who could it be? Blaze, Star, Tenji, and Acacia. Shouldn't beat Sanglin. After all, I'm on Sanglin's board. Tianji's words are highly probable. After all, they're the only ones who can be so generous as to help two milquetoast dolls fool around. While Chua was meditating, another figure respectfully knelt behind him, reporting to Elder Chu. The top-grade gemstone that was created for young master over at the Alliance Mall is ready, the man said as he spread his hands and pulled out a shiny red gem. Chujan revealed a satisfied smile as he received it. Top-grade power gemstone. Together with those 4 from before, Chua will definitely be able to be invincible in the subsequent battles. Is there anything unusual over at the mall? That's not true. It's just that the forged soldier maiden you didn't look at earlier seems to have been promoted by Lianchan, not only becoming her first assistant, but also promoted to supervisor. May I ask why? Lianchan only said that that little soldier lady was diligent. My subordinate kept a watchful eye and inquired from the bystanders that little soldier lady seemed to have forged gems for Liu Bei. Chua frowned slightly, his suspicions deepening once again in his heart. As things stood, he was even more certain that Liu Bei really had a backer behind him. Still a not-so-small mountain to lean on. Otherwise, how could a mere pre-second-order soldieress with weak traits gain Lianchan's favor? It must have helped Liu Bei create gems of good quality. You should know that the Alliance has always been strict about the promotion of logistical soldier maids, and going through the connections will definitely not work. You have to have forged outstanding gems to be able to do it. Belanger, there is one more thing to report. Say, Liu Bei and Su Yue. What's the hesitation? Can two little things still make a mess? Chu Zhan was a little impatient. He had to hurry up and hand over the gem in his hand to Chu Tianhua so that Lin Shui could fuse it as soon as possible and adapt to the power of this power gem. Liu Bei and Su Yue made a scene at the Zhongqing City newspaper, saying that the reporter's publication of fake news had caused them serious trauma and also affected their exams. What? This time Chu War was completely nonplussed. He really couldn't break his head to think that Liu Bei and Su Yue could have the guts to go to the downtown newspaper's building. That was the most authoritative news organization in Zhongqing City. Even the college union had to treat it with respect. How dare they? These two little are so bold. Have they gotten to the reporters we bought? Those reporters were blocked in the doorway by the two of them and beaten up so badly that they were still fighting when my subordinates passed by. Outrageous. Simply lawless. Chu Zhan pinched his hand crunching, picked up the kneeling person, figure like the wind, straight to Zhongqing City newspaper building. In front of the city newspaper building, a crowd full of gourmets has long surrounded the place. Liu Bei held the bloodthirsty spectral scythe in his hand and pressed the scythe to death in front of a few journalists, shouting in a deep voice, "Say, who asked you to fabricate fake news and rumor that I was killed by a demonic beast?" Several reporters had complex expressions on their faces to the extreme. Their glasses had long been kicked to pieces, but they still habitually used their hands to hold the deformed frames. We've all heard the gossip. You guys are pretty good with the gossip. Where would Liu Bei buy it? The scythe flung out, blood light exploding, instantly cutting one man's head into the Mediterranean Sea. The man's hair was like fallen leaves in the fall, uprooted and with a smattering of blood on his scalp. If I shake my hand, you might lose your ear. One-eared rat bastard. Are you good looking as a reporter? The scythe on the ground made a piercing clatter sound, coupled with Liu Bei's playful flirtation, like the murmur of a hellish ghost. Several reporters' mental defenses instantly collapsed and a brain spilled out. I say, it's the Chu family. The Chu family told us to put up a news story saying you were dead and give us each 800 crystal cores as a favor. The Chu family's people said that as long as you die, other geniuses will be able to get attention. It's called a whale falls and all things come to life. We're making a great merit. Yes, and they also said that people like you are out of their depth and to blame, and that telling the news of your death would make the newcomers quit their pride. Cessation of pride. Liu Bei's eyes were cold, and after a moment's reflection, he understood the cause and effect. Those three fruit-bodied people most likely thought that I died in the hands of the Ape Demon King. Go back and report to Chu Laodang to receive the reward. Chu Laodang was afraid that others would find out that it was him who had done the dirty work, so he asked the reporter to hasten to spread the news that Hammer Death I had been killed by the Ape Demon King, but he didn't know I wasn't dead, and he didn't think I'd dare to come to the River City newspaper to make trouble. Where in this world is the reasoning that if the victim is not successful, the victimized person has to swallow his or her anger? Liu Bei's scythe hit the ground, when a crunch scared a few people straight shiver. Immediately, Su Yue reshaped into a humanoid posture, only to see her put on a look of a victim, tears in her eyes, sadly crouching on Liu Bei's shoulder, living like an innocent little white flower. The life I've managed to find to rely on. You unscrupulous journalists, even for a little bit of black money, rumors that my husband is dead. I almost want to go with him. Liu Bei cooperated by patting Su Yue's back and softly comforted. Don't be sad, wife. I'm not back. I've had nothing but you since I was a child. And these days I don't eat or drink. I want to be martyred with you. My spirit is breaking. Su Yue was crying while hiding in Liu Bei's arms and winking. A couple of reporters couldn't figure out what the two were up to. After a long time, a reporter asked tentatively, "Why don't we compensate you for the moral damages? And let's settle this matter privately? It's not the money. It's mostly that my wife loves to act. She loves me so much. We can raise the price. TSK, what do you take me for? Liu Bei, am I that kind of a money-adding resident?" Liu Bei waved his hand, wanting 3,000, not thinking that a few reporters' eyes turned, hurriedly said, 5,000 is it? We are willing to pay 5,000. What? Chapter 24, The Masculine Conspiracy. Su Yue accepted the compensation with tears. She seemed really sad, snuggled in Liu Bei's arms, and from time to time, she also took Liu Bei's hand and pressed it against her heart. Like it? Su Yue tiptoed on Liu Bei's ear and whispered. Soft touch came from the palm. Liu Bei slightly blushed and said, "Stop at first, there is still a play to be performed later." Without any accident, Chu Laodang is about to arrive. The number of people watching the scene increased, and by now, everyone basically understood what was going on. The black-hearted reporter of the Jiangqing City newspaper received money from the Chu family and posted fake news that Liu Bei was dead, causing serious psychological trauma to the young couple. That little girl must have had a sad childhood or she wouldn't have been so upset. Hey, the happy ones heal their whole life with their childhood, and the unfortunate ones heal their childhood with their whole life. These journalists eat human blood. It's abominable. Make way. Make way. Not long after, Chu Zhan's figure appeared in the middle of the crowd, and he was followed by several security personnel from the city newspaper center. In the beginning, without a high-ranking person sitting in the town, this group of security personnel did not dare to face Liu Bei directly. After all, the kid in front of him was not very old, but the aura he emitted was truly compelling, especially that terrifying scythe, which could actually make their soldier maidens emit shivers in their souls. Now that we have the Academy Union's Chu Lao, I'm sorry that this kid wouldn't dare to fool around. Chu Zhan's face was gloomy. He was thinking about how he was going to set aside his relationship with this group of reporters. Also, Liu Bei made such a fuss over the Jiangqing City newspaper that he had to be given some color. It's best if we can strip him of his qualifications for the exam. That way, Broadchild will be one step closer to the championship. Chu War lined up the crowd about to go forward. Here we go. A light flashed in Liu Bei's eyes, only to see his face turn cold, pointing at the reporter and chiding. You group of unscrupulous reporters? Even if it's okay to eat human blood buns, you still want to frame Chu Lao? Do you know that Elder Chu has gifted all the newcomers? How could an old man at his age do such a dirty thing? I will definitely return Elder Chu's innocence today. Liu Bei had everyone over with such a hand. What the hell? After all this trouble, these unscrupulous reporters are throwing dirty water on Chu Lao? The Chu family didn't do this? Gee, I thought this young man was simply looking for trouble to get compensation, but I didn't realize he was doing justice. It seems that his relationship with Elder Chu is not ordinary. He even dared to mess with the city newspaper building for his wife. Such a man. Want to talk? There was a lot of talk around them, and most of the public opinion was in favor of Liu Bei. It is thought that he was so furious that he was willing to fight with journalists to set the record straight, also bent on defending his benefactor Chu Lao. In this day and age, there are really fewer and fewer young people who dare to speak up for themselves and for others like this. A lot of people started clapping. A couple of journalists had their mouths open with "Look at you talking about people?" written all over their faces. For my peanuts. Peanut for me. This kid took a favor and beat someone up, and now he's defending Chu Lao. What are we? A Gotham nightmare? Then he looked at Chu War, who was not far away. His godly old eyes stared blankly as he was once again taught a hard lesson by Liu Bei. The world is scary with conspiracies and tricks, but the most terrifying thing is the yang. Good boy. First forcing the reporter to confirm that it was old man who made the move, and now he is pretending to clarify for old man in front of everyone, but in fact he is clearly mocking him. This will in turn pull the old man's tiger's skin, so that the city newspaper will not dare to pursue the matter. Defending the old man in public. Even the old man's mouth is blocked. If I embarrass him in public, won't I be slapping my own old face? Good. Good. Yes. With 3 good ones in a row. Chu Zhan's old face quickly returned from its pig liver color to normal. He squeezed out a smile of relief as he stepped forward and patted Liu Bei's shoulder, saying, I really didn't misjudge you. Liu Bei, you did well. Wow. Unscrupulous reporters like this are indeed punished. Elder Chu overpraised me. Young Wei is still a bit uncomfortable, so I'll take her back first. There's still an exam in the afternoon, so there's always a need to prepare for it. After saying that, Liu Bei turned around and left. Chu War was furious in his heart. hoping that he had come here in a hurry and still had to clean up this kid's mess. These reporters are obviously badly hurt, and in order to gag them, the old man will have to shell out money for less. This kid's city is too deep. I'm afraid that he'll be the toughest opponent for Broadchild. However, the afternoon's exam was against the demon swarm, so it was possible to secretly manipulate him to face the toughest demon beast swarm. As long as he was injured in the second round of exams, it would inevitably affect the third round of catching. We must let Broadchild defeat him in the alliance exam. Otherwise he will forever be Broadchild's heart demon. Eagles need sharpening. Liu Bei, you'll be my grandson's whetstone. Chua's mind was churning with thoughts, but on the surface, he had a sprightly face. Start spreading the coins and resting the case. On the other end, Liu Bei and Su Yue had arrived at a luxurious restaurant and ordered a table of delicious food to replenish their energy. What? The price? That wasn't something Liu Bei should be thinking about right now. Conscientious reporter generosity. Want 3,000 to give 5,000. This money does not spend out. Liu Bei are not at ease. Well, this stuffed duck is quite tasty. Little Lulu, open your mouth. Sister will feed you. Su Yue put the food near Liu Bei's mouth, and when Liu Bei opened his mouth to take it, she quickly stuffed half of it into her own mouth. The other half was fed mouth to Liu Bei. Does it smell good? How had Liu Bei ever experienced this? He hadn't even been this nervous when facing a demonic beast. Fragrance. Is it soft? This stuffed duck does not taste soft. Is she talking about just now? Hokage. You're not right. Ha, let's eat and eat. There's a second round of exams in the afternoon. Mentioning the exam, Liu Bei immediately got serious. The second round of the exam is going to be against a group of demonic beasts. There doesn't seem to be many demonic beasts around this danger zone. I don't know how the alliance will arrange it. Su Yue nodded as she ate the golden shredded meat roll. Who cares? The big deal is to go to the chaotic zone. We know everything. Well, if we finish the fight and wrap it up early, we both might even be able to hang out in someone else's patch. The corner of Liu Bei's mouth floated up in a smile. So we're going to have to speed through again? I still want to enjoy the eagle catching the chicken. Su Yue is the image of a domineering imperial lady to everyone, but only when facing Liu Bei. She is either petulant or clingy, and she is a well-behaved little girlfriend. Liu Bei looked at her favorably. It's not like it's going to be much faster. It doesn't matter if you want to play a little longer. Yeah, little Lulu is my favorite. Not far away, a table of rookie trainees who were eating listened to the duo talking extraordinarily harshly. They were from Star Academy. Their family strength was good, and they usually had an arrogant and domineering attitude inside and outside the academy. Hearing someone say that the afternoon exam to fast pass, but also to have a good play a lot, a few people's face immediately appeared thick disdain. Where'd the hick get so confident? Really treating the alliance exam like a house and speed pass, when you are the number one on the heavens remarkable wind and cloud ranking? Humph, but it's just to enter the top 100, and you're so arrogant. Newcomers won't be able to abstain from arrogance, but they're going to suffer big losses. Several people deliberately amplified their voices so that Liu Bei and Su Yue could hear them. Their soldier maidens covered their mouths and laughed nonstop. Obviously also used to being arrogant with these broad young masters. Su Yue frowned at her words. The reason why she hadn't made a move yet was that she wasn't sure if those people had cursed Liu Bei. If you don't scold Liu Bei, everything will be fine. Liu Bei didn't take what a few people said to heart. After all, there are too many ungrateful people in the world to waste time teaching them a lesson. But of these guys, the one sitting in the main seat looks familiar. I think I've seen it during the trials. I don't know if I've grabbed it. Meanwhile, the people at that table were casting provocative glances this way. Chapter 25. Exam difficulty increases. Year of the Land North. A few soldier girls saw that Su Yue was better looking than herself and had a good figure, and for a moment they stirred up a competitive mentality. One by one, with their not-so-full chests, they began to brag about the performance of their own imperial spiritist in the first round. My boyfriend and I didn't have much of a plan. We just fought the guys hard, and in 50 minutes or so, I think, we got through. My boyfriend said to use your head. Anyway, it didn't take much effort. 48 minutes, to put that last guy down, or my family Li Xin is the best. Carrying this mountain opening axe of mine, chopping everyone down in 40 minutes, ranking 58th on the Heaven's Pride list. Li Xin, eat? Why don't you eat? The split-axe soldier lady waved her hand in front of her own sentinel's eyes. She realized that Li Xin seemed to have seen some unimaginable character. Not only did the chopsticks in his hand fall off in fear, even the meat he had eaten in his mouth was spat out. Electricity. Electric wolf pack. Early first order. 12 electric wolves. 1 scythe to a man. Hand up and carry them all away. Li Xin mumbled in shock, lost his mind, and couldn't stop the cold sweat from breaking out on his face. This can scare his soldier mother enough. Xin. Are you alright? What's wrong? Who is over there? Is it those two dirt? Shut up. Xin interrupted Bing Yang with a bellow. Coincidentally, Liu Bei and Su Yue finished their meal and happened to pass by their table when they settled the bill. Xin looked flustered. Long gone was the contemptuous look he had just had. He hurriedly lowered his head and took a big bite into his mouth. Hiss. I remember you. You're the one? Liu Bei's voice rang beside him, as if it were a life-suppressing ghost bell from hell. Xin hurriedly swallowed what was in his mouth and stood up respectfully. It's me, Little Axe, Brother Liu. You saved that electric wolf pack in the dark jungle. Does that ring a bell? Oh, it kind of rings a bell. Liu Bei remembered. This man was the leader of the Star Squad that he had saved from the electric wolves on the first day of the trial. Where's your teammate? One of them got disabled in the trials, and the others didn't make it past the first round. Liu Bei couldn't help but sigh. The long road of cultivation is long, and there may be many people passing by, including many amazing talents, but in the end, not many of them can stay. But when you look around, you will find that the peer group has just changed again and again. There is never a shortage of strong people at the top, and the only way to move forward is to build on your strengths. Xian's face was suffocating red at the moment, and he seemed to be hesitating about something, waiting until Liu Bei was about to leave. He finally stepped forward to speak. Brother Liu, you need to form your own team for the exam in the afternoon. Look, if you don't mind, can you bring a few of us along? Liu Bei thought for a moment, didn't agree or refuse. Let's see what happens this afternoon. Okay. Thank you, Brother Liu. Thank you, Brother Liu. Xian sent Liu Bei and Su Yue to the entrance of the restaurant with a respectful face, saying that he would help the two of them settle the bill. But in the end, Liu Bei rejected it. For one thing, he wasn't short of money right now, and for another, Liu Bei wasn't a person who took advantage of small advantages. Robbing is robbing. That's what those people deserve, to be robbed, and it's reasonable to pay a small favor to avoid the pain and suffering. But at first he helped Xian, but in passing, the crystal core was also all taken by him. There is no reason to let people invite themselves to dinner. When Xian returned, several companions instantly gathered around to ask questions. Boss, why are you so polite with those two bumpkins? They talk so wildly. It seems like they've never seen the world before. Yes, boss, why do you still call yourself Little Axe? In our star, who must not call you a giant axe, brother? Who the hell are those two? Hey, Xian let out a long sigh. That person's surname is Liu. What's wrong with Liu? What's the big deal? The number one on the Wind and Cloud Heaven's remarkable ranking is also named Liu. Then next to him, quite good, that female is Su Yue? Xian's soldier mother's jaw dropped. She couldn't connect the well-behaved and clingy Su Yue with the bloodthirsty spectral scythe she saw that day, no matter what. It's okay that I didn't offend them just now. And damn, I'm covered in goosebumps right now. Didn't they both go to the downtown newspaper building? Is that taken care of so quickly? I have a first-hand big melon here, said Liu Bei, and Su Yue were rated as Jiangcheng enthusiastic citizens, the contemporary media's teenage heroes, punishing bad reporters. It's unimaginable. Xian was now only looking forward to teaming up with these two bulls in the afternoon so that he could hug his thighs. This will prevent you from suffering too much in the second round of exams. At 2 p.m. Over 200 vibrant young boys and girls stood in the arena. The octagonal cage has been removed. The sky overhead was clear, and the blinding sunlight poured down on the pairs of imperial spiritists and soldieresses, as well as on the future of the city of Jiangcheng. The rules for the second round of exams had already been announced. A group of 10 people would voluntarily form a team and draw lots in the name of the team to go to the chaotic zone and hunt the designated group of demonic beasts. Note that it's a herd of demonic beasts, not a demonic beast. Similar to animal habits, some demonic beasts like to hang out in groups. For example, Liu Bei's electric wolf pack that he had previously killed, and the ape demon pack that he had commanded. Then there were such things as swarms of pig demons, swarms of yellow needle bees, and swarms of giant ants, all of which were relatively common swarming demonic beasts. The second round of killing the demon group is the rule of the previous exams, and the new people have long seen it, but the words Chaos Zone made everyone turn pale at the sound of them. Is there any mistake? It's not enough to kill a demonic beast swarm to go to the surrounding danger zone. Why do we have to go further to the chaotic zone? That's dangerous, isn't it? I've heard that second-ranked professional combat teams have casualties from time to time. Can we handle it with our current strength? I must find Big Legs Team. The second round, if the consumption is too big. 3 rounds of catching and killing can only be a target. A murmur erupted from the crowd, and the tactics teacher who announced the rules bellowed. Silence. This year is not like previous years. Some individual students hunted too many demonic beasts in the danger zone during the trial, resulting in the second-order demonic beasts not even being enough for the exam. The Alliance could only raise the difficulty of the exam. Now that there are more and more spatial rifts and the situation in the war zone is becoming increasingly tense, in order for you to adapt to the battlefield as soon as possible, the Alliance has decided that from this year onwards, the second round of exams will all take place in the Chaos Zone. The second round of exams begins. All life and death has a destiny. It is inevitable that everyone will have to bleed in sacrifice. If there is any backsliding, you can quit now. The room was silent. Quit? Who would be willing to quit after being in the top 100 for so long? The stress of repeating a course is not something the average person can handle. Even if it's a chaotic zone, bite the bullet. As a rule, a group of at least 7 and up to 10 people. The choice of teammates is crucial. But before that, everyone was frowning and looking around somewhat suspiciously. Who on earth hunted and killed so many demonic beasts? Damn. Inner roles, huh? One person raised the difficulty of the exam. Damn this person. I said how the trial late cannot see what demonic beasts. A half day is to let people to slaughter. Whoso do not give people to stay alive. In the center of the crowd, Liu Bei touched his nose, and Su Yue spat out her tongue. The two smiled at each other. Something that was not easy to say explicitly, but was also self-evident. Some of those in the know subconsciously looked at the two of them, but didn't dare to tell the truth. Years later, people named the year Liu Bei took the Alliance exam the first year of Liu Bei. Before the Chaos Zone exam, the newcomers will also pay their respects at the former residence of Liu Bei. When they were fighting with the demonic beasts in a bloodbath, they were all screaming in agony. Goddamn Liu Bei Yuan Yen. This second round of exams is too difficult. Chapter 26. Mad. Absolutely mad. The sun is still hot at 2 or 3 o'clock in the fall. There was not the slightest shade in the arena, and some of the warm-hearted imperial spiritists used their hands to shade their hyuga, as well as letting the hyuga stand in their own shadows. Straight men of steel think warmongers are at the same table as dogs, and they let their soldier girls bask in the hot sun as much as they do. Mainlining affair. Su Yue didn't care about the gazes of the bystanders. Just like a slippery little fish drilling into Liu Bei's arms, she was just at the height of Liu Bei's chin. The aroma between the hair strands lingered on the tip of Liu Bei's nose, and the warm and soft touch stimulated Liu Bei's nerves. Little Lulu. I'm cold. Hokage. It's fine if you want to hug me. That's a bit of an outrageous excuse, isn't it? The breakout begins. All the newcomers moved their feet almost simultaneously and walked quickly toward their preferred teammate. That's right. Most people had made appointments to form teams long before the league exams began. Of course, plans don't change fast enough. You said we'd team up together. Why did you run off to someone else's team? Zhang Feng, you provoked me not to let me team up with Lu Quan, but you yourself approached Lu Quan. I see. So you guys have been working together for a long time. It's you who are stupid. Don't even look at where you rank on the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking. Brother, please take me flying. As long as you take me, the money is negotiable. Ask for a band and ask for a band. My soldier mother is especially open. Flower work. Find a powerful single male. Accept everyone together. Exchange after the exam is also okay. In front of the Chaos Zone, this rookie class showed a more extreme way of grouping. The reality of human nature is evident. Interestingly, Liu Bei didn't move a muscle from start to finish. He just let Su Yue hold him, as if the matter of teaming up had nothing to do with them. Quite a few Imperial Spirit Masters pulled their soldier maidens and hovered around Liu Bei hesitantly, looking eager to form a team, but both opened and closed their mouths several times, as if some scruple prevented them from making a decision. In the stands, it's the same hidden corner. Kneeling behind Chu War were the 3 fruit-body people again. Reporting to Elder Chu, according to your wishes, we have arranged for Liu Bei to have the most difficult 8-demon group as his opponent. There are quite a few second-order 8 demons in the 8-demon swarm. The difficulty is far higher than the first-order demon swarm, and since Liu Bei killed the 8-demon king, that group of 8 demons must have hated him to the bone. The news has been put out. You see, no one even dares to team up with him. Chu War nodded his head in satisfaction. Well done. The old man rewards and punishes clearly. There will be rewards for you afterward. On the podium, several tactics teachers looked at each other, wondering about the fact that no one had teamed up with Liu Bei. It doesn't make sense. Liu Bei is so strong. How come no one teams up with him? Fighting with a group of demons is very different from fighting alone. In a team, the Imperial Spiritist will act as different roles based on specialties, complementing their strengths and weaknesses. How can Liu Bei do it without teammates? Should we intervene? No. All previous Alliance exams are voluntary teams. I doubt it. Has this Liu Bei offended someone? It's possible. It looks like this Liu Bei will really face a bitter battle. Look, Someone from Star Academy went to look for Liu Bei. The crowd rushed to look at the sound, only to see that among the several waves of people surrounding Liu Bei, there was a sturdy young man pulling his own soldier's mother and bringing another 3 imperial spirit masters who followed him to Liu Bei. The visitor was none other than Li Xian, who had greeted Liu Bei at noon. "Brother Liu, we want to team up with you." His face was resolute, as if he had made a great decision, and it was obvious that he had known something in advance. A junior brother showed hesitation and reminded in a low voice, "Brother Giant Axe, you have to think about it well. The demon group facing Liu Bei is..." Li Xian interrupted the man with a wave of his hand. "There is no need to say more. Brother Liu saved my life, and I believe in Brother Liu's strength." A few others still had some tangles on their faces, but they couldn't refute it because it was Li Xian who made the comment. Kind words are appreciated. Liu Bei smiled easily and actually refused the only person who was willing to team up with him. "Liu, I really don't want to hug my thigh this time. Actually, I understand all that. I'm sure you guys might have heard something. The horde of demonic beasts I'm facing must be hard to deal with, right?" Li Xian didn't hide it and said frankly, "I heard that someone wanted to target you and arranged a very powerful group of demonic beasts for you, so I wanted to come and do you a favor." No wonder. Those who tried to flatter me in the morning are silent now. Liu Bei's eyes were cold. With his mind he could naturally guess who was behind this. Old Deng has a little something. To be able to sway the exam draw. I'd like to see what demonic beasts you've arranged for me. Liu Bei cast an approving glance toward Li Xian. No matter what the other party's purpose was, it was worth giving him a high opinion of him to come forward at this time. Immediately afterward, he strides over to the signature cylinder and prepares to draw. The tactics teacher in charge of administration frowned and reminded, the draw should be done in small groups, with a minimum of 7 people in a squad, and the second round of the exam will have to face a herd of demonic beasts. It's far more treacherous than you can imagine, so you'd better find some teammates. No need. I don't need teammates, and I'm even less willing to drag others down. If you want to share any beasts with me, just light up. Liu Bei's voice was not loud, but it was enough to make everyone present, even the tactics teacher on the podium, muffle their voices at the same time. Madness. Absolutely wild. Daring to face the swarm of demonic beasts in the chaotic zone alone with one person in a team. How confident is this Liu Bei? What's even more horrifying is that he knows he's being targeted, yet he doesn't raise any objections, and instead of choosing to hold his tongue, he speaks out about it in full view of the public. Blatantly calling out the tactics teacher is an unprecedented first. That tactics teacher named Hisu. His face instantly turned white and coughed twice, obviously a little vain. Cough cough. Liu Bei, the alliance examination has always been fair, just, and open, and you drew this lot yourself, so how can you deliberately target it? You should speak with evidence. Do you dare to lift the signet box in front of everyone? Liu Bei once again hard steel. Hisu eyelids wildly jump, even subconsciously want to glance at the stands. At this moment, Chu Zhan instinctively bowed his head, and having lived for a long time, he couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart. This son's elegance is not the least bit inferior to Yan Nantian, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern War Zone back then. Unfortunately, not a descendant of my Chu family, nor does he intend to my Sanglin Academy na. As the commotion on Liu Bei's side grew louder and louder, many newcomers had already formed teams and were waiting for the draw while eating melon in the meantime. A drop of cold sweat oozed from Hisu's forehead, and on the podium, several authoritative tactics teachers couldn't sit still. They all got up and were about to come over and ask what was going on. However, to everyone's surprise, Liu Bei's face gradually eased and he took the initiative to pat Hisu's shoulder and spoke, "Count on it. Some benefits can be taken. Some benefits are hot to take. There is time to look more at the Jiangqing City newspaper." Hisu was shocked beyond words. If Liu Bei was calling the shots with the Academy Alliance just now, then now, it was a naked threat and shock to him personally. As a rookie, he gave the tactics teacher a public dressing down. He was just about to open his mouth to retort, but he saw the blackened scythe silhouette phantom on Su Yue's chest. Violent killing intent fluctuated out. In the next second, Su Yue put her finger on her lips and made a silencing motion. Immediately afterward, Liu Bei reached out and casually touched a sign. Deep in the chaos zone. SSS rated risk. Ape demon swarm. A hint of surprise flashed in Liu Bei's eyes as he and Su Yue exchanged glances, simultaneously seeing doubt on each other's faces. And then it's all about stifling laughter. This caused both of them to look very odd, but to the casual observer, it was obvious that he was scared silly, because a swarm of ape demons is the last disaster anyone wants to face. Holy, it's actually an ape demon. The ape demons in the chaotic zone. Is that third order ape demon king's clan? Holy, it's a good thing I didn't team up with Liu Bei. Ape demons are very cunning. Each one has a not so low level of spiritual intelligence. and it's most terrifying to be in a group. I've heard that this group of 8 demons are doing nothing wrong, specializing in injuring passing strategic squads, and even the garrison can't do anything about them. Any team that draws the 8 demon swarm is bound to end up dead. Liu Bei and Su Yue single-handedly. Hell of a difficulty. Most of the melon-eating newcomers were secretly glad that the worst sign had already been drawn by Liu Bei. As expected, the next thing everyone drew were wild boar swarms and poisonous bee swarms, and no more hellish difficulties like 8 demon swarms. Tactics teachers have been worried faces, but the draw has been made. The most they can do is to send a drone to monitor the broadcast, if there is really dangerous. If the tactics teacher makes a move, the student will immediately be disqualified from the exam. Let's do this. Couldn't care less. There are quite a few second-ranked in that 8 demon swarm. If Liu Bei and Su Yue have any shortcomings, it will be a major loss for the Academy Union. Well, let's just wait and see what happens then. On the stands, Chu Zhan's eyes were gloomy. The corners of his mouth rose, and equally gloating with him were the 3 people kneeling behind him. Chu Tianque was similarly gloating as he and Lin Shui exchanged glances, their faces overflowing with excitement. At the same time, Liu Bei and Su Yue quickly turned around and headed straight for the chaotic area. Agu, I almost can't hold in my laughter. Let's get the 2 of us to deal with the 8 demon. Su Yue laughed so hard that she covered her stomach and couldn't close her legs. Liu Bei also couldn't hold back his laughter a bit, but he still forced the corners of his mouth. Sister, be serious. We're going to fight a hard battle to go. It's very dangerous. Chu Tianque took a look at the 2 people's backs and smiled even more broadly. Humph. Only now do you know to be afraid. So scared that you can't even walk. It's too late. Know what happens when you offend this young master. Chapter 27, You Kill Each Other. I'll take a vacation. Chaos Zone. All squads have arrived at their divisions. For a moment, the Hyuga emitted a brilliant luster and transformed into weapons of various shapes and sizes. Swords and spears, whips and hammers and grabs, and abductors and meteors are all available. The Imperial Spirit Master cast his talent, or increase, or body technique, and a large amount of spiritual energy was released, quickly entangling with the group of demonic beasts. Groups of demonic beasts tend to work together, and the more spiritually intelligent ones may still have tactics and chapters to learn from humans using schemes. Therefore, all the newcomers were taught and did not dare to be careless. Spare a thought. And within half an hour there were already casualties in many of the squads. The electric wolves unleash a lightning matrix, the wild boars launch a savage charge, and the poisonous needle wasps shoot out countless poisonous needles. The large range of attacks caused all the squads to be exhausted, and the battle quickly descended into white heat. But all the squads still feel lucky. After all, they were only facing a slightly stronger group of demons, which was better than Liu Bei facing 8 demons. 8 demons are bloodthirsty, ferocious, cunning, and can even use weapons. And they also have a 3rd order 8 demon king. Liu Bei, this exam difficulty, hell level is already not enough to describe. It's the No. 5 division that Chu Tianque was in was dealing with a group of wild boar demons. These boars were thick-skinned and strong, and ordinary attacks simply couldn't break their defenses. Everyone pay attention to the formation. Don't let the pig demons disperse. I'll unleash a wide-range attack to restrict their movements. After saying that, Chu Tianque wielded the snowflake goddess sword that Lin Shui had transformed into, striking out a large swath of icy frosty cold sword chi. The boar was really slowing down quite a bit. Young master is mighty. Awesome. Follow the young master, and sooner or later you'll be a man of honor. Almost all the members of Chu Tianquang's squad were his followers. Seeing that the S-class artifact spirit was starting to take off, their pressure was instantly reduced, and the crowd immediately patted Chu Tianque on the back. 1,000 wears, but a horse's ass doesn't wear, especially to someone like Chu Tianque. At first he was able to respond calmly and without distraction. The further back he went, the more the corners of his mouth crooked, and he felt that he was really going to become the number 1 person in the Wind and Cloud Heaven's pride ranking. Bear. After killing a pig demon, Chu Tianque raised the snowflake goddess sword. The dawn of victory is just around the corner. We just need to wear out this group of pig demons and wait until they run out of strength, and then we'll be able to kill them all in one go. Think about that bloody unlucky Liu Bei. We are much luckier than him. If we don't fight for our lives now, when will we fight for our lives? When Liu Bei was mentioned, all the members of Chu Tianque's squad began to show their loyalty. Yeah, Liu Bei dealt with a bunch of second-ranked 8 demons, so they're probably all dead and buried at this moment. Humph, let him be arrogant. Daring to go against our Chu Xiao is really asking for death. We can take a look at Area 1 when we're done later. We might be able to find his and Su Yue's limbs. A few people revealed cruel smiles, not noticing that in mid-air, a small drone was recording their every word in action. These drones relayed the footage captured in real time and mapped it synchronously to a group of tactics teachers on the podium. The second round of the test is In principle, a matter of life and death. But for the safety of most of the participants, drones are sent to monitor each area. Once a demonic beast of brutal strength appeared and the deaths and injuries of the trainees were too heavy, the Academy Union would intervene. This year's exam was particularly special, with the venue being in a more dangerous and chaotic area. The battle against the horde of demonic beasts would last all night until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so the tactics teachers didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, all staring at the screens of the various live broadcasts. These players brought by Chu's old grandson are a bit too hostile. Chu's old grandson has performed well, and with his heart polished and polished again, he should be a makeable talent. Chu's old grandson. Stop. Only to see Chu War's face ugly as he called off a few tactics teachers and said in a deep voice, "Why is there a Chu old grandson in every mouthful? It's too hard to hear." The old man sounds awkward. At this moment, the patriarchs of the major academies, including Chu War, were also gathered on the podium to watch the battles of the various squads. Chu War's gaze swept back and forth. What he was most concerned about right now was not his grandson Chu Tianqua, but Liu Bei. However, Liu Bei and Su Yue were nowhere to be seen in all the images of the ongoing blood battle. The tactics teachers had the same doubts, but after looking around, none of them looked like Division 1, where Liu Bei was, deep in the chaos zone. In the dilapidated mountain village that was once encamped by the Ape Demon King and the Ape Demons, a small gazebo with an elegant environment had appeared at some point. In the pavilion, a pair of relaxed young boys and girls sat on two large rattan chairs. In front of the duo lay a table with a missing corner, wiped clean and covered with a variety of fresh fruits. There were mostly tangerines and oranges, some apples, bananas, peaches, and surprisingly, two huge coconuts on the far side. The coconuts had straws sticking out of them, and the man took a sip every now and then. The woman was not quite so honest, and often sipped at the straw. This woman was naturally Su Yue. Of course she knew that Liu Bei could see through her own cautionary tactics, but she didn't care. Hey, drinking this counts as indirect kissing. Oh, it's not like you haven't kissed, Liu Bei muttered in a small voice, leaning comfortably towards the recliner. A mouthful of coconut juice and a mouthful of Su Yue. So cozy. Su Yue stretched a big lazy waist. I don't know how the other people's side fought. We had this hard battle. I'm sleepy. If you are sleepy, you can sleep for a while. Anyway, the end of the exam is not until tomorrow morning, but the night is windy in the mountains. I'll ask Monkey Son to find out if there are any things nearby to keep out the cold. Liu Bei glanced at the ape demon behind him who was fanning himself with a banana leaf, and that ape demon instantly understood, respectfully crouching on the ground, waiting for his orders. Hoo! Squeak! The ape demon called on his two helpers and flew away. Su Yue was greatly surprised. Little Lulu, you have really become the Monkey King? The ape demon eyes are obviously in my place. How did you command them? It is recorded in the ancient books that after using the ape demon eyes once you can have a heart-to-heart with these ape demons, which is equivalent to learning a beast language, right? After Liu Bei finished speaking, his lying form suddenly stalled. Senior, it seems like something is watching us. It's the drone. After Su Yue sensed it, she was just about to run out of the gazebo, but Liu Bei reached out to stop her. Wait, sister, just let Monkey go. Only to see Liu Bei instructing another ape demon. That ape demon immediately climbed up to the crown of a tall tree, covering his backhand in front of his eyes as he quickly searched for his target. At the same time, a drone suddenly lowered and flew straight towards the gazebo where Liu Bei was. The ape demon let out a shriek and leapt forward, swooping the drone up in his arms and breaking it in half the moment it had just snapped at the gazebo. College Union, podium, all the tactics teachers and academy elders, staring at the snowflakes on the screen of Division 1, fell into deep thought. Did I just blink? Those two little things eating fruit at Ape Demon. Ape Demon is actually serving the two of them. Is he treating Liu Bei as Ape Demon King? What are these two doing when everyone else is in the bloodbath? Vacation? The silence of the moment was deafening. People would rather believe that they're seeing things, or that there's a bug in the picture. Nor did he want to believe that the tumor of the chaotic zone that even the garrison had failed to solve, the Ape Demon King and the group of ape demons, could be folded in Liu Bei's hands. Then this kid is too demonic, isn't he? In the gazebo, Liu Bei kept looking over the broken drone. Did you get it? No? Hey, if I had known someone was filming us, I would have done something daring. It's exciting to think about it. Why are there two rattan chairs here? They're in the way. Su Yue's focus is always different from normal people. Coconut milk is sufficient and fruit is filling. Liu Bei look at the time. At this time the sun is sinking in the west. It will soon be dark. It is a good time to fish in troubled waters. The passing requirement for the second round of exams was to remove the swarm of demonic beasts from the area by 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day. This removal is quite a bit more elaborate. Killing them all counts as clearing. And rushing somewhere else to make sure the demonic beasts don't come back before 6 o'clock also counts as clearing. So some squads that weren't strong enough would take the easy way out and specialize in figuring out how to drive the demonic beasts out. Liu Bei let out another ape chirp. And in a flash, all the ape demons all submitted before him, bowing their heads to him. It really looks like the Monkey King ordering the monkeys and monkeys. Liu Bei's instructions were simple: this place is not safe. The group moves to another place. After that, the ape demons dutifully gathered their supplies and began to migrate. In less than 15 minutes, Liu Bei's test had already passed. However, he was not in a hurry to report his achievements, but carried Su Yue and walked quickly in the night. In the zone of chaos, the battles continue in the major areas. Suddenly, all the birds and beasts in the jungle fled frantically. In the distance, only a very fast figure with a scythe could be seen, wrapped in a thick ethereal and eerie mist, with an ethereal green light trailing behind it. It's traveling quickly through the major areas. The figure, whose face could not be seen, ran wildly while a woman's singing voice that could not hold back her excitement came from the scythe. Ding dong, I have a secret. Quietly slaughter you. As the song got closer and closer, the terrifying oppression of the scythe shook people's hearts and minds, and the demonic beasts that were originally still fighting with the Imperial Spiritist squad unexpectedly began to frantically flee. It was as if they had seen the end of days and the death that had been reaping wildly in this place a few days before. It was as if they had seen the end of days and the death that had been reaping wildly in this place a few days before. Chapter 28. Is not haunted. Is haunted Liu Bei. The demonic beasts were shocked. Yes, the demonic beasts that swore not to retreat in the face of the various squads and defended their homes were all frightened in the face of the black shadow of the scythe. In the darkness, there were mournful animal calls everywhere. The demonic beasts seemed to see the end of death. A fear from their souls made them no longer dare to fight, and they were all driven to flee frantically. The scary thing was that the dark shadow didn't seem to be satisfied. He actually started to round up all the demonic beasts as a single person. Stop, you're surrounded. Ha ha ha, no, don't run that way. How dark and scary it is over there. Little cutie, come under sister's scythe. Sister won't kill you. Don't be afraid. Dizziness is normal. Take a deep breath. It'll pass soon. Some warm and sickly female voice haunted the dark jungle, causing the demonic beasts to tremble in their ears. Some of the demonic beasts even ran in such a panic that they crashed into trees. The sound also reached the ears of many newcomers. They were still fighting in a bloodbath as a group, fighting to the death. But as soon as this black shadow of a scythe appeared, the pressure on them vanished. The demonic beasts have all run away. What's the point of killing them? Team, Captain, it's not haunted, is it? Asterisk. It's so scary. Is it some soldier lady who died with a wrongful death? Whose wronged soul can be so cruel? But whoever is capable of this can't die. Look at that big scythe. Who does it look like? The crowd almost spoke in unison. Like that legendary monster in Tama Tianji, Su Yue. This is not haunted. It's clearly haunted Liu Bei. An imperial spiritist unwrapped a bottle of spiritual energy replenishing potion and wiped the corners of his mouth after taking a big gulp, his heart palpitating. It's only just night, and Liu Bei ended the battle? It's too demonic. A soldier girl was applying a restorative potion and was similarly shocked beyond words. I'm from Tianji Academy, and I've personally seen the terror of school sister Su's devouring spiritual energy, being able to suck a dummy experiment dry in an instant. It's hard to imagine what kind of spiritual energy reserves that Liu Bei actually has, that it can be used for school sister Su to squander so much. Why don't you say that people are SSS? Monsters can only harness monsters. Look at Liu Bei in Su Yue's state. Where are they in a bitter battle? They are clearly enjoying themselves. It's horrible. A few people tinkered for a few moments, and when they looked far away, they realized that the squads in the surrounding area were also tinkering, and so the most amazing scene of all the exams appeared. The time was but 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and the demonic beasts in the various divisions had already been cleared. Several squads came together close by, started campfires, and chatted as they healed their wounds. When Liu Bei was mentioned, everyone's eyes were filled with scorn, admiration, and a strong sense of gratitude. Liu Bei Yuan Nian is certainly hateful, but it is really cool to take the exam with Liu Bei. Liu Bei is really righteous. One person raised the difficulty of the exam, but people do things for one person and help the guys get through the second round smoothly. So damn righteous. Yeah, it must not have been easy for him to fight the ape demon. I guess he came to help us just after the battle. I was actually jealous of him earlier. I'm so inhuman. In my opinion, we should thank Liu Bei together when we get back and have the Academy Union send him a banner or something. You guys, it looks like he's heading to Area 5. That gang of demonic beasts have also been driven over, and the ones in the 5th area are Chu Tianhua and Lin Shui, right? Region 5. Chu Tianqua's squad members were all out of breath. Their battle was nearing its end, with only 3 second-rank board demons left to resist. Everyone, work harder. As long as we get rid of these 3 pig demons, we'll have won the fight. Chu Tianqua looked wistfully toward Area 1 after he spoke. Try to drive the pig demon in that direction. It doesn't matter if it's separated by 2 areas. Maybe the pig demon will run to Area 1. The people next to me began to agree. Yes, let's make the test in District 1 a little more difficult. Is this still necessary? Liu Bei and Su Yue are both cold by now, right? Even if you don't get cold, you'll have to lose half your life. And the 3rd round of exams is probably hopeless. Ow. In the darkness, the roar of a riotous beast came from all sides of Area 5 at the same time. Chu Tianqua's eyes instantly rounded. What is this sound? Young master. It's bad. There's a demonic beast. Wow. Coming towards our side. A member of the team panicked and ran over to report. Chu Tianqua grabbed the man's collar. What are you panicking about? It's normal for demonic beasts to run in during the exam period. Don't mess up the group's mentality. From which direction did the demonic beasts come? In every direction. All over the mountains. Everywhere. Chu Tianqua and the other members of the team were shocked at the same time, only to see monstrous smoke and dust curling up from the surrounding darkness, and an unknown number of demonic beasts converging towards Area 5 at the same time. Lin Shua's voice came from the snowflake goddess sword. We might be targeted. Who dares? I'm the Chu family's eldest grandson. Who dares to target me? Without waiting for Chu Tianqua to finish speaking, to the east, a swarm of poisonous needle wasps attacked and killed this way in an overwhelming manner. To the south, a group of electric wolves kept spewing out electric currents as they ran wildly. An electric light shot out in all directions, illuminating the area of number 5 with light and darkness, completely exposing the position of Chu Tianqua and the others. The west side of the cow demon group, the north side of the giant-toothed rabbit. In a flash, no less than a dozen kinds of demon groups rushed toward Chu Tianqua. What was even more terrifying was that this group of demonic beasts seemed to carry a strong sense of grievance, much more furious than before, launching a frenzied attack without waiting for a confrontation. Everyone get ready for battle. Chu Tianqua's scalp tingled as he wielded the snowflake goddess sword, pouring in a large amount of his own spiritual energy to take the lead in the charge. The team members behind him also immediately went into battle, but there were too many demonic beasts, and they were soon caught in a bitter battle, with each of them hanging on to their colors. High above, drones projected the scene all the way to the podium. Chu Zhan's face was incomparably ugly as if he had eaten something, and he clenched his fists and snapped indignantly. Liu Bei is blatantly disrupting the order of the exams and interfering with other people's exams. The Academy Union should intervene as soon as possible. Several of the tactics teachers turned around at the same time, all looking at him with the expression of an air conditioning repairing uncle. The meaning of that is more than clear. Just because you disrupt the examination order and cheat others, it is not okay for others to cheat you back? Don't be a double standard, okay? Flame Academy's Mo Taizhan laughed and said, why should Shu Lao be so serious? It's purely a coincidence where the demonic beasts are running. Liu Bei is also trying to help everyone share the pressure, and he probably didn't expect that the demonic beasts would run towards the No. 5 area. Yeah, maybe it's just like drawing lots. He's favorably drawn the most difficult ape demon group. The person who spoke was Yu Qiubai from Star Academy. This person looked extremely gentlemanly in appearance, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes were full of wisdom. Ancient Moon Ming of the Heavenly Extreme Academy also smiled faintly and acknowledged. The second round of exams is supposed to be based on each person's ability. Luck is also a skill. Good fortune can't always favor a certain person. Gentlemen say it's like that, right? Aha! Gu Yuming's speech ushered in a wave of recognition, and in the crowd, the only one who looked a little ugly was Fong Qing, the female teacher of Song Lin Academy. There was no other reason. Chu Tianqua himself belonged to Song Lin Academy. The Royal Spirit Master was a rank, and the soldier lady Lin Shui was even S rank. Both of them were the talents that Song Lin was focusing on cultivating in the current session, and basically all of his players are from Sanglin as well. Other academies could stand and talk, but she and Chu War could not do that. In another half hour, if the cadets are truly in danger, I demand that the league intervene. Fong Cheng's attitude was resolute, but he didn't expect Chu Zhan's words to change. Teacher Fong, I'm still confident in Qiuor's strength, and what I'm dissatisfied with is only Liu Bei's personal behavior. Fong Qing never expected Chu Zhan to say that. The one under siege was his own grandson, and he wasn't even worried? Humph. Liu Bei, this son has a deep heart, acts without regard for the consequences, and the forces behind him are covered up. Such a person, do you still want to draw him in? Chu War questioned in a cold voice, but unexpectedly, all the tactics teachers directly ignored his words and renewed their discussion on Liu Bei's belonging. In my opinion, Liu Bei's mind is extremely high, and after the second stage is very suitable for entering my heartstring Dao and practicing heartstream techniques. I beg to differ. I think Liu Bei's spiritual energy can harness Su Yue, and should enter my spiritual energy Dao. Liu Bei can wield a scythe and hit with such speed. He totally deserves to be in my Min Dao. No. I think he's brilliant in the power department. He should be in my force. A few tactics teachers argued and were so angry that Chua could not speak for a long time, so he could only brush his sleeve and rejoin the genin seat. One of the tactics teachers, a young woman in a pure white dress, never said a word. This person had a cool temperament, a head of long inky pitch black hair, and clear bright eyes as crystalline as a lake in autumn. She glanced at the screen from time to time without a single emotional fluctuation in her gaze, as if she had no intention of recruiting any of the heavenly prides. Teacher Chao, what do you think of Liu Bei? You also cultivate force martial arts. Aren't you interested in this kid? Mo Taizhan came over to talk to the woman. For a moment, many tactics teachers looked at the woman in white at the same time. Not interested. After a short reply, the woman in white closed her eyes. Mo Taizhan touched a nose and returned to his seat resentfully. He rubbed his arm twice. Chao Tiangu can be really high and cold. Everyone is here to grab Tianzhou. How come she's not interested at all? Mo Tieshan's Bing Yang was flaming fist gloves. A woman with short reddish-colored hair, who couldn't help but laugh when she saw him get defeated. You knew that the first day? Look at which tactics teacher here doesn't have a Hyuga next to her. Can she be normal for being a Hyuga but not having an Imperial Spiritist next to her? Chapter 29, The Difference Between a Full Meal and a Full Meal. At around 4 a.m. All regional second-round exams were declared over. Of the more than 100 Imperial Spiritists, 16 were dead, 20 were seriously injured, and 32 were wounded. Strangely enough, some of the sentinels were not seriously injured, but their Hyuga was very badly injured. Some of them even had their spirits broken and their soldier mothers dead. The tactics teacher in front of the podium seemed accustomed to this scene. After all, the second round of the exam was very cruel. It was a real battle with demonic beasts, and there was no protective teacher to follow, so some casualties were inevitable. Only Chao Tiangu, who was dressed in white, was disgusted by the scene of the soldier lady dying violently while the Imperial Spirit Master was only slightly injured. She clenched her teeth and stared at the screen for a long time, before she coldly got up and chose to leave. As the tactics teacher of the Tinji Academy, Chao Tianji's departure should have been reported to the patriarch of this academy, or at least greeted the people around him. But the crowd seemed to have long been accustomed to her idiosyncratic behavior, and only frowned at her departure, and no one questioned it. Of the 10 or so regions, only the 5th region suffered the heaviest casualties. Chu Tianqua and his soldier's wife, Lin Shui, were wounded again. 2 members and their soldier's wife died, and 3 were seriously injured. One was only the death of a soldier's mother, but he himself suffered only minor injuries. On the snowflake goddess sword, 5 jewels glittered. Chu Tianqua leaned on his sword and knelt on one knee, panting violently. He first poured a large amount of spiritual energy potion into himself, and after slowing down a little, this allowed Lin Shui to return to her human form, handing her the repair potion. People from other areas have been evacuating one by one to the outskirts of the chaotic zone. The chaotic zone was not like a low-level risk area. Demonic beasts came and went and migrated more frequently, and there were many second-order demonic beasts infesting the area. After resting, no one in the group wanted to stay a little longer for fear that something would happen and affect the next round of exams. Of course, there's a more major reason. That righteous killing god Liu Bei is gone. Everyone's sense of security was instantly reduced, and most of the mood to watch was gone. Chu Tianqua indignantly scanned the surrounding area. He wanted to discover Liu Bei's figure, and wanted to confirm that Liu Bei was behind all this. At the same time, he didn't want to see Liu Bei, and a hidden fear grew in his heart. Has Liu Bei become my heart demon? No! I must not let myself be afraid of him. Third round. Liu Bei, I will trample you under my feet. In the darkness, Liu Bei and Su Yue were also walking towards the arena. Little Lulu, you are really smart. Surprisingly, you were able to come up with such a good way to poke around Chu Tianqua's strength. Su Yue held Liu Bei's arm with a happy face and analyzed. I can see clearly. Lin Shui has a total of 5 gemstones set on her body. 1 top grade and 4 middle grade. It should be all of their bottom cards. Not necessarily. These gems are definitely his bottom card, but since Chu Laodang has put all his treasure on this grandson, he might still make some preparations. Liu Bei and Su Yue were both quite sensible. Fang's behavior seemed crazy, but it was actually a form of retaliation to force Chu Tianqua to bring out his full strength. After driving away the demonic beasts, Liu Bei was the first to carefully observe Chu Tianqua's battle. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Liu Bei never liked to fight unprepared battles. Alliance Arena. The results of the second round of exams are announced. Liu Bei's group, with only him and Su Yue as members, once again overwhelmed the group with a first-place finish, ascending to the top of the Wind and Cloud Heavenly Remarks ranking. The rest were Star Academy, Blaze, Song Lin, Acacia, Steel, and so on, with each academy group having at least 8 people. This made Liu Bei and Su Yue stand out. Wow! Worthy of being Liu Bei, bullpen, and still number 1. So he and Su Yue, the two of them, defeated the 8 demon swarm on hell difficulty? What about the 8 demon king? What about the 2 of them? It couldn't have been killed by both of them too, could it? No way, no way? I really regret that I didn't find Liu Bei to form a team. I actually thought that I was afraid that their copy would be too difficult to even get myself involved. It's too damn shameful. Among the group of trainees, it was Li Xin who was the most excited. He held his head high and bragged to his group. I told you, Liu has no problem defeating the beasts by himself and helping everyone after the exams are done. So cool. At the bottom of the list was Chu Tianqua's squad. The casualties were the heaviest and took the longest. The strange thing was that he and Lin Shui were still in an injured state just now, but in the work of walking back, their injuries were healed. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with resentment as she clenched her fists and secretly swore that she would get first place in the final exam no matter what. Liu Bei, it's all because of you that I was injured, that I had to commit myself to Chu Tianqua, and that I drank those potions that permanently traumatized my body. I will never let you go. There is no need to mention the resentment in Chu Tianqua's heart. Not far behind the two of them, there was another boy glaring at Liu Bei with an angry face. The boy's name was Zhao Li, and he was from Tianji Academy. The unusual performance soon caused many people to talk. Why does this kid look like he has a grudge against my idol Liu Bei? How can there not be a grudge? I heard that he's been chasing Sister Su for years, writing love letters and sending breakfast, but Sister Su just doesn't catch the ball. Not to mention opening the door, not even giving him a doorway. The person who asked the question looked at Su Yue clinging to Liu Bei, but also the slightest disregard for the eyes of the bystanders. A moment to lie down on the ear to whisper. A moment to sneak kiss Liu Bei a mouthful of shrimp and pig heart. This scene, even a pure love warrior can't stand it. Wow. Looks good. What talent. Sister Suso cannot see? A gossiping soldier girl had a face that looked like she was eating watermelon, and several Tianji academies instantly came over. You say this, I'm not sleepy. Ow. He's an S-rank talent. Blast Wind Shadow Divergence. I wanted to bond with him at the time, but he only has Sister Su in his heart. S-class? That's also a quality stock. In my place I would have fallen long ago. Wake up. Su's school sister is SSS. People at once fell in love with your family Geijai Liu Bei. Come on. What's a bunch of married men doing here? Yeah, hurry up and adjust. There's a third round of exams. The conversation ended, and all the sentinels and soldieresses adjusted in place. The second round of exams consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. Many Imperial Spirit Masters were in a state of overdraft, and the soldier maidens also had their endurance values greatly reduced. This is where resources play a key role. Whoever has a supply of resources from the academy, or has a strong family fortune, will have plenty of potions to recover. Of all the pairs of newcomers, only Liu Bei didn't choose any power, but his family fortune. Various potions were directly placed on the ground. Su Yue was even able to wash her hands with the repair potion. It's too extravagant. What's even more outrageous is that, as long as there are people around who say they are envious and compliment Su Yue's good eyesight and her husband's greatness, these kinds of soldier mothers will be received by Su Yue's succor. Giving a restorative potion would be a matter of minutes. Aha, take it. They're all classmates. You talk a good game, talk a lot. This is for you. You're a good man. Potions aren't enough to talk to me. I like to hear you talk. What did you say earlier about how my husband is excellent? By this point Liu Bei pretty much got it. Su Yue seemed to enjoy hearing people say that they were a good match. Anytime someone says something of this sort, she finds it compliant and comes out with a different attitude than usual. Like Li Xin, they just shouted a sister-in-law. Su Yue is even happier. The face of happiness and shyness. Properly a newlywed daughter-in-law. 2 hours later, the third round of exams, the final round of the current alliance exams, officially began. The one who presided over the exam was still the tactics teacher Su. When he looked at the unharmed Su Yue and Liu Bei, his eyelids jumped a few times with difficulty. Ahem. For the third round of exams catching pairs, everyone will still choose their opponents by drawing lots, after which they will enter the octagonal cage once again. There is no time limit on this exam. Those who advance go to the next octagon until a champion is contested. Once the inspiring declaration was made, all the newcomers simultaneously looked towards the octagonal cage that was located at the innermost and highest point. That was the very focus of the double duel. where the winner of this exam would be crowned supreme honor. Wow! Not only that, the better the ranking in the alliance exam, the better the cultivation resources you can get. Potions, maintenance fluids, these are just small things, and you will also be assigned a house in the best section of Jiangcheng, with an extremely high safety factor, able to resist the third-order demonic beasts. I've heard that the top 10 can all be selected by the tactics teacher to become personal disciples, quickly advancing to the second rank and learning martial arts that suit them. Martial skills, the first step in the metamorphosis of an imperial spiritist. Martial skills can be learned after the second rank of the imperial spiritualist, with different talents and different high roll attributes. The direction of the chosen major is naturally different. That's why it's especially important to follow the right tactical teacher. There was no newcomer in the room who didn't want to be favored by a tactical teacher. Spiritual energy poured out crazily from the 30-odd octagonal cages. Swords and swords, guns out like dragons. When the Hyagain exchanges blows, the imperial spiritist casts various talents, and his strength, intelligence, speed, and attack speed are all perfected in this moment. The battle was in full swing, but when it came to Liu Bei and Su Yue, it was a sudden change in style. Their opponent was a B-ranked imperial spiritist, and the Hyuga was a B-ranked Hun Iron Whip. The two sides had not yet exchanged blows. Su Yue was the one who transformed into a form, and as soon as the giant scythe auxiliary appeared, that imperial spirit master instantly collapsed. No more fighting. I'm done. Sensei, I'll forfeit. I request to be directly integrated into the Alliance's combat squad. Polish it for a year and then find a tactics teacher to learn martial arts. The referee was momentarily speechless, and the whole crowd was even more in an uproar. Surprisingly, someone just abstained? What kind of deterrent is this, Liu Bei? Those who have come this far are all outstanding people, with hearts higher than the sky, and this person has given up his future to not compete for the wind and cloud ranking? Why? You can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. In your place, do you want to fight Liu Bei? There was silence in the crowd. Just like that, Liu Bei actually got the green light all the way to the quarterfinals with ease. Anyone who meets with him will all consider themselves unlucky and give up the exam. Until he meets Zhao Li from Tianji Academy, an S-ranked imperial spiritist, known as the #1 licking dog in Tianji. Oh no, it's a warmonger. Zhao Li was of medium stature, with a resolute face, and the Hyuga was also S-ranked, a pair of purple electric swords that emitted searing lightning. Zhao Li was of medium stature, with a resolute face, and the Hyuga was also S-ranked, a pair of purple electric swords that emitted searing lightning. Chapter 30, Gale Shadow Divergence. Purple electric sword Zhao Li. Yoo-hoo, that's a pretty cool little lightning bolt. Liu Bei flirted and silently opened his eye of insight. Identify the soldier's mother at a glance. Chun Yu, S-class soldier girl, purple electric sword. Attack power, 83/100. Durability, 71 out of 100. Attack speed, 76, fast attack speed. Characteristics, explosive lightning, thunder snake speed. Evaluation, in the state of sufficient spiritual energy, you can play a surprisingly fast attack, and the double blades are attached to lightning, which can have a paralyzing effect in a close-range tussle with the enemy. The disadvantage is that sustaining lightning requires a lot of psychic energy, which needs to be harnessed by a psychically gifted person, and is not good at long-lasting battles. Blue draining? This attribute is a bit like that of schoolmates. Liu Bei grinned, knowing why his senior sister didn't choose this person to make the fellowship. If you hang out with him, you'll be hungry for at least 9 meals in 3 days. School sister Sue, did you see that? My spiritual energy has been refined and is already 20 times that of an ordinary person. I can provide for you now. I'm willing to make you my second soldieress if you'll come back. No, the main position is yours, and the purple electric blade can be my alternate. Sister, I've never forgotten you all these years, and I've worked hard to get here for you. Liu Bei froze. It was good that he was a professional. Otherwise he almost had to be amused by this kid. No dude. Fighting is fighting. What are you yakking about there? What's with the ego? Zhao Li pointed an electric knife at Liu Bei and said indignantly, it's all because you took my love from me. Otherwise how could my 3 years of dedication not move Sister Sue? Do you know how many days I sent breakfast? Su You's silhouette emerged on the bloodthirsty spectral scythe. Zhao Li was instantly overjoyed and just wanted to continue catching up. Who are you? 3 simple words nearly caused Zhao Li to vomit blood in place. In the face of outsiders, or people with no good feelings, Su Yue has always been the image of an icy imperial sister. I don't remember you, and besides, there were so many people bringing me breakfast that I didn't ask for any. And didn't you suitors end up taking it back to yourselves? The moment this statement was made, the eating crowd in the audience could no longer hold back their laughter. Puh ha ha, I thought this kid was a pure love warrior, but I didn't realize he was a lickspittle. The licking dog is quite a loser too. People didn't even ask for his stuff, but he actually means to take it out and say it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He really doesn't care about his soldier mother's feelings. At least it's an S-class purple electric sword. It's a pity to follow him. Su Yaoi's rhetorical question undoubtedly became the last straw that crushed the camel. Zhao Li's face turned red and he shouted, "Since senior sister is so heartless, then the minister will retreat this time. And this retreat is a generation smashing." It had to be said that Zhao Li was the most terrifying opponent Liu Bei had seen since his awakening. He couldn't stand it anymore. And if this fight didn't end, he would easily be embarrassed to death by his opponent. What kind of outlaw fighting style is this? Liu Bei took the lead, waving his scythe, and the spectral eerie mist dispersed with it. Zhao Li laughed back in anger, covering his eyes with one hand and then letting out vicious words. "Liu Bei, you're not my opponent. My speed will make you fall short. I like the wind. The wind is free. Vomit." Now not only Liu Bei, but also Su Yue, as well as the people in the audience were going to vomit. This is simply a magical attack by Zhao Li. Everyone also understood why Su Yue didn't pick him. Strength aside, who can stand this awkwardness to the point of footpicking coupled with a heavy dose of middle child? That soldier Lady Chen Yu is a tough guy. A ninja. But, funny is funny. Zhao Li's attack speed is really fast. He swung both of his swords and quickly closed the distance between him and Liu Bei. Thunder flashed on the purple electricity blade, and as long as they took a hit, Su Yue and Liu Bei would definitely be affected by paralysis. In the flickering shadows of the blade, 3 gems were vaguely visible attached to it. All of them were speed gems that emitted green light. I've stacked 3 lower grade attack speed gems on this double blade, instantly reaching an attack speed of 85. Can you catch it? Zhao Li shouted. And in the next second, his entire body actually split in two. S-rank talent, Blast Shadow Diversion. It could generate a residual shadow that was indistinguishable from the main body during high-speed movement, and under the double attack, the power and sound were even more terrifying. A gasp came from the audience. On the podium, the tactics teachers all looked grave. This Zhao Li actually used his full strength right off the bat. It looks like he wants to win or lose in one move. With such speed and this S-class talent, this son will definitely have a future in the Min Dao. There's something about this kid. Let's see how Liu Bei responds. Difficult nah. Bloodthirsty spectral sickle is a heavy weapon. The speed itself is slow. Coupled with the momentum, it can be said to be the purple electric knife Tianka. Both sides and both in the seedling stage. The talent cannot pull too big gap. That Zhao Li's Bing Yang can set 3 jewels, which means it has reached the late first rank. Liu Bei has the limitations of a genius. It's not easy to reach the middle first rank. Zhao Li has a good chance of winning. For a while, the tactics teacher, who had always favored Liu Bei, simultaneously pinched a cold sweat for Liu Bei. In the octagonal cage, the wind and thunder gusted. Zhao Li let out a maniacal laugh. He wanted to defeat Liu Bei and prove to school sister Su that he was the best place to belong. What's so fancy? After the indifferent questioning, only to hear a muffled bang, Liu Bei's side reached forward and handed it out. Unbiased, it hit Zhao Li's head exactly. Zhao Li's pupils shook dramatically. He didn't even see how Liu Bei struck. He only felt a sharp pain coming from the top of his head. Then the whole thing was thrown out hard like a rag. Immediately after that, his wrist began to tingle, and when he subconsciously looked, the purple electricity knife was out of his hand at some point, and both of them fell to the ground. It's like being knocked down alive. What was even weirder was that when he tried to get up and continue fighting, a sudden tearing pain came from his chest. He didn't need to touch it to know that it was a sign of broken ribs. At least 3 roots. Who? Zhao Li gasped violently and shook his head shakily, unable to believe the fact that he had already lost. The exchange was but a split second, and he lost his ability to fight without even seeing his opponent's movements under his best efforts to attack. How on earth did Liu Bei do that? The same doubt spread in the minds of all the spectators. All of them were so shocked that their mouths opened wide and they couldn't say a word for a long time. Liu Bei just like that. 1. On the podium, the faces of the tactics teachers and academy patriarchs became even more grave. Do you see it? Liu Bei is really cautious in his strikes. Su You's underworld tricky mist is sort of played by him to understand it, and it has become a blindfold. There are 2 jewels on the scythe, green in color, but the weird mist is so tangled that I can't tell the grade. That means Liu Bei's realm is at least mid-first stage. Frightening, truly frightening. With the genius restriction in place, the experience he needs to break through the realm is several times that of a normal person. Just how many demonic beasts has he killed? You guys forget who made the second round of exams more difficult because of, and why he was able to drive the ape demon in the chaos zone. The crowd simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as Tianji Academy's Gu Yuming's question came out. So it is. Fine thoughts. Even the commander-in-chief Yan Nantian back then was at this level, wasn't he? What elegance that was. The tactics teachers kept analyzing, and Zhao Li, who was lying on the ground, was still in a state of confusion. At this moment, the one who was most awake was the Bing Yang purple electric blade, Chun Yu. In the moment she exchanged blows with Liu Bei, she was surprised to see the remnants of a shadow. Liu Bei didn't hit Zhao Li at all, but first saw through the countless shadows of the knives and knocked Zhao Li's head, followed by a quick backhook of the sickle blade to knock off the double knives. Another final thrust to the heart broke his ribs. The reason why it looked like it only struck once was entirely because Liu Bei's speed was just too fast. It must be known that everything is born with each other and there must be a natural law. Light weapons have little power, but the advantage is that they are light and fast in attack, while heavy weapons are bulky, but powerful, and a force that can lower 10 will. But to break this limitation, to make heavy weapons heavy to lift, with both burst and speed, light weapons will become untenable. In the brief moment of the exchange, Chun Yu could see the 2 gems on Liu Bei's scythe. Those were 2 top-quality attack speed gems. Top-quality attack speed gems. It's hard to imagine how strong Liu Bei's resources are. The battle ended and Liu Bei shouldered his scythe and turned to leave. Zhao Li's unwilling voice suddenly sounded behind him. I don't understand. Even if you used some special method to break my attack speed, how did you see through my blast shadow split? How do you tell which is the physical me? This. Liu Bei blushed slightly. He won this battle fair and square. Except for this. I can't say that I've seen through your Hyrule with the eye of insight. You can shadow doppelganger, but your soldier girl can't. Which one is shirtless, which one is the soldier girl herself? So, I found you. That's not a good thing to say. Liu Bei didn't turn around, only leaving behind an intriguing sentence. Ahem. Treat your soldier mother well. If she is willing to follow you, you should cherish her. Liu Bei left, leaving everyone with a dashing and tall back. On the podium, the always silent white woman Kotiange. At this moment, her eyes moved slightly, looking at Liu Bei's departing figure, shaking her head. On the podium, the always silent white woman Kotiange. At this moment, her eyes moved slightly, looking at Liu Bei's departing figure, shaking her head. Chapter 31. Liu Bei, what are you doing? Liu Bei's battle had ended, but the shocking aftermath in the audience continued. What this? Zhao Li's aura is so intimidating, with his sword and lightning, and he lets Liu Bei knock his head and it's over? How can it be that simple? Zhao Li even let the paramedics take him away. He must be seriously injured. I thought that S-ranked Zhao Li paired with an S-ranked purple electricity blade would be perverse enough, but I didn't realize that Liu Bei was even more perverse. There's only one explanation, and that's that we simply can't understand when he strikes. The person who spoke was again the know-it-all king with black-framed glasses named Zheng Huan. As soon as he made a sound, the surrounding schoolmates who had not yet awakened immediately came over. No way, senpai. Even you can't read it? Zheng Huan held up his glasses, clearly enjoying the feeling of being worshipped by his schoolmates, especially his schoolmates. He cleared his throat and attempted to analyze. The realms of the Imperial Spirit Master and the Soldieress are synchronized, and within one rank there are the first, middle, and late stages, as well as the consummation. Improvements within the realm are all watered down. To put it bluntly, you have to rely on battles to accumulate experience, and the gap within the realm isn't very big, so gems are especially important here. Gems? That seems to be a very precious resource, right? A schoolgirl's almond eyes were watery, and after hearing about gemstones, she immediately showed a longing look. Then if I have a lot of gems and a meal of settings, won't I be invincible? Another schoolgirl innocently snapped. Zheng Huan came down in the spirit, his face full of superiority. Which is as simple as you guys think. The first order of the early stage of the Bing Yang can only set a gemstone. The middle stage is 2, and the late stage can set 5. The limitations are quite a bit smaller. What about first order perfection? How much can I set if I'm a first order perfection? Perfection? Understanding King smiled and waved his hand. Don't even think about it. Schoolmates, no newcomer in the past has ever reached the consummate realm. Even the late stage is a phoenix. Whoever is really perfect, that open hanging is not enough to describe, because perfect can set 10 gems. Even B-grade talent can compete with S-grade. Then in that case, the realm is still important. Wow. Of course, why else would a newcomer go crazy trying out after awakening? The reason is to work hard to raise their realm in this limited time before the exams so that they can set more gems and avoid their weaknesses. When Zheng Huan said that, the surrounding schoolmates all sighed in awe. Suddenly, a schoolmate pointed at an arena and greeted the crowd with a stutter. You guys, quick look, that, Senior Chu Tianqua, his battle is over too. I remember he's also in the 4-into-2. Right, against Star Academy's Li Hansan. And that Li Hansan is an S-rank Imperial Spiritist, and Bing Yang is A rank. Senior, Look at that sword in Senior Chu's hand. It seems to have 5 gems glowing. Zhang Huan immediately stared at the snowflake goddess sword with a deadly stare at his words. Only 2 green gems, 2 red gems, and an earthy yellow one glittered on it. 2 attack speed, 2 strength, and 1 endurance. For our medium grade and 1 is upper grade. This is a really luxurious configuration. Zhang Huan was so excited that he stood up. Truthfully, after 5 years of repeating his studies, this was the first time he had seen someone who could set so many gems. In that case, Senior Chu Tianque is in the late first rank? Wow! Late first rank. Terrifying as hell. You guys, look at his opponent. It seems like he's even worse off than Zhaoli from Tianji Academy. The arena. A cruel smile appeared on Chu Tianque's face. The snowflake goddess sword exuded an eerie cold aura. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A string of scarlet blood beads kept flowing down the sword. 10 meters away across from him, Li Hansan knelt on one knee with his own Bing Yang windbreaker. Numerous cracks appeared on the windbreaker gun, and one of Li Hanshan's arms had gone limp, obviously caused by broken bones. There was a great deal of blood oozing from his head, chest, and legs, and there was a blackness before his eyes, as if he would faint at any moment. Chu Tianque stepped forward and held out his sword to stab Li Hansan again. That Li Hansan is also a strong nature. Even one hand on the gun still want to stand up and continue to fight. Stop! The referee called a timely halt to the fight in the nick of time. This battle, Li Hansan concedes defeat. Winner Chu Tianque. After a hammer blow, Li Hansan was no longer able to support himself and fell heavily to the ground. He strained to turn his head to the podium, revealing a helpless bitter smile. On the podium, Yu Choubai, the tactics teacher of Star Academy, was talking to the referee team with a serious face. Apparently, it was him who really couldn't bear the idea of his own academy students hurting their roots and offered to abstain. At the end of the match, Chu Tianque raised the snowflake goddess sword to declare his victory. At the same time, the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking was updated once again. His and Lin Shue's rankings jumped to second place, signaling that they had made it to the finals and had the qualifications to compete with Liu Bei for the final title. Great, Schwerer, we can finally give Liu Bei a good beating. Well, the few times Liu Bei targeted us earlier, I'll definitely get it back 1,000 times over. This is a battle we must win. Only by winning the championship will we receive the highest honor. And when we enter the league we will not only receive the rank of sergeant, but we will also be able to pick our own tactics teacher. The two of them were in a stirring mood, harboring infinite longings. At this moment, Lin Shui felt that everything she had paid earlier was worth it. Although Chu Tianque's talent was not as good as Liu Bei's, he relied on the family's resources, as well as his step-by-step efforts with her, and eventually made it to the top. The next step was to defeat Liu Bei, take revenge, and let him also taste the taste of being stepped into the dirt in front of 10,000 people. Compared to the complex inner activities of the two, Su Yue and Liu Bei in the audience looked relaxed. They changed out of the specialized clothing they wore for combat and made a deliberate entrance from the outside in casual duck caps and a couple white shirts. Aside from the slightly more attractive face, it looked no different from those schoolmates who had not yet awakened. So much so that the people around them didn't even recognize their identities. And some unenlightened schoolmates even wanted Su Yue's contact information. But I don't know why. But as soon as they got a little closer, they had the feeling that their spiritual energy was out of control. Dizziness and dizziness. As if I had smoked something bad all over my body. And look at the handsome guy next to this pretty girl. He was surprised that he wasn't the least bit uncomfortable with the two of them being so close. Of course, they didn't know that Liu Bei had 10,000 times the spiritual energy inside his body, terrifying as it was. Thinking only that these two were a young couple, they simply stopped making fun of themselves. There were also girls who wanted Liu Bei's contact information, but unfortunately, before they could open their mouths, they were ruthlessly glared back by Su Yue. The scary thing was that those girls even felt a horrible killing intent. 5 gems? This grandson is something, hard topping the late first rank. After Liu Bei flirted, he pulled Su Yue and turned to leave. Su Yue nodded, a look of reminiscence on her face. In the second round of exams, we drove away the demonic beasts to force him to reveal his bottom card, and he also revealed 5 jewels at that time, so this realm is able to confirm it. Lighting up so early, if my guess is right, he definitely still has his bottom card. When Liu Bei was seriously analyzing, Su Yue stuck her soft and delicate body over, and her chest pride was again squeezed and deformed. The buttons on the white shirt are under pressure they shouldn't be. Little Lulu, so do you have any more cards? Su Yue's smile was out of place. Liu Bei gently tapped her on the forehead. Sister, it's about to be a duel. Why are you still fooling around? Che, I have confidence in you. No matter, after today's exam, I want to see your bottom card. Just look at the bottom card. What are you staring at my belt for? Another 2-hour break. This time was precious to the Sentinel and the Hyuga, both to adjust and to replenish their psychic energy and repair the Hyuga's wounds. In the restroom, Lin Shui and Chu Tianque once again took out the mysterious potion that Chu War had given them and both took it. The surge of power once again filled the entire body. On the contrary, Liu Bei and Su Yue, the two of them were bored in the lounge. Su Yue didn't know where to take out the poker. The two of them were fishing with golden hooks and setting up spider cards. And after a while they played idiom solitaire. By the end of the day, Su Yue simply took off her shoes and socks and completely relaxed. A pair of white and tender little feet rested on Liu Bei's leg. Help me pinch it. He. This is the preparation before the battle, yo. Liu Bei? 5 minutes before the finals, there was a knock on the door of the lounge and 2 league reporters came in carrying long guns for the live broadcast. Let's take a look at the 2 groups of finalists in their pre-game states and hear their final speeches as well. In the audience, huge LED screens brought the scene in the lounge to life in real time. Chu Tianque and Lin Shui showed vicious faces and threatened to defeat Liu Bei and Su Yue. And Liu Bei's side. Everyone was instantly nonplussed at the sight of the luscious scene in the lounge. Asterisk. What is Liu Bei doing? What's on his lap? Is that Sister Sue's Geo? Damn white people can be able to befriend and beautiful and strong soldier mother. I'm so envious Liu Bei, even though you're strong, I still want to draw my sword with you at this moment. Put down your schoolmate's food grade now. I just want to see a hot-blooded fight. There's no need to do this to me, right? The reporter was also confused, and for a while the camera didn't know where to point it better. So, class, do you have any final declarations? Liu Bei shrugged. No, right. Hurry up and finish the fight so you can go home. My girlfriend is easily hungry. Su Yue smiled sweetly. Little Lulu, go on. Wow. I like this feeling of being watched by many people. Chapter 32, 10 Jewels to Witness the Ascension. The midday sun was a bit harsh. There shouldn't have been many people in the stands during the gaps in the game, after all. It's pretty hard to wait. But then came the finals of the league exams, and the winner was about to be crowned. That's why even though it was boring, everyone remained in their seats and didn't want to leave, afraid of missing a minute of the finals. At this moment, everyone is carefully watching the pre-match broadcast in both lounges. Then was Liu Bei and Su Yue show a face. The patriarchs on the podium blew out their beards, and the tactics teachers looked to their soldier mothers, all seeing a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. This young man, he can fool around too much, can't he? Chu Tianque and Lin Shui are in a pretty normal state. What are Liu Bei and Su Yue doing? They're both in a pretty normal state too. So maybe people's young couples are usually like this. That's normal and excessive, isn't it? You're not actively preparing for war, but you're relaxing there? And squeezing your feet? The person who spoke was the hot-tempered Mo Taizhan, and on the side, Gu Yuming spoke out to persuade him. Old Mo, what's so incomprehensible about this? If I were Liu Bei and had this kind of strength at his age, I'd probably be even madder than him and play with more flowers than him. Fang Qing muttered in a small voice from the side. Liu Bei from our academy didn't used to be like this. Gu Yuming's soldier mother was Su Yue's homeroom teacher. As soon as she heard this, she immediately retorted unhappily. No, speaking as if our young Wei has brought you Liu Bei down. Our young Wei is very pure, okay? Amidst the murmurs of a crowd of teachers, the finals were officially kicked off. The league has specially prepared a larger arena for the finalists to play at their full strength. However, a cold light flashed in front of Lin Shui's chest, and the snowflake goddess sword appeared in Chu Tianque's hand, with the 5 jewels on it simultaneously glowing with bright luster, representing attack speed, strength, and endurance respectively. A top-quality endurance gem was particularly dazzling among the clear medium-quality gems. The moment this gem came out, it immediately triggered gasps from the audience. It appeared, Chu Tianque actually flashed 5 gems right off the bat. Is this a direct attempt to go all out? When he fought against Li Hanshan before, he only lit up the 5th endurance gemstone at the last crunch. So you can imagine how strong Liu Bei's oppression is. In my opinion, Liu Bei may not be able to win this match. With the limitations of a genius in place, his realm definitely won't reach the late stage of the first rank, and all of Chu Tianque's resource advantages will be able to crush him to death. Hey, this kind of family treasures only the Chu family can take out. Hey, you guys see? School Sister Su has transformed. Wow, bloodthirsty spectral scythe, it's really exciting to see it once. The cries of alarm were like a tidal wave, wave after wave. Inside the arena, Chu Tianque held the snowflake goddess sword and took the lead in releasing a burst of frosty cold sword chi. As his realm rose, Lin Shui's characteristics were better utilized by him. The cold sword chi carried a wholly immortal aura, transforming into a sharp blade that pointed at Liu Bei from afar. It's finally this day. Liu Bei, come on, bring out all your skills and let's fight in a dignified manner. How can you be so honorable? Liu Bei grinned. Good grandson, The realm is well practiced. Your grandfather didn't put in much effort, I see? My grandfather? What are you babbling about? Chu Tianque was stunned by Liu Bei's question, but immediately he reacted that something was wrong. Damn! You dare to take advantage of labor. Chu Tianxiao's sword blade flung out, and in a flash, hundreds of frosty cold sword chi shot towards Liu Bei at the same time. This sword chi was much more powerful than in the past, and instantly a bitter cold wind blew across the entire arena, and even those in the audience felt a piercing chill. Is this the strength of a late first stage? It's too terrifying. This, the spectral eerie mist released by Liu Bei, was dispersed by the sword chi. Indeed, the crushing of realms can make up for talent. Genius can also be overcome. Chu Tianque's superiority gave a lot of the less talented people great confidence, and all of these people wanted Chu Tianque to win. Mortals look forward to witnessing someone capable of regicide more than watching a goddess ascend to the throne. Liu Bei's achievements had already allowed him to reach unattainable heights, as if he was a god high above the world, and the only way to make up for most people's inferiority complex was to be dragged down from the altar. However, after the creepy fog was dispersed, Liu Bei was still walking idly and on cloud 9. The cold wind crossed the border, and the pitch-black scythe finally showed its full face at this moment, only to see that above the scythe, there were 5 jewels glittering as well. Superior grade, or superior grade. 5 top-grade gems. How is this possible? Are his resources even stronger than the Chu family? No, only a late first rank can set 5 gems. Could it be that Liu Bei is a late first rank? The higher the talent, the more difficult it is to upgrade. If a regular person kills 10 demonic beasts, he has to kill 100. How many demonic beasts has he killed? During the second round of exams, the teacher said that someone killed off the demonic beasts around Zhangcheng. That individual student is Liu Bei, right? Public opinion instantly reversed, and the people who were clamoring for Chu Tianque to kill the gods were instantly dumbfounded. Only at this moment did they completely understand why Liu Bei was able to defeat the purple electricity knife Jiaoli so easily, and why he was able to take the first place in the wind and cloud heavenly remarks ranking without any effort. The spectral dial mist was nothing more than his blindfold to cover up the light of those gems. In a blink of an eye, the eerie mist on Liu Bei's scythe dispersed and was replaced by a thick aura of blood. This bloody chi condensed in mid-air, transforming into blades of bloody light that violently collided with Chu Tianque's sword chi. Clang! The sound of metal clashing continued, and the blood mist seemed like a long driving army pushing straight towards Chu Tianque with an overwhelming advantage. What? This can't be possible. The gems that Grandpa worked so hard to prepare for me can't even compare to you. Chu Tianque wielded the snowflake goddess sword and gritted his teeth to hold on. Amidst the blood mist, Liu Bei's figure was like a ghost, blinking as he arrived in front of Chu Tianque. The waving scythes turned into shadows, and the blades were powerful, all of them slashing at the snowflake goddess sword. Lin Shue's muffled grunts of pain continued to emanate from the snowflake goddess sword, and soon, a thin crack appeared on the sword. Clang! Dang! Another series of swift attacks. Chu Tianxiao's eyes were wide open. It was really hard for him to imagine how Liu Bei, using a heavy weapon like the bloodthirsty underworld scythe, managed to whip out a stumpy shadow and attack as fast as the wind. Aren't heavy weapons the most tiring? Could it be that all 5 of his gems are power attributes? No, it's not right. If it's all power gems it won't even reach that speed, unless he has a power gem and an attack speed gem that complement each other. That's not right. If he can raise the giant scythe to this attack speed, can't all his gems be top quality? Damn it, being pressed all the time, and this blood mist interfering. It's impossible to see what grade those 5 gems of his are. Chu Tianque was knocked back by Liu Bei in succession, and had no room to fight back at all. Blood continued to ooze from the corners of his mouth, and his tiger's mouth was violently numb. If he fought any longer, he was afraid that his weapon would be dislodged, and he would be completely defeated. More than a gemstone, right? Liu Bei, you forced me to do this. Let's show you my full strength. Suddenly, Chu Tianque shouted, only to see him ignoring Lin Shue's broken sword body. He slashed fiercely towards Liu Bei's scythe. The intense frosty cold sword chi let loose and gushed out. The spiritual energy in his body was instantly drained of most of it. Liu Bei sighed backhanded block and took a few steps back. Chu Tianque finally exchanged a chance to catch his breath at a terrible cost. He quickly pulled away and tilted his head back to drink a tube of purple potion. And bizarrely, the psychic energy in his body that should have dried up erupted once again. At the same time, more cracks appeared on the snowflake goddess sword, and a 6th gem actually lit up above the sword. Still an earthy yellow endurance gem. Liu Bei's eyes narrowed, and through the eye of insight, he could clearly see that Lin Shue's artifact spirit was breaking. Obviously, Chu Tianque had already done whatever it took to win, not caring in the slightest about Lin Shue's death. In the next second, He revealed a cruel smile as his spiritual energy continued to be channeled, and a blazing cold light emitted from the snowflake goddess sword. I didn't expect it, Liu Bei. You're not the only one with more spiritual energy in this world. I've now broken through my talent and have 100 times more spiritual energy. Keep it up and your soldier mother will die. Liu Bei's reminder was indifferent and calm, but in Chu Tianqua's ears, it completely turned into disdain and mockery. You shut up. It's been a long-cherished wish of Schwer and I to beat you, and we can do whatever it takes for the Heaven's Pride Championship. Buzz. Kala. With a crumbling sound, the power of the snowflake goddess sword surged once again. Chu Tianqua opened the seventh jewel. It was a top-grade power jewel that emitted a demonic bloodlight. Liu Bei, I want you to die. The snowflake goddess sword transformed into a stream of light, and Chu Tianqua carried the frosty and cold sword chi in the sky, stabbing straight towards Liu Bei. Everything freezes wherever he passes. Liu Bei lightly tapped the bloodthirsty spectral scythe, and Su Youwei's silhouette duly appeared. With all eyes on her, she unhurriedly removed her strand of bracelets. The bracelet glowed with an eye-catching luster, transforming into a jewel on the blade of a scythe in a flash. Sixth and seventh. Everyone in the audience almost held their breath. 7, 2. Liu Bei and Chu Tianqua have both broken through to the late first stage. Gosh, the addition of 5 gems is already so terrifying. I didn't expect them to have an undercard. Wait, the bloodthirsty spectral scythe has lit up again. The 8th one. 9. Liu Bei was actually able to light up 9 gems, and they're all top quality. The audience and the podium boiled at the same time as Liu Bei's bloodthirsty spectral scythe didn't show a single sign of shattering after lighting up the 9 gems. This undoubtedly proved that he had probably reached the end of the first order Great Circle. Trying to compare gems, are you? Look at this. What is it? The corners of Liu Bei's mouth rose slightly, and as soon as the words fell, the bloodthirsty underworld scythe once again blossomed with amazing bloodlight. The 10th jewel. That was a blood red, extreme power jewel. With a terrifying aura, it suddenly lit up. Chapter 33, a shocking change. 10 jewels glittered on the bloodthirsty spectral scythe. The luster of the top-grade gems was mind-blowing, and the blood-red color of the top-grade gems was even more dazzling. Now not only the audience, but also the podium was in an uproar. How could the tactics teachers still be as calm as they were when they were commenting just now? Each and every one of them stood up and stared at the arena. In a trance, they seemed to have returned to their youthful days when they were students and felt the years of burning passion. Holy, Liu Bei, this kid is good. My ears are ringing with the glory days. 10 jewels, and the Bing Yang didn't have the slightest breakage. This is a true first-order great perfection. To be able to reach the first-order perfection realm during the examination period, Liu Bei can be called an unprecedented genius. Even the commander-in-chief Yan Nantian back then didn't have this kind of elegance. How on earth did he manage to do that when he was burdened with the restrictions of a genius? The more low-ranked demonic beasts he kills, the thinner this experience becomes. Among the tactics teachers, Yu Choubai of Star Academy's Heartstream Road was the most sensible. He was dressed as a scribe, and his gaze was deep and wise. Have you all forgotten about the third-ranked 8 Demon King? Isn't the best raw material for an extreme gem the third-ranked crystal core? A third-ranked demonic beast is unimaginable experience for a newcomer. A word to the wise. Previously, none of the tactics teachers, including the patriarchs of the major academies, had ever thought that the third-order 8 Demon King had really died at the hands of Liu Bei. After all, the incident was appalling. Now that I think about it, Liu Bei's extreme gemstones, plus the image of him being able to manipulate the 8 demon swarm. Hiss, everyone dared not think again. Demons, simply demons, in the arena. Chu Tianqua's might had already weakened by half when he saw the 10 gems on Liu Bei's scythe. However, the sword light still stabbed at Liu Bei with an airy momentum. In the next second, only Liu Bei didn't dodge at all, and the bloodthirsty spectral scythe was filled with bloodlight. After a loud bang, the monstrous bloodlight almost turned into substance. Blazing along the ground, Liu Bei charged forward with his sword against the light of the sword. The moment frostbite closed in on him, blood and light covered the sky. Immediately afterward, the snow and ice melted and spring returned. The bloodthirsty spectral scythe hardened against the snowflake goddess sword. Frost Cold was retreating, and Lin Shua let out an agonizing wail as her artifact spirit was once again on the verge of collapsing. The scythe was powerful, and under the effect of the extreme power gem, the blood-red glow was so great that it actually crushed the stone bricks under Chu Tianqua. What was even more frightening was that in such a high-intensity attack, Chu Tianqua's spiritual energy had long since dried up, but Liu Bei's spiritual energy was still alive and well. It was like the bright moon shining on a big river. The rushing spiritual energy washed through Su Youwei's body recklessly, allowing her to remain at the peak of her explosive energy at all times. Strong, unimaginably strong. Chu Tianqua felt that the one fighting with him was not a human at all, but a god who was so high up that it was hard to match. It's ridiculous that he thought he had touched the heights of the gods, but in reality, he couldn't even see the gods' blood bars. He was shocked by Liu Bei's scythe and his 7 orifices bled, while Lin Shue's artifact spirit collapsed once again. The Eye of Insight's evaluation is, the spirit of the weapon has collapsed, and there is an unknown toxin in the body. The soldier girl is on the verge of death. Liu Bei frowned slightly, and after thoroughly blasting Chu Tianque into the deep pit, he pulled a knife twist to carry Su Yue on his shoulder, leapt forward, and retreated 10 meters away. Along the way, wherever the scythe passed, the ground seemed to be burning with the fire of purgatory. If you look closely, you can also find a vista that looks like a flower on the other side of the river. Instead of this being like springtime on Earth, it's more like the other side of the Yellow Springs. The crowd in the audience had gone numb long ago. Their worldview had been shocked an unknown number of times in this day, and it could be said that Liu Bei had already subverted everyone's cognition. Is this the peak strength of an SSS ranked soldier girl? Underworldly and eerie mist, bloodthirsty and berserk. It's worthy of being the god of death who gets fiercer and fiercer the more you fight and reaps the rewards of the battlefield. Just how much spiritual energy does Liu Bei have? Su Yue is still in a state of explosive energy. Is his spiritual energy tap water? There has to be a limit to tap water, right? That extreme power gem. Don't say I've seen it. I've never even heard of it. I've just seen illustrations in textbooks. It's terrifying. I thought Chu Tianque was already strong enough, and that the combination with Lin Shui could be called a genius, but I didn't realize that a genius was just the threshold for seeing Liu Bei. The autumn wind lifted, and the mist of blood drifted away. The purgatory fire created by Liu Bei was gradually extinguished. Half of Chu Tianque's body was stuck in the land, and he was already in a fainting state. Lin Shui was knocked back to her human form, and at this time, she had less breath in and more breath out, and was about to die. The referee raised the numbered flag in his hand. I declare Liu Bei the winner of this alliance exam finale. Wait, just when everyone thought the match was over, there were even people in the audience who were ready to cheer for Liu Bei. A slurred voice suddenly came out of Chu Tianque's mouth. The voice was extraordinarily heavy and thick with panting, like a wild animal growling. It's not over yet. Liu Bei, die. In the arena, the change was steep. Only a thick dark purple smoke was seen escaping from Chu Tianque and Lin Shui. This smoke wrapped around the two men and moved again, as if they were puppets on strings. Chu Tianque and Lin Shui slowly got up. The weird thing was that their heads were still hanging down and they showed no signs of waking up at all. In the next second, Chu Tianque and Lin Shui's eyes snapped open and let out an angry roar. The growl didn't even sound like something a human could make. Lin Shui tremblingly came to Chu Tianque's side, and the shattered artifact spirit somehow condensed again, causing her to reappear as the snowflake goddess sword. However, unlike earlier, this sword was in a completely shattered state, only forcibly coalescing together with purple smoke, and the immortal spirit chi on it had disappeared. In its place was a heavy aura of demonic beasts. The moment Chu Tianxiao gripped his sword, a terrifying to the extreme pressure suddenly erupted. This scene stunned the referee He Su. He immediately came down to the ring ready to intervene. The match is over. Chu Tianque, Lin Shui, you do not force yourselves. With another inhuman roar, Chu Tianque kicked He Su away. Put. He Su's face was filled with shock as he wiped blood from the corner of his mouth in horror. One must know that he was a second-ranked Imperial Spirit Master, and even if he didn't have the Bing Yang in his hands, he could completely suppress Chu Tianque in all attributes. He actually kicked him 10 meters away? On the podium, the expressions of the patriarchs varied. Some were indifferent, some had angry faces, and some simply turned their heads away, unwilling to look any further. Looking at the tactics teachers again, each one of them had a grave expression on their faces. As mainstays with incomparably rich combat experience, they could tell at a glance that Chu Tianque and Lin Shui's state was not right. Mo Taizhan was straightforward in nature and was the first to step forward to question. Chu Lao, this grandson of yours is not in the right state. Chu Zhan raised his eyebrows and asked back, unconcerned. What? The match hasn't ended yet. Do you still want to intervene? Yu Qiubai also frowned and interjected. I don't know the potion that young Master Chu took just now. The potions the old man gave him are all battle ready, and have been inspected by the Alliance to be fully qualified. And the senators are all present so you can ask for proof. Chu Zhan looked around at the crowd, and sure enough, all of the patriarchs chose to remain silent, and none of them spoke. Fong Chang from Tson Lin Academy hesitated for a moment, but eventually became unable to calm down and discouraged. No, if this goes on, even if Chu Tianque wins, Lin Shui will die. She is an S-ranked Bing Yang. Aren't soldier girls meant to be sacrificed? A touch of viciousness surfaced on Chu Zhan's face as he directly interrupted Fong Qing's words. When the soldier maiden dies, the Imperial Spirit Master can continue to bond a new soldier maiden and go back to battle. But without an Imperial Spiritist, it would be difficult for a soldieress to utilize her full battle power. As a soldier maiden, you should have the realization of sacrifice from the moment of awakening. Otherwise, how can you go into battle? Chuzhan's remarks disliked Feng Cheng and rendered her speechless. It had to be admitted that an imperial spiritist was more precious than a soldieress. And that was pretty much an idea ingrained in the vast majority of people. Only a few people scoff at the notion. A white coat of snowy Chao Tiansong, only to see her movement is light and agile. Between the fluttering of her dress, she has already jumped off the podium. Chao Tiangu, what are you doing? The finals are still going on. No one is allowed to interfere. You. Coyote completely ignored Chuzhan's obstruction and rushed to the arena with large strides. She could feel Lin Shue's life draining away, and even Su Yue was facing a great threat. If the battle continued, I'm afraid that both of these soldier girls would end up either dead or injured. On this side of the arena, Liu Bei once again opened his eye of insight. S-class weaponist snowflake goddess sword, forced by unknown power to coalesce the broken spirit. Extremely destructive, with a bizarre and unnameable aura. All of a sudden, a demonic cold wind hit his face. Everything that was blown by the cold wind was covered with a layer of purple-blue frost, which froze, then made a fragile sound and quietly shattered. This horrifying scene almost suffocated everyone present. Su You's shadow emerged from the scythe, and at this moment, she looked incredibly serious. Liu Bei, be careful. I feel that their aura is much more terrifying than that of the 8th Demon King. Even if we had 10 gems we might not be able to win. After a slight pause, Su Yue made an instant decision. I'll stop him. You hurry and run towards teacher Chao Tianga's side. Su Yue was already ready to sacrifice herself. However, she seemed to have forgotten that her imperial spiritist was Liu Bei, who possessed 3 SSS ranked talents. It is also one of the very few oracles that hold the Hyuga in the highest regard. A violent spiritual energy violently poured into Su You's body, and the burning sensation of scorching heat filled her entire delicate body. The bloodthirsty underworld scythe once again bloomed with monstrous bloodlight. Well, Liu Bei, what are you going to do? At this moment, Liu Bei's gaze was brighter than ever before. His scythe swept across the room, and his battle intent was high. Sister, I won't leave you behind no matter what. If I say I'll support you for the rest of your life, it's for the rest of your life. This is not the time for you to be saying such things. Shoo! In the next second, Liu Bei placed his hand against the red lips of Su You's silhouette, which was precisely the blade of the scythe. With a light stroke, a line of blood instantly flowed out. Didn't you want to see my bottom card? Now is the time. However, he saw Liu Bei grinning, and immediately afterward, Su Yue felt an unprecedented amount of vast power injected into her body. She couldn't help but let out an exuberant wail that broke through her bursting energy state. If Feng Kai's spiritual energy had been a great river, it was as if she now possessed an ocean. If Feng Kai's spiritual energy had been a great river, it was as if she now possessed an ocean. Chapter 34, the third SSS talent, War Rage. The podium was no more than 300 steps away from the arena, and Chao Tiangu clenched his teeth, hating the fact that he couldn't maximize his speed, because she knew very well that the battle situation was changing rapidly. A little slower, Su Yue and Lin Shui might be the end of both. She didn't want to see any of the soldier maidens bleed outside of the battlefield, making needless sacrifices in order to fight for things like honor and power. However, the distance between Chu Tianhua and Liu Bei was only 10 meters, and bullying his way in was only a matter of the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chu Tianhua's face was distorted and his eyes were covered with red blood filaments, as if he was a beast that chose people to devour. He completely disregarded Lin Shue's death, and continued to pour in dark purple bizarre spiritual energy while lighting up all the gems. The pressure emanating from the snowflake goddess sword became more and more terrifying, and the shattering of the artifact spirit became even more severe, only to see Chu Tianhua waving his long sword. Purple cold wind then erupted. In the storm, Lin Shui transformed into a giant sword over 5 meters long, as if a viper was spitting out its letter, destroying everything in its path. Ha ha ha, Liu Bei, let's see how you can defend yourself against this amazing sword of mine. Today, I will break you into pieces and step on your corpse to ascend to the peak of heaven's pride. Chu Tiangao laughed madly as he held out his sword and went straight for Liu Bei's heart and stomach vitals. At this moment, it was as if he saw the miserable picture of Liu Bei's tragic death and Su You's collapse. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the best one. He wanted to be his grandfather's pride and forge the splendor of the Chu family. Go to hell! Chu Tianhua's eyes were wide with anger, but just a moment before the long sword stabbed Liu Bei's heel, he suddenly realized that there was not even the slightest bit of panic or fear on the other party's face. Why isn't he trembling with such an amazing aura of mine? Even a second-ranked teacher is no match for me. Liu Bei, what makes him so confident? Does he have something to lean on? Impossible. 10 jewels and a first-stage consummate realm was definitely his last card. He's holding on for dear life. Unsurprisingly, in the next second, just 1 second, I will be able to pierce Liu Bei's body and shatter Su Yaoi's artifact spirit. SSS talent, war rage. A ghostly whisper suddenly came out of Liu Bei's mouth. Immediately afterward, he unexpectedly waved his scythe, not retreating but advancing, launching a reverse charge towards the imposing Chu Tianque. Wherever the scythe blade passed, fiery sparks flew in all directions. Everyone in the room had their pupils dramatically shaken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crazy crazy crazy. Liu Bei is really crazy. He didn't see that even the second-ranked referee was kicked away by Chu Tianque just now. He still dares to go on? He seemed to be chanting something in his mouth just now. It couldn't be some mysterious move, could it? I'll go. Chu Tianque is like a monster now. If I were you, I would have fled long ago. Liu Bei is too brave. I can't even look at it. The battle was imminent, and some timid soldier girls even covered their eyes, fearing that the next second would be a gruesome image of blood splattering. Chu Tianxia was also shocked. He never thought that Liu Bei would actually dare to confront himself. Dang! The moment the bloodthirsty underworld scythe strongly pressed down on the snowflake goddess divine sword, an incomparably vast and gigantic force suddenly pressed down on Chu Tianque. This can't be. How did your power suddenly become so strong? Chu Tianque almost squeezed these words out from between his teeth. At this moment, his shoulder had been severely deformed, and the bloodthirsty spectral scythe's bloody light was almost devouring him. In the next second, the spectral eerie mist made a great deal of noise and spewed out on the snowflake goddess sword as if it were an explosion. This strange mist was as substantial as a mountain opening punch, launched out blatantly with unparalleled power. Boom boom boom. Explosive sounds were constantly coming out of the air. For a time, the black mist churned and covered the sky. The arena was a scene of doom. A mournful wail abruptly emanated from the black mist, and the snowflake goddess sword could no longer withstand this vast pressure and crumbled in a star of light. The exchange was but a moment. A strike. Just a strike. Chu Tianque was once again blasted away, his broken body dragging out a long gully on the ground and embedding itself hard into the arena's fence. That wall is 1 meter thick. After hundreds of years has never had the slightest damage, but today was smashed out of a large crack, showing the shape of a crater. The aftermath of the black mist explosion lingered for a long time, forming rows and rows of invisible airwaves that destroyed the entire arena. This, then, was Liu Bei's final card, the third SSS ranked talent, War Rage, Bloody Berserk, doubling the power of the battle. The ability to multiply the full battle power of itself and Hyuga by 2 in a split second and explode with double the power. If Liu Bei's battle power was 5,000, Chu Tianque's battle power after being dominated by the purple smoke was 5,500. And was able to pose some threat to Liu Bei. Then Liu Bei's battle power could soar to 10,000 after he activated War Berserker and stomped Chu Tianque into the dust with a crushing stance. It was all done in the blink of an eye. Chu Tianque fainted, and Liu Bei closed his sword and stood. The dust had settled, and it was only then that Chao Tiangu arrived at the arena. She was closest to the arena and could clearly feel the force of the shockwave. Only she knew best how terrifying Liu Bei's strike was just now. As a first-tier tactics teacher of the third rank, that black mist was able to stop her in her tracks when it erupted. Not only her, including all the tactics teachers on the podium, were all shocked out of a few drops of cold sweat at this moment. What the hell is that? The spectral guile mist actually exploded in a flash? Is it the power of the extreme power gem? I have a feeling that Liu Bei's strike, not to mention Chu Tianque, even I'm afraid that I would have to use my full strength to receive it. No, it's not like the power of a gemstone. I feel like that vast huge power is erupting from Liu Bei's body. It can't be his talent, can it? The power is terrifying. And this kid's heart is even more terrifying. He actually has a bottom card at this kind of juncture. I have a feeling that Liu Bei has already withdrawn his hand. Or else I'm afraid Chu Tianque and his Bing Yang would have been blown away to the point that there wouldn't even be any dregs left. Anyway, it's better to save people first. Chu Lao's grandson and Song Lin's Lin Shui don't look too optimistic now. Among the tactics teachers, it was Fang Qing's face that had to be the most ugly. Right now, Lin Shui's life and death were uncertain, but that was a rare S-class soldier girl with dual characteristics of the snowflake goddess sword, and Sanglin Academy might not be able to produce one in many years, but if there's a little bit of a slip-up, that's too much for the academy to lose. Su Yue estimated that it would not be too good. The party was so strong impact, even if he can still stand up now, but it is hard to guarantee that it will not leave any internal injuries. In battles between sentinels, it was often the Hyuga who were seriously injured. But even if the soldier mother was no more precious than the imperial spirit master, in the end she was still a human being, so how could she be so consumed? The more Fang Qing thought about it, the more irritated she became, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails snapped into her palms. Chua had not acted too overbearingly. I just hate that I don't have enough power to shake him. AI. Fong Qing let out a long sigh. Also, as a soldier girl, she did not want to see the tragic situation in the arena again. But to her surprise, Su Yue in the arena didn't seem to have suffered much serious injuries. At this moment, Su Yue had already taken human form. A pair of autumn water bright eyes unblinking stared at Liu Bei. Without the playfulness and teasing of the past, but very seriously, from head to tail to scrutinize this teenager with whom she made a blood contract. A pair of autumn water bright eyes unblinking stared at Liu Bei. Without the playfulness and teasing of the past, but very seriously, from head to tail to scrutinize this teenager with whom she made a blood contract. Chapter 35. Wind and Cloud. Heavenly Pride's first person. The black fog gradually dissipated, and dappled sunlight poured over the ruins of the arena. Everything in front of Chao Tiangu was in ruins. Until now, she couldn't figure out how Liu Bei had managed to strike such a terrifying blow. As a tactical teacher of force, Chao Tiangu had studied power more thoroughly than all the tactical teachers present, excluding the power gem. It's not like Hyuga's effect of stimulating potential. I heard that this kid has 3 SSS talents, so it seems likely that one of his talents will come into play at a critical moment. Coyote still had some doubts in his mind, but right now it was more important to check the injuries of both sides. At this moment, Su Yue's face was pale, and she had already returned to her usual clingy appearance, somewhat weakly snuggled in Liu Bei's arms. Seeing this scene, Chao Tiangu first subconsciously averted his gaze, and only after hiding it a little did he ask with concern, "How are you?" "Nothing, just a little tired." "Thanks for your concern, teacher." Su Yue smiled lightly, feeling the warmth coming from her palm. She knew that Liu Bei was always transmitting spiritual energy for herself, warming her body. Moreover, long before Chao Tiangu arrived, Liu Bei had used his eye of insight to check Su Yue's state. The evaluation column shows as current state is weak, except for a small wound on the arm. There is no serious harm. Reason for weakness, side effect of SSS talent War Rage. Liu Bei had long been aware of the side effects of War Berserk. When opened, it will cause the Hyuga to fall into a weak state for 3 days, and cannot be transformed to fight for 3 days. Also, this talent is too counterintuitive and is restricted to be used once a month. Forcing it to be used before the cooldown time is up will result in a backlash against the Hyrule and yourself. Admittedly, the power of War Rage was obvious to all, but unbelievable talent inevitably comes with a corresponding price. This was the reason why Liu Bei used War Berserk as his final card. For one thing, he didn't want Su Yue to come to any harm. This second, was that Liu Bei didn't want to put himself in a passive position. In his current state, once Su Yue was weak and unable to transform into her form, then his combat power would inevitably be greatly reduced. If he couldn't kill his opponent with a single blow, he would be in a dangerous situation. In the battle just now, if he had used 10 gems and 10,000 times his spiritual energy to fight hard, it wasn't that he didn't have the possibility of defeating Chu Tianque, but in that case, Su Yue was bound to be seriously injured. That was why Liu Bei decisively chose to fight a quick battle, stealing Chu Tiangao with a crushing stance to minimize the damage. Coyote carefully examined Su Yue's body again, confirming that she wasn't injured before walking over to check Lin Shue's injuries. Unfortunately, the collapse of the artifact spirit on multiple occasions had caused Lin Shue's body to be incapacitated. The corners of her mouth continuously overflowed with blood that was bright red with a faint golden color in it. This was the sign of a complete loss of spiritual energy when the Hyuga was on the verge of death. In her dying moments, she first turned her head to look at Chu Tianque. At this moment, Chu Tianque was lying in Chu War's arms, his mouth saying with difficulty, "Save me, Grandpa. Coor hurts so much." Chu War, on the other hand, was grimacing ironically as he poured a large gulp of healing potion into his mouth. From the beginning to the end, the grandparents and grandchildren didn't take a second glance towards Lin Shue's side. A hint of unwillingness appeared in Lin Shue's eyes before she looked at Liu Bei's side. Su Yue snuggled in Liu Bei's arms. Liu Bei first took out a whole bunch of repair potions for backup, and then pulled out a band-aid from somewhere, and personally pasted it on Su Yue's wound. The wound was small, but Liu Bei was very careful in applying it. There is no comparison at all. At this moment, the unwillingness in Lin Shue's eyes turned into bewilderment and remorse. At last she had a meaningfully bitter smile on her face. 2 lines of cold, clear tears ran down the corners of her eyes. The paramedics have entered and Chu Tiango is carried to the hospital for treatment. Instead, she was like discarded broken brass, completely abandoned by the Chu family. It was a good thing that Chaotix gave her the last of her decency and cooperated with another medic lady to carry her to the stretcher as well. "Teacher Chao, there is no longer any need to salvage the soldier lady. In my opinion, it's better to notify the Chu family to come and claim her. This paramedic is a nurse with short, competent hair, and although she has been working for less than 3 years, she has long been accustomed to seeing all kinds of life and death. That's why his voice was extraordinarily calm when he spoke, not mixed with any hint of emotion. Yet it was also the words that greatly touched Lin Shui. No, I don't want to go back to the Chu family. After a murmur, Lin Shui decided her fate. She's going to hold on to the pride of an S-rank soldier girl, preferring to destroy her own artifacts and be ruled dead on the battlefield. Nor would they want their bodies to be sent back to the Chu family after death, to be buried with the seal of Chu Tianqua's bond. In the next second, the seal of her bond emerged, and along with her body in the bubble that the snowflake goddess sword had turned into, it completely dissipated. No one expected her to end her life in such a tragic way. Chao Tiangu had a complicated look on his face, and after letting out a light sigh, he took the white cloth from the medic's mother and covered the stretcher. In the audience, there was applause one after another. That was someone celebrating Liu Bei and Su Youwei's victory. Of course, there were also people with deep gazes, not only mourning for the dead Lin Shui, but also recalling the scene that happened just now. On the podium, some patriarchs showed dissatisfaction, while others kept silent and said nothing. The tactics teachers looked different, and no one was sadder than Feng Cheng. She quietly wiped the moist corners of her eyes, trying to keep herself from showing too much emotion. The world is 1,000 faces. Everyone sees the world from a different perspective, and naturally sees different things. As for Liu Bei and Su Youwei, the battle had already been won, and right and wrong seemed less important. Some things are not something they can shake now. The sinking sunset still lays down the laws of twilight, but a new sun will eventually rise in the future. What Liu Bei needed was determination and time. The last change finally appeared on the huge wind in Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking. In this year's Alliance examination, the names of Liu Bei and Su Youwei appeared as the number 1 Tianjiao. The arena, which was in ruins, suddenly had a sky full of colored silk falling down. The applause from the audience grew loud and eventually dissolved into guttural cheers of adoration for the victor. Wonderful! Just wonderful! Liu Bei's last move was awesome. It's too strong. The moment the spectral eerie mist exploded, I felt like I was suffocating. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Tianqua later all mutated. I thought Liu Bei definitely can't resist. I didn't think he still has the bottom card. The Imperial Spiritist's voice of adoration for Liu Bei rose and fell, and on the other end, countless soldier girls envied Su Youwei. Wow! So handsome. Such a grueling battle. But School Sister Su didn't suffer any injuries. School Sister Sue burst. I like it. Liu Bei's boyfriend power is overwhelming. I'm so envious of School Sister Su. I would also like to be bonded with such an Oiran master. Where would I find such an Oiran master? You want to be the general's wife? Simple. Marry him when he sinks to the bottom as a pawn. See if you dare to gamble. That, I'm not too sure I'd bet on. You guys see? School Sister Su can obviously walk by herself, but Senior Liu picked her up in a princess carry. Gosh, it's so sweet. It's killing me. In the crowd, there was no lack of some sad and compassionate ones who began to bemoan Lin Shui's ordeal. Hey, it's that poor Lin Shui. At least she's an S-ranked artifact spirit. Why did she follow the shrimp-headed man Chu Tianqua? Pity what I heard that in the beginning. Because of the excessive consumption of Liu Senior. Awakening first F-class talent. Lin Shui on the spot with the senior flipped, but also in front of everyone's face to say break up it. Yes, and then got annoyed and picked a fight with that Chu Tianqua several times. And this time, if it wasn't for pushing Senior Liu and Senior Sister Su, it wouldn't have come to this. You really have to be careful when making a contract. Choosing to fight side by side is the way to go. Don't be reduced to an expendable item that will be thrown away by the Imperial Spirit Master without any use. At this moment, Su Youwei encircled Liu Bei's neck, and an unprecedented blush appeared on her pretty face, being watched by so many people. I'm so excited. Little Lulu. But, I can walk by myself. Will you feel heavy like this? You're in a weakened state. Do everything I say. Good. Let you slaughter. Let you pick up the total okay, but your hand's a little down. You see where you touch now. Liu Bei's old face is red. So it does seem like. More big marshmallows in his hand. Cough. Liu Bei pretended that nothing had happened, and moved down with his hand slightly loosened. Hey, you've got a good grasp of force. What? When you reach the second rank, do you want to learn the martial art of force? Su Youwei smiled badly and deliberately flirted with Liu Bei. Who knew that Liu Bei actually thought seriously about it, and only gave his reaction after a long time. Force Dao is indeed a good school, quite suitable for us. Su Youwei was laughed at by his anger, gently punched his chest. Hey, am I discussing the matter of cultivation with you? Besides, who told you to loosen up? I order you to stay put. Liu Bei? The two men's departing backs were getting farther and farther away. This is the second time that Chaotiange has looked squarely at Liu Bei, and in the dark, She always felt that this teenager in the sunset was a little different from the others. This is the second time that Kyotiange has looked squarely at Liu Bei. And in the dark, she always felt that this teenager in the sunset was a little different from the others. Chapter 36. Advance. College Union. Liu Bei's house is about 2 kilometers from the league arena. After leaving the arena, Suyue gently patted his arm and softly said, "All right, put me down. Just now people wanted to declare their sovereignty. He. It's so exciting to be watched by so many people." Liu Bei drew the corners of his mouth. His schoolmate's brain circuit was indeed as clear as ever. But he wasn't going to put Suyue down, because the side effects of War Berserk were overbearing. Suyue was now more or less paralyzed without saying she was. The reason she wanted Liu Bei to put herself down was mainly because she was heartbroken. Use the good steel on the blade of the sword. You can work hard when you get home. Suyue exhaled in Liu Bei's ear, and in front of her, there suddenly came a roar of the engine, only to see a luxury sports car with gorgeous drag effects pull up in front of the duo. The door of the car opened and down walked a soldier lady with a beautiful figure and appearance. Mr. Liu, Miss Su. Hello, my name is Gu Ning. I'm the logistics soldier lady who manages the Alliance's resources. Gu Ning didn't look very old, just 24 or 25. She introduced herself with a smile, and when she looked at Liu Bei and Suyue, a faintly unnoticeable ambiguity surfaced under her eyes. In view of your excellent performance in the Alliance exams, the Alliance has provided a special luxury car for your use. Oh, this is the one. Gu Ning pointed to the car behind her and pulled out a car key from her body that emanated a discreet starlight and handed it to Liu Bei. From today onwards, this car is yours, and on top of that, the Alliance will also provide you with a viewing room in the center of Jiangqing City, with a security level of SSS. Of course, these material conditions are just the beginning, and next, the two of you will be able to receive a full range of strategic resource support from the Academy Union. Gu Ning pointed at herself again. I'm the exclusive soldieress in charge of approaching the two of you, so if the two of you have any requests next, you can mention them to me. After speaking, Gu Ning's face revealed a look of pride. As the best soldier lady in the Alliance in terms of resource deployment, she had seen too many up-and-comers in her 5 years on the job. These are the top 10 in league exams, runners-up and champions, and special talents favored by tactical teachers. But invariably, these newcomers are thrilled beyond words when faced with the bountiful resources given by the Alliance. As time passed, a sense of superiority grew in Gu Ning's heart, just like a salesperson in a luxury store. Because she has handled so many luxury goods and met so many big clients, she feels that she is also among the upper class. However, Liu Bei and Su Yaowei's next reactions were greatly unexpected by Gu Ning. We're not in a hurry with this car, so you can drive it down to my house first and I'll give you an address. The one who spoke was Suyue. She tightened her small hand around Liu Bei's neck, and at this moment, she was not in a hurry to let Liu Bei put herself down. Liu Bei didn't have a problem with it either. Let's do what she said. If there's no spare key then we'll put it at your place first and we'll pick it up when we have time. Gu Ning wondered if she had heard wrong. This was a Ruston Phantom, which was quite a racy sports car even in all of Jiangcheng. Only previous league exam winners have access to it too. And it's not an exaggeration to say it's a limited edition every year. If it were any other boy, he'd love cars to death, which still have the heart to hug the soldier mother. Long ago went to kick the gas pedal hard, to experience the feeling of pushing back. That's true for girls, too. The top 10 newcomers on the Wind and Cloud Heavens Pride list will be given cars by the Alliance. And so many soldier girls will also create a chain of contempt among themselves and climb over each other. Who's got their own vanity in the passenger seat? Who's got their long legs stretched out? Who's got a fridge TV in their car? How come the Suyue knows to put her arms around her own royal spirit master and not let go? Well, don't you want to try out the car? Or maybe I can give you a ride to inspect the new house? Gu Ning wanted to test the waters a bit more. She seriously doubted that the two young men in front of her were the ones who hadn't reacted yet. After all, such a splash of riches would be a bit uncomfortable on anyone's head. There's no rush. I'll tell you what. I'll leave you a number and you can contact me tomorrow, okay? After Liu Bei left his number, he hugged Suyue and left without looking back. Only Gu Ning was left alone and messed up in the wind. No. Are these two really the winners of this league exam? To have such a calm mind at that age? Especially that Liu Bei. I clearly gave him some hints, but he was indifferent. At this moment, Gu Ning fell into deep self-doubt. She'd seen a lot of good sentinels, almost without exception. Those Imperial Spirit Masters would take the resources given by the Alliance and enjoy themselves ruthlessly after achieving honors in the exams. Those who love to eat will go to eat and drink, and those who love beauty will go out to find those service soldier girls and spend their days. Some people have more advanced tastes and simply look at the soldier girl who allocates resources to them, and under the eyeballing, they fooled around on the day of the end of the exams. This Liu Bei is said to be the all-first in the 3 rounds of exams, which can be called the best performance in the alliance exams of all time. The realm had even reached the great circle of the first rank, with 9 top-grade gems and 1 extreme-grade gem. The abundant resources were staggering. How is it that a man of such caliber doesn't even have a single distraction? Gu Ning was quite confident in her looks and body, although she was only a logistics soldier's wife. But in terms of posture and charm she thought she was no worse than Su Yue. But Liu Bei never looked at her squarely from beginning to end. Hey, maybe I've seen too much pomp and circumstance and just assumed that the world is supposed to be like this. I didn't expect that I would encounter a clear stream today. Gu Ning smiled to himself, a hint of shame growing faintly in the bottom of his heart. A different kind of sentiment slowly germinated in her heart, which was a sentiment she had never had before when she had previously faced any heavenly pride. After the exams were over, the headlines of the Jiangqing City newspaper were dominated by exam-related content for the next few days. Shocked. Star Academy Li Hansan hangover. Night stay in the well-known service soldier's wife's home. His soldier's wife is heartbroken. The two of them rumors about the dissolution of the contract gossip. It is reported that the young master of the Chu family has not fallen, and is currently actively recuperating from his injuries, and the results of the league's urine test show that he has not taken any banned substances, so the runner-up place is well deserved. As we get closer and closer to the start of the Academy League, journalists will conduct interviews with the outstanding newcomers on the Wind and Cloud Heavenly Pride list, reporting on their future intentions and directions. According to the latest announcement from the Academy League, this year will continue to expand enrollment in the Heartflow path, the Spiritual Energy path, the Attribute path, the Alchemy path, and the Agility path. The martial arts of these schools have become more and more mature, and are the optimal choice for Imperial Spiritists after they reach the second stage. Nudo is still in the emerging stage, and Rikido is the most forlorn, with only 2 of the current tactics teachers having the desire to recruit. For several days in a row, Su Yue's food and living were taken care of by Liu Bei. According to Liu Bei, she is now the family's meritocracy, and it is right to enjoy the blessings after the league exam is so hard. Su Yue is not ambiguous, and boasts of the righteousness of the children of the Jianghu, which can accept the care of Liu Bei for nothing. Little Lulu, you've been so good to Slave. Slave has no way to repay you, so I have no choice but to give my body in return. Wow, little Lulu's cooking is so good, I want to give my body to her. How about psychic energy covered rice? 10 times? It's windy out there today, so how about giving yourself up? Su Yue every time can make Liu Bei red in the face. Helpless body is too weak. Want to bully Liu Bei and no strength. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the side effects of War Berserker completely wore off, the two also celebrated the start of the Academy League. A row of tables for registration was set up at the entrance to the Alliance, where 6 logistician ladies in full condition awaited the arrival of the newcomers. Not far from them was a gazebo with an elegant setting, where the tactics teachers of several major academies were drinking tea while critiquing the newcomers who had come to report. These teachers were led by Mo Taizhan of Blaze Academy, Fong Cheng of Song Lin Academy, Gu Yuming of Tianji Academy, Yu Bai of Star Academy, and Meng Hanin of Acacia Academy. Without a doubt, being able to sit in the first echelon was naturally the first volunteer of most of the Heaven's Pride, and after them there were lesser-known tactics teachers, not weak, but obviously to be categorized as second volunteers. The tactics teacher's side was discussing it, and the welcoming soldier's wife was looking left and right with her beautiful eyes. They're all okay. The one called Zhao Li is quite handsome. The soldier's wife is a purple electric sword, and she's joined Mr. Gu's battle team. He's so middle of the road. He just came in and he was mumbling something about Heartwa salsa give there and it's confusing me. It's just everything. That Li Hansan from Star Academy is also okay. Ranked 4th on the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride list. Seems to have joined Acacia Academy. Ha! I've read that he seems to be obsessed with women. And he chose Acacia Academy. Is that a serious team? TSK. At the mention of the Acacia Academy, several of the soldier girls revealed odd looks, seemingly holding no small amount of preconceptions towards the Acacia Academy. Strange, how come we haven't seen the first Liu Bei in such a long time? I heard that he is super handsome. Boyfriend power burst Liu. Before in the audience on the far saw, see not clear face, today can have a good look. The one who spoke was a clean-looking soldier girl named Guoton. When she mentioned Liu Bei, her eyes were full of longing, obviously a fangirl of Liu Bei. Next to a soldier girl reminded, simple you will see who drives the most luxurious Loston Phantom, who is the first Tianjiala, that is the alliance to the champion of the standard luxury car. Loston Phantom? Chapter 37. The one who rides a bicycle is the real big brother. If you look closely, it's not hard to see that the welcome matrons treat the newcomers very differently. Those who regularly welcome newcomers know that the higher the rank of the Heaven's Pride, the more luxurious the seat assigned by the alliance. So, whoever comes in a luxury car, these soldier girls tend to be more enthusiastic. The ones who came to report at this moment were Wan Jingtian, who was ranked 5th, Li Xin, who was ranked 23rd, and Liang Chao, who came in by the back door. Greeting Li Xin soldier lady, everything in accordance with the process. After registration, simply check the file. No problem, let him go to the gazebo over there to find the tactics teacher. Not so with the reception of Nguyen Thriller. Classmate, is that heavy in your hand? Let me help you carry it. Well, pass me the file, ha. No problem. Come on. I'll take you to see the tactics teacher. Classmate, what school of martial arts do you plan on practicing after the second rank? Have you considered the second high rule? The same is basically true for the soldier girl who greets Liang Chao, because they have long been poking around to find out who has the strength and who has the background. As the saying goes, it's good to ride under a big tree, and who doesn't want to get ahead these days? In fact, a sentinel can't formally bond a second soldieress until the third rank. Until then, if there are any extra soldier girls, they belong to the spare. Either you have to wait for the third rank to make the contract, or the previous soldier girl dies or voluntarily breaks the contract. And then it is the turn of the so-called second soldier girl to take the field. Look at Xiao Ding's Thai face. Just now she said that she was the one with the biggest emotions in Acacia Academy. And now she hates that she can't stick it to that Wan Jingtian. Why? Save for a rainy day. Don't take advantage of the seedling period to start. When people are in the third stage, I'm afraid I can't even grab it. Whatever academy it is, it's not simple to be able to rank 5th. The young master of the Chu family is here. It's my turn this time. Don't any of you steal it from me. Mama, yeah. So you're still so positive even though young Master Chu is crippled? A soldier lady, seeing that it was the arrival of the runner-up of the current examination, hurriedly picked up her hair and ran over to greet her on her own initiative. 7 days did not allow Chu Tianqua's serious injuries to heal, but luckily his grandfather wasn't bad with resources, and at the moment he was on crutches and barely able to report for duty. As more and more newcomers arrived, the entrance to the Academy Union became more and more lively. Whenever a luxury car arrives, it always draws a lot of attention. Not far away, there was suddenly a crisp ringing sound. A young man and woman in simple white shirts were seen sitting on bicycles, one in front of the other, slowly approaching the welcoming entrance. The men are handsome and have a confident style on their brow. The female was 1,000 times more charming, wrapping her arms around the boy's waist with a look of enjoyment, not caring about the stares of those around her. Ha! How come there are still bicyclists here? The one in charge of greeting them was none other than that fangirl of Liu Bei's, Guotong. She looked at the bike with a puzzled expression. No, wouldn't these two be embarrassed? Anyone who could come to the college union should at least have a decent ride. Bicycles, which no logistical soldier's wife in slightly better condition rides. Yo, Tong Tong, you're taking on a big job. What kind of crazy primitive is this? And riding a bicycle. It won't be the bottom one on the Heaven's Pride ranking, right? That's bad enough. I have a feeling the bottom one could do with a little electric donkey. Hey, maybe this is Tong Tong's Prince Charming. That number 1 Liu Bei Geizhai. Ha ha ha. Behind Guotong, a few soldier girls sneered without any mercy. This added a touch of irritation to her already lost mood. When facing Liu Bei and Su Yue, she even had a cold face, completely missing the warmth and expectation of the party. He didn't even bother to raise his head as he spoke. Give me the file. Fill out the form over here. And when you're done, just go wait over there. To her surprise, the young man and woman in front of her were surprisingly calm. Even though it was obvious that she was a bit cold in her attitude, she wasn't as indignant as the other newcomers, as if it was best for them to do everything in a businesslike manner. And that's exactly what happened. Liu Bei felt that he had hands and feet and didn't need anyone to carry anything for him. Instead, he felt uneasy only when a soldier woman posted over to him, because every time this happened, a terrifying killing intent would erupt from Su Yue. That scarlet eyes, hate cannot eat people alive, scared the surrounding people cold sweat. Su Yue will again pat people's shoulders, softly admonished, don't think about what you shouldn't. Little sister, where's your head? It's most comfortable when it's close to your neck. Just for this, Su Yaol has received several reports of her terrorizing the personal safety of young girls. But when the league manager who received the report heard that it was Su Yue, he immediately looked complicated and waved his hand to send those little girls home quickly. There is no other reason. Su Yue performed really horribly in the alliance exam. The majestic ghostly mist, the terrifying power of the instantaneous outbreak, the apocalyptic pressure that covers the sky and the sun. As long as Su Yue didn't mess around, no one really dared to touch her mold. This group of little girls are still not convinced. And then to the Jiangcheng City newspaper want to expose Su Yue unreasonable, possessive of Liu Bei to perversion. But how dare the newspaper people receive their revelations? One by one are tactical backward. Some reporters are talking about Su Yue. Not only do not dare to report any Su Yue's negative news, but instead accuses this group of little girls as a version of T0. Liu Bei filled out the form and handed it to Guitong. Guitong still didn't bother to raise her head and casually pointed. Go over there and wait for a while. Right now the tactics teacher's place is full of people, so you can wait 20 minutes before you report. Liu Bei frowned. That's not in line with the rules. Is it? You're letting me wait over there without looking at my file? You're not happy about being told to wait? I haven't said you're holding me up. Guitong didn't seem to expect that a newcomer would actually question her. One should know that although she was a logistics soldier lady, her seniority in the Academy Union was much older than the newcomers in front of her. Just go over there and wait honestly if you're told to wait. The tactics teacher will naturally arrange for you to go over there after he's finished with this wave. Got it? Guitong's face is full of impatience. She was already in a bad mood. If this matter can't be handled well, the few little sisters around her will laugh at her even more. But then a delicate hand suddenly pressed on the table in front of her. It's Su Yue. This student. Your attitude just now. Was it towards my family's little Lulu? Guitong looked at her suspiciously. How is it that this Imperial Spirit Master is abnormal? And so is the soldier lady? Do you guys not understand human language? I don't care what you are, little Lulu, big Lulu. Go over there. Kala. Bang. Without waiting for Guitong to finish, Su Yue's slender white jade hand snapped. In a flash, the blood and light were great. However, the entire row of tables were seen to let out painful groans under the impact of Su Yue's huge force, and in the blink of an eye, all of them shattered and turned into pieces. Guitong and the other 5 soldier maidens let out piercing screams at the same time, looking at Su Yue with a horrified expression. They were in a terrible mess, splattered by the broken wood shavings, all over their hair and mouths, and now they were glaring at Su Yue and Liu Bei in annoyance. What do you do? Do you know what this place is? Dare you to act wild here? Logistics Soldier Mother is also a part of the alliance. Don't think that you guys from the combat department are great. As soon as I see you guys didn't come in through the regular channels, and you dare to be so cross by going through the back door. The noise of a few soldier girls quickly drew the attention of those around them. Guitong now even more justified, yelling, everyone to judge. We do things according to the rules and regulations, but the two of them do not even have a little patience. The other soldier nymphs followed suit. Yes, not taking the rules of the alliance into consideration at all. The tactics teacher is right over there in the gazebo. And look at the quality of you guys who's happy to take it. The crowd of onlookers grew, but strangely enough, none of them dared to speak up for them. The welcoming soldier's wife looked at each other in disbelief. Oddly enough, usually when a newcomer causes trouble, someone is sure to be happy to do justice. Do the newcomers in this class have no empathy? Or are the Imperial Spirit Masters so wimpy that there isn't even one who dares to stand up for themselves? Why are these people looking at us and shaking their heads? What's going on? What happened? A hasty female voice sounded. On the outskirts of the crowd, a logistical soldier's wife in a sexy professional outfit pushed her way through the crowd and came closer. She straightened the broken hair around her ears, and her long high silk legs stood out. Sister Ning Ning, you have to make a decision for us. These two people are causing trouble here, and they even tried to hit someone. Guitong squeezed out a hint of crying as she spoke, pointing her finger at Liu Bei and Su Yue. Su Yue glared at her and threatened. If you don't want this finger anymore, keep pointing at me. This voice was incomparably cold. Hearing the people around him shudder, Guitong subconsciously put away his fingers. A crisp slap was thrown over, and Guitong covered her face. Looking incredulously at the Sister Ning Ning she spoke of. Sister Ning Ning is the chief administrator of the logistics soldiers Nyang, and has always been the most backbone and the best at fighting. It's just as well that she didn't stand up for herself. Why did she come up and slap herself indiscriminately? Eyeless things. Usually the poor love the rich, and now welcome the new also engaged in this set of things. Riding a bicycle, how you guys? I'll let you be so slow. The name of the professionally dressed woman was Gu Ning, the very same exclusive soldier lady who had delivered supplies to Liu Bei a few days ago. It is also the chief administrator of the college union's logistics. Only to see her pick up the form Liu Bei had filled out and paste it directly into the faces of a few of the welcoming soldiers' mothers, and loudly reprimanded. Watch this. Whose name is written on this? Liu Bei, Su Yue, Guitong mumbled, and all of a sudden her mind went blank. Chapter 38. Anti-election is nothing? Teachers are fighting over him. At this moment, there was no need for Gu Ning to do anything. Guitong directly threw herself 2 slaps. She was genuinely surprised that the Prince Charming she had been longing for had come on a bicycle. By the standards of the college union, the car assigned to him should have been a Ruston Phantom. Is there anyone else in the world who doesn't drive a Ruston Phantom and likes to ride? And that Su Yue isn't normal either. What soldier's wife doesn't have some vanity? How many soldier women would rather sit inside a limousine and cry than laugh on the back of a bicycle? How does she manage to sit on a bike and smile so sweetly? In fact, it wasn't Liu Bei who offered to ride a bicycle, but Su Yue. Her reasoning is also simple. The two of you on the bike can have zero contact, and she can even go negative distance if she makes a strong effort to stick forward. Not in a car. You can't sit together in a fancy car. One up, one down. Koalas hugging trees? Su Yue didn't have a problem with it, but Liu Bei strongly disagreed, saying it was unsafe to drive like that. It wasn't until Liu Bei and Su Yue's identities were completely exposed that some people in the crowd began to point. It's still Liu Bei who knows how to play op. Letting go of the Ralston Phantom and riding a bike to play romance with school sister Sue. These soldier girls are also really dog-eyed, thinking that those who ride bicycles don't have any strength. Hey, I wouldn't have guessed it if I were you. The ones who ride bicycles are the real big shots. Gotham Nightmare. Offending Su Yue is estimated to have no good fruit to eat. In the future, this logistics soldier mother is afraid that she will have to clamp her tail and be a person. At this moment, Wetong's tears of remorse were like broken pearls, falling down in large balls. She cried a lot and didn't seem to be generally enamored with Liu Bei. Gu Ning glanced at her. What's the use of regretting now? If she had been more patient just now, why would she be here? But this girl is really thinking blindly. Liu Bei can't even look at me, so how could he care about her? Except for a cleaner face. It's not straight where it should be, and it's not curvy where it should be. And then look at Su Yue. This moment again turned into a birdie model. Body hot, outrageous. Chest that buckles seems to be able to collapse at any time. No wonder Liu Bei can't stand another girl in his eyes. Under Gu Ning's orders, the several welcoming soldier maids all had a respectful attitude and apologized to Liu Bei and Su Yue. Liu Bei wasn't interested in this kind of Liu Bei's child wrestling behavior. His main concern right now is choosing a tactics teacher. Which tactics teacher one follows will have a direct impact on the future direction of a goshawk's development, and even how far a goshawk can go. Before coming here, he and Su Yue had a favorite candidate in mind, 100 meters away at the gazebo. At the moment there were already a number of newcomers lined up and waiting for the tactics teacher to make his selection. All of the young Imperial Spirit Masters and Soldier Maidens were blazing, clutching the resumes in their own hands as if what they were grasping was not simply a few pages of paper, but a heavy destiny. Hey, I really envy the top 10 can be tactics teacher priority selection, and 100% will be selected, like us such as 10 outside. Not so good to say. Yeah, the ones ranked a little higher are fine, but if they're lower, they'll probably have to go to the grassroots patrols and grind for a year or two before they can defect to the tactics teacher. So I don't know how much suffering they'll have to endure. That's why the top 10 is the real pride of heaven. We are the green leaf. Set off others with. A few Imperial Spirit Masters who stood at the back of the room led the soldier maidens and kept whining. Their gazes still blazing but their tones were full of envy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look, Tianji's Jiaoli seems to have been selected by two teachers. Teacher Xie Tao of the Thunder Dao, and Teacher Gu Yuming of the Agility Dao. That's a situation where you have to counterpick, right? What a drought. What a flood. We don't even get to be seen by the tactics teacher, and people get to counter-elect. Chu Tianqua's soldier mother is gone. How could he still be picked by the two teachers? I can understand Mr. Fong of Song Lin Academy, but Mr. Han of Iron and Steel Academy cultivates the Dao of refinement. How come he wants to take him in as well? Lian Dao isn't really suited for fighting, is he? He's switching to logistics. Ha? Who said that Dao refining can't fight? Some Dao refining soldier maidens can strengthen Imperial Spirit Masters, allowing them to fight against demonic beasts for a certain period of time. In my opinion, Chu Tianqua's new soldier maiden should be of the Dao refining type. The crowd was talking and discussing, and none of them envied the heavenly pride that possessed the anti-selection qualification. As for Chu Tianqua, Zhao Li and the others, they were all holding their heads high, pride overflowing on their faces, faced with two olive branches thrown at the same time. These people, even if they had a choice in their hearts, had to pretend to consider it for a while. Finally, you bow to one of them, say sorry, and turn around to join your favorite tactical teacher. What's more, they don't forget to stir up some emotion. Counting the years of learning and training is not easy. Thanks to this and that. Good lord, make it sound like the voice of the league. This would be a better atmosphere with a swivel chair for the tactics teacher. Liu Bei couldn't help but spit out his sentence. His arrival, as well as all the things that happened between Gu Ning and Guotong, quickly attracted the attention of the end of the gazebo. Coming? I don't know who was the first to open his mouth, but in the next second, all the tactics teachers were nonplussed. Mo Taishan threw away the teacup in his hand, and the boiling hot tea poured directly on the face of his great-nephew Liang Chao in front of him. Liang Chao let out a pig-killing howl, and he couldn't care less. pulling his leg and running towards Liu Bei. Yu Chou, who has always been steady and wise, transformed into a sportsman and did not forget to take off his glasses before running. Where did Fong Qing care about Chu Tianque? The first time to join the frenzy of robbing Liu Bei. The group of tactics teachers behind them didn't care about status, so they all swarmed forward. Chu Tianque and Zhao were dumbfounded, and the other celestial pride who were preparing to counter-elect were also dumbfounded. No, teachers, we haven't made a decision yet. What are they going to do? Look over there. It looks like Liu Bei and Su Yue are here. When these words came out, the several people who were still arrogant just now turned into frosty eggplants, each drooping their heads. Oh, so the hangers-on are here. No wonder the teachers are so excited. No envy. We really don't envy it at all. Woohoo! At this moment, Chu Tianque and Zhao and others faced bitter smiles than crying are ugly. At the other end, the 100-meter race was far more exciting than the crowd had imagined. The tactics teacher ran and it devolved into a melee, with their soldier mothers getting involved, pulling and shoving each other and refusing to back down from anyone. Hey, Yu Chou-bai's family, why are you pulling my hair if you're robbing people? Gu Yuming's family, you're the one who yanked our old Yu first. Thanks to our old Yu's thorough consideration, he took off his glasses, or else they'd be shattered by now. Old M.O., you cultivator of force. There's no way Liu Bei will pick you. Hurry up and make room for the good guys. Bull *********. I cultivate myself in the way of strength, and I've been used endlessly. What do you know about it? You who cultivate the way of spiritual energy? *********. Who is it? Why are you still tugging on your pants at your age? Is it that you can't afford to play? Since I was a kid, I've been playing Bury the Hatchet. The tactics teacher, who had always been steady and dignified, had all turned his image upside down at this moment. Now not only the newcomers, but even those logistical soldiers' mothers were looking dumbfounded one by one. There's no shortage of heavenly pride in the alliance exams of the past, and besides, there's a number one every year, so at best, it's a number one anti-selection. How come when it comes to Liu Bei here, the tactics teacher is going to fight? In the crowd, Gu Ning was the only one who spoke with a single word. I told you guys to get a good grasp of the rules of the alliance exams usually, and you're all not serious. Listen up, Liu Bei is different from the previous firsts. He didn't take any party's resources before the exams, and he didn't defect to any of the academies, and he had won the first place in the Heavens Pride ranking by virtue of his strength, and according to the rules, he could be in a position to counter-select all tactics teachers, and the tactics teachers were not allowed to refuse. Also, as soon as he joins the battle group, he'll get the title of sergeant straight away, and he'll be the deputy head of the strategy team, second only to the tactics teacher. As soon as Gu Ning's words fell, the people around him simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. So Liu Bei really didn't rely on any of the forces, and relied solely on himself to get to where he is today? One man's position to counterpick all the tactics teachers. Oh my, what a mighty honor. No wonder the tactics teacher was on the verge of a fight over him. Who wouldn't want this kind of man among men? Hey, you guys, look, Liu Bei is going to start counter-electing. Strange, why is he looking around in the crowd? Could it be that the tactics teacher he's looking for isn't here? Just as the crowd was puzzled, they only saw a graceful figure, wearing a white dress, arrive late. The appearance of this man once again shocked everyone present. It's Chao Tiansong. Chapter 39. I choose the force. Chao Tianji's appearance immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Chao Tiangu, known as the most personalized tactics teacher of Tenji Academy. I heard that she never comes together for this kind of fun. This is really unprecedented today. More than that, I've heard that she fought alone as a soldier's wife, and there wasn't a single trainee under her discipline. So it was a one-person strategy group. Ha! What a loss that would be. I've heard that the battles faced by the strategy group are no joke. Everyone else fights in groups and she fights alone? What a loss. I've heard she's extremely strong in combat. One person can top a full-fledged combat unit. She's called a hexagonal warrior. So, Mr. Chao didn't come here today just because of Liu Bei, right? My god. Liu Bei, he's so big. At this moment, a group of tactics teachers stood in front of Liu Bei and Su Yue, all of them looking forward to Liu Bei's counter-election with blazing eyes. The only song is the pilgrimage song. While she belongs to the first line of tactical teachers, she is not willing to move forward to make up the difference. She just stood in the middle of the queue with a cool expression, and after briefly locking eyes with Liu Bei, she tilted her head slightly over to look at the distant scenery. I have to say, this man is indeed a maverick, acting very differently from all teachers. Chaotian's arrival caused quite a stir, but soon, the focus of discussion returned to Liu Bei. One person counterpicked all the tactics teachers, Such an exaggerated scene was in sharp contrast to the party of trainees passively waiting for their selection. Envy, jealousy, worship. Want to worship the doc as a junior. Want to kick their own imperial spirit master as Liu Bei's second house. A variety of emotions brewed in the minds of a group of cadets. They were incomparably curious as to what kind of choice a strong as Liu Bei would actually make. There's the tactics teacher. And the scene of them grabbing people must be even better. Liu Bei, I see that although you are using a heavy weapon, maiden, you are as swift as the wind. If you can join my agility Dao and practice my sensitive Dao martial skill Ghost Shadow Flash, and then fit in with your spectral guile mist, you will surely be able to have some success. The first one to speak was Gu Yuming from the Sky Extreme Academy. He majored in Min Dao with extraordinary attainments and had carefully watched Liu Bei's fighting style during the battle. Whether it was Liu Bei's base speed or the bizarre residual shadows that Liu Bei had displayed after inlaying the 3 speed gems, he appreciated it very much. In my opinion, since Liu Bei can control the murderous weapon spirit Su Yue, he must have extremely high attainments in spiritual energy. Why don't you enter my spiritual energy Dao and release it like the wind, with inexhaustible spiritual energy, so as not to bury your talent? Chaos Academy's Mahone followed suit and threw out an olive branch. He majored in the spiritual path that could make the Sentinel's blue bar constantly longer and longer, making the soldier mother suffer. On top of that, the release speed he mentioned was also important for Imperial Spiritists. Being able to instantly release without a forward swing was a combat skill recognized by all. Fang Cheng from Pson Lin Academy had a complicated look on her face. Losing Lin Shui was not a small blow to her, and if she lost Liu Bei again, she really couldn't explain herself to the Academy's board of directors. She stepped forward and said earnestly, "Child, teacher still hopes that you can return to Song Lin's strategy group. The conditions you were promised before can be doubled. We Song Lin need your strength." Fang Cheng, there's no need to recruit Liu Bei if you're a cultivator of the ice and snow Dao, right? A frivolous and bewitching female voice rang out, only to see a hotly dressed young woman walk out of the second row. High silk hip dress, sexy small waist, hands and feet exudes a gust of tantalizing fragrance. Acacia Dream Hanyu? Fang Qing's brows furrowed and her tone was quite a bit disgusted. Could it be that you, Hawan Academy, also want to rob the first heavenly pride? What's not to like about that? Dream Hidden Smoke hid a smile and came before the crowd with a fluttering flowery branch. Entering my lust road, with his looks and stature, as well as the charisma of a young genius, he will surely be able to mesmerize all the Bing Niangs, and at that time, he won't even need to fight with the demonic beasts on his own. Little brother, my stance is called love unawareness, deeper and deeper, and there are so many tricks to it that it will ensure that your soldier mother is very much used as well. Liu Bei had already felt the thick killing intent radiating from Su Yue. Unexpectedly, that dream containing smoke suddenly came over and leaned over and said something in her ear. Immediately afterward, Su Yue's eyes glowed with a strange color and she nodded her head repeatedly. Oh, is it really that powerful? Only the two of us can also cultivate, is it? Hey, school teacher, you don't really want to sell me, do you? Liu Bei hurriedly pulled Su Yue back to his side, fearing that she would be infused with any bad thoughts by Meng Hanyan. The manhunt continues. Stars Yu Qiubai wanted Liu Bei to join his heartstream path, saying that the spiritual attack coupled with the bloodthirsty spectral scythe would be unbeatable in a two-pronged attack. Emo Taizhan was also not willing to show weakness, waving his fists to roll up gusts of fist wind. Join the force and hammer yourself. I'll teach you to forcefully split Huashan. However, Liu Bei smiled blandly from start to finish and did not respond to either party. The newcomers at the same time were not calm now and speculated. I go. Liu Bei has a big enough rack. The tactics teacher is so close to performing a program in front of him, and he's actually indifferent? If you ask me, he must be trying to sell it for a price. I've heard a lot about him. Don't look handsome, but he's actually quite shrewd, and has a lot of brains. Do these two virtues conflict? His bloodthirsty spectral scythe is actually more suitable for the Min Dao. Adding an attribute Dao is not bad, and attaching an attribute in the future will directly explode the damage. Is it just me who wants to pick the erotic path of harmony? MS. Dream Hanyu is so charged up. I want her to tutor me every day, preferably in an after-school scene. Just the two of us. Bah, you've got it in your head. Is Dream Hanyan an ordinary person? I've heard that she's also considered an alternative juicing mistress, and the Imperial Spirit Masters have dragged down several of them, so you dare to think about it. More and more people gathered at the entrance of the Alliance. In addition to the newcomers who reported for duty, there were also quite a number of active members of the battle teams who had come together to join in the fun, as well as current students from the major colleges. Chao Tiangu had never been a fan of bustling. Seeing Liu Bei's delay in making a choice, her eyes drooped slightly. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, and she turned around to leave. She had always been like this, showing little concern for everything around her, and only rushing onto the arena regardless when Lin Shui and Su Yue had to fight for their lives. Mr. Asataka. I'll go with Rikito's Mr. Asataka. A definite choice momentarily interrupted the clamoring chatter. In a flash, the whole room was silent, only to see Liu Bei holding Su Yue. The two of them came to Chaotiange with firm eyes. Teacher Chao Tiangu, we would like to practice the way of force, so please teach us more. Facing the young boys and girls with sincere faces, Chao Tianji's eyes trembled slightly and unnoticeably. She didn't even expect Liu Bei to choose herself. Not just her. Liu Bei's choice could be said to be out of everyone's expectation. Did I hear it right? Liu Bei actually chose Force Dao? Force Dao is the most strenuous of all the schools. The Imperial Spirit Master has to work exponentially harder. And isn't it usually only chosen by those with poor talent? Indeed, Liu Bei is a bit hard to think of. With his talent, choosing the Spiritual Energy Dao or the Heartstream Dao. No, I should say that just about any school is better than the Force Dao. He is asking for trouble. Force cultivation is the most time-consuming and laborious. Progress is slow in the early stages, and it's also the most difficult to raise your strength in the later stages. TSK, Liu Bei was really impulsive this time. But the Force Imperial Spiritist cultivates herself and doesn't have to overly rely on the Hyuga when fighting. You guys say that Liu Bei isn't too heartbroken for school Sister Su. That's why she chose Force. Why? Since ancient times, heroes can't get past beauty. If this is really the reason, then I'm afraid Liu Bei won't be able to go far in the future. They are right. Force cultivation is arduous, and the effort and reward are likely to be disproportionate. I personally would not want to recruit students. Liu Bei, you should choose another tactics teacher. Chao Tianji's tone was indifferent, and her response immediately made the other tactics teachers see hope again. Mo Taizhan was the first to rush up, patting his chest and guaranteeing, Liu Bei, if you want to learn Li Dao and follow my old brother, I guarantee that you will make rapid progress. Mo Tiashan's soldier woman's name was Qianhua. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she wore tights with a fiery cloud pattern, exposing her athletic muscular lines as she walked. She also came in front of Liu Bei and Su Yue and said with a sincere face, it's not that I'm helping old Mo. You may not be too clear about Chaotiange's force. Her force can't just be cultivating strength, but also forging the extreme soldier martial body. Not to mention whether you can stand this hard work. Even if you are willing to suffer, your body may not be able to withstand it. Choose the force to follow old Mo. We won't treat you poorly. Rikito style. What's there to learn? Might as well learn Shinken Ryudo and be able to use it in real combat right away. Don't forget the erotic rodeo. It'll make you comfortable. Yu Choubai, Meng Hanyan and the others also threw out olive branches, hoping that Liu Bei would consider them carefully. However, Liu Bei and Su Yue's gazes never left Chaotianga from the beginning to the end. Chaotiange wanted to say something else, but Gu Ning on the side reminded at the right time. Teacher Chao, Liu Bei didn't utilize any of the Academy's resources before the exams, and as the number one in the Wind and Cloud Heavens Pride ranking, according to the Alliance's regulations, he can pick any tactics teacher he wants, and he can also serve as the deputy leader in the strategy group with the status of a non-commissioned officer. Well, theoretically speaking, his rank is comparable to yours. Besides, Liu Bei and Su Yue's strength is obvious to everyone. The strategy group can add quality fresh blood. Why should you excuse yourself? Gu Ning's set of words could be said to be justified, and pulling the emotional quotient full circle, Chao Tiangu opened his mouth, and there was no more reason to refuse. She subconsciously looked into Liu Bei's eyes, but the other party's gaze was full of sincerity and there was not a hint of calculation. So, from the very beginning, the person he wanted to choose was me? Chapter 40. Flux Demon Bao. Chao Tiansong. Chao Tiansong is withdrawn, but not pretentious. Since she couldn't refuse, she simply stopped saying those polite words and directly told Liu Bei about the entry requirements for practicing the force path. The force Dao I cultivate has to forge the extreme soldier martial body and open up the 8 meridians in my body. The process is arduous and time-consuming, so I'm asking you to break through the second stage within 3 days. The materials needed for a force breakthrough were the claws of a second-order Sphinx owl, a third-order ape demon eye, and a third-order lava crocodile heart. If you realize it, come to the Range Moon Pavilion to find me, and if you can't realize it, then change to another school before it's too late, and you won't have to come back to me, leaving behind such a sentence. Chao Tianji's figure drifted away. The pile of trainees instantly exploded. I wipe Liu. Tactical teacher's cultivation theory is not all important secrets. Towards the teacher so in front of the face of the group set out? Also too generous, right? You also don't listen to what conditions are required for the force she cultivates. Just those 3 breakthrough materials. Which one is something we can touch right now? Also the material of the third order demonic beasts. The gods come also cannot work Mr. Chua is not deliberately difficult, Liu Bei, right? Big brother, your reflex arc seems to be a bit slow. If she really wants to make things difficult for Liu Bei a long time ago, wouldn't it be more convenient to mention such harsh conditions? In my opinion, this is the price of cultivating the extreme soldier martial body. I've heard that the extreme soldier martial body benefits greatly once it's refined, and that it can strike forceful moves all over its body. But the process of rushing the 8 veins is incredibly difficult, and the unimaginable amount of spiritual energy needed is not to mention the fact that the location of the 8 veins is even more difficult to figure out, so you can only sense it for yourself. Punching the meridians is not a joke. Punch the wrong knot to go into the fire? No wonder Mr. Coyoteange doesn't recruit people, he's also afraid of misleading people. If I were Liu Bei, sure to change the road. There is no need to go against yourself. Do not force, did not repair, and then take the life in. It is not a crime. The newcomer trainees had diverse opinions, but without exception, they were all unfavorable to Liu Bei's choice of force. The tactics teachers were also all shaking their heads and sighing, but before they left, they didn't forget to urge Liu Bei, tell me anytime you want to change your mind. You're always welcome in my fiery force. I'm not a person who loves to step on one, but Agile Road is indeed more suitable for you. Liu Bei, I believe you have the vision. The Heartstream Dao can bring your wits to the next level. Liu Bei, if you figure it out within 7 days, feel free to find me. The other tactics teachers are all explaining with Liu Bei, but only Meng Hanyan took a different approach, biting her ear and saying something to Su Yue. When Dream Hanyan said that, a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Su Yue listened attentively and nodded her head uncontrollably, as if she had realized some true meaning. Liu Bei didn't care what the onlookers said, and he never cared about how others treated him. He just needs to know he's on the right path, and that's enough. Caring too much about what others think is a sign of weakness and will only shake your resolve and give you more reasons to give up, ultimately accomplishing nothing. Looking at Chao Tianji's departing back, Liu Bei's eye of insight then closed. That's right, back when he first met Chao Tiangu, he had used the eye of insight to check the other party's attributes. In the next few encounters, Liu Bei would also secretly open his eye of insight to constantly confirm Chao Tianji's status. It was because he realized that Chao Tiangu seemed to have an ulterior motive and a serious hidden disease. If she didn't intervene, I'm afraid that all of her artifact spirits would be severely damaged. Toward Heavenly Song, SS grade soldier girl, fluttering demon bow. Attack power, 85/100. Attack speed, 72 out of 100. Durability, 39 out of 100. Characteristics, vast power. Catastrophe to come. Negative effect, confusion. When Chao Tiansong's power is utilized to its fullest extent, he will be unable to control his own mind and will enter a state of confusion, indiscriminately attacking all living beings in the room without distinguishing between friend and foe. Evaluation. Because of the trauma he experienced in his early years, his heart was closed and he did not want to have too much contact with the outside world and hid his nature. Hexagonal warrior is transformed into a hexagonal warrior in battle, but his durability is severely worn out from suppressing his true strength all the time in order to avoid the confusion state, ignoring the possibility of regicide. This Flux Demon Bow is a great weapon to dominate the battlefield. Additional reminder, this soldier girl is not yet bonded. Perhaps the negative effect of confusing the heart can be reduced by bonding. After the previous battle with Lin Shui, and the time spent observing Chao Tiangu, Liu Bei realized that the Hyrule attributes seen by the Eye of Insight were not static, but would change according to the Hyrule's current state. For a soldier maiden with an unknown past like Chao Tianga, the Eye of Insight could even penetrate some of her hidden secrets. The SSS talent is really scary as hell. Liu Bei secretly sighed, and in the gazes of the bystanders who didn't understand, he led Su Yue towards the residence that the Academy Union had assigned to them. The college union covers an area no less than any individual college. Not only are the tactical teachers equipped with elegantly furnished bijou, but also the trainees are provided with separate dormitories as standard. Like Liu Bei and Su Yue, such a pride. Although the Alliance also assigned them a good viewing room, but walking in the Alliance also always have to have a resting place to land. College dormitories are definitely the best option. The two of them didn't have a lot of luggage, and there were some fellow travelers heading to the dormitory. Everyone was in groups of 3 or 5, all discussing future plans. I want to break through the second stage quickly. As long as we break through the second stage, we can officially choose a school to learn martial arts. Then we can become real warriors too. It's not easy to break through the second rank. Not only do we need a lot of experience to rush through, but we also need specific materials. Let's say goodbye. We'll have to help each other when the time comes. Didn't they say that the Alliance would give newcomers some experience potions? With potions we'll be able to break through a bit faster. You're thinking of farts to eat, oh? Not to mention that those potions given by the Alliance are distributed according to the rankings. Even if there are potions, they're of inferior quality, so you can't use too many of them at all in a short period of time. Yes, unless you have enough lower grade potions, and then find someone to refine the lower grade potions into the upper grade. This is simply a fool's errand. We can't afford to hire a logistical soldier lady for alchemy. Liu Bei and Su Yue walked at the front of the crowd. The two of them didn't seem to be under any pressure to break through to the second rank, and the topics of discussion centered around Chao Tiangu, senior sister. We guessed correctly. Chao Tiangu does carry the shackles of the past on her body. That's why she acts like she's rejecting people. Well, why were you staring at her for so long? It shouldn't be. Liu Bei's face flushed red as he hurriedly explained. Where were you thinking? I just want to see where the 8 veins are located and feel it out myself in advance. Su Yue gave a bad smile. Oh, it's a pity. MS. Chao Tianji's body is pretty wow. I've run into her in the academy bathroom with her before. Liu Bei didn't pick up on this. His face suddenly serious. I have another discovery. Her durability is getting lower and lower. Last time we met was still 41. This time it's 39. Su Yue also fell into contemplation upon hearing this, tapping her palm with her hand and said, that's a matter of importance. Why don't we give her these top quality endurance gems on me first? She said as she was about to remove her gemstone string. Liu Bei pressed her hand and shook his head. It's useless. With her heart, even if we give it to her, she will never want it. And she needs endurance gems to heal her, not to boost her attributes. So top quality gems won't have much effect on her healing. It's better to be extreme. But the resources in our hands are almost used up. Oh, we can go find Gu Ning. We haven't received the resources from the Alliance yet. The Alliance gives mainly experience potions, or low-level crystal cores mostly, and still give them in batches. Distant water can't quench the thirst. Liu Bei and Su Yue looked at each other and saw a hint of despair in each other's eyes. After coming to the Academy League, the two had undoubtedly become the brightest stars among all the newcomers. Even if there were people who didn't think highly of their future, right now there was no ungrateful person who dared to find trouble with them. Even the crippled Chu Tianhua. The smile on his face when he saw Liu Bei today was much kinder than in the past. Liu Bei was deeply disappointed by this. In contrast, he still preferred the unruly transport brigade Chu captain in the past. Stop! A cold shout suddenly sounded behind Liu Bei and Su Yue, only to see a group of imperious-looking Imperial Spirit Masters with their soldier maidens shouting to stop a group of newcomers in their tracks. They each wore the Union's camouflage uniforms and looked like official combat crew members. A bunch of newcomers with no eyesight, don't even know the rules. Won't you greet the seniors when you see them? Ha! The big man who shouted was tall, with yellow hair, and was called Morning Biao, only to see him surrounded by an imposing aura, radiating the aura of a second-order Imperial Spirit Master. His large hand reached out and directly yanked over a newcomer, roughly grabbing the luggage and starting to rummage through it. If you've come to the Alliance, you have to know the rules of the Alliance. Our patrol team's seniors and sisters will inevitably have to protect you in the future. Shouldn't you show some sincerity? Morning Biao rummaged around for a few moments, finding the crystal core bin and other valuable items before returning the bag to the newcomer. Seeing this scene, a trace of excitement clearly flashed in the eyes of Liu Bei and Su Yue. Great! There really are more good guys in this world. Someone else has come to deliver supplies. Chapter 41. Extreme Soldier Martial Body. Vein Opening. Patrol Squads, as the name suggests, are combat squads that patrol the perimeter of River City. They generally consisted of trainees who were outside the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride ranking. Despite going through rounds 1, 2, and 3 of exams and standing in front of the tactical teachers, I was sadly not ultimately selected by any of them. It's one of those that has some strength, but is not considered exceptional. These people often have pride in their hearts and do not want to return to the college to repeat their studies. Solely following the Alliance's arrangement, he joined the patrol and plunged straight into the front line of battle. The League treats the process as experience and a screening in disguise. The experience often lasts 1 to 2 years, and whoever survives and excels can be selected again by the tactical teacher to become a full-fledged member of the strategy group. Right now, this patrol team consisted of 10 people, all of whom were veterans who had gone to war and killed second-order demonic beasts. Even if the talent was not as good as the newcomer's heavenly pride, the killing aura accumulated from long battles, as well as the realm that had been practically ground out, were incomparable to the newcomer's egg. Yellow-haired Morning Biao did not hide his early second-stage realm aura in the slightest. In front of his pressure, the crowd of newcomers dared to be angry and handed over their luggage. Of course, there are newcomers who aren't short of blood. Zhao Li from Tianji Academy then bravely stood out and loudly rebuked. You openly bully the newcomers, which has the appearance of half a senior sister. Broad daylight Lang Longquan. Let me, the leader of the newcomers, to sanction you. Without waiting for Zhao Li to finish, Morning Biao directly threw over a big bikini. Yet. Sanctions, right? Ha! Rookie leader. Ha, ha, do you know what I don't like the most about you talented ones? Morning Biao said as he flung the bijou. After a few fights, Zhao Li's eyes were blinded. The newcomers on the side all looked on with trepidation. It had to be said that there was still a considerable gap between them. The newcomers who had only gone through trials and exams, and the veterans who had actually fought on the battlefield. Strength is one aspect, the momentum is also one aspect. The main thing is that Funeral Biao has a bloodthirsty ruthlessness. Zhao Li's soldier lady Chen Yu didn't even have the chance to transform into her form, and was directly controlled by the patrol's soldier lady, who likewise didn't have the slightest bit of room to resist. Second rank versus first rank was simply a crushing situation. There were still a few who dared to resist after Zhao Li, but even if they were prepared and the Bing Yang had transformed into her form, they were still taken down by the patrol in 3 or 2 rounds. These bloodthirsty ones ended up even worse. Not only were they robbed of their luggage, but they were also severely cleaned up, even with their soldiers' mothers. At this moment, each and every one of them had color on their faces, with a face that was unwilling but didn't dare to say anything. Morning Biao's footsteps were getting closer and closer. With a fierce smile on his face he walked towards Liu Bei and Su Yue. What should we do? Brother, I'm so scared. Let's give him everything and beg him not to beat us, okay? Su Yue's eyes contained crystals in the corners of her eyes. Her cherry lips were slightly trembling. Even her voice was pretending to be soft to the extreme. Liu Bei huffed. Sister, it's a shame that you don't enroll in the literature and arts department with your acting skills. Hush, play nice. He'll be here soon. After Su Yue's whispered reminder, a trace of faintly undetectable teasing flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Liu Bei didn't move and put his hand on her slender and soft waist. You too, hand it over. Morning Biao came to the 2 men and impatiently prodded them. Now he is also lazy nonsense. We all know that this is simply open robbery. The protection fee is nothing but a gimmick. Suddenly, he realized that the soldier girl of this kid in front of him was very standard looking, completely different from those vulgar girls just now. What made him feel even more excited was that this little soldier lady acted very soft and scared. Her pair of bright autumn water eyes contained waves of light, which made her extraordinarily lovable. And look at that body. TSK, it's really cheap for this brat. Su Yue shook Liu Bei's arm and softly said, Brother, give the luggage to this big brother. Let's try not to cause trouble. The dainty words simply crisped up Morning Biao's entire body, and he nodded his head repeatedly and said, Aha! It's still this little sister who understands things, but it's really a waste of time to match a little white boy like you. Morning Biao sized up Liu Bei for a long time, and realized that this kid, besides being a bit more handsome, taller, and very temperamental, didn't have anything outstanding to offer. Damn! Just because the talent is so good so I can tie up such a wow soldier girl and get picked by the tactics teacher. When he thought of this, he was furious, and with a big hand he was going to come and push Liu Bei. Seek death. Su Yue's face instantly turned cold, clearing her drink, no longer having the petulance of a lamb just now, but turning into a mighty and domineering imperial sister. Morning Biao was so shocked by the sudden change that he stopped. Immediately, however, a more lewd smile appeared on his face. Yo-ho, the little sister still has 2 sets of faces. Laborers like your kind the most. Bang! A heavy, muffled thud. Only Liu Bei took the lead, stepping forward with a top elbow that directly hit Funeral Biao's chest. He moved as swiftly as electricity, so fast that it was staggering, and then quickly retracted his elbow after it had come out, as if nothing had happened. Before Morning Biao could react, in the next second, his entire face suddenly twisted, and his tall body suddenly flew backwards, hard-elbowed more than 20 meters away. It was only then that he felt the sharp pain coming from his chest, and he lay on the ground and kept letting out pig-killing screams. Ah, Liu Bei, he actually dared to make a move with the patrol team. He's really not afraid of offending people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That big yellow hair is the realm of the early stage of the second order. The physical quality is stronger than us. I do not know how many grades. What did Liu Bei just do? I think he topped it off with an elbow and elbowed the guy off in one fell swoop. Scary. Too scary. I thought all his strength came from Su Yue. I didn't expect him to be so capable of fighting on his own. This power is just damn weird. Did he also inlay gemstones? All the newcomers were left with their jaws dropped. They really couldn't figure out why Liu Bei had such perverted physical strength. The people in the patrol team were also astonished. It seemed that Funeral Biao was not weak among them, and they simply could not imagine that he would be put down by a brat. Among the patrol, there was only one imperial spiritist with deep eyes, his mind constantly turning over the images of Liu Bei's just strike, a deep shock on his face. It's the extreme Bing martial body. Teacher Chao Tianga's extreme Bing martial body. What is your relationship with Teacher Chao Tianga? Why do you know the method of opening veins? Liu Bei raised his eyebrows at the words and said with a relaxed expression, Yo, there's someone who knows what he's talking about in your group. I'm a member of teacher Chao Tianji's strategy group. Why? Do you have an opinion? No way. Mr. Chaotianj never recruits students. This Imperial Spirit Master's face turned red with excitement as he pointed at Liu Bei and retorted. I couldn't even impress her after begging hard for a month back then. And only later did I willingly join the patrol team to practice. You, a freshman who just reported to the school, even if Ms. Chao accepts you, you won't be able to open your veins so quickly. You just opened at least 2 veins with that strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, the several Imperial Spiritists next to him questioned. Brother Blade, you're not kidding, right? You've joined the patrol for 2.5 years and only opened 1 chakra after fumbling around for so long. And this kid has opened 2 chakras? Yeah boss, you must be mistaken. Teacher Chao Tiangu is high-minded. How could she recruit a white boy? No, I've seen Teacher Chao strike before. This is the power of the extreme soldier martial body. Converge the internal breath, force through a point, and instantly explode. It can't be wrong. The Imperial Spiritist, who was called Brother Blade by everyone, was the boss of the patrol team. At this moment, his entire body was in incomparable shock, not caring in the slightest about Yellow Hair who was still moaning in pain in the distance. Could this be the gap brought about by talent? No, that's not right. You must have used some special technique to drill a hole. Yes, that must be it. Damn it. How could Ms. Chao recruit someone like you into her strategy group? You're simply desecrating the extreme soldier martial body. The results of 2.5 years of hard work were surpassed by a newcomer in one fell swoop. And Blade just couldn't accept such a huge blow. How dare you blaspheme against Teacher Chao? Boy, Bakuto, will definitely not let you go today. No, why is this dude suddenly red and warm? Liu Bei helplessly rubbed his nose. He never thought that he would run into Chao Tianji's diehard fans in such a place. He also gave someone a look at the broken defense in a random shot. In fact, there is no trick to open the vein It is just to open the SSS talent eye of insight and ignore the close of Chao Tiansong first. Ahem. Everything is for cultivation. Here Liu Bei can swear that he has no distraction / / omega / / Then it's a matter of looking through the musculature and then confirming the location of the 8 chakras. The last thing is to flush the veins with a lot of spiritual energy. Aim at the location and impact like crazy. What you need to pay attention to is that the spiritual energy can't be stopped during the pulse rush. It has to be a 1-2 punch until it breaks through. The amount of psychic energy used up in this process was horrifying. As it happened, the last thing Liu Bei lacked was spiritual energy. If Bakuto knew that Liu Bei was now rushing the 3rd chakra, and that the trick to opening the chakra was to desecrate his goddess, Chao Tiansong, TSK, Liu Bei dare not think how wonderful the other party's expression should be. TSK, Liu Bei dare not think how wonderful the other party's expression should be. Chapter 42. What knife brother call me knife on the line. Bakuto, as his name suggests, wears an exaggerated red sea urchin head, and Hyuga is an offbeat girl in a leather jacket with long purple hair. His Bing Yang transformed into a dragon sparrow great ring sword, which similarly exuded a domineering aura belonging to the 2nd rank. The dragon sparrow great ring blade was juggled with a tiger, and the explosive blade threatened Liu Bei Dao. Kid, today you have to tell me the trick to open the vein no matter what you say, otherwise you don't want to leave from here. Ha! Everyone in the room was stunned. No, didn't he just say that Liu Bei desecrated the extreme soldier martial body? Yeah, putting up such a big front. I thought he was going to defend teacher Chao Tiangu, but I didn't realize he wanted Liu Bei's know-how. This is too shameless, isn't it? Even the members of the patrol squad felt their faces burn. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting this one, boss. The knife brother wants to open the vein or a coin ear. Change me, I am also impatient. Have the know-how, why not learn? Blade is in the middle stage of the 2nd order. This kid is considered unlucky today. He's not good at cultivating any Dao, but he's cultivating the Dao of force, and he's even worshipped under Chao Tiangu. TSK. Brother Blade has always been ruthless. This kid can't run away from a beating even if he tells us the trick. We'll have a good show. Liu Bei also couldn't hold back his smile a bit, but his knack was so special that he really couldn't tell anyone except Su Yue. But if he said it, I'm afraid the first person who wouldn't let him go would be Chao Tiangu. Then again, Liu Bei was dissatisfied with the way Bakuto and the others were acting. Whether you ask for food or advice, you have to have an attitude. Liu Bei didn't have the leisure to be the messenger of justice, but since the other party had kicked the iron plate, there was no reason to let it go. No comment on the know-how. Fight anytime. As soon as Liu Bei's words fell, Su Yue transformed into her form at the right time. In a flash, the large bloodthirsty underworld scythe emitted a bizarre underworld black mist, and even though it was only at the first stage of the consummate realm, its aura was able to steadily suppress the dragon sparrow great ring sword by a head. As soon as the scythe came out, the patrol was immediately nonplussed. Ha! First Order Grand Circle? Is this kid really the new guy who reported in today? This is the first time I've seen a newcomer's realm so terrifying. The heavens cried no. One from our session was only in the late first stage, right? Holy, it's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward. Bull ****** backward waves push forward. It's just relying on the power behind you to be in a higher realm. Bakuto sneered, pointing his long sword at Liu Bei. Coincidentally, Raoul is most displeased with you second-generation ancestors who are talented and have people backing them up. And it's people like you that he likes to teach lessons to the most. Hurry up and hand over the know-how. Or not only you, but all of you newbies will have to take a beating. When these words came out, some timid and fearful newcomers immediately set aside their relationship with Liu Bei. Don't, big brother, we don't know him well. Yeah, just him practicing Rikido on his own. Following Mr. Chao Tiangu. It has nothing to do with us. Liu Bei, hurry up and do what this patrol brother says. Don't drag the group down with you. Come on, don't try to be a hero. In case you can't fight, we'll all have to suffer from you. Liu Bei had long been surprised by all this. When confronted with bullying, some people with weak bones never think about fighting back. They just want to be sheep, scrambling to line up to pay protection money to curry favor with the bullies. Unaware that such behavior is tantamount to quenching thirst, it will only encourage the bullies. It's ridiculous that when someone awakens and wants to fight back, instead of thinking about uniting, they help the abusers and try to suppress the will of those who fight back. It's as if the only way to get a moment's peace is to hand over your fate to the bully. What is held in one's own hands is called destiny. What is pinched in someone else's hands is slavery. Dang! With a loud bang, Liu Bei's scythe smashed the ground brazenly, smiling coldly and looking sideways, looking out of the corner of his eye at everyone present. Humph! Today let 5 cities. Tomorrow let 10. Let when is the end? What patrols? But just rookies who didn't get picked by the tactics teacher in the last class and want to come and bully the newbies on the basis that they've been in the field for a year or two. If the alliance is so dirty and unkempt inside, one can imagine that the battlefield may not be clean either. If you want to fight, hurry up and fight. Cut the crap. Don't back out after you've made a move. Liu Bei's series of rebukes were like a clap of thunder in the dry land, shocking everyone around him. No one expected Liu Bei to have such guts when facing the captain of the patrol team, a true second-order powerhouse. He even showed no mercy, directly offended all the patrol team, but also had the courage to so many years of unspoken rules torn to pieces to bring to the stage sunshine. Good boy. No wonder he was able to enroll under Teacher Chao. He's got some blood, Bakuto praised, curling his arm to wipe the blade. This dragon sparrow great ring blade of mine is unrivaled within the second rank. Keep an eye on the guy in your hand. As soon as the words fell, Bakuto patted and twisted his waist to take the lead with a force split huashan directly smashing towards Liu Bei. Liu Bei kicked the knife to use the force to pass out the bloodthirsty ghost sickle. The advantage of the long armament is undoubtedly obvious. Waving his hand and swinging is a blazing bloodlight. After the violent clash of metals, the two of them were deadlocked in a stalemate with their hyungnams deadlocked in one place. Blazing sparks flew, and both of them simultaneously saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes, as if neither of them had expected the other's power to be on par with their own. But in the end, Liu Bei is a newcomer, and Bakuto was an old man who has been in the business for more than 2 years. If he couldn't take down Liu Bei quickly, then he would be no different from losing this battle. In the next second, Bakuto glared angrily, directly giving up on fighting with his sword, brewing up his entire body's chi, and pouring all of the power of opening veins that he had honed for 2.5 years into his left fist. But see his side unloading, from the left side of the body and flash close to the fist wind whistling, directly hit Liu Bei heart belly vitals. At this moment, the distance between the two was only 2 steps, and Liu Bei was using a long weapon, so it was too late to collect his sword and block. And he also keenly realized that Bakuto was clearly intentionally trying to force himself to fight him in a tussle. Power of the open vein versus power of the open vein. Without hesitation, Liu Bei tiptoed to the ground and landed a sidekick, right in line with Bakuto's heavy punch. Kala! The sound of bones cracking came out at once. The corner of Bakuto's mouth surfaced with a touch of cruelty. He had used all his strength for this strike, and he dared to conclude that the one whose bones were shattered must be Liu Bei. However, a sharp pain instantly hit his arm, and immediately after, he unexpectedly felt the terrifyingly huge force of opening 3 veins on his arm. What? No way! How could my hand? Bakuto looked incredulously at his arm. Only a large amount of blood oozed from it, drooping down at a weird angle, and it was obviously himself who had broken his bones. It wasn't over yet. The huge force of opening the 3rd chakra spread out with the speed of lightning and fire, sending him flying straight out. Under the impact of the huge force, several Imperial Spirit Masters behind him were simultaneously shaken and sent flying backward, falling in a big clatter. Three veins. The 3 veins of the extreme soldier martial body can make an Imperial Spiritist's physical strength cross the ranks. You, just where are you? Liu Bei didn't answer Bakuto's words. Relifting his scythe and handing it to him, he asked in a cold voice, "It doesn't matter who I am. It's you, Brother Blade, isn't it?" "No, no, 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 Big Brother, you're the Big Brother. No, I want to worship you. From now on you can just call me Little Dagger." Chapter 43 Because he is good. Did I see it right? Liu Bei, he'd beat up that Bakuto? That exploding knife is a solid mid-second stage. His strength is several notches higher than ours. And Liu Bei broke his hand with a single kick? What do you guys know? The power contained in that sparring session just now was simply terrifying. I was so close that I could feel a wave of air slapping my face. Great! We're saved! I've heard that the patrol teams love to bully newcomers because of their poor exam rankings. With Liu Bei here, let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. Liu Bei's kick not only flew away the exploding knife, but also kicked out the chi of all the newcomers. The long-standing unspoken rule of the college union was finally broken today. On the ground, Bakuto and the others fell down 7 ways, all of them panting heavily, staring at Liu Bei with a scornful face. Scary. This kid is not like a newcomer at all. Brother Blade opened a vein in 2.5 years. He opened 3 veins in half a day. What kind of demon is this? Hanging walls? Even if you have a knack for it, you can't be that fast. Ouch. When has our patrol ever suffered such a big loss? This time really kick the iron plate. Have to think of a way to get out of it quickly now. A few members of the patrol muttered in whispers while casting inquiring looks at Bakuto. With Liu Bei's scythe close at hand, where would Bakuto dare to play any tricks? He swallowed his throat and squeezed out a reluctant smile once again. Big Brother, it's our fault. We shouldn't have crossed you. We'll make amends and apologize to you. You guys, hurry up and apologize to my big brother. What are you waiting for? Bakuto snapped. And the group of team members behind him hurriedly pulled the Bing Yang to kneel down and apologize to Liu Bei and Su Yue, including Morning Biao, who had been sent flying by Liu Bei earlier. He also rolled around and couldn't stop kowtowing. Liu Bei frowned at this scene. It was logical that the patrol should have some blood in their veins, and even if they were beaten they wouldn't give in so quickly. This group has no bottom line. Blade, Morning Biao, right? Liu Bei's voice seemed like a ghostly bell that hooked souls, frightening Bakuto and Morning Biao with a shiver. Don't. You can just call me Dagger. Dagger. Yes, Brother Vicious. I'm not called Morning Biao either. Just call me Little Biaozi. Well, Little Dagger, Little Biaozi, you guys rely on your seniority and high realm to openly rob newcomers. Seeing how skillfully you moved just now, you must have become a habit long ago, right? Bakuto and Morning Biao glanced at each other and hurriedly waved their hands to clarify. How can we? We've all watched others do this before. This is our first time. Yes, the first time. No experience at all yet. This is not before the success. You stopped it. Speaking of which, the big man Morning Biao was still a little embarrassed and lowered his head like a shy little girl. Liu Bei looked even more unpleasant. So he stopped talking nonsense. Give me everything you robbed. Bakuto couldn't believe his ears. I thought that if I put up such a low stance, Liu Bei would be able to let them go as soon as he saw fit. After all, they didn't rob Liu Bei from start to finish. Bakuto's face showed hesitation. All along only they robbed other people's portion. The first time they were plucked from the tiger's mouth, but also a bit uncomfortable. Without saying a word, Liu Bei's scythe slammed heavily into the ground. This smash used the force of an open chakra, and in a flash, with the end of the scythe as the center, the ground stirred up a circle of dust ripples. The force of the ground's recoil surprisingly shook Bakuto and Funeral Biao's hands to the point of violent numbness. Hand it over. We all hand it over. You guys, still not quick enough to return what you just robbed to the schoolmates. Bakuto gave an order, and the team members behind him were just about to move, but they were once again interrupted by Liu Bei's drink. Stand still. Who told you to return the stuff? I said give it to me. This time, Bakuto and Morning Biao and the others were completely dumbfounded, and even those newcomers who were robbed earlier were dumbfounded. This, Big Brother, aren't you trying to do justice? Why are you still? Cut the crap. What you did was illegal, and what you got is stolen money. I've recovered the stolen money and used it where it belongs. So what's your problem? Liu Bei's threatening voice was accompanied by the bloodlight on the scythe at the same time. How could Bakuto dare to say the word no? No comment. It's so reasonable. Bakuto mouth said so. In fact, the heart has long been screaming bitter. Damn black eat black too inhumane this kid. Even his own people he robbed. Simply my generation model Unbeknownst to him, Liu Bei's approach immediately caused dissatisfaction among the people around him. They had regarded Liu Bei as a hero and a hope just now, and as soon as they heard that Liu Bei was going to hijack their things, they immediately transformed into righteous young generals and sprayed at Liu Bei. Liu Bei, you've gone too far. You know they've robbed us. How dare you not give it back to us and try to take it for yourself? Yeah, aren't you afraid we'll sue the tactics teacher? If the tactics teacher can't restrain this patrol, can't he restrain you? Liu Bei, we were classmates for a while, and you didn't miss robbing the group during the trial, so we won't bother with you, but this is the Academy Alliance, and we're all future celestial pride, so we should help each other out. A few Imperial Spirit Masters spoke in a serious manner, completely forgetting that it was Liu Bei who had taught the patrol team a lesson just now. If it wasn't for Liu Bei, they would still be like wilted chicken pups at the mercy of the patrols, waiting in line to pay protection money. The corners of Bakuto's mouth spread a cold smile, although they do not dare and Liu Bei Zhiliang, but also happy to see the newcomer pride in fighting good show. It was an accepted fact in the college union for many years that the patrol had a grudge against the newcomer. Celestial pride. Patrols are treated poorly, and it's always been tacitly agreed by the league to properly charge a little protection money to take care of the new guys on the battlefield in the future. After all, everyone's purpose was to fight demonic beasts, and as long as the people underneath didn't cause too much conflict, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye to some minor friction. But no one expected that this newcomer would come out Liu Bei such a tough character. His blatant breaking of the unspoken rules would undoubtedly offend all the patrols. Nowadays, they want to go dark, with no regard for their classmates. Humph, this kid has big guts and big appetite, offending both ends at the same time, making a mess inside and outside. Let's see what he does now. At that thought, a hint of sinister flashed in Bakuto's eyes. However, just when he thought Liu Bei would be in a dilemma. Dagger, you guys are supposed to be the best at teaching new people how to do things, right? Liu Bei's tone was frivolous as he raised his hand to collect the scythe, followed by a stream of spiritual energy into it, lighting up a series of 10 gems above the blade. In a flash, 10 lustrous gems regaled the mind. Crikey, you have 10 top quality gems. No, there's another one that's extremely good. Bakuto was incoherent with excitement. In 2.5 years of patrolling, he had never seen anyone with such ostentatious resources. Looks like this kid isn't simple nah. His eyes rolled back and forth, and he could hardly hide the envy in his eyes as he looked at the gem. In the next second, Bakuto directly stood up with a bounce and viciously said, "Brothers, move your muscles." Immediately after, Morning Biao, who was still rubbing his wounds just now, and all the members of the patrol team, all reverted to their ferocious appearance at this moment. You, Liu Bei, what do you want? Now those clamoring newcomers were all dumbfounded. Not waiting for them to say one more word, Bakuto directly slapped over a big ear. Damn little brat, how do you talk to my big brother? What's wrong with wanting your stuff? What's wrong? Morning Biao was not to be outdone, and a big bout of fighting knocked the most shouting imperial spiritist out of his eyes. Nima, you want something from big brother, right? Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will cut you off? How dare I open my mouth? For a while, the crackling sound of violent beatings and painful screams were endless. AI. Sure enough, the wicked must still be warned by the wicked. Liu Bei shook his head inside. He couldn't lay his hands on this kind of thing. Because he's good. Because he's good. Chapter 44, Catching the Big Fish with a Long Line. As the saying goes, a small tree can't be fixed without a straight slip. The righteous young generals who were still clamoring with Liu Bei just now all cried out under the sanction of Exploding Knife and the others, and no longer dared to mention the matter of returning something. The patrol squads fought hard and worked together skillfully, with the soldier girl taking care of the verbal abuse and mental suppression. Can you do it? This is still the newcomer Tianjiao? I'm laughing my ass off. I've wasted my time with you guys. Morning Biao and Explosive Knife were responsible for punching and kicking each other. With a cry of Nima, how can you talk to my brother Bei? It's almost become their mantra. In a short while, all the people were sweating. Bakuto was fawning and reported the results to Liu Bei. Brother Bei, look, all of them are honest. One kid actually hid gems in his pants. I even picked them out. Well done. Then, Brother North, if there's nothing else, we'll withdraw first? Bakuto tried to ask a question, but he didn't expect Liu Bei's next answer to directly make his heart half cold. Hiss, do you know that these people you hit are all my beloved friends and relatives? They do have some problems with their thinking, but you guys hit them a little too hard. What about the late medical bills? Liu Bei's expression was incomparably sincere, and it also contained a hint of hateful regret. If it wasn't for the fact that they had personally experienced all the things just now, Bakuto and the others would really have to wonder if this was all Liu Bei's intention. This, Brother North, it's not that you let us. You can't cross the river to demolish WoW. Morning Biao had a bitter face. He was really not expecting to provoke a sugarcock today. The so-called sugar rooster is a more formidable being than the iron rooster. Iron rooster at best is not a hare. Sugar rooster is no one cannot think about it. But any touch, not only what cannot get, but also guaranteed to stick you down a piece of hard. Liu Bei at the moment in the eyes of the crowd is the proper sugar rooster, favoring also superb war power. Fight and cannot fight. Cut the crap. Medical expenses. 10,000 crystal cores. Ah, brother Bei, you don't know. Our patrol team's treatment is especially low. The subsidies given by the Alliance can't compare to your group of heavenly pride. And 10,000 crystal cores is too much. How much? I've been charging this price for protection. Right? Find out more from yourself. Have you worked hard to kill demonic beasts for so many years? Has the treatment gone up? In the face of Liu Bei's merciless counting, Bakuto and the others' faces became even more ugly. No, buddy, do you want to hear if you're talking like a human being? You're a rookie who just reported for duty and you're charging protection money. Where do you want us to put our patrol's face? Immediately. However, Bakuto's eyes rolled and he proposed in a low voice. Brother Bei, do you think this will work? There are quite a few stragglers like us who loot newcomers. I'll lead them to you in batches. You rob them, and then release our brethren. This way, you earn more and we don't lose much. Liu Bei sniffed and gave Bakuto a big meaningful look. Sneering, you are quite willing to give up your beloved family and friends. Why? They're all ING buddies. Now they don't have to use them when they do. So brother, I'm on my way. Bakuto was afraid that Liu Bei would back out, and called on his teammates to rush to call someone. Unbeknownst to him, the voice that rang out behind him instantly made him break out in a cold sweat. You'd better find some who can fight. If you can't beat me, beware that your other arm, too, will be broken. Liu Bei's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder in the ears of everyone in the patrol. Morning Biao squeezed out a hard smile and turned back to try and fake it again. Bakuto directly reached out to block, his face serious. No need. I didn't expect that there could be such an expert among the newcomers. Kid, are you genuinely letting us go? At this moment, Bakuto's gaze was filled with vigilance, and his address to Liu Bei was not as polite as it had been earlier. His Bing Yang once again took shape, the dragon sparrow great ring sword held in his left hand, but he only dared to take a passive defensive stance. Liu Bei pulled a huge blade flower and slung the scythe over his shoulder, showing complete sincerity. Of course, who's going to help me catch the big fish if I don't let you guys go? Oh, and just tell me there's a new guy who's not afraid to die and wants to set the patrol straight. Tell them again that newcomer has 10 top quality gems. Make sure you say all of them. More talent to liven things up. Unprecedented madness. This arrogant stance of Liu Bei far exceeded all the bulls Bakuto had seen in the past, especially with his relaxed tone. He didn't seem to give a damn about the patrol. One must know that there were more than a dozen patrols in the entire Academy Union, and there was no shortage of late second-order powerhouses within them. The strongest three great captains even had experts who had half a foot in the early third stage. This wasn't a secret in the entire alliance. There was no way Liu Bei didn't know about it, but he still dared to be so reckless. 10 top-grade gems. There was also an extreme one inside. These kinds of resources, even if they had to endure the wrath of the tactics teacher, it would definitely make many people take a chance. Good. Since you're so open-minded, brother, let's see the real thing later. Bakuto led a group of team members backward out of a dozen meters away, which turned around and flew away. When they left, a familiar face in the crowd came to Liu Bei's side. Liu, the person who came was none other than Li Xin, the only newcomer who wanted to team up with Liu Bei in the second round of the exam earlier, because Bing Yang is a mountain axe, so people nicknamed Giant Axe Brother, but in Liu Bei here he only dared to call himself Small Axe. At this moment, he was full of shame. Open his mouth half froze and could not spit out a word. Liu Bei could see that he had some bruises on his face, and was obviously considered to be of the bloodthirsty set. Liu, I should have been on your side, but needless to say, you're much better than those sitting ducks. Li Xian's gaze was stunned, and he whacked his thigh in remorse. He hated that he had just been scared out of his wits by Bakuto and the others, and he didn't dare to face the accusations of a group of righteous young generals. He didn't have Liu Bei's strength and vigor, so he could only stand behind the crowd and silently support Liu Bei. Human nature has always been screwed up, and Liu Bei didn't care a bit about Li Xian's performance. Heroes or rats, there are always those who like to measure others against their own norms. I am not sure that this is a very absurd behavior in itself. In the end, it's just a way to show off your superiority or find some psychological comfort for the nasty things you've done. Not to mention Li Xin, even those who jumped out to accuse Liu Bei was equally indifferent to them. From the beginning to the end, his purpose was very clear, to seize resources, prepare for the breakthrough to the second stage, and incidentally build gems to cure Chaotianji's hidden disease. That's all. The other newcomers didn't dare to watch the fun anymore. All of them put away their luggage and stayed far away for fear that Liu Bei would splash them with blood when he was beaten up by the patrols. Kidding aside, Liu Bei seemed downright crazy to them. No. One on the wind and cloud heaven's pride ranking. One man hard stealing a patrol squad. Yes, he's powerful, but he can't not take a life, right? Slipped away. Liu Bei's brain circuit is designated to be a bit of what's wrong. Or why do they say that geniuses tend to die young? Just so pretending to be sooner or later to get a knife. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For nothing I got those resources. The Alliance just handed them out and I haven't even covered them yet. Before this group of people could go far away, the direction that Bakuto and the others had left, they only saw a large, dark silhouette of people walking rapidly towards Liu Bei's side. Explosive knife and funeral puma in front of the respectful lead the way. The three people in the lead of the imposing. A look at that posture is not to be messed with. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These three guys wouldn't be the three captains of the patrol, would they? It's over. It's really over for Liu Bei. I've heard that two of them are in the third stage realm and one is in the late second stage. Liu Bei is really a self-inflicted evil. Fortunately we ran fast. Hey, in the future where there is him we try to avoid it. A bunch of timid newcomers kept smoothing their chests, obviously frightened by the patrol. Upon closer inspection, a full 60 to 70 people had come across the street. However, to everyone's surprise, seeing that Bakuto had called in so many helpers, the patrol team's people simply didn't want to be kind. But instead of being scared away, Liu Bei sat down on a bench. He also placed the bloodthirsty spectral scythe that Su Yue had transformed into across his thighs, then casually took out a burrito from the parcel he had snatched and ate it like no one was watching. Chapter 45. You keep your tail between your legs from now on. This Liu Bei is too crazy, isn't he? Is he blind? There are 60 or 70 people on the other side. Even if they are all at the first level, they can grind him to death, right? There are at least more than 20 second order, plus 2 third order captains. This is still not running. Waiting for what? You guys, do you think he knows he's in big trouble and is sitting ducks? Unlike he is still there eating burrito. I rub, either crazy or crazy. Today is the king of heaven came. I do not believe that Liu Bei can still laugh to the end. The crowd of newcomers all stayed far away, pointing at Liu Bei's end. After hesitating, Li Xin was still pulled away by a few of the juniors who had befriended him. Liu Bei remained unconcerned about this. Throughout, he hadn't wanted to involve anyone in this, and he didn't need anyone's help. The path of the strong was always lonely, and this moment was fully explained in Liu Bei's body. Patrol team army came in great numbers. Funeral Biao and Bakuto face already showed a happy smile. It was as if in the next second, they would be able to trample Liu Bei under their feet, wantonly venting their full rage. Boss Chu, that, right there eating burrito that kid. Inima he is really don't want to die See the big captain came and still dare to eat. Inima this violent temper. Morning Biao was so angry that he was gripping his yellow hair, and Bakuto on the side was also full of sinister face, and proposed in a deep voice. 3 bosses. That kid's Bing Yang is not bad. I heard that teacher Chao Tiangu hates imperial spirit masters who can't protect their Bing Yang the most. Why don't we just take his Bing Yang? In this way, he will definitely be expelled from the gateway by teacher Chao Tiangu. From the beginning to the end, the 3 brigadiers did not say a word, but just walked forward quickly with deep faces. The person in the lead was the strongest of all the patrols, named Chu Yuhuan. This person was very famous among the patrols, and was said to be a member of the Tsong Lin Patriarch Chu warrior family, belonging to the Chu family's collateral line. Relying on the power of the Chu family behind him, Chu Yuhuan acted arrogantly on weekdays. Unsurprisingly, after this year's orientation, he would be selected by the tactics teacher once again, and the odds were that he would be integrated into Feng Cheng's strategy group. When Morning Biao was still 10 meters away from Liu Bei, he shouted and grabbed the forefront, cursing, "Bastard! How dare you sow your wild oats over our patrol? My nigga, have you seen our 3 captains?" Watching, Liu Bei spoke in a relaxed tone, finishing the last bite of his burrito. This can almost put the funeral puma angry back over the gas. Inima, good boy. Want to be a full of death is it? Grandpa to fulfill you. With that said, Morning Puma's soldier mother instantly transformed into her form. Unexpectedly to Liu Bei, this Morning Puma was tall, and the Bing Yang was actually a reddish long whip. The whip made a series of explosive rattles in the air as it swung, and it was about to whip Liu Bei's heels. A stern cry came out from behind Funeral Biao. He never thought that Boss Chu would come at his buttocks fiercely. Morning Biao came in for a dog poop and looked at Chu Yuhuan with a puzzled expression. Explosive Knife is also unknown. Also thought that the Chu boss is too much of his own little brother in the way, and quickly explained, "Big Captain, It is that kid who bullies us. Diaozi also wants to fight ahead. You're a idiot too. With another stern cry, the captain next to Chu Yuhuan pressed down on Bakuto's head and slammed him directly in front of Liu Bei. Bakuto was dropped straight into a daze. Big brother, you are. In the crowd's astonished gazes, they only saw the three imposing patrol team captains, but they actually bowed respectfully to Liu Bei. What is this? Chu Yuhuan is the most powerful person in the patrol. In the past years, robbing newcomers is also the most ruthless one. He is not the most hate these talented Wind Cloud Pride? Why did he salute this kid? Chu Yuhun, Ken Kwok, Pan Pang, greetings, young Master Lu. This. Bakuto's jaw dropped at the scene in front of him. The three big bullies in the patrol team, the veteran soldiers who had robbed and plundered the newcomers countless times, actually treated a newcomer with respect, and call him some kind of young Master Lu. What the hell is this kid? In the distance, those newcomers who had already escaped were once again refreshed. Holy, what are those three patrol captains doing? Saluting Liu Bei? Aren't they here to settle the score with Liu Bei? Liu Bei has just taught those people from exploding knives a hard lesson. No, I'm on the wrong team again? This doesn't let that kid Li Xin get eaten. Does he know some insider awe? There must be a big force behind Liu Bei. No, I've heard that Liu Bei hasn't defected to any of the forces. What's wrong with these patrols? Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Liu Bei casually nodded his head and then wiped his hands with his clothes without caring about his image. This kind of arrogance made it clear that he didn't put the three captains in his eyes. But the weird thing was that these three people were just bending down and saluting, and it seemed that none of them dared to raise their heads without Liu Bei's permission. From start to finish, Liu Bei didn't even pick up the bloodthirsty spectral scythe beside him. What kind of awesome is this? It's been a long time nah. You three are wearing this outfit on you today. It looks better than the nightshirt. Liu Bei dried everyone out when he opened his mouth. Does he have friendship with the three brigade captains? Impossible. Boss Chu has always only done patrol missions and is eyeing high, only following orders from Son Lin's Chu Elder. How could he be acquainted with this kid? Bakuto and the other patrolmen were all in the clouds, but the three people opposite Liu Bei were already sweating. Chu Yuhuan raised his head and smiled bitterly. It's okay. If you like the clothes, I'll have someone send 2 new sets to young Master Lu later. Young Master Lu is so powerful. That night, the ape demon swarm was really used like a god under your hand. The three of us brothers feel magical even thinking about it now. We heard from the people under our hands that there are a few ungrateful ones who have offended Lu Xiao, so we hurriedly brought them here to make amends. And by the way, we shouted over all the brothers in the alliance to get acquainted with Lu Xiao. The 3 first captains were surprisingly nice. With a playful face, Liu Bei stared at them for a moment and turned his head to look at the trio's soldier mother again. This look did not matter. The 3 soldier girls immediately remembered the night they were dominated by the ape demon group. The scene of their clothes being almost stripped naked was vivid in their minds. They looked horrified and pinched their collars. One of them even clasped her hands to her chest and pressed down on the sexy little halter she wore inside her dress. The scene again shocked the patrolman, especially the explosive knife. Ilu, a soldier's mother, ghostly worry. I also want to let the captain bully his soldier's mother. Look, he and the captain's soldier's mother obviously have a story. Naya, playing sister-in-law? No way. No matter how bad the first captain is, he wouldn't be so bad as to hand over his soldier's wife? This kid's appetite is bigger than I thought. The more Bakuto thought about it, the more so, he subconsciously protect his soldier mother. But on second thought, Chu Lao Dalian's sister-in-law cannot protect. He do more is useless. Solely pushed the soldier woman to herself again. Liu Bei frowned, unable to figure out why Bakuto was engaging in a series of confusing behaviors. But subconsciously, his loathing for Bakuto deepened considerably. In the next second, he dodged to Bakuto's side and squeezed Bakuto's arm in front of everyone. I told you to bring someone who can fight, or else you'd have to break this arm too. The power of the open vein poured into Liu Bei's right hand, like a giant iron clamp pressing down on the arm of the exploding blade. At this moment, Liu Bei is no longer a new recruit in the eyes of Bakuto, but a fierce and ruthless bogeyman. Simply terrifying. Crunch! After a crunching sound, Bakuto's other arm hung down helplessly. His pupils suddenly shrunk. His body was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, and he turned his head to ask Chu Yuhuan and the others for help. But Chu Yuhuan's 3 people were all indifferent. No one cared about his death. At the same time, Liu Bei's whisper sounded quietly. With your soldier mother in the future all with their tails between their legs. Understand? Bakuto was so scared that he nodded repeatedly. I understand, Brother Bei. Like this. How about I clip her tail at night and send her to your place? Liu Bei couldn't help but sniff sideways. It wasn't that he hadn't thought before that there might be some pandemonium within the alliance as well, but he hadn't expected it to be this pompous. Even a small leader of the patrol like Bakuto was so spineless, not to mention the people underneath him. It was no wonder that Chao Tiangu couldn't look at him. If we were to say who really desecrated the extreme soldier martial body, it would definitely be this Bakuto. To even let out one's own Bing Yang, this kind of person was not worthy of practicing Chao Tianji's force. Pa! Liu Bei smacked a big ear directly over and asked really, "What do you take me for?" Bakuto face aggrieved, thinking that you do not just like this bite? Although my beauty is mediocre, my body is still okay. How could he understand that Liu Bei had gone to such great lengths to want more than beauty? Nor did he want to loot resources alone. In fact, Liu Bei had long known that the three captains of the patrol team were the very black hands that Chu Laodeng had sent to attack him that day. And his real purpose is to get the patrol to help him hunt demonic beasts. Chapter 46. Blackmail. Liu Bei is not an unreasonable person. Saying that he wants 10,000 crystal cores. He wants 10,000 crystal cores. Not that he's sitting on his ass just because more people are coming from the patrol. Of course, Bakuto's squad members couldn't even come up with that many. Morning Biao had rummaged through the crystal cores hidden in his soldier mother's underwear, and in the end, he had managed to come up with 3,000. The remaining 7,000, naturally, was led by Chu Yuhuan. With all the members of the patrol coming together, Liu Bei had no opinion on this. As for how Bakuto's squad would make up for these beloved friends and relatives of his in the future, that was his own problem. After the compensation was over, Chu Yuhuan and the others still didn't dare to leave on their own accord, but instead respectfully asked Liu Bei, "Does young Master Liu have any more orders?" "You don't say. I really need your help with something." Liu Bei was not polite at all, a playful smile on his lips. This cannot help but let Chu Yuhuan secretly complained bitterly. How this is still not finished well. Bakuto, you kid to mess with who is not good, but to mess with this Liu Bei. I've recently wanted to hunt a few demonic beasts. Your patrol team has been fighting in the wilderness all year round, so I don't think you're unfamiliar with the distribution of demonic beasts, right? Chu Yuhuan frowned slightly, anticipating that the demonic beast Liu Bei wanted to kill might not be that simple. Long before he came he had heard that Liu Bei had taken Mr. Chao Tianji's force. I wonder, what kind of demonic beast is young Master Liu trying to kill? Second order Sphinx owls. Third order lava crocodiles. Sure enough, Chu Yuhuan's heart was flabbergasted. What this Liu Bei wanted was indeed the materials needed for a Force Imperial Spirit Master to break through to the second stage. The claws of a second order Sphinx owl. The heart of a third order lava crocodile. However, what shocked him the most was the one material that Liu Bei hadn't proposed, the third order ape demon eyes. It must be known that if you want to cultivate the way of force, you can't do without these three materials. But Liu Bei didn't mention the ape demon eyes alone. The only explanation is, Elder Chu was absolutely right. That third order ape demon king had indeed died in Liu Bei's hands. The reason Chu Yuhuan was so certain was because ape demon eyes were extremely precious materials to any power. Unless Liu Bei personally killed it, any power out there would never give up the ape demon eye. It is also written in the ancient books that those who hold the ape demon eyes can manipulate ape demons to fight. Plus Liu Bei also has an extreme power gem. The raw material for forging is exactly the crystal core of a third-order demonic beast. These clues strung together immediately restored the truth that Liu Bei had killed the ape demon king. Chu Yuhuan sucked in a breath of cool air, secretly glad that he had never wanted to go against Liu Bei from the very beginning of the fight. But anyway, hunting sphinx owls and lava crocodiles was still a bit too strong. Young Master Liu, with all due respect, the difficulty of hunting these two types of demonic beasts is not low. Although the sphinx owl is a second stage, it is scarce and secretive in number, and moves extremely fast, so I'm afraid that we won't be able to take it even if we find it. There is also that lava crocodile, tends to live in groups, and all live in lava swamps with harsh environments. Third order lava crocodiles we have to send out at least 3 squads. Speaking of this, Chu Yuhuan smiled awkwardly and said, Young Master Liu, I'm only able to call out so many people in the alliance. To carry out such a large-scale hunting operation, I don't have the authority now. That's true. Liu Bei had studied the rules and regulations of the Academy Union in detail before this, and had done a mapping survey of how far Chu Yuhuan and the others could go out, and knew that what he said was not false. But the problem is not big. I just need you to help me to determine the location of the human face owl. The capture of the matter I will be personally out. As for the lava crocodile, well, Liu Bei shot a glance at the 3 great captains, and these 3 seemed to have been left with a psychological shadow by Liu Bei's ape demon swarm, and all of them felt hairy for a while. I need the 3 of you to come with me. I don't need you to do anything, just help me draw out the lava crocodile, and I'll take care of the problems behind me. Chu Yusun wondered if he had heard wrongly. Bakuto was even more scared to hear it. As for the others at this moment, they had long been numb. Young Master Lu, that's a third-ranked lava crocodile. I'm afraid it's stronger than the 8 Demon King, and I'm afraid that once we provoke a group of them, it'll be difficult for us to get out of there. Yeah, and the Sphinx Owl. That thing isn't to be messed with either. It's very cunning. If it catches it in the sky and then throws it down, it's sure to fall half to death. Young Master Lu, you're not kidding, are you? Liu Bei's face turned cold. Do I look like a joke to you guys? Not like. Chu Yuhuan wanted to say something else, but he saw Liu Bei stretch out 2 fingers and said, I'm a person who always does things fairly, as long as you guys help me with these 2 things. Chu Yuhuan's face was delighted, but he didn't know that Liu Bei's next words nearly made him vomit blood. I'll waive your protection fee for the next 2 months. Chu Yusin next to the 2 captains also nearly back to the air, fought Liu Bei to spit out 2,000 crystal korat. After half a day of this, kid not only do not spit, but also want a long-term black eating black. What kind of world is this? What kind of pandemonium? Seeing Chu Yuhuan's difficult face, Liu Bei again did not forget to remind, Captain Chu, if you do this to my satisfaction, I can let go of the blame for what happened in the chaotic zone earlier. How about it? What's going on in the zone of confusion? Chu Yuhuan heart thump. Until then he noticed that he actually fell into the trap set by Liu Bei step by step. From the very beginning, Liu Bei bumped into Bakuto and the others' routine. I'm afraid that what he had in mind was not only the crystal core. He knew very well that once Bakuto was released he would definitely be looking for revenge. And as the patrol captain himself, he would definitely come to even things out after hearing Liu Bei's fierce name. In this way, Liu Bei would be able to be reasonable and logically ask for compensation first, then take advantage of his polite time to bring up the matter of hunting demonic beasts. And if he didn't get the answer he wanted, he would hold the matter of the chaotic zone hostage. Is he really a newcomer who just graduated from the academy? How is he more calculating than Chu Lao at such a young age? Yeah, the kid even posed for Chu Lao twice before. As early as before Liu Bei came to report, Chu Lao had instructed himself not to provoke Liu Bei easily. Thinking about this, Chu Yuhun had already broken out in a cold sweat. However, in reality, Liu Bei thought more complicatedly than he did. Nowadays, Liu Bei's identity was the deputy leader of the strategy group, and he held the rank of sergeant in the alliance, 1 level higher than Chu Yuhuan, the patrol captain. Moreover, Liu Bei's current stature could be considered hot. As long as he opened his mouth, any tactics teacher would have to give him some face. If Chu Yuhuan didn't cooperate with him, he could totally bring up the tactics teacher again and force Chu Yuhuan to submit. But, at this point, Chu Yuhuan's heart strength had long been depleted. He gritted his teeth and agreed to Liu Bei's request, but there was a small condition. Young Master Liu, I can transfer a squad for you to use, led by the 3 of us personally. However, after hunting the demonic beasts, Liu Bei could tell what Chu Yuhuan had in mind at a glance. The materials belong to me, and the crystal cores, no matter how many levels, are yours. How about it? Young Master Liu is bold. Then tomorrow night, let's meet at the Night Lord Ridge. No problem. After the 2 sides agreed, the people of the patrol team, led by Chu Yuhuan, hollered and dispersed all at once. Liu Bei also returned to his own place with Su Yue to rest. All that was left in the room was a group of dazed newcomers who couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. No, that's the end of it? Liu Bei, he doesn't seem to have done anything, but he seems to have outsourced the hunting of demonic beasts. This is the number 1 in the wind and cloud heavens pride ranking. Sure enough, not only is it strong but it also has to have a brain. I've done a lot of wrong things in my life, and the one thing I've done right is not messing with Liu Bei. Damn, being sold by him and counting the money for him. Why do I feel like the patrol is helping Liu Bei grow cotton? Chapter 47. Conspiracy. The college union is still lit up at night. In the strategy area, the tactics teachers were teaching their strategy group members techniques for breaking through the second rank. The scribe dressed Yuchiobai was calm and peaceful, explaining everything, and the newcomers below listened incredibly attentively and were full of longing for the heartstream path that they would be practicing in the future. Min Dao's Gu Yuming directly found a blank field and demonstrated his Min Dao martial art, Ghost Shadow Flash, to all the group members. Fang Qing cultivated the Dao of Ice and Snow, and with the cooperation of her imperial spiritist, it transformed into a bow and arrow covered in ice crystals. The moment the psychic energy was used as an arrow and shot out, the whistling cold wind mesmerized the crowd of newcomers. All the other tactics teachers were busy disciplining newcomers, and only Chao Tiansong's range pavilion was the quietest. The night was deep and dewy, the moon as bright as frost, and a magpie's shadow swept by the half-covered window, and there came a fluttering of wings. Chao Tiangu quietly opened her eyes from the meditation, a pair of autumn water bright eyes deep as a pool. In a trance, the scene of Princess Liu Bei holding Su Yue appeared in front of her eyes again. Can he? Really? Break through the second rank in 3 days? Chao Tiangu murmured, lifting her head to look at the bright moon outside the window, her heart unconsciously rippling again. The northwestern corner of the college union was staggered with patrol tents, large and small. Chu Yushuan as the patrol team captain, not only has his own tent, and the tent is bright and spacious, all kinds of living facilities are available. After nightfall, a few wisps of hot cooking smoke slowly drifted above his tent. Inside the tent, 6 people sat on the ground around a copper pot. The copper pot was steaming, and Chu Yuhuan and his soldier mother were sitting at the main table. It's really God's help for the patrol. This Liu Bei is not good at looking for anyone. He just hit his idea on our heads. Ha ha ha. Opposite Chu Yuhuan sat the other 2 patrol captains, Gui Jian and Pan Pang. These 2 people are fat and thin. The fat man is called Gui Jian, a face of horizontal meat. The thin one is called Pan Pang, sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. Interestingly, although the 2 were not very good looking, the soldier's mother was very pretty, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were in the upper echelons of poise. The one who was speaking at the moment with a wineglass was none other than Fatty Gui Jian. Pan Pang also raised his glass and toasted towards Chu Yuhuan. I think boss already has a foolproof plan. Tomorrow night we'll teach that Liu Bei a hard lesson, so that he won't dare to cross us again. Chu Yusun did not rush to speak, only to see him drink the wine in the cup, and then his face was gloomy. The lesson is not enough. Let's not do anything. This time, this kid will be. At this point, Chu Yuhuan closed his voice and made a click gesture at his neck. This made Gui Jian and Pan Pang's eyelids jump. Ha, Boss Chu, that kid is now a sergeant's status. If we do him, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Yes, especially this kid worshipped under Chaotiange. Chaotiange, this person's temperament is elusive, in case he pursues. As the 2 pondered, Chu Yuhuan interjected. Why do you think I was so polite to him today? It's not because of Chao Tiangu. The 2 old brothers may not understand Chao Tianga's strength. I once had the honor of witnessing Chao Tianga in a battle. Chu Yuhuan deliberately paused when he said this, arousing everyone's interest for a moment. Even the 3 soldier mother was repeatedly urging, quickly tell us, what kind of artifact spirit is she in the end? At that time, I had just joined the patrol team, and I was trapped by a pack of second-ranked Gale wolves in a high-risk area, and the entire squad of 15 people were all injured. So it was only a matter of time before I was eaten by the Gale wolves. We all thought we were going to be accounted for there, but that night happened to coincide with Chaotiange going out on a mission. And without saying a word, she directly condensed the artifact spirit. It was a bow and arrow that emanated a terrifying pressure. I saw it clearly. She gently pulled with both hands, and that bow and arrow was immediately pulled into a full moon, and then an arrow was shot out, with a gust of wind and thunder, and after that was the shadow of a huge bison beast, running out. And then what? Chu Yuhuan spread his hands, and then? There's no such thing. Once the beast shadow passed, all the Gale wolves were dead. They didn't even have a chance to escape. The 3 soldier maidens listened and revealed a look of yearning. Amazing, truly worthy of being the alliance's no. One soldier lady, known as the hexagonal warrior, her strength is unrivaled, and the extreme soldier martial body is rumored to have thrown off fiery flame Mo Taizhan by several notches. I know Chao Tianga's force martial arts, seems to be called Beast Shadow Kill, Arrow Shock Wind and Thunder, Beast Shadow Attack Kill, AI. This is still she didn't tie the deed's power. If someone can tie the deed with her, that. The more the 3 soldier ladies talked, the more excited they became, but Gui Jian's face on the side became more and more ugly. He picked up his wineglass and held it in his palm, and reminded in a low voice, Boss Chu, since Chao Tiangu is so bad to be messed with, do we still want to make a move against that Liu Bei? Humph, it's no longer bad to mess with. It's also in the Academy Union, but after leaving the Union and going to the patrol's territory, isn't everything still up to us? Chu Yuhuan woke up the dreamer with a single word. The other 5 all came to a realization. Yes, let's use the hand of the demonic beast to directly get rid of this brat, and then we can put an end to the trouble forever. That Sphinx owl and lava crocodile. Which one is not easy to kill? There is too much room for maneuver. Chopping off the roots is the way to go. Otherwise, with this kid's mind, sooner or later he will still be targeting us. And when his wings are full, we will be even more passive. Elder Chu told us to keep a low profile and not to mess with this kid first. I think he must have seen that he is in the ascendancy. If we can really destroy him, there will be no shortage of rewards from Elder Chu's side. Thump! There was a crunch, and the 6 of them smiled at each other and clinked their glasses together. At this moment, the worry on Gui Jian and Pan Peng's faces had been replaced by complacency. The 6 people pushed the cups and exchanged the glasses, and conspired for a long time, until late at night this time to return to their respective tents to rest. The patrol is located in the outermost part of the college union, and with it, the union's logistical area. The logistic area is mainly divided into living quarters, material storage, management and forging areas. At this moment, Liu Bei and Su Yue were walking on the road to the forge area. Su Yue unprecedentedly did not hold Liu Bei's arm, but kept her head down all the way, counting the supplies in her hands. Today we had another bumper harvest. We grabbed 10,000 first-order crystal cores, and quite a few second-order crystal cores, and the lower-grade experience potions sent by Gu Ning also arrived. There are a total of 200 of them. We're one step closer to breaking through to the second order. Well, breaking through the second rank is nothing but two hard conditions. One is enough experience to punch through, and the other is breakthrough materials. What we need to do now is to save up enough experience first, and then get the materials tomorrow. Liu Bei is saying. Su Yue suddenly face flushed, wooing after gently pounded Liu Bei chest. You ah, little bad guy. Open the fourth chakra, how not to tell me ah. Suddenly broke through. People are not prepared. Too exciting. People cannot stand it. Su Yue said on her lips that she couldn't stand it, but her entire soft body had already stuck to Liu Bei's body, carefully recalling the smooth afterglow that the open vein brought to her body. I didn't realize that the royal spirit master opening a vein could make the soldier mother follow suit. In that case, we'll be the dual extreme soldier martial body. Liu Bei's eyes glowed as he mobilized the ocean-like spiritual energy in his body and launched another attack towards the orifice where the fifth vein was located. Su Yue inclined her head to look at him and asked curiously, Little Lulu, do you think teacher Chao Tiangu would be surprised if he knew we opened our veins so quickly? Definitely. Normal newcomers break through the second stage. The time given by the tactics teacher is half a month or even a month, but teacher Chao Tiangu only gave us 3 days. The purpose is to be able to save a lot of time to open the veins. Su Yue nodded. Teacher Kaotiange. Ah, really a knife mouth and tofu heart. His mouth is all about refusal, but in reality, he has already helped us plan everything. Well, that's why we have to help her through the immediate difficulties as well. We can't let her continue to damage her body. The two of them had already arrived at the forging area as they spoke. Under the night, the forging area was like a huge furnace, emitting a tidal wave of heat. In the air, clumps of white water vapor erupted from time to time over the forge. It was only because the forge Hyoge emitted a lot of heat during its work that the place was such a strange sight. Liu Bei and Su Yue had just arrived in front of them when Lian Chan, who was wearing a sexy professional outfit, appeared in front of them. Yo, isn't it Liu and Su who are the first students of the Wind and Cloud Heaven's Pride, coming to our forging area so late in the night? But what's the commission again? Lian Chan had a standard sweet smile on her face, and following behind her was that snob who had been taught a lesson by Su Yue at the Alliance Mall last time, Sui Yan. Even at night, Sui Yan's face is still wearing exquisite heavy makeup, and there is no sign of makeup removal. It obviously takes a lot of work to keep this look in such high temperatures. Su Yue and Liu Bei frowned at the same time and did not pick up on Lian Chan's words, but asked about Chow Miao Miao. Where is Miss Miao Miao? Why don't you see her coming over? As soon as Su Yue's words fell, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Sui Yan's face. In contrast, Lian Chan appeared to be much more subdued. Oh, it's like this. Isn't this the newcomer Tianjia coming to report? These 2 days we have a heavy task of forging soldier maidens. Miao Miao is working overtime in the forging room. We're looking for her. Miao Miao level is not much higher. The success rate is also unstable. You two might as well considering me. My artifact spirit is a grade A diffusion tripod, completely able to serve you too. Sui Yan's gross introduction made Liu Bei feel a pang of discomfort, and he repeated once again that he wanted to find Chow Miao Miao, but this time the tone of voice was obviously much colder. Sui Yan's gross introduction made Liu Bei feel a pang of discomfort, and he repeated once again that he wanted to find Chow Miao Miao, but this time the tone of voice was obviously much colder. Chapter 48, One Man Battles 5. We made it very clear that we're looking for Chow Miao Miao, and if you guys push back again, that experience at the Alliance Mall, I don't mind taking you through it again. Su Yue purposely whispered close to Sui Yan's ear, and Sui Yan was instantly scared and shivered, and hurriedly ran behind Lian Chan. That day in the Alliance Mall, the image of Su Yue manifesting the bloodthirsty spectral scythe, smashing herself down with a scythe, and ruthlessly stepping on her neck was still fresh in her mind. Sui Yan's neck is still cold when she thinks about it. Lian, Manager Lian, what should we do? What's the panic? Lian Chan gently chided, turning her head and smiling at Liu Bei again. Don't get me wrong, the two of you, Miao Miao is indeed working overtime. In this case, I'll ask Sui Yan to go and call her in. Sui Yan was like an amnesty after hearing this, turning around and trying to leave the scene in a hurry. Stand still, we're coming with you. Liu Bei and Su Yue pinned Sui Yan left and right, frightening her so much that she couldn't stop her legs from trembling, and once again turned back to look at Lian Chan. Lian Chan couldn't help but shake her head helplessly, secretly sighing how this cousin of hers was so useless. She really shouldn't have been brought up to the position of management. Lu and Su are no more scary than black and white. Good. Then both of you please follow me. Lian Chan smiled warmly and walked ahead to lead the way. Sui Yan followed closely behind. And soon, the group arrived at a narrow forging room. This place is hot and humid. The environment is harsh. Overhead a hot incandescent light bulb flickers constantly, making people's eyes extremely uncomfortable. Inside the room, two slightly older soldier mothers were urging Chow Miao Miao to seize the forge. Hurry up and work. You won't rest today if you can't fuse a top-grade potion. Still think you're on the management team? You're just a little factory girl on an assembly line now. And to tell you the truth, someone from the top has taken care of you and has to be strict with you. Behind the two soldier ladies, only Chow Miao Miao's clear face was covered in black dust from the failed forging, and her mouth couldn't stop coughing. Because of the many failed forging attempts, her artifact spirit was already somewhat damaged, and a hint of cracks even appeared on the koi pattern copper furnace. Even though it was clear that she was being targeted, Chow Miao Miao's almond eyes were still filled with determination, secretly vowing to fuse the top-grade potion. Another new round of fusion. Chow Miao Miao clenched her teeth and used her entire body, but because of the special nature of the artifact spirit, her fusion was doomed to fail this time. Bang! With the sound of explosions, the small forging room was once again in a pandemonium, and the two older soldier nymphs reached out to teach Chow Miao Miao a lesson. You're useless and a waste of resources. I told you not to put your heart into it. Su You's clear and cold voice rang out at the right time, only to see her quickly step forward, directly catching the wrist of a soldier's wife, and vigorously snapping back around her arm. In an instant, that soldier's wife was in pain and grimaced. Aigu, who are you? How dare you make a move against our forged soldier maiden? Don't you know how useful we are in logistics? Still talking tough? Let me tell you, Auntie, I'm a combat soldier lady. I'm most displeased with you dogs who bully others. Su You's hand force, only to hear crunch sound. Obviously, this tough-talking soldier lady arm is not so hard. A little force dislocated. Ouch. Killing pig-like miserable howl came out. The soldier lady next to her to see the situation to help. Su Yue lifted a foot, kicked this person's abdomen. After a muffled thud, a bean-sized cold sweat seeped out from this soldier's mother's face, and she couldn't utter a sound with her hands covering her stomach. Seeing this scene, Sui Yan's eyes rolled and she hurriedly clapped her hands. On both sides of the forging room, 5 burly Imperial Spirit Masters suddenly ran out. These people all exuded a solid second-order aura and slowly approached Liu Bei. At the same time, without saying a word, Lian Chan and Sui Yan quickly exited the encirclement. Humph. Liu Bei, Su Yue. Last time in the Alliance Mall there were no security personnel from our logistics department before you were allowed to strut your stuff. Today in our logistics department's turf, you actually dare to act recklessly. You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Sui Yan's voice was acerbic and mean, and her face no longer had the fear and respect that she had just had, but was replaced by a face full of mockery and resentment. Of course she was clear that Liu Bei was the first of the heaven's pride amongst the newcomers, but to say the least it was only a first-order realm, and in the face of these second-order helpers she had found, it wasn't a child at all. It must be known that after an Imperial Spirit Master breaks through the realm, the 5 basic attributes including strength, intelligence, speed, chi and blood as well as the spiritual energy reserves will be greatly increased. In particular, second-order Imperial Spirit Masters often acquired martial skills, and with martial skills coupled with numerical crushing, the outcome of the battle could be imagined. In the forging room, when Chow Miao Miao saw Liu Bei and Su Yue, her watery apricot eyes first glowed with a bright luster, but immediately, her eyes were filled with worry as she reminded, Don't fight with the security personnel for me, they are all second-ranked Royal Spirit Masters. Liu Bei, you can't fight them. With this one sentence, Su You's recognition of Chow Miao Miao was raised another notch. Missy, the two of us really weren't wrong about you. Don't worry, little Lulu and I will be able to get you out soon. Su Yue smirked as she broke the other soldier girl's arm, and for a moment both of the soldier girls in the forge had no room to resist. Seeing this, the security personnel shouted how dare you and attacked Liu Bei directly. Among the 5, 2 of them practiced the Tao of agility, with unparalleled speed, swinging their fists with gusts of punching wind. The other 2 practiced the attribute Tao. One was ice and snow, the other was fire, and when they made their moves, their fists condensed frost and their palms carried flames, and they attacked Liu Bei. The last person also practiced force, only to condense his body's chi in his hand knife, attacking Liu Bei's head in the style of force-splitting Huashan, which looked very much like Mo Tieshan's moves. The through-and-through siege of the 5 second-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters instantly reduced the sweltering air around them to freezing point. Hand knives were sharp, Fists and palms whistled, killing Liu Bei's eyes in a flash. However, these 5 people didn't even see how Liu Bei actually struck out. Only hearing a burst of violent wind sounds ringing in their ears, they reacted strangely fast, each using their own martial arts to blast against Liu Bei. Bang! Thud! Bang! 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 After a muffled sound, the 5 of them simultaneously felt a terrifying force coming from the fist and palm where they fought with Liu Bei. It was like being rushed by a heavy truck that directly disliked his face. The tremendous force directly blasted all 5 of them away at the same time, slamming heavily against the wall of the corridor of the forging room, blood pouring out of their mouths uncontrollably. The 5 looked at their bodies incredulously, and surprisingly realized at the same time that their arms had been beaten into twisted twists. The heart and stomach of the key points, internal organs also came together with unbearable pain. This pain quickly attacked the whole body, and all 5 of them fell to the ground and rolled uncontrollably, letting out wailing and miserable screams. This scene completely dumbfounded Sui Yen and Lianshan, who were watching the battle from the periphery. Just as dumbfounded as they were, there was also Chao Miao Miao, who was sweating for Liu Bei. You guys were rude to my friend. I just wanted to care about my friend, and you guys got people to surround and beat him up, trying to get the newcomer Tianjia killed here. Manager Lien. This doesn't make sense, does it? At this moment, Liu Bei's voice was so calm and relaxed, and with a full threatening meaning, but in Lian Chan's ears, it was even more frightening than the thunder in the dry land. Plotting against a newcomer's pride, she couldn't afford to take on this crime, especially within the alliance. Also, she just wanted Sui Yen to call someone over just in case, but she didn't think that the two sides would actually fight. What's more, he didn't expect Liu Bei, who was only a first-order royal spirit master, to be able to put down all 5 of the strongest security guards in the logistics department. Now it doesn't make sense to her. Lianshan turned around and threw Sui Yen a slap, which was so hard that it actually knocked Sui Yen directly to the ground, with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Asshole, I told you to find security to patrol at night. Who told you to bring someone to find trouble with Liu Bei? A little misunderstanding. Why did you start a fight with someone else's newcomer Tianjiao? Cousin. Shut up. Who is your cousin? Don't you know there are no relatives in the alliance? Go home and recognize your relatives. Lian Chan's face turned red and looked like he was in a real rage. Sui Yen was too scared to say anything else, so she could only secretly wipe her tears on the ground. By this moment, the water mist in the corridor had dissipated, and a security guard recognized Liu Bei's identity and said incredulously, "It's you, Liu Bei, the first of the Wind Cloud Heaven's Pride, the holder of the bloodthirsty spectral scythe. Aren't you a first-order consummate? How can you have such terrifying physical strength?" Chapter 49. Take it off and let me examine it. He's such a powerful stance, but he's actually only a first-order consummate? Impossible. This kid's fleshly strength is at least mid-second stage. My arm has been broken. Just now his punch gave me a very horrible feeling. Like Chao Tiansong. Yes, his attack style is very similar to the extreme soldier martial body. I've heard that this session's #1 newcomer's heavenly pride has worshipped under Chao Tiangu, but the extreme soldier martial body requires opening veins, which is time-consuming and exhausting, so he can't possibly open his veins in a single day. Can he? He's opened at least 4 chakras. The 5 second-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters who fell on the ground covered their wounds and gasped for air while analyzing Liu Bei's strength with palpitations. The 5 people ended up revealing bitter smiles at the same time. There was no doubt that they had lost, and it was a terrible defeat, but in just one encounter it was all put down by one newcomer, Liu Bei. After all, Lianshan was an old man, changing her face faster than turning over a book, and she squeezed out another smile at this moment, but not to Liu Bei, but to Chao Miao Miao. Miao Miao. You are really lucky to have a friend who cares about you so much. So what? Since your friend came to see you, don't work overtime today, go back to the dormitory and rest. But Chao Miao Miao looked at the messy forge room. She was not overwhelmed by the appearance of Liu Bei and Su Yue. As the #1 Wind Cloud Heaven's Pride, Liu Bei and Su Yue's strength was unquestionable, but she couldn't hope for these two to come to her every day. That wasn't realistic. It's still up to you to change your adversity. There's nothing more for you to do here. So why don't you go? Lianshan gave another low shout at the 5 security guards, and the 5 got up one after another and were just about to leave when Liu Bei called out to them. Don't be anxious. I see that when you guys fought just now, you were clearly hit by the chi of my open 4 chakras, but the degree of bone shattering was lighter than that of the patrol team's people, and your strength was in turn inferior to theirs. Liu Bei very casually pulled a person to start analyzing, not hiding the thoughts of reasoning in his heart. But what he said was several times more frightening to the ears of others than the most chilling story in the world. Open 4 chakras? He had only reported to work for a day, hadn't broken through the 2nd rank yet, and theoretically speaking hadn't even received guidance from Chao Tiangu, and had opened the fourth chakra on his own? What kind of demonic, heaven-defying enlightenment is this? This little fiend seemed to also say that he had beaten up the patrol team, and that his strength wasn't generally strong. To be above the middle of the second order. The person who was pulled didn't dare to hide it and hurriedly told the truth. We are wearing the withered vine armor that was uniformly issued by the Alliance. It is a lower grade treasure that can play a certain role in defense. Withered vine armor? Liu Bei's eyes lit up, clearly interested in this treasure. Among the demonic beasts he would be facing tomorrow was the lava crocodile, a demonic beast that was feared for its immense strength, and no matter which part of its body it attacked with, it had the potential to easily put a person to death. Although Liu Bei's strength was not small now, his own defense was not impressive, and he could only rely on attacks as the best defense. But this is undoubtedly not enough insurance. This withered vine armor, if it can play a certain defensive role against the chi of the open fourth chakra, I think it can also have a good resistance effect against the lava crocodile. What's more, tomorrow's battle won't just be against lava crocodiles. Take it off and let me check it out, Liu Bei ordered with a cold face, not expecting the 5 security personnel to take off their withered vine armor at the same time and honestly hand it over to him. Since the hospitality is overwhelming, naturally, I'll take it as it is. After receiving the withered vine armor, Liu Bei then let the 5 security guards leave. Lian Chan couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching as he watched, never expecting Liu Bei to dare to openly rob something in the logistics department. Unable to help that the situation is stronger than the people, she can't say anything more at this point in time, and can only once again advise Chow Miao Miao to hurry up and call it a day, and invite these two little fiends to leave together. Unexpectedly Liu Bei stepped in front of her and straightened up. Manager Lian, I remember I once said that I don't like to involve others because of my business. That day the forging of the gemstone was my request to Chow Miao Miao. It has nothing to do with her personally, so why do you want to make things difficult for her? Lian Chan was so surprised that she opened her mouth wide, not expecting Liu Bei to open his mouth so directly, not at all like the last time in the Alliance Mall, handling the world in a smooth and old-fashioned way. Where do I start? Liu Bei, you have to know that our logistics department has always followed the rules. Recently, the Alliance's war effort has been tight, and we're needed to smelt potions. Everyone worked overtime. Miao Miao, her performance was unsatisfactory. Naturally she could not keep her previous management status and had to come to work on the front line. Lian Chan's face was incomparably sincere as she replied, and even Chow Miao Miao nodded her head silently, seemingly recognizing her statement. However, Liu Bei's next words were even more unforgiving. Even to the first line there is no need to send someone to supervise and urge, right? In my opinion, this is clearly someone who holds a grudge against her for helping me, and secretly instructed you to put small shoes on her. Liu Bei's single word revealed the truth, scaring Lian Chan pale and hurriedly explained. No, where can it be? Even if I am no longer blinded by lard, I won't hurt Miao Miao's sister. At this point in time, there's no point in talking about it. How can Liu Bei City not guess that the black hand behind the scenes is Chu Laodeng? With Chu Laodeng's status and resources, a little push Lian Chan will be able to immediately turn against him. The reason why she didn't consider the previous agreement with Liu Bei was mostly because she thought that Liu Bei was now in the limelight. So where would he still miss his old love and come back to Chow Miao Miao? A little soldier girl with no name? The kickbacks at both ends are not good, and if you're not careful, it's easy to offend both sides. And me, even worse. Liu Bei's voice was like a ghostly ghastly wind, frightening Lian Chan, who had always been calm and unruffled, into an even more ugly face. She hesitated for a long time before she finally opened her mouth and asked, what do you want? Simple. I want her back in management and, while staying in logistics, no one will ever bully her again. Lian Chan pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not difficult. As long as Miao Miao's success rate in melting top quality potions can reach the normal standard, I will naturally restore her status, but only if someone is willing to give her a sufficient amount of raw materials. Raw materials? Right. We have plenty of them, and it just so happens that we'd like to commission someone to make some potions out of them for us. Su Yue clattered and shook out all the 200 lower grade experience potions. Experience potions? Over 200 of them? Are you guys crazy? Regular people can have a dozen or so are heartbroken. Simply can't afford to use them to melt. You guys actually. Sui Yen on the other side did not care to squeeze tears. 200 experience potions. This is how valuable and scarce resources. It must be known that experience potions are the most precious of all potions, especially in the early stages of a sentinelist's cultivation. And experience potions want to melt the difficulty is also the greatest. But wherever there are potions, everyone will choose to use slowly, but also do not want to take the risk to melt into a high level of rapid use. But Liu Bei's brain circuit was obviously different from normal people. Not only did he want to use it to splurge, he actually chose a garbage forged soldier lady with a success rate that wasn't as good as his own. What a resource to burn. Lian Chan glanced at Sui Yen and said with a twinkle in her eye, her artifact spirit is the diffusion tripod. The success rate is about 60%. So how about we let Sui Yen and Miao Miao have a written test, and as long as Miao Miao succeeds in the test, I'll give Sui Yen's position to Miao Miao. How about that? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Liu Bei directly took the challenge for Chow Miao Miao. Chow Miao Miao had been a little hesitant, but once she saw the determination in Liu Bei's gaze, she couldn't help but recall the dreamy scene of that day when she and Liu Bei had fought side by side and forged an extreme gemstone together. It's as if with Liu Bei around, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. It's as if with Liu Bei around, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. Chapter 50, Koi Furnace vs Diffusion Cauldron. Before the competition started, Su Yue was kind enough to help Chow Miao Miao wipe away the dirt on her face. Chow Miao Miao was somewhat flattered, and Lian Chan and Sui Yen were even more surprised. Isn't that bloodthirsty spectral scythe only gentle and considerate to Liu Bei? I see she looks like a stranger to everyone. How come she's so kind to Miao Miao? I really don't know how Miao Miao got into her good graces, and such a big project is cheap for that girl. The more Sui Yen spoke, the more jealous she became. But it was Lian Chan, as if nothing had happened, who gently patted her shoulder and encouraged her. Even if they favor Miao Miao, they have to look at the results. As long as Miao Miao loses the competition, the big project will definitely fall into our hands. So don't disgrace me. Don't worry, cousin. Sui Yen vigorously patted her slightly sagging breasts and looked at Miao Miao with contempt in her eyes. It's only been a few days since that girl was promoted to the middle of the second rank, and she doesn't have much experience in smelting potions. And look at that forging room for her to wreak havoc. It would be strange for her to win over me. She was able to succeed in forging gems before, probably just traitorous luck. This time, even if Liu Bei and the others have a lot of potions, it's useless. Top quality potions aren't piled up by quantity. Sui Yen purposely enlarged her voice when she spoke. She was still not dead to Liu Bei's commission, thinking that at the critical moment, maybe Liu Bei could change his mind. However, Liu Bei just stared at her for a while, opening his eye of insight in the process. Sui Yen, Class of Soldiers Diffusion Tripod, Attack Power, 35/100, Durability, 80/100, Characteristics, Mastery of Alchemy, Random Buffs, Evaluation, 60% chance of success in refining medicine, and the probability that the medicine produced will add a small amount of other attributes. This attribute has something to do with the character of Bing Yang. The medicine she refines always carries some seductive attributes, and perhaps this is the main reason for the sagging of her breasts. Liu, just now you only said that I would have to reinstate Miao Miao if she won, but you didn't say what if she lost. Lian Chan's eyes flickered and her tone was playful as she took the initiative to propose a bargaining chip for the match. How about this? I happen to have a commission for 50 potions on hand, and the number of Miao Miao melting is also set at 50. So let's compare who managed to refine more top-grade potions in the end. If Sui Yin wins, Miao Miao will continue to grind at the grassroots level and your project will be wrapped up for me. How's that sound? Humph. This Lian Chan is really playing a good game. In that case, she's not losing anything inside or out. A glint flashed in Liu Bei's eyes as he pushed all 200 potions in front of Lian Chan and spilled. Manager Lian is too petty. Let's play big if we want to play. 200 potions as a limit. If Miao Miao wins, the potions refined by Sui Yen will also go to me. If you guys win, I'll cover all the losses of this trial of yours. Lian Chan never expected Liu Bei to play such a big game when he opened his mouth. It was important to know that refining medicine was not like forging gems. The losses incurred during the process were greater, and the value of experience potions could be more expensive than crystal cores of the same rank. Seeing the hesitation on Lian Chan's face, Liu Bei and Su Yue glanced at each other, and the latter directly tapped out the crystal core bin, which displayed the number of crystal cores, 10,000. This, 10,000 crystal cores? You, taking so many resources just to pocket this girl. Crazy, you're really crazy. Sui Yan's eyes were glowing, and without waiting for Lian Chan to react, she directly carried the 200 potions and drilled into the forging room. There was a hint of uneasiness in Lian Chan's heart, but the bet that Liu Bei had mentioned was too tempting, and reason told her that she had to go ahead with this match. Chow Miao Miao took a few deep breaths and brought Su Yue and Liu Bei about to enter the forging room. Wait a minute, only one soldier mother can go in. Classmate Su, you'd better wait outside with me. Lian Chan braced herself to call out to Su Yue, and in the dark, she always suspected that Chow Miao Miao's success in forging last time had something to do with Su Yue. As for Liu Bei, he was just a royal spirit master, and he didn't have a melted artifact spirit, so let him accompany him if he wanted to. Alright, I'll wait here and see how you guys lose. Su You's tone was incomparably confident, and Liu Bei and Chao Miao didn't waste any time, grasping to enter the forging room. The LED screens on the doors of the two forging rooms lit up at the same time. The number of successful refinements cleared to 0, and the achievements of Chao Miao and Sui Yan within the forging rooms were broadcast in real time. The news of the duo's match quickly spread, and for a while, many of the soldiers' maids who had gotten off work heard about it. What kind of luck is Chao Miao? How can you rely on Liu Bei and Su Yue? This big family, last time was, forging 10 gems in a row, but also all high grade. Envy me to death. I heard that today is even more pompous. Liu Bei angrily smashed 200 lower grade experience potions in order to redeem Miao. What? 200 sticks? My goodness. Does the first in the wind and cloud ranking eat so well? The first in our class only gave 50 sticks. Why? Liu Bei didn't defect to any side before the exams, so the rewards he got from the exams were more generous than the previous firsts. Look, there's a reaction on Sister Sui Yan's door. A forging soldier lady pointed at Sui Yan's forging room and shouted loudly, only to see the LED screen clearly displaying, medium grade experience potion *2. It's really worthy of being Sister Sui Yan, an A-ranked artifact spirit, and the trait of pill-making proficiency, TSK. Chao Miao is going to lose badly this time. If she really wreaked havoc with 200 potions, I don't know how Liu Bei and Su Yue would have to react. As several people spoke, the pattern of successful refining popped up on Sui Yan's door once again. Top quality experience potion *1. The number of potions currently in use is 30. The corner of Lian Chan's mouth floated up with a smile that appeared to be there, and she subconsciously looked at Su Yue beside her. Aha! Su Yue, how to sit down. She does not care about the data on Chao Miao door? Where did she get the confidence? Or is it that she doesn't have any hope for Chao Miao at all? No, it can't be. Which people will take 200 experience potions to hear the ring? Newcomers break through the second stage. Experience potions are precious. Looking at the increasing data on Sui Yan's screen, Lian Chan's heart gradually got a bottom. No matter what kind of drugs Liu Bei and Su Yue were selling, she was sure to win this match. 200 lower grade potions will lose at least 80, and Liu Bei will have to compensate more than 4,000 crystal cores. Hey guys, look where. There's a reaction on Chao Miao's door. She forged it successfully. Medium grade endurance gem? The competition is for making potions. What's she doing forging gems? This is too disrespectful to this competition. Right. Sister Sui Yan is desperately melting potions. The voices of discontent in the crowd grew louder and louder. Su Yue felt a bit harsh and turned back to coldly sweep this group of soldier ladies. The sense of oppression brought about by SSS level combat artifact spirits originated from the bones, and even though the realm was not yet high, the contempt from the top level artifact spirits still made it difficult for the crowd to breathe. The match is about to end. Sui Yan's score is now 10 top quality potions. How come your side is still a pile of gems? Lian Chan could no longer hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. But Su Yue was not the least bit flustered, and even yawned greatly. Don't cry if you lose later. Su Yue's words once again shocked everyone at the scene, and at the same time, the forging room where Chao Miao was located, Liu Bei's eye of insight was always on, and finally, Chao Miao's koi attribute had its peak moment. Evaluation, because of the previous large number of failures, coupled with this period of time, the characteristics of the koi furnace changes. When the sacrifice fails enough, you can open the koi eruption. Catch the rhythm. She will burst out of your unexpected surprises. Okay, after 99 failures in a row, it's now. Comment, the current koi furnace has a 100% chance of success. The time has come to climb to the top with her and witness the moment of splendor. Liu Bei stuffed a stream of experience potions in his hand into Chao Miao's artifact spirit. Chao Miao had long been blushing and panting at this moment. Refining so many potions at once. I'm afraid I can't handle it. My koi furnace is stuffed. In case of failure, how big a loss is this? Chao Miao looked at the ground full of crumbs and debris brought about by the failure of refining. Her heart beating as if it were a large white rabbit, practically bursting out of her chest. It's okay, just play normally. Oh, and these gems, forge them as well. Chao Miao's small mouth was wide open. She had never tried refining two resources together before. There are triple channels in your koi furnace. It's no problem to fit these in. You just didn't have the confidence earlier. After you succeed this time, I'll tell you the trick to success. Really? Chao Miao sniffed with excitement and immediately turned on the koi furnace, melting all the resources together. All of a sudden, the small forging room produced intense heat, and a large amount of white water vapor even spewed out from the doorway. What is this? Damn! Chao Miao isn't letting Liu Bei play with her, is she? Gosh, what if Liu Bei gets enraged and kills Miao to vent his anger? The soldier maidens at the door all looked horrified, and Lian Chan was also worried about any accidents. But, driven by the great benefits, she couldn't even care about Chow Miao Miao's death or life. The next second, on Chow Miao Miao's LED screen, the data began to jump wildly. Refining successful. Top quality experience potion +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Successful refining. Top quality endurance gem +20. Top quality strength gem +30. Top quality intelligence gem +25. Refining successful. Top gem -180. Extreme stamina gem +1. Extreme speed gem +2. Extreme strength gem +2. Cumulative. Top quality experience potion +23. Number of extreme gems +6. At the doorway, all the watching Bing Yang as well as Lian Chan simultaneously dropped their jaws in shock. What are Chow Miao Miao and Liu Bei doing in there? Does she think refining is popping popcorn? What are Chow Miao Miao and Liu Bei doing in there? Does she think refining is popping popcorn? Chapter 51. Two chimera lying together can still be good? As the competition ended, Sui Yan pushed open the door of the forging room with an excited face and waved the top-grade experience potion in her hand towards Lian Chan. Table. Manager Lian. I managed to get 10. We're sure to win. Humph. Miao Miao can't succeed in refining 10 sticks in one day. Su, hurry up and prepare your crystal core. Willing to bet. You guys don't cheat. So many pairs of eyes are watching. Sui Yan came in front of the crowd and swore to the crowd of watching Bing Yang. Everyone can be a witness later. When I get the crystal core you won't be spared. However, no one at the scene even struck up a conversation with Sui Yan, including Lian Chan, who all looked shocked beyond belief. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? It's true that I broke the record today, but it's still a normal performance, right? A soldier lady raised a trembling hand to point at Chow Miao Miao's data and reminded Sui Yan. You'd better turn around and take a look first. Turn around? Sui Yan turned around full of concern. Simply do not believe that Chow Miao Miao can still turn over the sky knot. What? 23 top-grade experience potions and 6 extreme gems? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chow Miao Miao's success rate is a mess. How could she successfully refine so many potions? This shows that there's something wrong. Not waiting for Sui Yan to come closer, the door of the forging room was pushed open by Liu Bei. A large amount of white water vapor gushed out, only to see Chow Miao Miao with a tired face but a contented smile on her face, holding in her hand the results of Fong and Liu Bei's combined efforts of refining. It really is 23 potions. Gosh. Miao Miao. She couldn't have comprehended some trick, could she? Comprehending the know-how isn't this fast. This success rate, not to mention Sui Yan, even the S-ranked Lian manager isn't her match. Shu, don't say it. Look at the look on manager Lian's face. At this moment, it was no longer difficult for Lian Chan to maintain her usual sweet standard smile, and she clenched her shell teeth as she had a hard time accepting the loss that this competition had brought to her. It's okay to give Chow Miao Miao a position boost or something, but the price of the 10 top-grade experience potions that Sui Yan refined can be quite expensive. Su Yue didn't care if she was in pain or not. She directly snatched the potion from Sui Yan's hand, and didn't forget to greet a group of soldiers' maids. We all saw it, and it's clear who lost and who won. From now on, I don't want to see anyone bullying Chow Miao Miao again. Do you understand? Understood. From now on Miao Miao is our supervisor. You must take care of our sisters. Yes, if Supervisor Chow has any refining tips he can also teach us. We'll learn from you. We're so trying to get ahead. For a while, many forged soldier maidens ran over to flatter Chow Miao Miao. It is important to realize that the status of the forged soldier lady is closely related to the battle record of the forge. With this competition, Chow Miao Miao will deservedly become a supervisor-level figure. As for Sui Yan, she will definitely be sent to the grassroots to properly sharpen her skills. Before Liu Bei and Su Yue left, Chow Miao Miao kept sending them to the entrance of the forge area. I really have to thank you two for today. If it wasn't for you, I would still be here right now. No harm done. When you forge again in the future, you have to catch yourself at the right pace. First use the lower materials to fuse and forge. After about 9 failures, you will then go back to forging the target materials, and you can keep these first-order crystal cores for yourself. Liu Bei said as he handed Chow Miao Miao a crystal core bin, which was filled with 3,000 first-order crystal cores. I can't take it. You've already done me such a great favor and taught me the art of forging. How can I take your money? Su Yue grinned. We are helping each other. Without you, where would we have gotten so many top-quality potions and extreme gemstones? You can use these crystal cores later, so don't push back. Su, you and your boyfriend are really the best people in the world. Chow Miao Miao toned sincere. Su Yue once heard the word boyfriend 3 words, immediately brow blossomed and smiled, and patted each other's shoulders, and only then took Liu Bei's arm to leave. Looking at the back of the two men leaving, Chow Miao Miao's pair of almond eyes flashed with sparkling waves, and her gaze quivered slightly and unnoticeably. On the way back, Su Yue let out another delicate hum as she walked. Ah, you started another vein? Yes, time waits for no one. The more veins we open, the more certain we'll be in dealing with the demonic beasts tomorrow, and we'll also be able to learn martial arts as soon as possible after we break through the second stage. Su Yue nodded her head seriously and said, according to this speed, tomorrow we will be able to open 8 veins, and together with these superb gems, the human-faced owl or the lava crocodile will be no match for us. Our opponents aren't just demonic beasts. There's no harm in preparing more. After Liu Bei spoke, he pulled out an experience potion and drank it on his head. The top-grade experience potions were completely different from the lower grades. Not only could they increase a large amount of experience in a short period of time, but they also required the Imperial Spiritist to consume more spiritual energy to absorb them. For a while, the majestic power quenched Liu Bei's limbs and bones, and also brought tremendous pressure to his body. Liu Bei mobilized 10,000 times spiritual energy without moving and fought against it while continuously absorbing the power of metamorphosis brought by the experience potion. Miraculously, as soon as his psychic energy appeared, it washed away all the pressure from the experience potion. It was as if a monstrous flood had broken through a fragile dam. And soon, Liu Bei discharged a smelly sweat on his body, and his 5 basic attributes were also sublimated in this instant. Then, Liu Bei split the potion into 2 and drank it against Su Yue. The spiritual energy in Su Yue's body couldn't withstand the pressure brought by the experience potion. Fortunately, Liu Bei held her hand in time, and immediately, a vast spiritual energy was infused into Su Yue's body. Ah, little Lulu, that's what it feels like. My body is filled with spiritual energy. The experience potion is fantastic. I feel like my whole being is ascending. In the darkness of the night, Su Yue let out a few petulant calls every now and then. By the time the 2 of them returned to the dormitory, there were still 8 experience potions left, and the 2 of them were already topped off. Just short of the breakthrough material they would be able to raise to the second rank realm in one fell swoop. If an onlooker saw them drinking the experience potion like a small drink, they would definitely be stunned by the scene. One must know that other people, even if they were to drink a lower grade experience potion, they would have to find a quiet and comfortable environment, prepare spiritual energy potions, repair potions, and so on, and then take them at the same time in a heart-to-heart relationship with the Bing Yang. If anything goes wrong during this period, not only the Imperial Spiritist, but even the soldier lady will be revolted by the potion's pressure. However, Liu Bei had 10,000 times spiritual energy to protect him, and any pressure or backlash was simply child's play to him. One can only say that the 10,000 times spiritual energy genus is really too perverse. Great, without any accidents, we'll be able to break through to the second rank tomorrow night. In the dormitory, Su Yue was lying on her side on the bed, quietly feeling the rhythm of Liu Bei's pulse opening with his spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was like a tide, wave after wave, but for some reason, Su Yue always felt that her face was vaguely hot. Little Lulu, slow down. The rhythm of opening the veins is a bit fast. Why am I a bit uncomfortable? Su Yue wooed, and under the quilt, her bejeweled thighs were tightly pressed together, as if she was desperately restraining something. The weird thing was that Liu Bei actually felt the same way. As early as when he drank the first experience potion, he had an uncomfortable feeling of being hot and dry. At first he thought it was a side effect of the experience potion, but now it seems that's too much of a side effect, isn't it? Oh, I see. It's Sui Yen. Her artifact attribute is that refined potions may carry the charm attribute. Liu Bei exclaimed, finally understanding why both he and Su Yue had this strange feeling. It's a wonder the 2 chimeras don't touch each other when they're lying together. At the same time, Su Yue had already rolled over and directly pounced on Liu Bei. Little Lulu, I've always wondered how many tiger teeth you have. How about letting me count them? Ha, how are you going to count it? Counting slowly with my tongue. Of course. Sister, don't be impulsive. We are now affected by the debuff. Aha. Sister, don't be impulsive. We are now affected by the debuff. Aha. Chapter 52, Hunting the Sphinx Owl. The Night Lord's Ridge was located deep in the Chaos Zone, and 100 miles further on was the lower zone, where the danger factor was even higher. At night the autumn wind was sluggish, the cold moon was high, the yellowed fallen leaves were rustled by the wind, and the patrol team led by Chu Yuhuan was stepping on the fallen leaves and advancing at breakneck speed. Upon coming to the heights of a mountain range, they stopped and the Hyoga took shape and began to plan a course of battle for this night. Chu Yuhuan's Bing Yang was a hyper-dragon mace, emanating the pressure of the early 3rd stage, and the 2 people beside him were the other 2 captains of the patrol team, Fatty Guijian and Skinny Pan Pang. These 2 people's Bing Yang were a crossbow and a small meteor hammer, and the pressure they emitted was not able to catch up to Chu Yuhuan, but they also showed signs of being of the 3rd rank. Later on, Let's have our men attack from the east, west, and south, and leave the north to Liu Bei. There is an extremely hidden path in this northward direction that leads to the old forest of Moon Shadow, and the human-faced owls are so cunning that they will surely run inside the old forest. Well, with Liu Bei's current strength, if he wants to catch the human-faced owl, he'll definitely have to use up a lot of spiritual energy, so let's take him by surprise. No matter how strong Liu Bei is, he's only a first-order consummate, relying on the fact that he and Bing Niang are both SSS rank to get where they are today. But if we compare it to actual combat experience, he's far worse than us. After Gui Jian and Pan Peng analyzed for a while, they started bragging about Chu Yu Sun again. Still, the boss has foresight. Took us to survey the terrain in advance. In that old forest, Liu Bei, unless he has a top-grade speed gem, or else he won't be able to catch the Sphinx Owl even if he's exhausted. Boss, if we kill this kid tonight, we can keep his soldier girl first. My brothers haven't experienced an SSS level soldier girl yet. Chu Yuhuan frowned at his words and said in a deep voice, be careful not to leave evidence behind. And then again, the gemstone inlaid on that Su Yoe's body is the main thing. Don't force her to self-destruct the artifact spirit. Once the soldier lady self-destructed her artifact spirit, the gemstones inlaid on her body would be shattered along with it. Wei Jian and Pan Peng naturally understood that resources were the main thing, and immediately nodded their heads in succession, recognizing Chu Yuhuan's statement. About half an hour later, Liu Bei and Su Yaoi's figures appeared near the mountain range. Chu Yushuan hurriedly led his men to welcome them, and respectfully said, young Master Liu, we've all made arrangements. You'll go to the north entrance of the Night Lord's Ridge to guard it later, and the brothers will rush the human-faced owls over to you, and you can kill them in one fell swoop. North exit? Liu Bei frowned slightly, and Chu Yuhuan hurriedly picked up. Yes, the north entrance is high. You are high up and convenient to kill. The brethren have all thought about it for you. Liu Bei's eyes flashed with precision, and he didn't make much of a doubt. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a playful smile. Then it's really hard for Captain Chu. Okay, then it's not too late. Let's act early. As soon as Liu Bei's words fell, bloodlight appeared on Su Yoe's body, and the pitch-black bloodthirsty spectral scythe manifested. Liu Bei shouldered his scythe and sped towards the northern entrance of the mountain range. Looking at his departing back, Chu Yuhuan and the others had cruel smiles on their faces. This kid really thinks of himself as a grandfather. We're so polite to him that we don't even suspect a thing. Wei Jian used his spiritual energy as an arrow to fill his bow, while Pan Peng on the side flung his meteor hammer and said with disdain, geniuses. A little bit of arrogance is common, but since ancient times, geniuses die young. This Liu Bei is going to be accounted for here today. Action. Only hearing Chu Yuhuan's order, Wei Jian and Pan Peng immediately led their teams to quickly approach from the south entrance and the west entrance, while Chu Yuhuan threw himself into the east entrance, cooperating to shrink the encirclement. Immediately, a sudden shriek came out from the dark mountain range. Jie! But see, a big bird as tall as a man rushed out from the darkness. This big bird has heavy wings, can't fly too high. A pair of long and thick legs are powerful. After stepping on two sections of tree trunks, from the north side of the rapid breakout, at the north entrance, Liu Bei unhurriedly took out a map and began to confirm. Sure enough, there's a fork in the north entrance that leads to the Moon Shadow Old Forest. It seems that these three grandsons want me to passively chase the human-faced owls, so that they can deplete my stamina and they can then strike at me. On the scythe, Su Yoe's silhouette appeared. The calculations are good, but it's a pity that we didn't come to this chaotic zone less often. Ha! It's still my husband who was smart enough to draw the map early. Let's go, senior sister. Let's go straight to the fork in the road. That Sphinx owl is good at jumping and darting. The Moon Shadow Old Forest is its home turf. It will definitely run that way. Well, let's see what tricks they can pull when they kill the Sphinx owls. The roundup continued on Chu Yuhuan's end. The speed of the Sphinx owl is really fast. The large wings flap, immediately rolled up a rising airflow. Coupled with the pair of powerful long legs, 3 or 2 will be able to run wildly out of hundreds of meters. It also looked back from time to time during the flight. A pair of fist-sized brown eyes as if a searchlight. Looking at the patrol team's heart, Harry. This guy's speed really isn't normal. Everyone be careful. When we get to the fork in the road we'll stop chasing. Be careful of the Sphinx owl counterattack. After Chu Yuhuan reminded, Wei Jian and Pan Peng also urged their men, don't be caught by it and mention it to those big trees, 20 to 30 meters high. It's hard enough to fall down without dying. Yes, the members of the patrol team all raised their spirits. Seeing that the entrance to the Moon Shadow Old Forest was in front of them, all of them stopped in their tracks. That human-faced owl barely hesitated at all, and plunged headlong into the old Moon Shadow Forest. The Moon Shadow Old Forest was perennially obscure and dark, with all kinds of old trees in the forest with a dense canopy that covered the sky and the earth. It was very difficult not to get lost in a place like this. not to mention hunting. The claws of a human-faced owl were one of the main materials for the breakthrough of a first-order Imperial Spirit Master. So this human-faced owl hadn't been hunted by many Imperial Spirit Masters in the past. However, as long as you let it escape into the old Moon Shadow Forest, even if the other party is strong, there is nothing you can do about it. After entering the old forest, the speed of the Sphinx owl slowly began to decrease, and a relaxed expression appeared on its face. This was exactly where the human-faced owl differed from other demonic beasts. Its face resembled that of a human, with only a pair of shrugged ears resembling that of an owl, thus earning it the name human-faced owl. However, before the human-faced owl could completely relax, an upright figure suddenly stepped out right in front of it. The figure was holding a huge scythe with a leisurely face, obviously having waited here for a long time. Sphinx owls don't camouflage their expressions like humans do, and at this moment it had a strong look of doubt on its face. The Moon Shadow Old Forest's terrain was complicated and extremely unfavorable to human soulmasters, so how could someone ambush them here in advance? Also, this Imperial Spirit Master was only at the first stage of the realm. Isn't this looking for death? Deliciousness delivered to your mouth. Jia jia. In the next second, the human-faced owl let out an excited chirp and quickly ran towards Liu Bei. What it was best at was swooping from a low altitude, grabbing the sentinel and then quickly leaping to a tall canopy before throwing the sentinel down from a high altitude. At that time, the human sentinel will fall into a pile of freshly minced meat with the most superior taste. Thinking of this, a bloodthirsty sardonic smile had appeared on the face of the human-faced owl. It was so fast that it actually came to Liu Bei in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, a huge claw had already set off a gust of fishy wind and grabbed at Liu Bei's head fiercely. Blood splattered as the bloodlight cut through. In the disbelieving gaze of the human-faced owl, its claws that were fast out of the stump hit Liu Bei so easily. Since when did human sentinels have such speed? No, it's only right that a first-rank sentinel can't even see my movements. What kind of speed does this kid have? Faster than me? Starting almost at frame 0, Liu Bei rotated his scythe and slashed right into the claws of the Sphinx owl in the nick of time. The bloody light cut a bloody line. The sharpness of the bloodthirsty spectral scythe greatly exceeded the expectations of the Sphinx owl, but in a single glance, the scythe actually chopped off its claws. Terrible, terrible. This first-order sentinel is not right. At this moment, the only thought that surfaced in the human-faced owl's mind was to escape. Hurry up and run as far away as you can. It vibrated its wings, dragging its injured leg, and exploded into its fastest speed, instantly jumping 100 meters away. With the knowledge of the terrain and the advantage of darkness, in a few breaths, Liu Bei's figure was gone behind the human-faced owl, just when it thought it had retrieved a life from the killing star. From the top of its head, another scarlet blood light swung out. The source of the bloody light was the sharp scythe blade, and above the blade, only green and orange blazing rays of light were seen flickering alternately. Those were the extreme speed gems and attack speed gems that Liu Bei had just forged. Under the support of the two, the human-faced owl did not have time to react at all, and with a crunching sound, his neck was severed by a blade. Until its death, the human-faced owl did not understand how it, which had always dominated the Night Lord's Ridge with its speed, could die in the hands of a district's first-order royal spirit master. Until its death, the human-faced owl did not understand how it, which had always dominated the Night Lord's Ridge with its speed, could die in the hands of a district's first-order royal spirit master. Chapter 53, High-End Hunters Often Come as Prey. The battle in the Moon Shadow Old Forest ended quickly. Liu Bei sliced off the claws of the Sphinx owl, shook off the remaining blood on it and put it aside, after which he leaned against a large tree and rested peacefully. Su Yue didn't lift her soldier lady form, but only asked in the form of a shadow, "Will the noise we made be too small? If we end the battle so quickly, will those three grandsons still dare to make a move against us?" Liu Bei pointed to the depths of the Moon Shadow Old Forest and confidently explained, "This old forest is very large. According to their guess, we must be chasing after the Sphinx owl for a long time, so it's only right that we don't make any noise. Just wait until just before you go out, cut down a few trees and pretend it's a fierce fight." Just thinking about having to do it with so many people later on makes my heart pound with excitement. Actually trying to do it to my little Lulu. They're really living screwed up. Su Yue's pair of ruddy eyes flashed with excitement. A pair of white jade hands cupped delicate cheeks, next to the blood on the ground and the human face owl's body and head of the corpse. With such a bizarre picture, I'm afraid that anyone who looks at it will have nightmares for days. At the entrance of the Moon Shadow Old Forest, a lot of sweat seeped out from Gui Jian's hand crossbow, and Pan Pang on the side was also highly concentrated. For some reason, it was clear that they were only facing a first-order consummate ruffian, but they were much more nervous than in any previous combat. Damn, it's not the first time a black man has done this. Why is the old man still a little overexcited? After Gui Jian spat, he drew out his hand and wiped it on his clothes. and behind him Chu Yuhuan said in a deep voice, "Bring some accuracy in your hand. Wait for my order before you do anything. Don't be impulsive." As soon as the words fell, a boom boom sound suddenly came out from the moon shadow old forest. Within moments, a night wind laced with the odor of decay swirled a great deal of dust towards the outskirts of the woods. Liu Bei got it. Get ready guys. After Chu Yuhuan made his voice, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared dead on in the direction from which the smoke came out. Only a silhouette carrying a scythe on its back and a pair of bloody beast claws in one hand stepped out of the forest. It's Liu Bei. Wei Jian's finger that was holding the trigger of his crossbow trembled. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yuhuan had just reminded him, he would have definitely had to shoot this arrow. Under the moonlight, Liu Bei's silhouette gradually became clear. The blood light above the scythe blade was filled with light, only to see him walking towards Chu Yuhuan and the others with a calm and relaxed face, not panicking in the slightest. "Boss, this kid's state is not right. It doesn't look like he's running out of spiritual energy. Are we still moving?" Wei Jian said as he adjusted his hand crossbow to make sure the aim was on Liu Bei's heart and soul. Pan Peng eyeballs a turn, followed by analysis. This kid will not be hard to support it. Deliberately pretending to be very easy, is afraid of us in his hands. Boss, if I say we should do it now, do not let him run. Wait, if he is really weak he definitely can't run away. This kid's city is so deep that we can't make a move without full certainty. Chu Yuhuan had a vigilant face, and after he finished his explanation, he took the lead in holding the hyper dragon mace in his hand and stood up, welcoming Liu Bei. The two of them fought and stared at each other for a long time before Chu Yuhuan opened his mouth. Young Master Liu is a good fighter. He actually took care of this Sphinx owl. Looks like this hunt got off to a good start. Chu Yuhuan's eyes constantly surveyed Liu Bei's state while he spoke, fearing that he would miss any hint of details and be fooled by Liu Bei. It did take a lot of effort. This runs too fast. I should have known to let the guys go inside this old forest to help me intercept together. Liu Bei secretly adjusted his breath twice as he spoke, and his eyes dodged for a moment, all of which was keenly seen by Chu Yuhuan. Wei Jian and Pan Peng are also veterans of observing words and colors, and know that this is the crack in Liu Bei's heart. The two immediately clenched their hands, and reached behind their backs to give the patrol a ready sign. At the same time, Liu Bei's side was continuously pouring a large amount of spiritual energy into Su Youwei's body, ensuring that he could strike the full force of the open five-vein strike at any time, on both sides of the dark tide of the occasion. Unexpectedly Chu Yusun suddenly haha laugh, even took the initiative to give up the best opportunity to Liu Bei's shot. Young Master Liu, since the Sphinx Owl has already gotten his hands on him, let's go to the lava valley now. The usual rules apply. I'll clear the way for you with the patrol team in the front, and you'll be on your own when it's time to really make a move. Chu Yuhuan's unusual behavior caused all the people around him to look stunned. Even Liu Bei's pupils shrunk slightly, and his gaze toward him was mixed with a bit of surprise. This man is so cautious-minded. I really underestimated him earlier. After secretly sighing, Liu Bei's expression didn't change in any way. Still smiling blandly, he said, "Then it will be hard for Captain Chu." As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Bei threw his hand to the other party and threw a second-order crystal core. "Say yes to your payment. Young Master Liu is refreshing. Then we'll go ahead and make a trip for you." Chu Yuhuan grinned after receiving the crystal cores and turned his head to greet the group of patrols as they quickly headed towards the lava valley. Soon, they pulled away from Liu Bei by a large distance. Along the way, Wei Jian and Pan Peng were holding their faces back, several times wanting to open their mouths but were afraid of being reprimanded by Chu Yuhuan. "You guys must be wondering why I didn't take a shot at him, right?" Seeing Chu Yuhuan take the initiative to mention it, Wei Jian was the first to pick it up. "Yes boss. According to my opinion just now Liu Bei that kid is definitely pretending, are showing cracks. It is a good time to strike Later he slowed down, or changed his mind. What should we do? Old Guai is right. Big brother, even I can see that Liu Bei kid is at the end of his rope. How can we give him time to catch his breath? Humph, if even you guys can see it, is it still called a break?" Chu Yuhuan's icy cold questioning instantly knocked the upper two back to reality. Yes, since they had been dealing with Liu Bei until now, Liu Bei had never shown any cracks. Whether he was facing Chu Tianqua, or any opponent in the exams, or even Xu Lao, this kid was strategizing and standing steadily on top of the undefeated. How could such a calculating person easily expose his vulnerable side? Unless he really can't hide it. Or, he is purposely pretending to be that way, trying to lure the patrol to take a shot at him. Big brother, isn't that so? If he's really pretending to be this realistic, and still has the guts to lure us into action, then his city and strength are too terrifying, aren't they? The more Pan Peng spoke, the more he was afraid, and even his steps forward slowed down a few points. Chu Yuhuan glanced back at Liu Bei's figure that had nearly disappeared from sight and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that's exactly what happened, though it was a long time before the rattling in the forest came out. Did you see a bit of a wreck on him? Also, you guys probably didn't feel it. Right at the moment he just appeared, I could feel the monstrous killing intent emanating from Su Yue. That killing intent is similar to the killing intent that Liu Bei had when he detonated the black fog in the final of the Alliance exam that day. Against this kind of monster, we can't take even the slightest risk. It must be known that the more high-end hunters like to appear as prey. We want to hack Liu Bei, and I'm afraid this Liu Bei wants to deal with us as well. This, or Big Brother is sensible enough. What Big Brother says is true. Pan Pang and Gui Jian wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and recognized Chu Yuhuan's statement. Not far ahead is the lava valley. At that time we will pretend to lure out a lava crocodile. Wait until Liu Bei enters the game, and then stimulate the ferocity of the other crocodiles. In this way, Liu Bei will naturally be surrounded by crocodiles, and will find a chance to surround and kill him at that time. Yes. Chapter 54, okay, I'll send you on your way first. In the darkness of the night, Chu Yuhuan led the patrol team quickly towards the lava valley, getting closer to their destination. Everyone could feel the gusts of hot air blowing in the night breeze. Why is it so hot here? Holy, it's like coming to the flaming mountain. Fatty Guijian was the most afraid of the heat, and while lifting his clothes and fanning himself, his mouth kept complaining. Next to Pan Pang snickered. Fatty, I told you to lose weight, but you didn't listen. Now you know you're suffering, right? Tell you. Further ahead is the lava swamp. That is a ring-shaped basin. Below is a volcano. To that you suffer more. Ha? A lava swamp? Isn't that almost at the lava crocodile's habitat? When do we start moving? As soon as Guo Jian's words fell, Chu Yuhuan replied in a deep voice. After arriving at the swamp, we'll still lead a team each and drive away the lava crocodiles from 3 directions. After that I'll lure one crocodile out. You two will block the other crocodiles here. And when Liu Bei enters the entrance of the swamp, I'll give you the signal to release all the other crocodiles. The entrance of this swamp is in the middle of the valley, like a gourd mouth. Easy to get in but not easy to get out. When Liu Bei comes in, there are crocodiles in front of him and us behind him. He will die for sure, Chu Yuhuan said to the end. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, his fists clenched crunching. It was obvious that he was determined to kill Liu Bei this time. Pan Pang and Gui Jian listened attentively, while their admiration for Chu Yuhuan reached the extreme. I have to say, the Big Brother is the Big Brother. Whether it is the strength, or the heart and wisdom, as well as the grasp of human nature, can be said to be the ultimate. It was only by following someone as outstanding as Boss Chu that they had the capital to even the odds with a demonic-level heavenly pride like Liu Bei. Remember, the lava crocodiles are ferocious and aggressive. Don't get attached to the battle. Our aim is to drive and intercept them, and release them at the critical moment. Let them fight with Liu Bei. Understand? Understood. Chu Yuhuan made another confirmation and saw from afar that Liu Bei's figure had already walked into the valley before he waved his hand and ordered the crowd to start the operation. In an instant, a blazing spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the originally silent lava swamp. A crocodile hiss followed. Pan Pang struggled to swing the meteor hammer in his hand, the fist-sized small hammer flashing with searing sparks every time he threw it. He led a squad of 10 men who endured the unbearable heat of the lava swamp, fighting and driving away 6 massive crocodiles. Holy, there are a few third-order ones in this group. Let us make sure our hands and feet are nimble later, or else it will be easy to explain here. Not far from him, Gui Jian was also fighting the lava crocodile with his bow. Rather than repelling it, Gui Jian's end was more like retreating while fighting. Fortunately, the terrain here is special. There is a circle of natural barriers around it. Later on, when Boss lures a crocodile out and the moment Liu Bei zaps in, we'll hurry up and withdraw, locking Liu Bei in this lava swamp. Humph. When the time comes, we don't even need to make a move. Just this bunch of can consume that Liu Bei to death. The more the two of them talked, the more energetic they became, and the more vigorously they moved their hands. And soon, a large group of lava crocodiles were lured near the entrance of the swamp by them. The entrance looked like a long, narrow portal, surrounded by a patch of undulating, giant mountain rock that formed a barrier hiding everything in the swamp. Pan Pang and Gui Jian led dozens of patrol members to confront and tangle with the lava crocodiles. Chu Yuhuan, on the other hand, deliberately lured a lava crocodile to the entrance and made a show of fighting with all his might. And when Liu Bei arrived nearby carrying his scythe, he immediately shouted, "Young Master Liu, I've already lured out the lava crocodile for you. Now is the right time to kill it." Chu Yuhuan's expression wasn't relaxed because the one he had lured out was none other than a third-ranked lava crocodile. This lava crocodile body length of more than 8 meters, large head on both sides, lantern-sized yellow vertical pupils bursting with bloodthirsty ferocious light, 2 rows of sharp teeth in the mouth is like a steel knife. The most terrifying thing about it is its tough leather armor. A combination of offense and defense that not only makes it immune to most of Hyuga's attacks, but also serves as the most advantageous killing weapon besides the muzzle. Whether it was a collision or a sweep of the tail, as long as it took a hit, I'm afraid that broken bones and tendons would be the best outcome. At this moment, that lava giant crocodile suddenly struck a sweeping blow, and its tail full of sword protrusions ruthlessly smacked the hyper-dragon mace in Chu Yuhuan's hand. After the muffled sound, Chu Yuhuan thumped back 2 steps, once again urged Liu Beidao. Young Master Liu, if you don't do it now, when will you wait? I can't fight this third-order lava crocodile by myself. The brothers are all fighting the crocodile hard in the swamp. The longer we drag it out, the more dangerous it will be for everyone. Nah. Good. I'm coming to assist you. Only Liu Bei let out a loud shout, and in the next second, he carried his scythe in his back and quickly rushed forward, and with a few leaps, he arrived in front of the lava giant crocodile. Chu Yuhuan's eyes flashed a trace of unnoticeable surprise, and the hand of the hyper-dragon mace worked harder, fiercely pumping the crocodile's head a few times, forcing the crocodile back toward the entrance for a few more points. Liu, young master, now enter the swamp. Will be able to kill in one stroke. You and I together. This is not expected to last a round. Let us solve it and then hurry to withdraw. Liu Bei agreed with another quick bite and flew up to stand in the same place as Chu Yuhuan. The angle that the two stood at was very peculiar. Chu Yuhuan was facing the narrow entrance, and the lava giant crocodile was blocking the entrance, while in Liu Bei's field of vision, the situation inside the lava swamp was not visible at all. At this moment, Chu Yuhuan felt that Liu Bei had completely believed in his scheme. He was very pleased with his wave of acting in the fake and the real. He thought to himself, Liu Bei, this kid is really deep enough in the city. He actually observed half a day on the half slope, but it's hard for him to guess that I will utilize the terrain to the extreme and jam the field of view to such a dead end. Even if he found out that I ambushed him, with this kid's untamed nature of mind will inevitably jump into the swamp and make a big kill. Humph. At that time, the crocodile heard. The sudden sharp bloody light instantly interrupted Chu Yuhuan's thoughts. In his line of sight, he only saw Liu Bei's scythe so close to him, and the blood light on the blade of the scythe suddenly enlarged, as if it had killed the vitals of his neck in an instant. His scalp went numb, and a thick crisis of death drove him to hasten an instinctive reaction, raising the hyper-dragon mace in his hand to block. However, to his surprise, almost in the instant he raised his hyper-dragon mace to block, Liu Bei's inch fist that opened the power of the 5 chakras had already attacked and killed him in the center of his heart. The ferocity of this punch's incoming momentum was so fierce that it actually formed a light red blood aura on the fist, as if it was an incomparably sharp steel blade that was heavily inserted into Chu Yuhuan's heart. Due to the distance between the two was too close, this inch punch did not set off much punch wind. After the blatant attack, it was a heavy and extremely muffled sound. Immediately afterward, Chu Yuhuan heard the sound of his chest ribs, as well as his heart's blood and flesh all shattering. Bones rolled with flesh and blood twisted in one place of the drilling pain suddenly attacked. He breathed heavily, his face as miserable as gold paper. Large mouthfuls of air into the body when the original scorching air around him also became cold in this instant. At this moment, Chu Yuhuan felt the arrival of death. At the same time, Liu Bei's unfinished words rang in his ears. Good. I'll send you on your way first. Good. I'll send you on your way first. Chapter 55. My soldier maidens are all goddesses. Chu Yuhuan never dreamed that Liu Bei would take a shot at himself. His body was heavily struck by Liu Bei towards the lava crocodile, and the tremendous force even pushed the body of the crocodile back into the lava swamp. Wei Jian and Pan Pang, as well as all the members of the patrol team, were all confused. How could the boss? The lava crocodile was beaten back? No good. The portal is going to be closed. We're going to be trapped inside. That person, isn't it Liu Bei? The lava swamp was a mess, and Liu Bei swung his side blade to cut through a huge rock that was stuck dead at the portal. The swamp was filled with screams. The patrol was already at the end of its strength against the angry lava crocodiles. The battle broke out again. The patrol was killed and injured. After that, Liu Bei harvested the lava crocodile's heart, got all the breakthrough materials, and smoothly broke through to the second stage. He came to the Range Moon Pavilion to pay his respects to Chao Tiangu. Peyotianj could hardly imagine that Liu Bei actually did break through to the second stage within 3 days. And what surprised her even more was that Liu Bei and Su Yue had opened 8 veins. They had already completed the forging of the extreme soldier martial body and could learn Chao Tiangu's Beast Shadow Slay. The so-called Beast Shadow Kill is to utilize the accumulation of hand shadows by killing demonic beasts, so as to strike a huge force that is comparable to that of a demonic beast, thereby killing the enemy. Beast Shadow Kill consumed little spiritual energy and relied more on the burst of the extreme soldier martial body, so it had always been a good choice for imperial spiritists with less spiritual energy. But Liu Bei had 10,000 times the spiritual energy, and as long as the cooldown was fast enough, he could achieve the terrifying effect of infinite firepower. after all the newcomers have been second-ranked one after another. The Alliance has also opened the official combat of the strategy group. The tactics instructor will lead members to high-risk areas for demon eradication operations. The area that Chaotiange was responsible for was called Yudu, which was the most treacherous, the most extensive, and the one that was adjacent to the lower zones. Liu Bei first hunted a second-ranked Moonshadow wolf pack after entering the U capital, obtaining the pack's beast shadow. After Su Yue saved a few wandering children from their mouths, the two learned that the original again Yudu also live a lot of aborigines. The living conditions of these former residents are miserable, located in a crevice position, and the level of security is not even as good as that of the residents in the lower zone. The ultimate goal of Liu Bei's trip was the fourth-ranked demonic beast, the human bear. This human bear for the harm party. In the Yudu often slaughter aborigines, and secretive. Chao Tiangu searched many times or no avail. In the process of hunting human bears, Liu Bei also befriended another set of organizational forces, the Moonshadow Rangers. These people were also a combination of gurus and Hyuga, but none of them came from the upper echelons to go there. Rather they were born and raised in a place like Yudu, awakened on their own power, and stayed here of their own free will. They are very poorly resourced and are somewhat ostracized from the upper boroughs. Liu Bei was recognized by most people by showing his strength and saving this group of Moonshadow Rangers, and in the process he encountered the black market of Yudu. The black marketers didn't care about the deaths of the Rangers and aborigines. They acquired the resources of the upper zones from secret channels and then sold them at a high price in the pylons, squeezing the blood and sweat out of the people at the bottom. Liu Bei can't look away, butchers a black market trader and decides to investigate the black market case after hunting a human bear. Later on, Liu Bei successfully struck the human bear and obtained the human bear beast shadow, and then he successfully found the mastermind behind the black market, the Chu family. After uprooting the black market, Liu Bei made the evidence public, and the Chu family's position completely collapsed. However, the Chu family did not die, and secretly researched the power of the demonic beast's bloodline combined with human imperial spirit masters in private. In a vain attempt to obtain the power of the demonic beast, they bred insect demonic beasts and secretly conducted human experiments, leading to a flood of insect demonic beasts, and the mother insect emperor went berserk and launched an attack on Jiangcheng and the surrounding areas. At the critical moment, Chaotiange breaks the knot in his heart and takes the initiative to make a pact with Liu Bei, and the two of them combine their efforts to hit the force-killing move Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, which destroys the mother emperor of the insect race. Liu Bei used Su Yue again to play the undead department's masterstroke in soldier borrowing, summoning a large number of undead knights to exterminate the flooding insect plague. After the crisis passed, Liu Bei and the two soldier girls also got a moment of respite. In his riverview room, at night, Su Yue quietly climbed into Liu Bei's bed again, wanting to taste the delicious taste of spiritual energy, but as soon as the quilt was lifted she realized that teacher Chao Tiangu was wearing cat ear pajamas, barefooted with a pair of snow-white tender feet, and blushing red as she curled up next to Liu Bei. Mr. Chao Tian Song, what are you? It was the night that Liu Bei stayed up all night.